On February 2, 2015, in Classroom 5 of Senior Year 3 at Taizhou 9 High School, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Liang, was giving a lecture. There are only a few months left before the college entrance exam. I hope everyone will study hard and strive to enter a good university. Zhang Liang sat in the last row listening to teacher Zhou's words, a heavy feeling in his heart. His family was poor, his father bedridden for years, and his mother's meager salary had to support both him and his younger sister Zhang Li through school. Now 18, every Sunday, he would scavenge for scrap to sell, using the money to support the household. Though he listened attentively in class, his grades remained poor. Sometimes Zhang Liang thought maybe it was for the best. After graduation, he would find a job, and that would ease the family's burden. He could also support his sister's education. Zhang Li was doing quite well. The bell for the end of class rang. Zhang Liang, come to my office. Teacher Zhou called out. Zhang Liang followed teacher Zhou into the office where they were alone. Zhang Liang, why are your grades getting worse? And there are only a few months left before the college entrance exam. Are you content to fail? If you only go to a junior college or technical school, how much money can you make in the future? Teacher, I understand. I will study hard, Zhang Liang said. Admittedly, teacher Zhou was not bad. She didn't mock or belittle Zhang Liang, which was already fortunate given that his scores dragged down the class average. That directly affected teacher Zhou's bonus. She spoke gently, which showed considerable restraint. A less patient teacher would have scolded him harshly or even called his parents. During middle school, Zhang Liang's grades had been decent, but after entering high school they gradually declined. Now he was no longer overly anxious. Even if he passed the exam, he still worried that his family couldn't afford to send 2 children to college. After school, Zhang Liang left the campus and headed home. The school generally did not allow day students, but because Zhang Liang lived only 2 bus stops away, they made an exception. A few other students who had private cars also went home every day. Zhang Liang was cycling along when suddenly a black Mercedes stopped in front of him. 3 people got out and blocked his path. Zhang Liang, get down. Zhang Liang saw it was Li Wei, his classmate, along with his 2 cronies, Su Chao and Ma Ziyu. Li Wei, relying on his tall stature and wealthy family, often bullied classmates. His father ran a listed company with billions in assets. Li Wei often treated his lackeys to food and drink, so he had several devoted followers. Zhang Liang often asked the class beauty and school flower Lu Qianqian for help with difficult questions. This had made Li Wei jealous, and now he had ambushed him. Zhang Liang was 1.78 meters tall, shorter than Li Wei, who stood 1.82 meters. Li Wei had studied Taekwondo for 2 years, so no one in class could beat him. Li Wei, what do you want? What do I want? Stay away from Lu Qianqian. She's mine. Li Wei said, dumb. I was asking her for help with problems. There's nothing else. Zhang Liang replied. I told you to stay away from her, understand? Don't you know your own situation? You have bad grades, and your family is poor. Yet you still cling to the school beauty. Li Wei said impatiently. In truth, Lu Qianqian often took the initiative to teach Zhang Liang. He didn't always ask. But Lu Qianqian was indeed a great beauty. Her breath like orchid fragrance. Who wouldn't enjoy interacting with a pretty girl? I'm just asking her questions. What's it to you? Damn it, you're still talking tough. Beat him. Li Wei and his 2 lackeys started punching and kicking. Zhang Liang fought back, but was soon beaten black and blue. Zhang Liang stubbornly said. He was a truth holder. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't change. Screw you, still so stubborn. Beat him. This stretch of road was sparsely populated. Occasional passers-by minded their own business. Li Wei threw a left hook to Zhang Liang's head. Zhang Liang's vision went black, and he collapsed. Su Chao and Ma Ziyu kicked him a few more times. Brother Wei, he's not moving. Did we kill him? Alarmed, Li Wei stepped forward to check his breath. It was faint. Shove him into the trunk. The 2 cronies loaded Zhang Liang into the trunk along with his bicycle, which stuck out half. The Mercedes sped out of the city and arrived at an abandoned factory. The men carried Zhang Liang inside and tossed his bicycle aside. Then they fled in the car. The sky darkened. Zhang Liang lay motionless in the spacious factory. This suburban area saw few visitors. Just then a streak of light crossed the sky and a light point landed in the abandoned factory. A corpse. No, still breathing. A rare innate chaos Tao body. Perfect. I'm just a remnant soul unable to reincarnate by seizing a body. I might as well merge with this lad and return to the cultivation world for vengeance. The light point muttered a few words to itself, then burrowed into Zhang Liang's head. Zhang Liang had a strange dream. Trapped in a room, suddenly a white-bearded old man appeared. Young man, I will help you become powerful, teach you many skills, grant you world-shaking magic power. You will never be bullied again. And you will become a cultivator. Hold on, who are you? Don't fool me. Why would you be so kind? Zhang Liang asked. I come from the eternal continent of the cultivation world. I was the sect master of the divine sword immortal sect, a tribulation transcendence powerhouse. While breaking through a cultivation bottleneck, I was ambushed by my junior brother Huang Sanha. My soul shattered. Only a remnant soul carrying the supreme treasure primordial chaos bell escaped to Blue Star. I won't seize your body, oh I will merge with you, said the white-bearded old man. Hold on. You're so old merging with me. No way. You're too ugly, I don't wanna. Zhang Liang said, trying to dodge, but the old man moved with incredible speed and pounced on Zhang Liang. Oh, no. Fool, you got a bargain and still complain. I am a great tribulation transcendence cultivator. If not for this mishap, who would bother with a weak mortal like you? Not bad. Stop shouting. You are me and I am you. With an earth-grade high-quality spiritual root I cultivated to tribulation transcendence. This time with a chaos Tao body, I will quickly return to the cultivation world and take revenge. Over an hour passed. Zhang Liang opened his eyes. His mind was flooded with vast amounts of information. Profound heaven divine art, lightning sword technique, formless divine palm, alchemy true explanation, formation compendium, cultivation medicine, sorcery complete collection, profound dual cultivation method. In short, too much to count. Zhang Liang felt these things appear in his mind, as if he had known them for a long time. He recalled that strange dream, the tribulation transcendence old man also named Zhang Liang merging with him. Was it really a fusion of memories? If so, was he still himself? He remembered the past, his bedridden father, his hard-working mother, his clever sister, and the despicable Li Wei with his lackeys, Su Chao and Ma Ziyu. Just you wait. I, Zhang Liang, am not dead. Whatever you gave me, I will repay you twofold. Zhang Liang found his bicycle rode at home. His mother was on the phone with the homeroom teacher. He's back. Don't worry, Teacher Zhou. It's all this child's fault for troubling you. Sorry, Liangzi. Why are you so late? Mother Li Ping asked. A classmate tutored me. It took over an hour, Zhang Liang lied. Strangely, all the bruises on his face had healed, and all the pain was gone. He hadn't realized that his personality had also slightly changed. That night, Zhang Liang practiced cultivation all night, and broke through to Qi refining layer 1. He had breakfast, and then went to school. Zhang Liang had no intention of making a move in the classroom. Teaching Li Wei and his cronies a lesson was far too simple. All he needed to do was reach the 3rd layer of Qi refining, and he could use spells. He knew many spells, but even at the 3rd layer of Qi refining, he could only use 3 or 4. However, dealing with a few mortals could be done silently, and without a trace. Moreover, he would not leave any evidence. After all, this was a society ruled by law. Killing or crippling someone publicly was unacceptable. A Qi refining cultivator could not yet withstand the nation's guns and cannons, so he must abide by the law. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would have to be wary of the nation's artillery and nuclear weapons. Thus he had to follow the law. After entering the classroom, Zhang Liang sat down at his seat and began reading. In a single morning, he had finished reading the high school English textbook. Ever since breaking through to the 1st layer of Qi refining, Zhang Liang's mind had become enlightened. He could remember everything he saw. Moreover, his comprehension, logical reasoning, abstract thinking, all aspects of his intelligence had undergone earth-shattering changes. Li Wei, Su Chao, and Ma Ziyu stared at Zhang Liang in dumbfounded shock. They had thought Zhang Liang was dead. They never expected him to be alive again, and even coming to class. Moreover, when he saw Li Wei and the other two, he showed no sign of anything unusual. Could it be that the beating yesterday had made him stupid, and he had forgotten everything? Impossible, Li Wei thought to himself. But even if Zhang Liang complained, he could not win. Li Wei's family had money and connections in society. Even if Zhang Liang went to the police station or court, he would lose. They were 3 mouths against his one, and there was no evidence. No matter where he went, it would be useless, and he might even be countersued. Having understood this, Zhang Liang said nothing. As for revenge, there was no rush. During the afternoon self-study class, Zhang Liang began reviewing the high school curriculum with a photographic memory and reading 10 lines at a glance. One day passed, and he had reviewed English and mathematics once more. After the afternoon classes, he encountered no trouble from Li Wei and his gang on the way home. Another night of cultivation, and his cultivation base had increased a little. Without reaching the 3rd layer of Qi refining, he could not practice spells, nor could he take revenge on Li Wei. Zhang Liang himself was aware of his changes, but others were not. Every day, he focused on reviewing his lessons during the day and cultivating the mystic divine art at night. 3 days later, he had reviewed all the high school courses. Then he borrowed reference books from Lu Qianqian to study. Lu Qianqian seemed to have noticed Zhang Liang's transformation. He appeared to have mastered the basic textbook knowledge and was now tackling difficult problems. 10 days later, he had read all of Lu Qianqian's reference books. One morning, Teacher Zhou said, "Classmates, tomorrow all senior high school students in Taizhou City will have their first mock exam. I hope everyone will answer the questions seriously and submit your papers with your true level." On the way home after school, Zhang Liang encountered Li Wei and his gang blocking the way. He quietly turned on the video recording function of his phone. He had made up his mind that even if he had to fight, he would make sure the other side struck first. "Li Wei, last time you beat me nearly to death, and I didn't come after you. Now you're back. Do you have to force a fight to the death?" Zhang Liang said angrily. "I told you to stay away from Lu Qianqian, but you wouldn't listen. I guess I have to teach you a lesson. Chaozi Matzi, get him." Li Wei waved his hand, and with Su Chao and Ma Ziyu they pounced on Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang executed the formless divine palm, striking Li Wei and the other two down to the ground, so they could not get up for a long time. Then he calmly rode his bicycle home. Li Wei and the other two helped each other up and left. They had been the ones to block Zhang Liang and strike first, so they had no justification whatsoever. Thus the matter ended without further incident. Over the next 2 days the exam papers were answered easily. On the morning of the 4th or 5th day the mock exam results came out. Teacher Zhou announced in the classroom, "Let me tell you good news. The city's top scorer in this mock exam is from Class 5, Grade 9. Everyone looked at Lu Qianqian because she was the best student in Class 5. The school's top scorer, and also the city's top scorer, is Zhang Liang. I hope you maintain this score and get into the best university in Huaxia." The students cast amazed glances, especially Lu Qianqian. Having been with Zhang Liang every day, she had never noticed when his mind had become so sharp. His academic performance was now so outstanding. In the following days Zhang Liang studied hard during the day and practiced martial arts at night. However, the spiritual energy on earth was too thin, and Zhang Liang could not break through to the second layer of qi refining. His family circumstances were poor, and he had no money to buy medicinal herbs. For a time Zhang Liang was helpless. After school that day Zhang Liang was riding his bicycle home when he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered up ahead. He approached and saw an old man lying on the ground with his eyes tightly shut. A girl beside him was crying anxiously, "Someone please save my grandfather. Is there a doctor?" Someone asked, "Little girl, why haven't you called the emergency number?" "I did, but my grandfather is in a critical condition." Zhang Liang walked closer. He had not yet developed his spiritual sense, but he had merged with a remnant soul of a tribulation transcendence cultivator, so his medical skills were quite good. He approached and said, "Miss, I have inherited medical skills. May I take a look at the old man?" "Of course, thank you, young man. If you save my grandfather, I will reward you handsomely," the girl said. Zhang Liang did not have time to worry about other things. Through pulse diagnosis, he found that the old man was suffering from acute myocardial infarction. "The old man has acute myocardial infarction. I will save his life. Do not disturb me." Zhang Liang unbuttoned the old man's shirt. There was no time to prepare silver needles. He used his fingers to press several acupoints on the old man's chest, then applied traditional Chinese massage techniques, pressing on the acupoints around the heart. Strands of true qi entered the heart area of the patient through his fingers. True qi, also called righteous qi, can cure all diseases. As the true qi was transmitted, the old man's complexion improved, and he slowly opened his eyes. The girl beside him noticed, "Grandfather, are you feeling better?" Much better. Thanks to this young man I couldn't breathe just now." The onlookers all praised him. "This young man is so young, yet his medical skills are excellent. What's your name? Let's exchange WeChat," the girl said. Zhang Liang then noticed that the girl was very beautiful. She was about 1.65 meters tall, with a classic oval face, a willow waist, fair and tender skin, and big eyes with long fluttering eyelashes that seemed to speak. Her chest was slightly prominent, enhancing her feminine charm. Zhang Liang stared mesmerized. Exchanging WeChat with a beautiful girl was certainly agreeable. Zhang Liang recited his phone number and added the beauty on WeChat. The girl Chun Yi was a senior high school student at No. 6 High School. She was out shopping with her grandfather when this happened. "Classmate Zhang Liang, you saved my grandfather. Words cannot express my gratitude. My family is in business. Let me give you some money. You must accept it." "No need. It was just a small effort on my part." Zhang Liang declined. "You must take it. Besides, my family has plenty of money. Don't refuse." Chun Yi insisted and sent 3 million through WeChat. Zhang Liang could not refuse, so he accepted. At this moment the ambulance arrived. Zhang Liang helped lift the old man onto the stretcher and advised, "Classmate Chun Yi, grandpa is out of danger now, but it's better to have a checkup and then go home to rest." "Okay, classmate Zhang Liang, let's stay in touch." Chun Yi waved and got into the ambulance. Back home, when Zhang Liang told his mother about saving someone, she didn't believe him at first. Later, after showing her the transfer record, his mother believed him. Zhang Liang truthfully told his mother about his cultivation practice. He also diagnosed his father, wrote out several prescriptions personally, went out to fetch the herbs, and decocted them. After his father Zhang Zhanyong took 1 dose, Zhang Liang also used true qi to clear his father's meridians. It was estimated that his father would fully recover in a few more days. The whole family was overjoyed. Zhang Liang then told his mother that he needed to take some medicinal herbs for his cultivation. He transferred 2 million of the 3 million he had received to his mother, keeping 1 million for himself. The next day Zhang Liang continued going to school. Now Lu Qianqian no longer tutored him, instead they engaged in mutual exchange. Sometimes when she encountered something unclear, she would even turn to Zhang Liang for advice. Li Wei's eyes burned with jealousy, but there was nothing he could do. Unable to defeat Zhang Liang in a fight, he and his 2 lackeys concocted another malicious scheme. That day after school, Zhang Liang rode his bicycle and bought several packets of medicinal herbs meant to replenish vitality. He planned to take them alongside his cultivation practice to see if they would have any effect. As he was heading back, a motorcycle crashed toward him. Zhang Liang lifted his bicycle and nimbly dodged. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, dismounted and charged at him. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Liang also spotted Li Wei, Su Chao, and Ma Ziyu hiding around a corner secretly watching. The big man lunged at him, but Zhang Liang sidestepped and slammed a palm into his face. Slap! The burly man flew more than 6 meters away, his face swelling high. "Oh, you little bastard, you're asking for death." This hulking man Li Bing was nicknamed Li Iron Pagoda. He was a notorious thug in the West District of Taizhou City, infamous and feared by all. No one dared to provoke him. Having suffered such a loss today, how could he let it slide? He scrambled to his feet and charged again. This time Zhang Liang didn't dodge, he kicked him squarely in the chest. Though he used only 20% of his strength, it was more than the man could bear. The man flew over 12 meters, fracturing 3 ribs. He collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Zhang Liang pulled out his phone, activated the video recording function, and said, "Speak up. Who sent you?" "Haha, kid. I came on my own accord." Li Bing refused to confess. Zhang Liang pressed on his ribs, making him howl in pain. He'll talk. He'll talk. "It was Li Wei who sought me out, paid me, and told me to break one of your legs." With the college entrance exam just a few months away, a broken leg would mean missing the exam. Truly a vicious plan. With the recording, if any dispute arose later, Zhang Liang would have evidence. Even if Li Wei had connections, Zhang Liang would hold the upper hand with proof in hand. Now Zhang Liang was strategic. He planned to methodically exact revenge on those who bullied him. He pretended not to see Li Wei and rode away on his bicycle. That evening he drank the boiled herbal medicine and began to cultivate. Several days later the herbs ran out, and Zhang Liang's cultivation broke through to the Qi refining layer 2 realm. Suddenly he sensed that he had gained divine sense. Even with his eyes closed he could see everything within a radius of several dozen meters. Even the insects underground and rats in their holes were perceptible to his divine sense. Normally divine sense only appeared at Qi refining layer 3. That he attained it at layer 2 was probably due to his fusion with that remnant soul. In fact, there was another thing Zhang Liang hadn't noticed. When he broke through, his whole body sweated, expelling many impurities. He also grew 5 centimeters taller, reaching 183 meters. He washed with hot water for over an hour, his skin fair and clean, becoming much more handsome. Zhang Liang had never been ugly, but now he was even more attractive. He used his divine sense to inspect his body and discovered a small bell in his mind. He knew this was the Chaos Bell, a supreme innate treasure brought by the Tribulation Transcendence powerhouse who shared his name, Zhang Liang. Having fused with that remnant soul, the recognition ceremony was unnecessary. The Chaos Bell was now his treasure. When his divine sense entered the golden bell, inside was a vast space spanning over a dozen li in radius. Unfortunately, there were no spirit stones inside, only a tumu patch of various spiritual herbs. Still, that was quite good. These herbs were several hundred years old. Any single one was worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. With these herbs, once his cultivation increased, Zhang Liang could practice alchemy. The Chaos Bell served as a portable treasure vault. Moreover, this Chaos Bell could even store living creatures. In the future, when he went to the cultivation world, he could bring his family. Currently, his father had fully recovered and was considering finding a job. However, Zhang Liang told him not to rush into work. The family had money now and would have even more later. He persuaded his father and mother many times before they agreed to cultivate. Zhang Liang passed the mystic divine art to his parents, letting them explore cultivation on their own. Now that he had divine sense, techniques like fireball, vine entanglement, ice arrow, earth wall, earth escape, and invisibility were all usable. Yes, use not learn. Because he had merged with the soul of a tribulation transcendence powerhouse, his repertoire of abilities was immense. Zhang Liang bought 2 sets of silver needles so that whenever he encountered patients he could treat them on the spot. Last time, when he saved Chun Yi's grandfather, he had no silver needles and barely managed to save the man. However, it had cost him a great deal of true qi, nearly leaving him exhausted. That afternoon, there was a physical education class. The boys from class 5 played basketball while the girls watched from the side. To make Zhang Liang look foolish, Li Wei deliberately stuck out his foot as Zhang Liang ran past him. Zhang Liang took advantage of the situation, executed a neat somersault, and landed gracefully. The girls burst into applause. Although Zhang Liang smiled cheerfully, he was genuinely angry inside. Li Wei, an ordinary mortal, had provoked him time and again. This time Zhang Liang decided to teach Li Wei a lesson he would never forget. Just as Li Wei was dribbling the ball, Zhang Liang silently flicked his fingers and shot a silver needle from over 10 meters away, piercing into Li Wei's Shinshu acupoint. Up. Li Wei felt a sharp pain in his lower back and fell to the ground with a thud. He simply felt his legs go weak and collapsed without thinking much about it. From that point on, Li Wei frequently suffered from back pain and lost his sexual ability. Even sitting in class became impossible because prolonged sitting made his back unbearable. Major hospitals in Taizhou City could not cure him, so his family took him to other cities for treatment. Zhang Liang knew full well that Li Wei would never be cured no matter where he went. Because it wasn't a disease, no medical instrument could detect anything wrong. From then on, Li Wei could only spend his days in pain. Unless Zhang Liang intervened, but that possibility was virtually non-existent. Time flew by, and there was only 1 month until the college entrance exam. In the second mock exam, Zhang Liang once again ranked first in the entire city. Out of a full score of 750, he scored 740. Lu Qianqian also did well, scoring 710, placing 5th in the city and 2nd in No. 5 high school. Zhang Liang, which university do you plan to apply to? Probably Kyoto University in the capital, Zhang Liang answered casually. Will apply to Kyoto University too. Then we can go to school together again. Lu Qianqian gazed at Zhang Liang's sharply defined features and handsome face. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Zhang Liang won. 83 meters tall, handsome, and top-ranked in the city. Lu Qianqian had always liked him, and now she was even more certain of her feelings. Zhang Liang, this Sunday my family is holding my 18th birthday banquet at the Hongsheng Grand Hotel. I'd like to invite you to come. Can you make it? Lu Qianqian looked at him. It's my honor, I will definitely attend. Zhang Liang formally accepted. Today was Thursday. Lu Qianqian's birthday banquet was in 2 days, so he needed to prepare a suitable gift. After school that afternoon, Zhang Liang left his bicycle at school and took a taxi to the antique market. Now Zhang Liang's body was still his original one, but his primordial spirit had fused with that of a tribulation transcendence elder from the cultivation world. In other words, he possessed all the knowledge and abilities that elder had. However, because his actual strength was only at Qi refining layer 2, many techniques were beyond his reach. In the antique market, counterfeit goods accounted for at least 95%, but that didn't concern Zhang Liang. He searched from shop to shop, and in one antique store discovered an ancient-looking small sword. The small sword was only 3 inches long, and was placed on a shelf in the shop called Ancient Treasure Studio. Boss, bring over that small sword for me to see, Zhang Liang said. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s approached. Hey young man, are you just playing around in the shop? I'm here to buy something big, sister. Does buying things have an age limit? Zhang Liang replied seriously. Alright, since you really want to buy something, I will show it to you. The girl said as she placed the small sword on the counter for Zhang Liang to see. This is a high-quality magical artifact. Zhang Liang recognized it at a glance. This small sword could change size after recognizing its master. He never expected to encounter a magical sword. Zhang Liang felt a sense of delight in his heart. Sister, I want to buy this small sword as a decorative piece. How much is it? Zhang Liang asked calmly. 5,000 yuan. The girl, seeing that Zhang Liang was just a child, intentionally quoted a high price. Sister, you must think I'm young. This small sword is merely a decorative item, it's not worth that much. Zhang Liang scoffed. This is an ancient small sword, asking for 5,000 is not too much. The girl said, I'll only offer 500. If you don't want to sell it, that's fine. After saying this, Zhang Liang turned to leave. Just then another middle-aged man in his 40s spoke up. Hey, young man, don't just walk away. Let's talk again. He continued. You see, this small sword is indeed an ancient item. 500 is too low. How about this 1,000? You can take it. Seeing Zhang Liang return, the middle-aged man added. 600. No more. Zhang Liang insisted. Alright, I'll sell it to you for 700. We won't earn a single cent. The middle-aged man feigned displeasure, but inwardly he was quite pleased, having acquired it for just a few tens of yuan. Thus Zhang Liang bought a magical long sword for 700 yuan. He now had a weapon to face strong enemies in the future. However, he still hadn't found a gift for Lu Qianqian. Zhang Liang searched almost the entire antique market, but still couldn't find anything suitable. Finally, he noticed a crowd gathered in front of a jade shop. As he approached, he understood the jade shop had just received a batch of raw stones. Zhang Liang knew about gambling on stones. There are 2 types, one with a window showing green, which means a higher price, called a semi-gamble. This means that while there's green visible, there might be nothing inside. The other type is a full gamble without a window, and these raw stones are priced lower. However, they can still cost tens of thousands to millions. If a gamble goes wrong, the losses can be severe, leading many to lose their fortunes. He saw a cutting machine working on a raw stone, and a plump middle-aged man beside it muttering, show green. Show green. Come on. Nearby someone whispered, this guy has lost 2 stones, already losing hundreds of thousands. There were dozens of onlookers around. Zhang Liang also wanted to gamble on a stone. If he obtained high-quality jade, he could carve a protective jade talisman for Lu Qianqian. He would present it to her on her 18th birthday, surely winning her heart. He had knowledge about array techniques, and as long as he had suitable materials, crafting a protective jade pendant would not. He searched through piles of raw stones, releasing his divine sense, until he finally discovered a basketball-sized stone. Threads of spiritual energy emanated from this stone. Zhang Liang estimated that this raw stone must contain a nice piece of jade, and it wouldn't be too small. This raw stone was priced at 150,000. Boss, I'll buy this raw stone. Zhang Liang picked up the stone and paid. Young man, do you need it cut? The boss asked. This was also a form of indirect promotion, and the boss was willing to cut it. The raw stone was fixed onto the cutting machine. How should I cut it? The boss inquired. First, grind down 1 centimeter off the outside. Normally, a gambling stone master would score a line on the raw stone. However, Zhang Liang was the customer, so they had to listen to him. Zzz. The cutting machine began to grind. Zhang Liang waited confidently. It's showing green. Someone from the crowd. Zhang Liang looked over and saw that after grinding down 1 centimeter, a green jade stone was revealed. This is imperial green. It's a big win. Yes, this young man hit the jackpot. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. The cutter looked at Zhang Liang. You've already made a good profit selling it this way. Continue. I'm keeping it for myself, not selling. Zhang Liang said decisively. Buzz, 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 buzz. The cutting machine continued to grind, taking off 1 centimeter all around. After rinsing with water, a bullsized piece of rich, transparent green jade was revealed. Are you selling this raw stone? I'll offer 50 million. Someone shouted. I'll offer 80 million. I'll offer 100 million. Young man, can I take a look and give you an estimate? A man in his 60s said. Isn't this Master Pang? He is a distinguished figure in the jade appraisal field and also an expert in gambling on stones. Someone remarked at this moment. Please go ahead, I'm just here to learn. Zhang Liang said as Master Pang picked up the jade stone and examined it closely with a magnifying glass. He remarked, I can confirm that this jade is of high quality ice-type imperial green. Its price is no less than 100 million. If it goes to auction, the price could be unpredictable. Generally, it could sell for around 120 million. I'll keep it for myself. Thank you for your clarification, old sir. Zhang Liang said as he took the jade stone. Then he began searching through the pile of raw stones again, but found no more good quality stones. With no other choice, he had the stone cutter cut the jade in half, dividing it into 1 centimeter thick jade pieces. He kept the other half for later use. After returning home, Zhang Liang took out the high-quality magical artifact sword and began carving the jade pendant. Was he capable of this? Absolutely. He had merged with the soul of a tribulation-stage cultivator, and the phoenix jade pendant he carved was lifelike. He was even surprised himself. The most outstanding carving masters on Blue Star couldn't compare to him. The jade pendant was engraved with a gathering spirit formation, a defense formation, and an evil-avoiding formation. These 3 formations enhanced each other, yielding immense power. Wearing this jade pendant would allow one to withstand a strike from a peak latest-stage inner strength warrior unharmed. Moreover, it could dispel illness, strengthen the body, and prolong life. For cultivators, it could accelerate their cultivation speed. After a sleepless night, Zhang Liang had carved 5 jade pendants. There was 1 dragon-shaped jade pendant and 4 phoenix-shaped pendants. Zhang Liang gave the dragon pendant to his father and 1 phoenix pendant each to his mother and sister. The entire family loved them. The pendants were stunning with a rich green color and the phoenix poised to take flight. Zhang Liang reminded his family to wear the pendants close to their bodies all year round and not to take them off even while showering. Zhang Liang packed the remaining 2 pendants into a prepared sandalwood box. One was meant for Lu Qianqian, while he kept the other for himself. With the chaotic clock on him, should he encounter any insurmountable blows, the chaotic clock could protect him. The next day, he went to school as usual, and whenever Lu Qianqian had time, she would talk to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang didn't bring up the jade pendant. Qianqian, I have a treasure for you on your birthday. I guarantee it's better than anyone else's gift. Oh, what kind of gift do you have prepared? Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes widened. It's a secret for now. Oh, just know that it's a treasure far surpassing anything anyone else would give. Zhang Liang replied. I don't believe it. Unless you let me see it. Lu Qianqian shook her head vigorously. Not yet, you'll see when the time comes. Zhang Liang said. This is terrible, you rotten Zhang Liang. As school was about to end in the afternoon, Zhang Liang received a call from Chun. Classmate Zhang Liang, you saved my grandfather. My father and grandfather want to invite you to our home as a guest. I'll pick you up after school, just wait for me at the school gate. No need, I've already accepted your money. Zhang Liang declined. That little money means nothing. You saved my grandfather's life, and my father insists on inviting you over. You must come. Chun insisted. Alright, I suppose I have to accept your kindness. Zhang Liang couldn't refuse, and had to agree. After school, a red sedan stopped at the school gate. The door opened, and a stunning beauty at the level of a campus flower appeared before Zhang Liang. She wore a light blue dress that reached just above her knees, revealing her snow-white calves, which were as tender and white as lotus roots. She stood there, becoming an alluring sight. Handsome guy, please get in the car. Chun said with a cheerful smile. How could I trouble a beauty like you to come pick me up? Zhang Liang felt that he had become much more cheerful and liked beautiful women even more. The red car was filled with a maiden style. The rich fragrance of a young woman's body scent invaded his nostrils, stimulating the secretion of male hormones within Zhang Liang. In the prime of his youth, unbeknownst to him, a certain part of his body began to stir. Chun drove with excellent skill, both fast and steady. When will you be my instructor, campus beauty? Chun. I also want to learn how to drive. That's easy, after the college entrance exams. Chun replied cheerfully, Which university are you planning to apply to? I intend to apply to Jingdu University, Zhang Liang said confidently. The car drove to the western suburbs and stopped in front of a large courtyard. The courtyard had several layers. This was not a villa, but a grand estate. Within the entire estate, there were individual smaller courtyards. Each small courtyard contained an exquisite 3-story building. At the very center was the largest compound with a 3-story building of over a dozen rooms on the north side and a 2-story building on each of the east and west sides. This was the residence of Chun Yi's father Chen Kaiyuan. The car drove into the central compound. In the main hall at the center, a modern automatic revolving dining table had already been set up. Zhang Liang had never seen such a luxurious mansion. The courtyard was planted with flowers and rare trees featuring pavilions, terraces, rockeries, strange stones, small bridges, and flowing water. The layout of the courtyard was evidently meticulously designed by a feng shui master. At the very center of the courtyard was a small artificial lake teeming with multicolored fish. In the lake, lotus flowers bloomed beautifully, emitting waves of fragrance. As soon as the car arrived, Chen Yi's father Chen Kaiyuan and grandfather Chen Xingye came out to greet them. Welcome, young friend Zhang Liang. Please come inside. Several servants in the Chun household served dishes prepared by a chef of 5-star hotel caliber. The food was perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Chen Kaiyuan also brought out a case of national cellar mitai and poured a glass for Zhang Liang. Come, Zhang Liang. You saved my father. On behalf of the entire family, I toast you. Chen Kaiyuan raised his glass. I must toast you even more. If it weren't for you, the grass on my grave would have grown tall. Old Master Chen joked. The whole family warmly chatted with Zhang Liang. Xiao Zhang, you're still in school. How did you learn to treat illnesses? Chen Kaiyuan asked. Uncle Chen, I had a fortunate encounter. An old man imparted to me some medical skills and self-defense techniques. I can handle 3 or 5 strong men with ease. Oh, Zhang Liang. You know Kung Fu. Is it impressive? Chen Yi exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing. I can handle a few special forces soldiers. Zhang Liang waved his hand dismissively. Good. It's fine for young people to learn a few extra skills. There's no burden in having more talents. Old Master Chen Xingye also chimed in. Zhang Liang, how are your grades so excellent? First place in the entire city. When the time comes to submit our applications, let's both apply to Jingdu University. Chen Yi said. That would be wonderful. Then we'll truly be classmates. Zhang Liang replied casually, but in his heart he thought that Lu Qianxian would also be going there. It seemed that Chen Yi also had some affection for him. How would he choose when the time came? It appeared that poor students had their own troubles. Being too outstanding also brought its own complications. After finishing their meal at the Chun residence, Chen Kaiyuan urged, if anything comes up, just call your uncle. Don't be shy. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Zhang Liang responded perfunctorily. Taking leave of the Chen family, Chen Kaiyuan insisted that Chen Yi drive him home, but Zhang Liang adamantly refused and took a taxi back instead. From the chaos bell, he gathered enough herbs for several dozen qi-gathering pills and a few beauty pills. Zhang Liang also made a trip to the antique market and bought an alchemy furnace from the Ming and Qing dynasties. He also purchased some small jade bottles to hold the pills, spending over 100,000 yuan. That very night, Zhang Liang began refining pills. He possessed knowledge in this area from fusing with the soul of a tribulation-transcendence cultivator. Such were the benefits. He stayed up all night and refined 50 qi-gathering pills and 30 beauty preservation pills. After school, he gave Lu Qianxian a jade bottle containing 5 beauty preservation pills. Qianxian, these are 5 beauty preservation pills. Take one yourself and help me promote the rest. Each pill costs 150,000 yuan. Take a photo before taking one and another a day after. Then see the difference. Sell them to wealthy girls in your social circle. Did you refine these pills? When did you learn it? Lu Qianxian asked curiously. They'll tell you later. Remember, it's best to take them before bed. After taking the pill, your body will expel impurities which will smell bad, so be sure to shower promptly. Taking this can preserve your youth. Zhang Liang added. Lu Qianxian was delighted. Every girl loves beauty, especially a pill that could preserve youth. It was even more appealing to girls. She gladly put away the jade bottle, her big eyes gazing at Zhang Liang with affection. Don't forget my birthday banquet tomorrow. Zhang Liang then called Chun Yi over and gave her 5 pills. He also explained the usage and precautions, asking her to help sell a few as well. The next day, Lu Qianxian's birthday banquet arrived. Zhang Liang changed into a new Western suit. Though it wasn't a famous brand, his handsome looks made him stand out. He took a taxi and headed to the Hongqing Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, it was filled with luxury cars. Cadillacs, Maserati Quattroports, stretched Lincolns. Mercedes and BMWs were considered entry-level. Only Zhang Liang had arrived by taxi. As he reached the entrance, another class beauty from their class, Li Jingjing, approached. Hi, Zhang Liang. Lu Qianxian was afraid you might not find the way, so she specifically asked me to welcome you. Thank you, Li Jingjing. Zhang Liang saw several other female classmates from class 5 as well. Among the male students, only Zhang Liang was invited, no one else. Zhang Liang. To be honest, what exactly is your relationship with our Lu Qianqian? Li Jingjing asked with a serious expression. Just classmates. We're all the same. Zhang Liang said. Who would believe that? I don't. Li Jingjing said. Truthfully, Lu Qianqian and I talk more often. That's all. Zhang Liang explained helplessly. Whether others believed it or not, he and Lu Qianqian merely had mutual affection and hadn't expressed anything. If he gave her the imperial green jade pendant at her birthday banquet and said a few meaningful words, perhaps their relationship would change. Zhang Liang had that intention. Something like, it can protect you from me, or even more directly for the one. He wondered whether Lu Qianqian's parents would oppose them. As they were talking, Lu Qianqian came down. She wore a pure white floor-length gown that trailed a foot behind, so she didn't need anyone's help. Complementing her slender figure, a platinum necklace adorned her long neck, making her look like a holy white swan. Her fair soft skin and attire harmonized, as if a celestial maiden had descended to the mortal world. Just as Zhang Liang was about to greet her, a voice interrupted. Hey, Qianqian, long time no see. A tall, handsome, yet slightly slick young man appeared at the entrance of the hall. He was about 1.8 meters tall with unsteady steps and a pale complexion that suggested overindulgence. His eyes roved over the girls. It was after all a season of revealing attire. Such behavior displeased many girls. Lu Qianqian recognized him as Gao Long, the son of her father's friend Gao Junyi. The two families were close. Lu Qianqian's father Lu Zhibua cherished his only daughter as the apple of his eye. Thus Lu Qianqian sometimes accompanied her father to the Gao residence, and Gao Long came to the Lu home with his father. They had played together as children, but as they grew older, Lu Qianqian no longer liked Gao Long. Gao Long was 2 years older and attended university in the city. She had also heard that Gao Long often used his family's wealth to toy with girls at school. He frequently frequented nightclubs and places offering sex services. In short, his lifestyle was rather dissolute. Lu Qianqian despised such boys. She liked pure, self-respecting ones. Lately, she found herself increasingly fond of Zhang Liang. That was why she had invited him to her 18th birthday comingafage banquet. Brother Gao Long is here. Please make yourself at home. I need to talk with my classmates for a while. Lu Qianqian said politely. Great. I can get to know your classmates too. Introduce me. While this female classmate is quite pretty. Gao Long looked at Li Jingjing, a covetous gleam in his eyes. Li Jingjing wasn't interested. She also preferred more upright boys. The slick Gao Long disgusted her somewhat, so she didn't respond and turned away. Gao Long scanned the room, and his eyes landed on Zhang Liang. Oh, there's a handsome guy here. Let's get acquainted. I'm Gao Long, Qianqian's boyfriend. Gao Long stopped talking. Whose boyfriend are you? Lu Qianqian said coldly. With our family's relationship, it's just a matter of a word. I'll ask my dad to speak to Uncle Lu now. It's useless even if you do. I don't agree. Stop thinking about me. Go find some other girl. Aren't you good at toying with girls? Lu Qianqian snapped back. Huh. Brother Long has his heart set on Qianqian. You can't escape. Gao Long stuck to her like a plaster. Zhang Liang couldn't get a word in edgewise and watched calmly from the side. After a while, Gao Long turned his attention to Zhang Liang again. Lu Qianqian and I are classmates and we get along well. Zhang Liang replied without backing down. Oh, where is the young brother from? From this city. The two exchanged unfriendly pleasantries. Time came to 10 in the morning and the hall grew crowded. Most were business associates of Lu Zhibua. There were also some of Lu Qianqian's classmates from elementary, middle, and high school. Everyone began presenting birthday gifts. Each gift was exquisitely wrapped with a congratulatory message. On Zhang Liang's gift box, a small note was attached with transparent tape bearing a poem. The phoenix soars toward the azure sky, leaping over 10,000 mountains in one flight. May you wear this close to your heart, safe and sound, a body of jade and immortal art. Zhang Liang. Gao Long produced a gilded box and stepped before Lu Qianqian. Qianqian, for your 18th birthday, your brother Long has specially bought a diamond-studded ring. This is my heartfelt affection for you. It cost me over 100,000. Will you be my girlfriend? Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. The crowd erupted in cheers. Thank you all for coming to my 18th birthday comingafage banquet. Today let us speak only of friendship and family, nothing else, declared Lu Qianqian loudly. Zhang Liang handed over a sandalwood box. Zhang Liang, now will you tell me? You sly devil, you've kept me in suspense for so long. Read the inscription first. Zhang Liang said mysteriously. Gao Long wanted to embarrass Zhang Liang, assuming he couldn't possibly present anything valuable. He deliberately raised his voice. Everyone quiet down. Zhang Liang's gift is truly precious. Zhang Liang, show it to everyone. Zhang Liang took the cue, opened the sandalwood box, and revealed a gleaming emerald jade pendant. Gasps of awe rose from the crowd. What a beautiful jade pendant. This is imperial green jade, extremely rare, not to mention the craftsmanship. Let me see. At that moment, a handsome middle-aged man stepped forward. Lu Qianqian took his arm. Dad, what do you think of this pendant? This is top-grade ice-type imperial green jade, and the carving technique is truly exquisite. It seems almost supernatural, affirmed Lu Zhibua. Just then hearty laughter rang out. Brother Lu, this old fellow has come to beg a cup of wine. The crowd turned toward the entrance. Isn't that Master Pang? Someone exclaimed. Zhang Liang looked over. It was indeed Master Pang, the man he had met at the jade shop on the day of the gambling stone. Lu Qianqian also went to greet him. Uncle Pang. Long time no see. Oh, truly a girl changes 18 times before she's grown. Qianqian, you grow more beautiful every day. Zhang Liang also greeted him. Master Pang, we meet again. Oh, it's you, young friend. I've been thinking of you. I was eager to see that imperial green jade of yours. Master Pang, please take a look at this pendant, said Zhang Liang. Was it carved from that piece of imperial green jade? That jade was indeed top grade, but no matter how superb the carving technique, it could never produce a pendant like this. Tell me the truth, what's going on? Lu Jibo was also a jade enthusiast with considerable expertise. This phoenix jade pendant with its deep green hue had flowing water-like ripples within it, and the phoenix's wings seemed to flutter as if about to take flight. Zhang Liang smiled without a word and handed over the box. Phoenix spreads wings toward the azure sky, leaping over 10,000 mountains in a single bound. May you wear this close to your heart jade body and golden form safe and sound. Still unclear. Young friend, please enlighten me, asked Master Pang. At that moment Gao Long interjected, Zhang Liang, judging by your poem, this pendant is a protective charm. That's right, it is a protective charm, Zhang Liang replied calmly. Turning to Lu Jibo, he said, Uncle Lu, hold the pendant in your hand for a moment, and you will understand. Lu Jibo followed his advice and grasped the pendant. Instantly, he felt a wave of comfort wash over his entire body. Strands of warm energy flowed through him. The chronic ailments accumulated over the years seemed to vanish all at once, leaving him feeling light and ethereal. A treasure. A true treasure. I cannot accept such a precious gift for nothing. Zhang Liang will buy it from you. How much? Said Lu Jibo. You're too kind, Uncle Lu. This pendant is a commingafage birthday gift for Lu Qianqian. I only give. May this old man put in a word. Young Master Zhang, who carved this? Could you tell me? Far is near, and near is far, Zhang Liang replied calmly. Not surprising, not at all. Young friend, you are no ordinary man. Master Pang looked at Zhang Liang with deep meaning, then turned to Lu Jibo and said, a golden scale is no mere pond fish. When wind and cloud come, it transforms into a dragon. Qianqian's lifelong matter, brother Lu, do not break the match. Master Pang continued, this is no ordinary carving, within it lies a formation. If I'm not mistaken, this is a magical artifact. Just a protective charm, Zhang Liang waved dismissively. Lu Jibo, who was also knowledgeable about jade, had never seen such lively carving. Since Master Pang called it a magical artifact, it must be true. Zhang Liang, if you ever need anything, just say the word. Since you insist on giving this pendant, Uncle won't say more. Study hard, get into a good university, and you'll have a bright future. Yes, Uncle Lu is right. Zhang Liang replied respectfully. Zhang Liang, thank you. This pendant must be worth a fortune, right? A fine sword goes to a hero, a jade pendant to a beauty. The Phoenix jade pendant has found its true owner. That is its fortune. Zhang Liang said playfully, feigning poetic fervor. Is this jade fake? Gao Long came over. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. Why take it so seriously? Brother Gao, you seem quite hostile toward me. Perhaps we could find a place to spar in martial arts. Oh, little Zhang, can you fight? I can hire you a coach. Gao Long showed no sign of backing down. He made a phone call. Come on, little Zhang, let's go to the underground garage and spar. Fine. Zhang Liang agreed readily. The two went to the underground garage where 4 burly men were already waiting. Gao Long's family ran a listed company worth billions, and they employed some veterans, including a few special forces soldiers. He had just called them over in a car. You lot practice with this young man. Don't hold back. We don't need to use experts like us against a student, said a tall man in his 30s, standing ramrod straight, clearly a former soldier. Little Zhang, go and teach him a lesson. That's enough. Yes, brother Zhou. Little Zhang, also around 27 or 28, was no small figure and seemed to have practiced taekwondo. Little Zhang attacked, ferociously charging in with a high roundhouse kick aimed squarely at Zhang Liang's head. Zhang Liang didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his leg and met the incoming foot. The 2 feet collided and Little Zhang's body flew back as if hit by a car. Whoosh! Landing more than 6 meters away. Up! A scream of pain followed. His leg was probably broken. Hey, we underestimated him. He's a true expert. Brothers attacked together. Brother Zhou waved his hand, and the remaining 3 charged simultaneously, ganging up on Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang used only a fraction of his strength. Slap! One palm sent a man flying. Thud! A kick launched another into the air. With one move each, all 3 were down. In less than a minute, they dared not come near again. They helped the injured little Zhang into the car and drove off. Zhang Liang didn't stop them. They were merely accomplices. When he looked at Gao Long, the latter had turned cowardly. Zhang Liang, excellent martial arts. I suppose we don't need to spar. Gao Long gave a thumbs up. Brother Gao, don't be modest. Come on, Zhang Liang said, closing the distance in a flash, raising his hand. Slap, 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 slap. I'm sparring with you. Why did you call for backup? Go ahead, call again. Zhang Liang despised people like this who had no ability themselves and relied on others to throw their weight around. They thought he was easy to bully, so they brought others to deal with him. This time he deliberately slapped his face to humiliate him. Gao Long's face was swollen, and he couldn't even attend the birthday banquet. He had to slink away in disgrace. Zhang Liang returned to the party and happened to meet Lu Qianqian. Did Gao Long do anything to you? I couldn't find you. I thought had taken you somewhere, she said worriedly. No, I just stepped aside for a while. I didn't see Gao Long at all. Zhang Liang replied with a straight face. Men's affairs need not be told to girls. He hadn't suffered any loss anyway, and even if he had, he would have blamed his own weakness. In this world, the strong prey on the weak. Only the fittest survive. No one will pity you. If you don't want to be bullied, you must become strong. The banquet began and 2 tables were set for Lu Qianqian's classmates. Lu Qianqian introduced Zhang Liang to everyone. Everyone quiet. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Liang, who ranked first in Taizhou City in both mock exams. Applause burst out. The female students came to toast him with red wine or other drinks. Zhang Liang stood up and raised his glass of baijiu to each of them, showing great enthusiasm. The baijiu was national seller mitai in Wuliangya. After a full round, Zhang Liang had finished 2 bottles of mitai. A pretty girl stood up and said, "This handsome Zhang isn't just excellent at his studies. He can also refine pills. I heard that the beauty-preserving pills he makes can keep a girl's youth forever. Are there any left? I want one. He'll buy one too." Several girls from well-off families wanted to purchase. At that point, Lu Qianqian spoke up. Zhang Liang gave me 5 pills, though I used 1, and the remaining 4 are all gone. Zhang Liang took out another jade bottle and handed it to her. There are 10 pills inside. You decide how to sell them. Tell everyone to take them at night. These pills expel toxins which will be quite smelly. Zhang Liang added. Lu Qianqian retrieved a photo of herself before taking the beauty pill from her album and showed it to everyone. Although she had been beautiful before, after taking the pill her skin became fairer, softer, and even more enchanting. Moreover, Zhang Liang promised that taking this pill would grant eternal youth. Even decades later, she would never change, forever retaining the beauty of 18. Within a short while, 4 beauty pills had been sold. Adults at other tables, hearing about the beauty pills, also came over to buy, some for their wives at home, others for their... The beauty pills in Lu Qianqian's hands were quickly snapped up. Zhang Liang indicated that more would be available later and told them to contact Lu Qianqian. This was a strategy of scarcity marketing. If there were an abundant supply, the price would drop. Zhang Liang had at least that much business sense. Before leaving, Lu Zhibua came to see him off, taking Zhang Liang's hand. Zhang Liang, come to my house often. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Zhang Liang took another jade bottle from his pocket. Uncle Lu, here are 2 beauty pills. After you and Auntie take them, don't go out for a day. Once the toxins are expelled, you can bathe and go out. They grant eternal youth and prolong life. Oh, this is too precious. The jade pendant you gave Qianqian must be invaluable, said Lu Zhibua. These pills I refined myself, and the pendant I carved myself. They're nothing worth mentioning. Zhang Liang waved his hand. But Lu Zhibua knew that the pendant was a magical artifact, its value immeasurable. Master Pang had said such items couldn't be bought even with money. The beauty pills sold for 1500 each, yet his family had received 3 pills for free. It seemed Zhang Liang had his eye on his daughter. Master Pang had advised him not to break the match. Lu Zhibua felt Zhang Liang was indeed promising. He could amass a fortune on his own. His daughter would do. The next day, Zhang Liang went to school again. Classes had already ended with only 1 month left until the college entrance exam. The homeroom teacher and subject teachers all had their students reviewing during their respective classes. A deluge of review materials was handed out by the subject teachers, overwhelming the students. Unlike the others, Zhang Liang glanced through the materials on the spot, reading 10 lines at a glance and memorizing them instantly. Any knowledge that required comprehension and digestion was immediately understood and absorbed. It was as if it was engraved in his mind. He was a unique anomaly. Even Lu Qianqian, the top student, buried herself in her studies, but could not match Zhang Liang's learning speed or quality. During afternoon self-study, Zhang Liang would lie on his desk and cultivate. Li Wei was still going everywhere to seek treatment and had not come to school. His 2 lackeys, Su Chao and Ma Ziyu, had also been keeping a low profile these days. They even went out of their way to ingratiate themselves with Zhang Liang, fearing he would retaliate. Zhang Liang showed no emotion on the surface, but had already made plans. While they were off guard, he shot a silver needle into the Zhu Sanli acupoint of Su Chaos' left leg and another into the same acupoint of Ma Ziyu's right leg. The next day, the 2 came to school limping, one on the left leg, the other on the right. The sight was utterly ridiculous. Whispers spread among the classmates. Li Wei is sick, and both his flunkies have each gone lame in one leg. They used to bully us with Li Wei. Is this retribution? When applying to military or police academies, they would certainly be affected. Even other institutions would be impacted. In any case, they would suffer hardships and no doctor could cure them. Unless Zhang Liang treated them, but that possibility was slim. That afternoon after school, Lu Qianqian sent Zhang Liang a text. After school, my father invites you to dinner at our home. Zhang Liang replied, okay. As they walked to the roadside to wait for a taxi, Lu Qianqian whispered, Zhang Liang, is the jade pendant you gave me a magical artifact? It is very precious, isn't it? Do you have feelings for me? It is indeed a magical artifact that can protect your safety. Moreover, wearing it long-term is very good for your health. Besides, we've been classmates for years and I do like you. Would you like to be my girlfriend? Zhang Liang said boldly. Although my family's circumstances are not good, I have the ability to make you happy. And if I want to obtain wealth, it's very easy, Zhang Liang added. I know, you can refine pills and carve jade. With those skills alone, you can gain wealth. However, I like you not because you can earn money. It's because after 3 years together, I also have feelings for you. Since there was no one around, Zhang Liang took hold of Lu Qianqian's delicate little hand. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, brimming with affection. Seeing no one, Lu Qianqian even mischievously kissed Zhang Liang on the cheek. No fair. I have to kiss you back. I can't let myself lose out. Zhang Liang embraced the beautiful school belle and kissed her deeply on the lips. Both were intoxicated, their eyes closed. The Lu family lived in a standalone villa located in the affluent district of the southern part of the city. Lu Qianqian said their family ran businesses in catering hotels and also had a jade shop. No wonder Lu Zhibo was so familiar with Grandmaster Pang. The Lu villa featured a blend of Chinese and Western interior design, with several precious tree species and famous flowers planted in the small courtyard. The furniture in the main hall was brand new and imported carpets covered the floors. Lu Zhibo came to greet him. Xiaozhang, come in and sit over here. At that moment, a dignified middle-aged woman emerged, fair-skinned, looking only about 30 years old. Zhang Liang guessed that this was Liu's mother. Hello, auntie. Zhang Liang greeted her warmly. Hello. You must be Zhang Liang. You are such an outstanding young man. The elixir you gave me was wonderful after I took it. My friends all praised me for looking over 10 years younger. Auntie, not only did you become younger, but you will also maintain eternal youth. Even when you are over 80, you want change. Zhang Liang said. Oh, that's wonderful. Qianqian told me the same thing. Lu Qianqian's mother was called Dong Xiumei. She skillfully brewed a pot of tea and poured it for Zhang Liang and Lu Zhibo. Xiaozhang, have some tea first, and later you'll taste auntie's cooking. They'll make a few dishes and you can have a drink with Uncle Lu. Auntie, no need to go to any trouble. Whatever is simple will do. Don't stand on ceremony. Just make yourself at home. Dong Xiumei said. Before long, a large table laden with sumptuous dishes was set. Lu Zhibo brought out 2 bottles of Maotai. Xiaozhang, have a drink with your uncle today. If you young people can drink, then have a bit more. Lu Qianqian and her mother drank soft drinks, while Zhang Liang and Lu Zhibo drank baijiu. Dong Xiumei kept piling food onto Zhang Liang's plate. Annie, don't worry about me. I'll help myself. Don't be so polite with Annie. You gave me the youth-preserving pill, and my friends compliment me every time they see me and they ask to buy some. Dong Xiumei said. I'm not selling any for now. We'll talk about it after the college entrance exam. That's what you can tell people who ask. It's not good to have too many after all. Scarcity makes things precious. Zhang Liang said. Well said. It seems Xiaozhang has a head for business. Are you planning to start a company? Lu Zhibo asked. We'll talk about it after the college entrance exam. I want to find a place in the capital city later and open a company there that sells elixirs and other medicinal liquids. They'll see the specific situation when I get there, Zhang Liang said. Xiaozhang, do you plan to apply to the capital university? Dong Xiumei said. If so, then let Qianqian also take the exam for a university in the capital city so you can continue studying together. The meal went very smoothly. Lu Zhibo and his wife treated Zhang Liang as if he were their future son-in-law. The fondness in their eyes was almost overflowing. Zhang Liang was extremely intelligent. How could he not see it? After dinner, Dong Xiumei asked Qianqian to drive Zhang Liang home. When the car reached the building where Zhang Liang lived, they embraced and kissed again deeply. I want to have you, Zhang Liang said, his blood surging. No, you're so naughty. I'm not ready yet. Let's wait until after the college entrance exam. The beautiful school belle said. It's a deal then. I can't wait for the college entrance exam to come. Then I can become. Zhang Liang deliberately said. You're so bad. Get out of the car now. I'm not going upstairs, Qianqian urged. Want to come up and rest a while? Not today. Maybe another day. I'm not ready yet. The school belle said a little shyly. Zhang Liang went back home, still savoring the girl's kiss. Liangzi, why are you spacing out? What are you thinking about? His mother Li Ping asked. In recent days, selling elixirs had earned another 3 million yuan, and the pills given to Lu Qianqian and Shun Yi had all been sold. After telling his mother about these matters, Li Ping was very happy. Zhang Liang gave his mother another 1 million yuan and told her not to be frugal, buy whatever she wanted. If he wanted money, it was very easy for him. Any single medicinal herb from the Chaos Bell could be sold for tens of millions. However, refining those herbs into elixirs would yield even greater value. Therefore, he did not plan to sell raw herbs. Using the remaining piece of jadeite, Zhang Liang cut it with his magical artifact sword and set up a spirit-gathering array in his home. Spiritual energy from dozens of miles around converged, and Zhang Liang's nighttime cultivation became much faster. Zhang Liang and his wife also began to cultivate. Now that the home was rich in spiritual energy, they had already entered the threshold. Zhang Liang believed that before long they would break through to the first layer of qi refining. By then, even when he was away, he would not have to worry about their safety. Day after day passed, and finally the day of the college entrance exam arrived. Zhang Liang finished the exam with ease. Moreover, he was confident that his total score would be no less than 740. A few days later, the results came out. Zhang Liang topped the list with a score of 745, earning first place in the entire province. Before he could even fill out his application, professors and deans from several key universities came to his home. Vice President Chao Guodong of the capital university personally arrived in a special car. Student Zhang Liang, which university do you plan to attend? Come to our capital university. To be honest, President Chao, I have long admired the capital university, and I do want to go there. However, I have a request. Zhang Liang said. Feel free to make any request. We will waive all your tuition and fees. How about that? Chao Guodong waved his hand. It's like this, President Chao, I request to live off campus, and I want to come to school every day. But I can guarantee my academic performance won't fall short. Zhang Liang said. Well, he'll make the decision. It's allowed, but you can't stay away from school for too long, and your grades can't slip. Chao Guodong said. Chao Guodong also granted Zhang Liang's request to apply for the Chinese literature department despite being a science student. Such a talent excelling in both arts and sciences. It's settled then. President Chao, since you've come from afar as a guest, let me treat you to dinner. Zhang Liang said. Ha ha ha. And this is President Chao of the capital university. Come and say hello. Zhang Liang made the introductions. The two school bells nodded to each other, greeted President Chao first, then shook hands with each other. You two are both excellent. One with 705 and the other with 690. Both meet the admission criteria of the capital university. This year, the preliminary plan of the capital university is to admit students with scores above 675. So we'll submit all three of your names. After you choose your majors, simply go through the normal application process, and you'll be admitted. See you at the university. Thank you, President Chao. Both school bells expressed their gratitude. The three exchanged contact information with Chao Guodong. After the meal, Zhang Liang settled the bill and saw off President Chao, then Chun Yi took her leave. When did you meet Chun Yi? I think you're a bit of a playboy. Lu Qianqian pretended to be angry. I saved her grandfather on the way home from school and got to know her. Where's the playboy part? Zhang Liang explained with a hurt tone. Chun Yi is very pretty. Could you possibly not be tempted? Lu Qianqian said. I can't even handle one school bell yet. How can I have thoughts about others? Zhang Liang said. Now that the college entrance exam is over, what about our earlier promise? What promise? Lu Qianqian asked. That thing, about me wanting to be with you. Zhang Liang said. Oh, you're so bad. I'm still young. Give it a few more days. Lu Qianqian stamped her foot. You're already 18. What are you still calling yourself a child? You've had your birthday. You are an adult. Zhang Liang drew Lu Qianqian close and kissed her. Lu Qianqian, breathless, protested. I can hardly breathe. That's enough. One kiss is enough. That won't do, I want more. They fussed for a while before Lu Qianqian drove them home. Back at home, Zhang Liang spent several days cultivating. With the aid of a Kigathering pill, he broke through to the third level of qi refinement. He could already cast a fireball, the Vinny entangling technique, a gliding art that carried him 30 zhang at a time, and an earthen wall technique. A single glide could cover 20 or 30 zhang and lift him more than 20 zhang into the air. The earth dive technique, he had learned a useful method for ambushes or retreats. When faced with an overwhelming foe, it was a means of escape. All these spells came from his memories. With a little practice, they became second nature. He also began training a cultivation manual called Hongming Xiushan, Jute Hongming Spirit Refinement Manual. It cultivates the spiritual sense, allowing one to condense spiritual constructs, like a spirit hammer or spirit thorn, to assault an enemy's spiritual sense. This was a decisive enemy countering art, and Zhang Liang took it seriously. He practiced both Xiantian Xingong Xuantian Divine Art and Hongming Xiushan Ju daily. His spiritual sense was inherently stronger than his cultivation level. Although he was only at the third level of qi refinement, his spiritual sense rivaled practitioners at the late fourth level. His spiritual sense extended 100 zhang, able to probe deep beneath the earth. A dozen days after the college entrance exam, the acceptance letter from Jingdu University arrived. The next day, Lu Qianqian called She had received her acceptance as well. Zhang Liang had enrolled in the Chinese literature department. Lu Qianqian chose business management. Chun Yi phoned too. She had been admitted to accounting. There were still over 2 months before university began. Zhang Liang planned to travel. He had heard that Tengchong City in the south hosted the country's largest raw jade trading market. He intended to tour the south, and perhaps bring back some jade. He called Lu Qianqian, and by chance Lu Zhibua was heading to Tengchong to purchase raw stones. Lu Qianqian also wanted a little getaway, so she invited Zhang Liang to join them. Lu Zhibua and his party flew and planned to check the purchases as luggage. Zhang Liang needed no such arrangements. He possessed the Hundun Zhong Hundun Bell, a small world space within which he could store things. So he carried only a small travel pouch for appearances. The three of them flew straight to Dali. After a little over 3 hours they arrived at the ancient southern city. They stayed one night in a 5-star hotel, then took a car to Tingcheng the next day. By the afternoon they had reached. They booked a presidential suite with several bedrooms. While discussing jade gambling, Lu Zhibua asked, Xiaozhang Master Peng says your stone testing skill is excellent. Uncle Lu, I was just guessing last time. Pure luck, Zhang Liang replied. He did not want to reveal his cultivation. But how clever could Lu Zhibua and his wife be? Zhang Liang could suddenly refine pills heal illnesses, and had won a jade piece worth over 100 million by the stone gamble, even carving it into a phoenix pendant artifact himself. All these occurrences had an air of the miraculous. If one still failed to suspect Zhang Liang had encountered a great opportunity, one would be willfully ignorant. So Lu Zhibua and his wife repeatedly urged their daughter to cultivate a good relationship with Zhang Liang, to become a couple. Zhang Liang was handsome, virtuous, capable, and possessed many money-making skills. Zhang Liang, tomorrow, I plan to buy a batch of high-quality jade stones. I'll rely on you for this. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Zhibua said. All right. I can't promise every stone will yield jade. Uncle Lu, don't blame me if some don't, Zhang Liang replied. Lu Zhibua took his confidence as certainty, as Zhang Liang seemed able to handle the task. Lu Qianqian loved to travel. Her father said, while we procure raw stones, have Zhang Liang accompany you to sightsee. Dali is beautiful and perfect for a trip. Very well. Can we go shopping first? Lu Qianqian persisted. Well, eat first, Lu Zhibua said, and they ordered a table of southern dishes at the hotel. After the meal, Lu Zhibua rested, and Lu Qianqian dragged Zhang Liang out. They found a large supermarket on the main street, and began to browse. Girls have remarkable stamina for shopping. In the fashion section, Lu Qianqian bought several southern-style garments for herself, and a few branded summer outfits for Zhang Liang. Now that Zhang Liang had money, he would not let the girl pay. He insisted on footing the bill, and carried the purchases. Soon his arms were full. For Zhang Liang it was effortless. Once Lu Qianqian was satisfied, they left the mall. In a quiet corner, Zhang Liang concentrated and folded all the clothes into the Hundun Zhong space. Lu Qianqian looked around puzzled. Where did the clothes go? I had someone deliver them back to your room, Zhang Liang said. That can't be. It's just the two of us here. Who delivered them? She pressed. You'll see when we return. There in your room, Zhang Liang laughed. Tell me. Lu Qianqian wiggled his arm. Kiss me first, he said. All right. Zhang Liang hugged the campus beauty and kissed her firmly. To be honest, the clothes are stored on me. I have a spatial treasure that can hold items, Zhang Liang explained. Really? Aren't those only for immortals? Lu Qianqian asked, curious. Not only immortals. Cultivators can use them too. I obtained cultivation methods by chance. This is my secret. You must not tell anyone, Zhang Liang said solemnly. I promise to keep your secret, Lu Qianqian nodded. Can you teach me? Of course. You are my girlfriend after all, Zhang Liang replied. And soon you'll be my woman. Ha ha. Zhang Liang laughed. Who is your woman? He'll hit you, she retorted playfully, punching his chest before he pulled her in and kissed her tenderly on her flushed cheek. After their play, they prepared to return. Not far from the hotel, they encountered 4 men speaking Japanese, beating an elderly man. Baka, you dirted my clothes. Pay up. Several young women nearby could not stomach it and began to scold. One girl spat. These Wugwa people are despicable. They beat up a 70-year-old just because he accidentally brushed past them and supposedly dirted their clothes. Zhang Liang's blood boiled. He strode forward, and in an instant used no formal technique, only hands and with a flurry of blows, smack bang, all 4 fell to the ground groaning and unable to get up. Zhang Liang and Lu Qianqian detoured and returned to the hotel. They avoided making a scene to prevent trouble. One should not openly assist Wugwa nationals, but then again, if some people were like wartime collaborators and sided with them, that would be dangerous. Most Huaxia people harbored deep resentment toward Wugwa. A last century's enmity had woven itself into the bloodlines of the nation's children. Zhang Liang's strikes would not maim them permanently, though fractures were likely. Those who come to oppress Huaxia must pay a price. Zhang Liang resolved that once his cultivation advanced, he would try the Wugwa's touted swordways, karate, ninjutsu, and blade arts, learn their tricks, and put them in their place. It was infuriating that they had learned only surface-level martial skills and used them to bully Huaxia people. The next day, Lu Zhibua took Zhang Liang and Lu Qianqian to the raw stone market. This was the largest raw stone trading market in the Huaxia interior, spanning several li. They arrived at 8 in the morning. The market was already bustling. They first walked the outskirts where the stones had a low chance of yielding jade and were relatively cheap. Zhang Liang scanned the piles with his spiritual sense. Indeed, most stones showed no jade. The few that did were low quality, only a faint qi showing through. Suddenly among a pile of stones Zhang Liang detected a washbasin-sized rock from which thin threads of spiritual energy emanated. Using his spiritual sense, he confirmed the qi inside was rich. There must be good jade. Boss, how much for this stone? Zhang Liang touched the rock. You're the first customer today. 500 yuan, said a portly middle-aged man. Zhang Liang paid and asked the cleaving master to cut it open. A crowd gathered eager to see if jade would be revealed. Zhang Liang took a piece of chalk and marked several lines on the stone. The cutter began. When one face was split open, a smear of crimson appeared. A wash of water revealed a blood-red jade. Red jade. Who would have thought the outskirts would yield red jade? The portly owner slapped his thigh. Someone got a steal right under our noses. A middle-aged merchant stepped forward. Young man, will you sell that stone? They'll offer 50 million. They'll give 80 million, an elder shouted. But Zhang Liang refused to sell. Master, continue cutting, he said, eyes fixed on the cleaving. Soon a vividly red jade piece was unearthed. This is Jiguanhong, a rooster-comb red, rarer than the imperial green jade. Zhang Liang, you're lucky. Such a large red jade is worth no small sum. At least 150 million. If you don't want it, you can sell it to me, Lu Zhibua suggested. Thanks, Uncle Lu. He'll think it over, Zhang Liang replied. Stones of this quality rarely appear in the outskirts. He was fortunate to have found this one. They moved into the premium area where spiritual energy was richer. Zhang Liang began selecting stones. Whenever he pointed one out, Lu Zhibua bought it and had it cut. They opened 3 stones in succession, each yielding jade and bringing handsome returns. Lu Zhibua danced with joy. Enough for today. Choose what you want and buy it. They rented a vehicle and loaded the stones Zhang Liang selected after payment. Lu Zhibua feared attracting envy. The market lay near the border and was not as secure as inland areas. To avoid showing off and drawing the attention of unscrupulous people, they stopped cutting stones in public after the first 3 and proceeded to purchase without opening them. In addition to buying for the Lu family, Zhang Liang purchased several stones rich in spiritual energy for himself, marked them, and stored them with the Lu family's purchases. By mid-morning, Zhang Liang had selected a carload of raw stones for Lu Zhibua. The previous night, Lu Qianqian had told her parents about Zhang Liang's spatial treasure, so there was no need to check luggage. Once the stones filled the vehicle, they had the car deliver them directly to the hotel's underground garage. Lu Zhibua said his own car would arrive shortly. When the rental left, he wanted Zhang Liang to put the stones away. Watching Zhang Liang gesture and a pile of stones vanish, Lu Zhibua felt envious. Xiao Zhang, can you pass this cultivation method to me? I'm not too old yet, right? Zhang Liang and Lu Qianqian had originally planned to go on a trip, but now they couldn't. Because a large quantity of raw stones from the Lu family were stored in the Chaos Bell space, and they had to return to extract the jade and then process it into crafts for sale. Therefore, Zhang Liang had to accompany them back and wait until the raw stones were placed in the Lu family's warehouse before they could travel again. Fortunately, by car and plane it would only take a day. By the evening of the next day, they returned to Taizhou City. After placing the Lu family's jade in the warehouse, they immediately summoned their stone-cutting master to work through the night extracting the jade. Watching the raw stones being split open one by one, revealing fine jade pieces, Lu Zhibua beamed with joy. Zhang Liang was a treasure. With his help, making money was too easy. Emerald green, milky white, light green, black, purple. Jade of all colors filled the warehouse. To their delight, another rare red jade appeared. The raw stones Zhang Liang had purchased for himself were also extracted. There were 2 pieces of imperial green jadeite, 1 black piece and 1 light green piece. He planned to wait until his cultivation level was higher before using them to make jade talismans or set up a race. For now, he would keep them. After all, there was no rush to spend money. Lu Zhibua was thrilled. This purchase of raw stones had netted him a huge profit, at least over 1 billion yuan. He insisted on giving Zhang Liang 200 million yuan. After much refusal, he still transferred the amount. Business is business and personal favors are personal favors. When there's money, we all share it. Besides, your family is waiting to spend money too, Lu Zhibua said. It had to be said that this future father-in-law was very savvy. In that way, if he needed Zhang Liang's help again, it would be easier to ask. Zhang Liang planned to buy a car. Lu Zhibua helped him choose a high-end Mercedes-Benz. The dealership handled the paperwork and had it delivered to Zhang Liang's home. Zhang Liang also signed up for a driver's license exam. As for learning to drive, it was easy for him. He became proficient in just half an hour. He memorized all the theoretical knowledge after reading it once. He just had to wait for the exam in a little over a month, and if he passed, he would get the license. One day, Lu Qianqian called. Zhang Liang, something terrible has happened. The main branch of our Lu family from Jingcheng has come. They want to betroth me to a prominent family. It turned out that in the capital city, there were 7 great aristocratic families: the Xian Yuan family, the Li family, the Song family, the Chun family, the Yi family, the Wang family, and the Lu family. Among them, the Xian Yuan family had members in both the military and political circles and possessed the strongest economic power. The Li family was a prominent family in both military and political fields. No family dared to challenge them. As for the Liu family, in recent years they had lost influence in politics, lacked prominent figures in the military, and their economic strength was the lowest among the 7 families. Thus they had been struggling in recent years. A young master of the Song family, Song Zihao, came to Taizhou City for coincidentally Song Zihao and Li Wei were maternal cousins. He had been staying at Li Wei's house for a few days and also helped Li Wei find places for treatment. Li Wei harbored a grudge against Zhang Liang and was unwilling to let Liu Qianqian fall into Zhang Liang's hands. However, he had recently heard that Zhang Liang had cured Qin Kaiyuan's illness, and it was a myocardial infarction. So Li Wei, who had wanted to retaliate against Zhang Liang, had a change of mind and came up with a plan. Let Zhang Liang cure him first, then have his cousin Song Zihao deal with him. By then not only would Liu Qianqian not be his, but Zhang Liang wouldn't even be able to keep his own life. It must be said that although Li Wei had a physical defect, his mind was still sharp and vicious. Li Wei's father Li Wenhui was also a manager of a listed company. Through inquiries, he also learned about Zhang Liang curing Qin Kaiyuan. Through some channels, he found out Zhang Liang's home address. One day Li Wenhui and his nephew Song Zihao came to Zhang Liang's home carrying several boxes of state-distilled matai. Hello Zhang Liang. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Wenhui, father of your classmate Li Wei. I know my son has offended you greatly in the past, so I have come to apologize. I hope you won't take it to heart. We are willing to compensate you with some money as an apology. Additionally, I heard that young friend Zhang has remarkable medical skills. We would like to request your help and are willing to pay a generous reward. What do you think? After saying this, Li Wenhui and Song Zihao looked at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang pondered in silence, his mind racing. Why not first extract a sum of money from the Li family? He would cure him. After all, it was easy for him to deal with Li Wei later. By then the Li family would lose both their money and their son. This Li Wenhui, who could father such a son, was certainly no good either. Uncle Li, do you know what Li Wei did to me before? He brought 2 people and beat me half to death. If I may speak frankly, the child's fault is the father's negligence. That said, since you have come, I'll be straightforward. For the harm he caused me, I demand compensation of 500 million yuan. As he spoke, Zhang Liang watched Li Wenhui's expression. Song Zihao objected. Are you crazy for money? You asked for 500 million just like that. Do you believe that with one word from me, I can have your head on the ground? And who is this? Zhang Liang shook his head. Me. Listen up. Have you heard of the Song family of the capital? Song Zihao puffed out his chest and said arrogantly. I don't care about any Song family or Li family. Get out. Are you leaving or not? 1 minute to get out, or I'll break your legs. Zhang Liang was furious. Ill fuck. Song Zihao tried to curse further, but with a bang, Zhang Liang kicked him, sending him flying from the open doorway into the hallway. With a mouthful of old blood spurted out, and then Song Zihao fell unconscious. I'm sorry, Uncle Li. You shouldn't have brought such a person here. Please leave. Zhang Liang issued an order to leave. Li Wenhui had no choice but to slink away, supporting Song Zihao. For the safety of his home, Zhang Liang then set up a defensive array at the door. Although it was a low-level array, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Li Wenhui had planned well, and Zhang Liang had also schemed cleverly. They each had their own intentions, but Song Zihao, that young master, had ruined it all. The next day, Li Wenhui came again with the same plea, asking Zhang Liang to help. They had visited hospitals all over the country, even gone to the great beautiful country and seen all kinds of experts, but nowhere could cure him. Li Wei was now almost paralyzed. He couldn't even sit for a short while without suffering. At only 19, he had lost all male function. Various high-tech instruments couldn't diagnose the cause. They were truly at their wits' end, otherwise they wouldn't have come to Zhang Liang. He wasn't a doctor, but they had heard that he had cured Qin Kaiyuan's father. Thus, with the mindset of desperately seeking any cure, they came to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang didn't say he couldn't treat it. In fact, he looked very confident. However, yesterday's conflict over the price with Song Zihao had spoiled the medical matter. Now Song Zihao was still on the phone calling his family for help. Li Wenhui thought to himself that he must quickly have his son treated. Otherwise, if the Song family from the capital crippled or killed Zhang Liang, his son's illness would have no hope of being cured. Zhang Liang repeated the same terms, counting Li Wei's bullying and beating plus the treatment. The total was 1 billion yuan. Well, my company hasn't been doing well lately. Can I pay in installments? They'll give you 200 million first and settle the rest after the treatment, okay? Li Wenhui said with a smile. 500 million of that is compensation for Li Wei beating me with his people. That cannot be reduced. For the treatment fee of 500 million, you can pay 300 million first and the remaining 200 million after the cure. That totals 800 million. If you want your son to recover, pay now. Zhang Liang said. In his heart he thought, little trickster, trying to play games with me. Li Wenhui had no choice but to ask for Zhang Liang's bank account number and transfer 800 million yuan to Zhang Liang's account. Rest assured, Uncle Li, if I cannot cure your son, I will return the 300 million in full. But if I cure him, don't think about defaulting or delaying payment. I'm not even afraid of the Song family in the capital, let alone others, Zhang Liang said meaningfully. Of course, as long as my son is cured, the remaining money will be paid in full. Li Wenhui laughed. Then Zhang Liang got into Li Wenhui's car and went to his home. It turned out that their house was not far from Chen Kaiyuan's home. No wonder they had learned about Zhang Liang treating old Chen. Entering Li Wei's room, Zhang Liang hadn't seen him for 2 months, and Li Wei had changed dramatically. After long periods of bed rest, Li Wei had become fair and plump. "Oh, classmate Li Wei, have you gained weight? How did you get so fat?" Li Wei dared not get angry. He was still counting on Zhang Liang to cure him. "Brother Zhang Liang, blame me for being young and ignorant. I hope you can be magnanimous and overlook my faults. I heard you can cure illnesses, and I hope you can heal me. I will never forget your great kindness for the rest of my life." Zhang Liang thought to himself, curing him is no problem, and making him fall ill again after curing him is also easy. However, he didn't intend to cure him all at once. "Classmate Li Wei, I can cure your illness. However, it requires 2 treatments to eradicate it. Today I'll treat you once, and the day after tomorrow, I'll complete the cure," Zhang Liang said. In reality, the 800 million yuan that Li Wenhui transferred to him would take 1 day to clear. If he let Li Wei recover today, Li Wenhui would immediately complain to the bank, claiming he had been cheated out of 800 million. In that case, Zhang Liang wouldn't get the money. So he was guarding against that situation. When Li Wenhui heard that it would take 2 treatments, he was stunned. That had been his plan. Now it seemed that those 800 million were as good as gone. There was no way around it. After all, the ball was in Zhang Liang's court. "Uncle Li, prepare the remaining 200 million the day after tomorrow. When I come, transfer it to me. I don't like coming to collect debts, it's unpleasant," Zhang Liang added casually. Yes. Can we start the treatment now?" Li Wenhui agreed readily. Zhang Liang took out a pack of silver needles from his pocket and began acupuncture. He performed a set of acupuncture techniques to relieve pain, and Li Wei moaned in comfort. Zhang Liang silently removed the silver needle that had originally caused the illness and replaced it with a smaller one. Li Wei's pain was significantly alleviated immediately. However, there was still some discomfort. "Much better. I never expected Zhang Liang to be a divine physician," Li Wei also praised repeatedly. "Uncle Li, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you," Zhang Liang said. "What is it?" "As long as it's within my power, I will do my best," Li Wenhui said. "It's like this. I once encountered a reclusive master who imparted to me both Chinese and Western medical skills. However, I don't have a medical license. If I want to earn money through this in the future, it might not be feasible. Can you help me find a way?" Zhang Liang said. By saying this, he indicated that he had let go of his grudge and had no suspicion. If Li Wenhui really managed to help him, it might be possible to spare Li Wei. If he didn't wholeheartedly handle this matter, then it would be a different story. On the second day of treating Li Wei's illness, 800 million arrived in his account, and Zhang Liang's heart was at ease. On the third day, Li Wenhui came to pick up Zhang Liang again. Upon arriving at the Li residence, Zhang Liang had Li Wenhui transfer the remaining 200 million before beginning to treat Li Wei. It was a simple matter. Zhang Liang inserted dozens of silver needles into Li Wei's body. After working on him for a while, he removed the needle from his lower back. He then used true qi to clear the obstruction, and Li Wei truly recovered. A comfortable sensation washed over him. He shouted and roared repeatedly, thanking Zhang Liang. In his heart, Zhang Liang thought, "Don't celebrate too early. Whether he'll let you off later is still uncertain." Zhang Liang then brought up the matter of the medical license. Li Wenhui said, "Nephew Zhang Liang, I was just about to tell you I've already contacted a deputy director of the Taizhou Medical Bureau. Tomorrow we'll go." "That's great. Thank you, Uncle Li. I must express my sincere gratitude," Zhang Liang replied. "Not at all. Little divine Dr. Zhang is a miraculous healer. You put aside past grievances and cured my son's illness. I should be the one thanking you." At that moment, Li Wei's mother came to pour tea. "Are you Zhang Liang? I heard the beauty pills you refined are extremely effective. Do you have any more?" Chun Yi said she had none. "Yes, Auntie. I've been busy with the college entrance exams lately and didn't have time to refine pills. When I sell them again, I plan to raise the price, 200,000 per pill," Zhang Liang said. Just then a girl entered the hall. She was very beautiful, tall and slender, with a prominent chest. At least a cup. A pair of captivating peach blossom eyes exuded endless charm. "Handsome young man, are there any beauty pills left? I'd like one." Li Wenhui introduced her. "This is my daughter Li Liang, Li Wei's older sister." "Hello, sistering. Of course there's a beauty pill for you." In his heart, Zhang Liang thought Li Wei is worthless, but this Li Liang is quite pretty. Li Wenhui was arranging the matter of the medical license, but besides, he had just taken 1 billion from them. With that thought, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Li Wenhui's wife. "Annie, there are 2 pills inside. One for you and one for Sister Ing. A gift from me." "Oh, that's too generous." Xiao Xuemei, Li Wenhui's wife, said. "Auntie, we're all friends now. Besides, I still have matters to trouble Uncle Li with. If anyone wants them in the future, tell them to come to me. We'll sell them for 200,000 per pill." "Handsome, let me add your WeChat," Li Liang said. After saying this, she exchanged contact information with Zhang Liang. "I'm going to a gathering. Want to come with me?" Li Liang invited. "Sure." Without knowing why, Zhang Liang readily agreed. But then he thought something's not right. This woman has a rare, alluring constitution. She is an excellent dual cultivation cauldron in the cultivation world. If this were the cultivation world, she would definitely be targeted by those great powers. On Blue Star, however, cultivators are scarce, so no one has discovered her yet. Li Liang was probably around 20 or 21. To men she exuded an irresistible allure. Only because this was a society governed by law would it be difficult for her to preserve her purity otherwise. Even Zhang Liang with his divine sense couldn't help but want to get close to her. When he entered her car, a girlish fragrance filled his nostrils, making his blood surge. How is it? Does my car smell nice? Hee. Li Liang looked at Zhang Liang, whose eyes were half closed in an expression of bliss. She said with a laugh. Zhang Liang's face flushed crimson. He had been caught red-handed. How embarrassing. Sister Ying is such a beauty. Of course your car smells wonderful. Zhang Liang decided to admit it. What did he, a man, have to fear? Li Liang leaned in and kissed Zhang Liang on the cheek. Zhang Liang seized the moment and embraced the beauty, kissing her on the lips. Only a fool would pass up an advantage. You little rascal. You're taking advantage of me. Li Liang cooed. You took advantage of me first. Zhang Liang retorted without backing down. I don't care. If I can't marry anyone else, I'll marry you. Fine. I like you anyway. Zhang Liang said nonchalantly. The car stopped in front of a tea house called Tea Fragrance Pavilion. Looking at the lavish decor, Zhang Liang assumed the prices here must be high. Li Liang explained that it was opened by the son of a wealthy family from the capital. It was a place for entertainment, and since that young master wasn't relying on it to make money, the charges weren't steep. However, apart from members, others needed an invitation to enter. Li Liang had come because she received an invitation from a close friend. Inside the spacious hall, the walls were adorned with calligraphy and paintings by famous artists, and precious potted plants were displayed. Gorgeously dressed young men and women greeted one another. Zhang Liang wore a new suit. After cultivating, he had grown taller and become more handsome. Although he didn't know anyone there, he was at ease and natural, and many beautiful women greeted him. At that moment, Song Zihao entered the hall with a young man in his 30s. He spotted Zhang Liang at once. Great Dr. Zhang, am back. He shouted arrogantly. Oh, was the last slap not enough? Here to get slapped again. Zhang Liang sneered calmly. No one knows who will be slapping whom. Let's talk outside. We don't want to disturb the other talented youth here. After you. Song Zihao gestured. Fine. Wherever you say, even the palace of Yama, I'll go with you. Zhang Liang said. He could tell that the young man Song Zihao brought was a latest-stage inner-strength martial artist. That young man had bulging muscles and prominent temples. Clearly a latest-stage inner-strength martial artist with blood and chi as vigorous as a dragon. Zhang Liang was currently at the mid-stage of the third layer of chi refinement, with a divine sense equivalent to the fourth layer. He also wanted to test how his strength compared to that of martial artists. Song Zihao led the way to the underground parking lot. It was quiet there, a good place undisturbed. The young martial artist in his 30s looked at Zhang Liang. Young man, did you practice some martial arts for a few days that you dared to strike young Master Song? The Song family is not an ant like you can afford to offend. Kneel and beg for forgiveness. Enough nonsense. Bring it on. Zhang Liang stood casually and waved his hand. Good. Very good. Watch how I deal with you. The young man said, feinting with his left hand, then clenching his right fist and punching toward Zhang Liang's chest. Zhang Liang didn't dodge. He threw a punch of his own using 50% of his strength. Boom. The two fists collided violently. Up. With a roar, the martial artist from the Song family flew backward more than 10 meters, his hand bone shattered and his arm broken. He lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Seeing the situation turned bad, Song Zihao turned to flee. Zhang Liang caught up, grabbed him by the collar, and slapped him 10 times on each side. Still looking for trouble? No. Great Dr. Zhang, spare me. Song Zihao begged repeatedly. Since this was a society governed by law, Zhang Liang couldn't kill him. He gave him another kick and let him go. Zhang Liang reflected on the exchange with the Song family martial artist. Using only half his strength, he had shattered his bones. If he faced an early-stage martial arts grandmaster, he felt he could handle it. Back in the hall, Li Liang was looking for him. Little brother, I've been searching for you. A few beauties want to meet you. They asked about the beauty pills, and I told them about you. Come and say hello. Okay. Zhang Liang agreed readily. In truth, he had refined a few more batches of beauty pills in his spare time, but he wasn't in a hurry to sell them. He went to a corner of the hall where there were 6 or 7 young women, some in their early 20s, some nearing 30. All were fashionably dressed and made up, wearing high-end cosmetics and drenched in perfume. The rich fragrance made Zhang Liang slightly dizzy. Hello, ladies. My name is Zhang Liang, pleased to meet you all. Zhang Liang greeted the beauties with poise. A tall, rosy-cheeked woman in her 20s walked over. Handsome. I'm Xing Liro. May I ask, do you still have beauty pills? I have a few left. Do you want some, sister? Zhang Liang asked politely. Yes, I'd like to buy 2. Is that okay? Xing Lirong asked. Of course, 200,000 per pill. Can you accept that price? I guarantee the quality it will expel toxins from your body, whiten and nourish your skin, and keep you looking young for decades. Zhang Liang said. Price doesn't matter as long as the quality is good. He'll transfer the money now. Did you bring the pills? Xing Lirong asked. Zhang Liang pretended to take a jade bottle from his pocket, then pulled out an empty one, put 2 beauty pills inside, and handed it to Xing Lirong. Xing Lirong immediately transferred the money, and the transaction was complete. Zhang Liang then explained the precautions to Xing Lirong: take them at night, expel toxins, and only go out after bathing. That way she wouldn't end up embarrassed and blame Zhang Liang for not being clear. Then 2 more girls each bought 1 pill, and Zhang Liang put them into jade bottles. He patiently explained the necessary precautions to them. Before long he had earned 800,000 yuan. Although he didn't lack money now, who would complain about having more? Besides, Zhang Liang planned to buy a villa. The next day Li Wenhui called. Nephew Zhang Liang, I've arranged to meet Deputy Director Peng Shidong from the medical bureau this morning. He'll drive over to pick you up. Thank you, Uncle Li. My driver's license hasn't come through yet, Zhang Liang said. After a while Li Wenhui arrived by car. When Zhang Liang got in, he loaded 2 boxes of top-shelf Matai liquor he had prepared into the trunk. When they reached the medical bureau, they saw many people there and didn't unload the 2 boxes of liquor. Entering Deputy Director Peng Zitong's office, Zhang Liang greeted him respectfully. Hello, Director Peng. Good. You must be the little divine Dr. Zhang that old Li mentioned. Yes, and I ranked first in this year's college entrance exam in sciences in the province. Zhang Liang introduced himself without false modesty. Excellent. No wonder you're already an outstanding doctor right after high school. That makes sense. However, you still need to take the required exam. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, come take the test. Peng Shitong praised Zhang Liang and handed him an admission ticket. Bring this ticket and your ID card tomorrow to take the exam. We've mobilized quite a few people at the medical bureau for you, and there's a registration fee of 2,000 yuan. Understood. Thank you, Director Peng. Zhang Liang took a jade bottle and a piece of paper from his pocket on which were written the time to take the beauty pill and the precautions. This is a beauty pill for Andy. It's not a valuable gift, certainly not a bribe, Zhang Liang said with a smile. The next day Zhang Liang arrived at the medical bureau punctually to take the examination. 2 traditional Chinese medicine experts were responsible for invigilating and grading the papers on the spot. As it turned out, within the stipulated time of 1.5 hours, Zhang Liang completed the test in just 30 minutes. When he handed in his paper, the 2 experts were utterly astonished. His answers were even more detailed and precise than their own standard solutions. This left them wondering who the true experts really were. After consulting with each other, they awarded him a perfect score. This was a rare occurrence in the history of medical examinations, as the theoretical portion was notoriously difficult, making a full score an exceptional achievement. Next, 2 patients were wheeled in on hospital beds. One suffered from severe lower back pain, and passing the test required only that the pain be alleviated. The other had chronic asthma, and passing required only that a reasonable prescription be provided. Zhang Liang first applied acupuncture to the back pain patient. Half an hour later, the patient got out of bed and exclaimed, "I'm cured. There's no pain at all." The medical bureau immediately conducted a physical examination on the patient, and all vital signs had returned to normal. It was nothing short of a miracle. Next, Zhang Liang diagnosed the chronic asthma patient and began acupuncture once more. After another hour, the patient cried out in relief, "What a comfort! I haven't felt this good in a long time. I haven't felt this refreshed in ages." Upon examination, the asthma patient had miraculously recovered. The 2 experts stared wide-eyed. That set of silver needles was truly divine. Thus, the medical bureau issued him a doctor's certificate and a medical practice license. The families of both patients even had custom-made silk banners prepared for Zhang Liang. They expressed their desire to deliver the banners to Zhang Liang's home with great fanfare, complete with drums and gongs. Li Wenhui gave them Zhang Liang's home address, and everything was settled. Li Wenhui and Zhang Liang had a meal, with Peng Shitong placing 2 cases of Maotai liquor in Director Peng's car trunk. On the way back, Zhang Liang transferred another 200 million yuan to Li Wenhui. "Uncle Li, I took too much money from you earlier. Let me return 200 million to you. Please don't refuse. If there's anything in the future, just let me know." Thus, the enmity with Li Wei's family was finally resolved. As long as he didn't provoke Zhang Liang again, the matter would be put to rest. After all, Li Wenhui had sincerely helped him, and dwelling on past grievances would only make him appear petty. Li Wei had already suffered his punishment. He had missed the college entrance exams and spent a considerable sum on medical treatment. In the end, Zhang Liang had taken 1 billion from him, so returning 200 million was only fair. A few days later, with Liu Zhibua's assistance, Zhang Liang purchased a standalone villa in the South District. The villa was a 3-story building covering over 1,000 square meters. It also came with a garden of more than 500 square meters planted with rare tree species and beautiful flowers. Zhang Liang moved his parents and younger sister Zhang Li into the villa. After discussing with his father Zhang Zhanyong, they also bought a high-end BMW 7 Series sedan. His father had obtained a driver's license when he was young, and now that his health had recovered, he could drive. Not long ago, both his parents had broken through to Qi refining layer 1. His sister Zhang Li possessed a single water-attributed spiritual root. Taking advantage of her summer break, Zhang Liang passed on to her the Hongmeng water spirit art, a supreme cultivation technique. In the future, his sister's achievements would be remarkable, provided she trained diligently. Zhang Liang also used high-quality jade to set up defensive formations and a spirit-gathering formation around the villa. From then on, the whole family would reap twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. With a month remaining before the start of the university semester, Zhang Liang decided not to take Lu Qianqian along this time. He visited the Lu family and explained his plan to Qianqian. Though reluctant, she had no choice but to agree. The two of them spent half a day shopping together, buying several outfits for each other, all paid for by Zhang Liang. Lu Qianqian had also learned that Zhang Liang had recently earned 1 billion yuan and was now a wealthy man. At noon, Zhang Liang brought Lu Qianqian to tour his villa. Zhang Liang's parents were delighted to see their son bring a girl home. Li Ping prepared a sumptuous lunch, opened a bottle of red wine, and warmly entertained their future daughter-in-law. Lu Qianqian chatted amiably with Zhang Zhanyong and his wife, as if they were already one family. Zhang Liang and Lu Qianqian spent the whole day together, and he didn't take her home until evening. Lu Zhibo insisted on keeping Zhang Liang for dinner before he took his leave. The next day, Zhang Liang boarded a direct flight to Fengtian. Fengtian was an ancient historical city. Zhang Liang checked into a 5-star hotel there. He spent time admiring the city's scenery and sampling local delicacies. There was a snack street offering dumplings, grilled skewers, chicken racks, spicy hot pot barbecue, hanging pot pancakes, and more. Zhang Liang spent 2 days exploring the city. On the third day, he took a high-speed train to the Changbai mountain range. The outer areas were tourist attractions, but Zhang Liang bypassed them and ventured deep into the heart of the mountains. It was summer, and the lush trees blocked out the sun. Unlike the sweltering heat of Taizhou City, it felt like spring or autumn here. A true summer resort. Deep in the mountains, the spiritual energy began to grow dense. Some bold and skilled hunters also ventured deep into the range in search of wild ginseng. Danger lurked here as fierce beasts began to appear. The roars of wolves and bears echoed through the forest. This was precisely why the government forbade people from entering the deep areas. Some who did not understand the risks would sneak in to find wild ginseng, putting themselves in harm's way. But Zhang Liang was different. He was a cultivator and could easily handle ordinary fierce beasts. He sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy up ahead. Approaching it, he found a wild ginseng plant. Judging by its age, it was over 100 years old. This was a place rarely tread by humans. The dense leaves blocked the sunlight, making it easy to miss if not for his divine sense. By around 7 o'clock, he had found several more wild ginseng plants, several decades old. Zhang Liang stored them in jade boxes and placed them inside the space of the chaotic bell. As darkness fell, Zhang Liang found a ready-made small cave halfway up a mountain. The cave was dry inside, and he set up a defensive formation at its entrance. Finding a clean spot inside, he took a single bed from the chaotic bell space and sat on it to rest. The space also contained provisions like mineral water, cake, ham, sausages, instant noodles, and roasted meat. He ate a little and then meditated through the night. The mountain air was rich in spiritual energy, and combined with his diligent practice over the past days, by dawn Zhang Liang had broken through to the late stage of Qi refining layer 3. His true Qi had grown much stronger, and his divine sense had also expanded. He took out a small iron pot and a large bucket of mineral water, gathered some dry branches, and lit a fire to cook 2 packets of instant noodles. After eating, Zhang Liang continued to traverse the mountain forest. Deep in the mountains, there were many rare medicinal herbs. He collected numerous spiritual herbs that were decades or even centuries old. With this haul, he would be able to refine pills once he returned. As he walked, he suddenly heard voices up ahead. Hiding behind a large tree, he used his divine sense to investigate. He spotted 5 or 6 people who seemed to be searching for something. Zhang Liang activated his invisibility technique, concealed his aura, and observed them from a hiding spot. From their chattering, he gathered they were Japanese. They searched for a while, then gathered to discuss something, as if they hadn't found what they were looking for. Zhang Liang perched in a tree canopy, keeping his aura hidden, and quietly waited as those people ran back and forth. By the end of the day, they still hadn't found anything. When night fell, the group left. Zhang Liang jumped down from the tree, released his divine sense, and carefully examined the area. Finally, he found the object deep inside a cliff face about 10 zhongs in. He opened a hole in the cliff, revealing a hollow space. The cave was narrow and elongated. After proceeding 10 zhongs, he turned a corner, walked another zhong, and came upon an iron door. The iron door was tightly shut. Zhang Liang examined it closely and noticed a gear on the right wall. He turned the gear, and the iron door slowly rose. When the door was high enough for a person to pass, Zhang Liang moved 2 large rocks to prop it open. Inside was a large hall stacked with over 100 iron chests. With age, the chests were rusty, and in some places corroded through, revealing a glittering substance inside. Zhang Liang picked up a piece. It was gold. Here were over 100 chests of gold bars. There were also some firearms and ammunition, all Japanese made from the 1930s and 1940s. Could it be that these things hadn't been taken away in time back then, and were hidden here after the surrender? They hoped to return one day and reclaim these items. But these were treasures of the Chinese nation, and fortunately Zhang Liang had found them. Those Japanese invaders had plundered immense wealth from China. Every Chinese person carried in their blood and bones a deep hatred for the Japanese. Zhang Liang stored all the gold chests into the chaotic bell space. He did not intend to keep them for himself, but one day he would hand them over to the government. But he first needed to assess the integrity of the officials in power. With a sincere heart, he wanted to dedicate these treasures to the country. If corrupt officials got hold of them, they might use their authority to take the gold home. There was no rush, as Zhang Liang hadn't decided yet. Those outdated firearms and ammunition were worthless. After checking that nothing else remained, Zhang Liang sealed the cave entrance with stones and covered it with weeds, then left swiftly. He spent another day searching through the dense forest, having already left the cave far behind. Each evening he found a cave to shelter in, and each day he continued collecting herbs. After about 10 days, Zhang Liang began his journey back. This trip into the mountains had been fruitful, yielding many spiritual herbs. Among them were 10 wild ginseng roots, 3 over 100 years old, and the rest several decades old. The other herbs were also very rare varieties. A few days later, Zhang Liang returned to Fengtian City. He stayed in a hotel for a day, took a bath, and rested well. The next day he flew back. Now Zhang Liang's phone showed many missed calls. Lu Qianqian knew where he was, but Chun Yi and Li Liang did not. People looking for the beauty pill had approached them, and they could only call Zhang Liang. They had tried for over 10 days, but Zhang Liang hadn't answered. Now that he was back, he asked for the details and told them he had the pills and would deliver them tomorrow. Zhang Liang then spent several days refining 100 beauty pills and 100 qi-gathering pills. In about 10 days, he would need to report to Jingdu University. During this period, Zhang Liang focused on cultivation, striving to improve his realm. The capital was a gathering place for elites with no shortage of master-level martial artists and perhaps even higher-level cultivators. Recently, his father has become familiar with the BMW. His younger sister Zhang Li has started school, and Zhang Liang bought her the latest iPhone, making her jump for joy. Taizhou 5 Middle School has begun its new term, and the school invited Zhang Liang to give a speech at the assembly. He prepared a draft at home before heading to school. At the entrance of 5 Middle School, a banner reads, "Warm congratulations to Zhang Liang for scoring 745 points and becoming the top science student in the province." Zhang Liang felt overwhelmed with emotion. He had once struggled academically and faced hardships due to his family's poor circumstances, enduring bullying from delinquent students and discrimination from classmates. Later, by a stroke of luck, he obtained a cultivation legacy, which transformed him into a powerful individual, and his academic performance improved dramatically. Now he is about to attend Kyoto University, returning with the stature of a king, truly a moment of triumph. Zhang Liang walked confidently onto the stage, unyielding yet respectful, and began his speech. Respected school leaders, beloved teachers, and fellow students. Hello everyone. I have been invited by the school leaders to share my learning experiences. In fact, I was once a student with poor grades myself. What I want to convey is to never give up. Believe that you can become a good student. This is the most fundamental quality. Whether as students or when we step into society in the future, we must possess this fundamental quality. Moreover, for one to improve academically, one must first have a healthy body. So if someone talks about how to study but falls ill and ends up in the hospital, how can they achieve good grades? Zhang Liang spoke for over an hour, sincerely sharing his study experiences. His remarkable memory allowed him to quote many famous sayings from both ancient and modern figures flawlessly. Many teachers were in awe who could remember so much. Also present was Lu Qianqian, a top student who had been admitted to Kyoto University and was invited to give a speech. As soon as Lu Qianqian took the stage, the applause was even louder than for Zhang Liang. It seems the school beauty is quite popular. Her voice was melodious, and after listening to her speech, Zhang Liang was invited by the school leaders to the conference room for tea. They mainly discussed not forgetting their alma mater, and Zhang Liang reminisced about the hardships he faced during his impoverished days. Now he was a billionaire and wanted to give back to the school, helping those students in need. Zhang Liang spoke to Principal Chao Shen of 5 Middle School. Principal Chao, I have been well educated by the teachers here and have a deep affection for my alma mater. Now that I have some money, I would like to donate 20 million yuan to the school, hoping part of it will be used to assist poor students and part for school development. Oh, how could a student have so much money? Zhang Liang took out his medical qualification certificate and physician's license from his pocket. To be honest, I learned some healing skills from a reclusive master. I assure you my money was earned through legitimate means. You can rest assured, Principal Chao. If that's the case, on behalf of all the teachers and students at 5 Middle School, I thank you for your generosity, and this donation will be allocated as per your wishes. Additionally, your good deed will be recorded in the school's history and the Municipal Education Bureau's archives. Zhang Liang transferred 20 million yuan to the school's financial account, and soon the school's loudspeaker announced Zhang Liang has donated 20 million yuan to the school for assisting poor students and school development. Let us all send off Zhang Liang. May he achieve even greater success on his new journey. Zhang Liang, do come back to visit the school. This was the sweet voice of a school beauty. With talented individuals like school beauties and handsome boy Zhang Liang and Lu Qianqian left knowing even more outstanding talents would create new miracles. Zhang Liang and Lu Qianqian exited No. 5 middle school, and since they both drove there they arrived at a large shopping mall. As they were about to start university, Lu Qianqian helped Zhang Liang pick out some new clothes, and she also bought a few new dresses. The two then spent some time together before driving to Liu's home. Lu Zhibua and his wife Dong Xiaomei warmly welcomed Zhang Liang preparing tea and meals. At noon, Zhang Liang had lunch at Liu's house. Lu Zhibua and his wife looked at Zhang Liang with great admiration. Zhang Liang was talented, skilled in alchemy, stone gambling, carving, and medicine. Such an excellent son-in-law is hard to find. Knowing that they would have fewer opportunities to meet after entering university, Zhang Liang decided to pass on his cultivation techniques to Lu Zhibua and his wife. Zhang Liang transmitted Xiantian true art comprehensive techniques, lightning sword technique, and formless divine palm to Lu Zhibua, his wife, and Lu Qianqian. These were transmitted directly into their minds through divine sense, and he also gave each of them 20 Kigathering pills. Let's wait to learn palm techniques and sword techniques later. For now, focus on enhancing your cultivation. Zhang Liang reminded them and set up a spirit gathering array in Lu Zhibua and his wife's bedroom. This way they would quickly be able to enter the realm. After watching them practice for a while, Zhang Liang returned home. The date for Kyoto University's new term had arrived, and Zhang Liang drove to Liu's house. He stored his Mercedes in the chaos clock space, and he and Lu Qianqian drove the Lu family's red Maserati to school. Since Chun-Yi also mentioned going to school together, they drove to find her. Chun-Yi also had her own car and driver at home. Finally, Chun-Yi got into Lu Qianqian's car, and her driver followed behind. Zhang Liang drove while the two beauties chatted in the back. Although Chun-Yi was aware of Lu Qianqian's relationship with Zhang Liang, she still enjoyed being social. Zhang Liang had no choice but to go along with it. After all, Chun-Yi was not bad either. Upon arriving at the entrance of Kyoto University, a banner was displayed, "Welcome new students to report to Kyoto University." A few second and third-year students were setting up tables. As soon as the three of them got out of the car, the handsome guy and beautiful girls caught everyone's attention, and someone immediately greeted them. "Hello, this is the new student reception area." Zhang Liang, Lu Qianqian, and Chun-Yi registered their names, majors, and other information. Then a tall beauty led the three of them towards the school. "I'm Lu Yao, a sophomore from the Chinese department. Welcome to Kyoto University. First, let me show you to your bedding, wash basins, and other items, and then I will help you find your dormitory. Of course, I will first assist the two girls, Lu Qianqian and Chun-Yi, and Zhang Liang will be last." Zhang Liang followed along, taking a long detour before it was finally his turn. "Freshman, are you anxious? Are you from the Chinese department too? We're from the same field. Thank you, senior sister." Zhang Liang spoke little. Although Lu Yao was also a beauty, he did not wish to attract more attention from beautiful women. Now that he had Lu Qianqian and Chun-Yi entangled with him, it was already enough trouble. Entering dormitory 508, there was only one person making his bed inside. "Hello, I'm Zhang Liang. From now on we will be roommates." Zhang Liang took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, I'm Meng Zifan from Lini Shandong." Meng Zifan came from a rural family, standing at 175 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, and quite sturdy. One could tell from his clothing that his family conditions weren't very good. However, Zhang Liang did not look down on rural people. On the contrary, he appreciated their simplicity and kindness. After getting to know each other a bit, Meng Zifan continued making his bed. Each bed had a note with names, and Zhang Liang's bed was opposite Meng Zifan's. After arranging his own bed, the two began to chat. At this moment, the other two roommates arrived. One was tall, 183 meters thin, and a bespectacled student who walked in. "Hello, nice to meet you both. I'm Chen Bin from the Chun family in the capital. In the future, I will look after you. If you encounter any difficulties, come to me." He dragged in a large suitcase, opened it, and pulled out bedding that he had brought from home. However, he also had to use wearing a Swiss imported luxury watch and dressed in brand name clothing. It was as if he needed a sign saying "I am rich" on him. The next to enter was a young man standing 178 meters tall with a fair complexion and well-defined features. "Hello everyone, I'm Luo Xiangyu from Taiyuan. From now on we will be brothers. Please take care of me." Luo Xiangyu's attire was also impressive, and it was hard to tell his background. However, his demeanor was humble, yet confident, indicating his family background was likely good. Zhang Liang introduced himself as well, and started chatting with everyone. Although Chen Bin was from the Chen family, he did not come off as arrogant. On the contrary, he was quite friendly, and at noon he suggested treating his three roommates to a meal. "Great. This time Chen brother treats, next time I will," Luo Xiangyu eagerly said. "Next time it's my turn. From now on we are classmates and brothers, so we should help each other." I don't drink much. Meng Zifan said. Brother Meng, just drink a little. No one will force you, nor will we ask you to treat. In the future, feel free to speak up about anything. Zhang Liang advised. Right? Well said. Brother Meng, you don't have to treat in the future. We are all together, which is fate. If anything comes up, just say it. In the capital, we still have some influence. Chen Bin remarked. No matter what, Chen Bin was a decent person. Zhang Liang thought to himself that the direct descendants of the Chun family indeed wielded some influence. If they were collateral descendants, they would only receive some dividends each year. In the family, they had no real say. Compared to ordinary people, they still had a bit of power. After a meal, besides Meng Zifan, the other three drank quite a bit. As it was their first meeting, no one excessively pressured Meng Zifan to drink. The three of them finished 3 bottles of liquor while Zhang Liang showed no signs of intoxication. He was practicing his technique while lying on the bed. As Meng Zifan looked at his phone, Zhang Liang lay on the bed, operating his technique to cultivate. It appeared he was sleeping, but while cultivating, others could not tell. The next day, the various classes gathered together. The 4 roommates of Zhang Liang arrived at the Chinese literature major class in their first year. Through their understanding, they learned that there were 2 classes for Chinese literature. Zhang Liang's class was the first class of the Chinese literature major, consisting of 56 students, 30 males and 26 females. The gender ratio was fairly balanced, unlike some majors where there were too many males and hardly any females. The class teacher, Zhang Liang, was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hello everyone. From now on, we will have a close teacher-student relationship. I graduated from this school and later pursued my master's degree here. I have been teaching for over a decade without much accomplishment. You are all humanities students, but I heard there's a science prodigy in my class. Zhang Liang, please stand up and let everyone get to know you. Upon hearing his name called by the teacher, Zhang Liang had no choice but to stand up. Hello teacher. Hello classmates. My name is Zhang Liang and I was admitted for science. Later, when Principal Chao Xinqi approached me, I requested to study in the Chinese department. A gasp filled the classroom. A science student entered the Chinese department. Classmates whispered among themselves. Zhang Liang felt a little embarrassed. I apologize everyone. It's true that I was the top science student in the college entrance examination. However, studying Chinese from now on doesn't guarantee anything, and I hope to communicate more with all of you. Zhang Liang need not be overly humble. Oh, everyone who has been admitted to Kyoto University is exceptional. Past achievements do not determine the future. I hope everyone studies diligently and delves deeply into Chinese. Achieve good results. Zhang Liang, you may sit down now. Zhang Liang said. Starting tomorrow, there will be a month-long military training. Students are required to train according to military standards, enhancing themselves in terms of physical fitness and discipline. After reviewing everyone's records, I discussed the characteristics of the students with Director Duan Liren from the Academic Affairs Office. It was decided to appoint Luo Xiangyu as the class leader of the first class of the Chinese department, with Zhang Liang as the vice class leader and study committee member. Li Jieqi will also serve as the class leader alongside Luo Xiangyu. Such appointments are meant to facilitate the organization of work. Subsequently, class teacher Zhang Liang added all the students on WeChat and established a WeChat group for the class, with Zhang Liang as the group admin. Students, please pay attention. In the class group, meaningless content is not to be spread, no advertisements are to be sent, no obscene videos are to be circulated, and no profane language is to be shared. In fact, Zhang Liang was also studying a major in classical literature. However, that major was a concurrent study. His primary major is Chinese literature, which is why he was placed in the Chinese literature class. The next day, after breakfast around 7:30, the first-year students gathered at the playground of Kyoto University. Peking University has 128 majors distributed across different faculties. At the main campus, there were over 1,000 first-year students organized into various formations by class. At this moment, 5 officers in military uniforms approached the formations. Among them were 4 second lieutenants and 1 captain. The captain stepped forward and saluted. Hello everyone. I am Captain Tan Song from a certain unit of the People's Liberation Army. For the next month, I will lead 4 comrades to be your military training instructors. You are all exceptional students, and I believe that whatever you study, you will excel. I hope everyone strictly demands of themselves according to military standards. The results of the military training directly relate to your annual grades. Students who seriously violate the discipline during the military training will be expelled by the school, so I hope everyone takes this seriously. After a round of lecture, they began practicing marching left turn, right turn, about turn. The girls were sweating profusely and their faces turned red from the sun. The boys fared a bit better, but they too were struggling with the heat. Zhang Liang felt nothing. He stood there energetically performing various actions. His vital energy circulated without a single drop of sweat. His movements were standard, clean, and swift. At the end of the day, all the classmates went to take a shower, exhausted and listless, as if they had suffered a defeat. In a corner of the playground, Zhang Liang found an isolated spot to practice the Wuxiang divine palm. Every move and posture was already etched in his mind. His movements flowed seamlessly, completing the 81 styles in one breath, without changing his expression or losing his breath. Zhang Liang had been at the late stage of qi refinement for some time now, and although he had gathering qi pills, he rarely consumed them. Grounded, progressing step by step, it is only through slowly refining one's cultivation that true skills can be achieved. Relying on pills to boost one's cultivation will yield no real combat power. After finishing his training, he took a shower and went out to eat something. In the evening, Zhang Liang lay in bed, circulating his energy and quietly practicing the Shantian divine skill. Lu Qianqian sent a message on WeChat. Zhang Liang, I have broken through to the first layer of qi refinement. During the daytime military training, others were exhausted. Only I passed it very easily. My vital energy circulated throughout my body, a refreshing feeling. I didn't break a single sweat. Other students were drenched in their clothes. Even the boys couldn't handle it. The girls were especially complaining, yet I felt no fatigue. Thank you for teaching me the skill. Zhang Liang replied with a few words. Is verbal gratitude useful? Could you not do something more practical? You naughty boy, what are you thinking? Lu Qianqian replied, and then there was no further response. 3 days later, the students began to adapt to standing in formation, executing left turns, right turns, and they started activities like high jump, long jump, and overcoming obstacles. For Zhang Liang, these actions were child's play, and he completed them effortlessly. Moreover, he had to hold back his strength to avoid surpassing the world record. A commotion would not be good. Yet he still got scolded by the coach. The captain Tansong called Zhang Liang aside. Zhang Liang, have you practiced martial arts? I've practiced a bit. Zhang Liang admitted. There was no choice. He accidentally jumped high, nearly reaching the world record. He jumped higher than the instructor. The world record is 245 meters, and Zhang Liang accidentally jumped 244 meters. It's not just a little bit of martial arts training that you have. Are you a martial artist? Instructor, is it illegal to be a martial artist? Zhang Liang calmly asked. Of course not, as long as you do not threaten others. But have you ever considered joining the army and becoming part of the special forces? The benefits are substantial. Tansong asked. I'm not interested. I just want to study well. Zhang Liang replied. Then I won't disturb you. Continue training. Tansong said. Zhang Liang quickly took the opportunity to message Lu Qianqian. Hold back a bit during the high jump and long jump. Don't surpass the instructor. Got it? Lu Qianqian replied instantly. I didn't surpass. I jumped the same height as him and got talked to. I said I've practiced martial arts. This made Zhang Liang quite exasperated. The women's world record is 2.1 meters. If you jump the same height as the coach, doesn't that mean you surpassed the world record? However, saying she had practiced martial arts was still quite clever. During the subsequent long jump, 100-meter sprint, and long distance running, Zhang Liang remained cautious. He always held back his strength to match the instructor without surpassing him. Yet his ease was undeniable. 2 days later, a major arrived and invited Zhang Liang to the principal's office. Vice Principal Chao Xinqi and Principal Yuan Shiji were both present. The major smiled and said, Zhang Liang, don't be nervous. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xue Zhiqian, and I am the major commander of a special forces unit. You are a gifted student and the top science student in the province's college entrance examination. You also possess exceptional skills, can identify gemstone quality, treat illnesses, and have a medical qualification certificate. The military needs talents like you. Would you like to serve the country? Zhang Liang saluted. Hello, sir. I currently do not wish to leave Kyoto University. I just want to study hard. However, if the country needs me, I can serve at any time. Very well. Your attitude is commendable. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. I will report your situation to my superiors. Wanting to study at Kyoto University is a good thing. We respect your personal wishes, and we can discuss it further later. Major Xue Zhiqian said. The next day, Tansong called Zhang Liang out and let him also serve as a coach, guiding the students in their training. Zhang Liang cared for his classmates meticulously and patiently guided everyone, never criticizing them. The month of military training would soon come to an end. On the last day after military training, Tansong stood before the formation, his expression solemn, as he said, Students, throughout this month of military training, you have transformed from students into qualified soldiers. You are truly brilliant students. We are already comrades. No matter when or where, whenever I think of you, I will firmly believe that our country has a bright future. You are the pillars of our nation's tomorrow. As a farewell, Tansong held Zhang Liang's hand and said, Zhang Liang, I believe we will meet again. The country needs you and the military needs you. Finally, the students of Kyoto University sang, sending off comrades embarking on a journey, silently shedding tears, the sound of bells ringing in the air. As they watched the 5 instructors board the military vehicle and drive away, the students became tanned, but were also transformed. Their bodies grew stronger, and there was a qualitative leap in their formation along with various physical qualities. In the second month, classes officially began at the university. A week later, with Chin Bin's help, Zhang Liang purchased a set of commercial housing near Kyoto University. For the average person, the housing prices here are exorbitant at over 100,000 per square meter. However, Zhang Liang did not care. He spent 16 million to buy a second-hand house with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. The house was fully equipped with various appliances. Zhang Liang asked for a slight renovation, disinfected, and cleaned it, and it was ready for him to move in. He mentioned it to Lu Qianqian, asking her to move out and live with him, and she readily agreed. Zhang Liang first treated his 3 roommates to a meal. Brothers, although I have moved out, we will always be good brothers. You can't have a gathering without me. Just notify me if there's anything. Of course we 4 will always be brothers. But Zhang Liang, you should also come back occasionally to see us. Shen Bin said, as this guy had hardly spent any days in the dormitory. On the day he moved in, Zhang Liang took Lu Qianqian out for a meal and then entered the room. Lu Qianqian hurriedly occupied one of the rooms, saying, I want this room facing south with good sunlight. It also has a balcony. Zhang Liang helplessly said, Hey, Qianqian, can't we live together? Aren't we? We just each have our own room. Lu Qianqian replied, What I mean is, when will you become a real woman? As Zhang Liang spoke, he walked over and embraced Qianqian, kissing her deeply. This night the moon was very red, like the blushing face of a beautiful woman. After a night passed, in the morning Zhang Liang used his vital energy to help Qianqian heal her pains, and Qianqian shyly went to school. In the following days, with the help of Qianqian's maiden aura, Zhang Liang broke through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, officially entering the mid-stage of qi refinement. In less than half a month, Zhang Liang self-studied all the courses from his first year and memorized them all. At the class, teacher Zhang Liang's side principal, Chao, had given him a heads up. Thus, Zhang Liang spent his days cultivating at his residence. Occasionally attending a class was just to take a break. Every exam resulted in excellent scores. Class teacher Zhang Liang tacitly accepted this, no longer addressing Zhang Liang about anything. Zhang Liang spent his days either cultivating or alchemy. One day, Major Xue Zhiqian came again. However, he was now a lieutenant colonel. Zhang Liang invited Xue Zhiqian into the living room and poured him tea. General Xue, what brings you here? Zhang Liang asked directly. I have been dispatched by the Central Plains War Zone of Huaxia to announce an appointment. Today, Zhang Liang is appointed as a lieutenant colonel instructor in the special forces of the Huaxia People's Liberation Army. You are to report for duty immediately. Your student status at Kyoto University will be retained, and you can return to study after military matters are settled. After announcing, Xue Zhiqian smiled. How about it? We have finally become comrades. Subsequently, Xue Zhiqian took out the officer's certificate and military registration certificate from his briefcase, along with a set of military uniform. Will I be able to return to university? Zhang Liang asked, reluctant to leave Lu Qianqian. Of course you can return any time after the special forces training is completed. From now on you will have to balance both places. Xue Zhiqian said. The school has already been notified by the military. Zhang Liang went to inform the principal about the situation, showing the officer's certificate and military registration certificate to the school leaders. Great. This also contributes to our country. Regardless, you are an officer who graduated from Kyoto University. After training, you can continue your studies. Principal Yuan Shiji said. After Lu Qianqian returned from school and heard that Zhang Liang had become a lieutenant colonel, she was very happy. She made Zhang Liang wear the military uniform and took several photos. She sent them to her parents via WeChat and shared them on her moments, showing off that her boyfriend had become a lieutenant colonel. Zhang Liang also posted the photos in his moments, allowing his friends to share in his joy. Every man has a dream of galloping on the battlefield with iron horses and golden spears. While watching those war dramas, Zhang Liang often fantasized about wielding weapons for the country. The next day, the military district sent someone to pick up Zhang Liang. They boarded a helicopter in the suburbs, flying directly to the military district station in El City. Zhang Liang's luxury car had already been retrieved from the Chaos Bell space, as he did not purchase a parking spot in the underground garage. An hour later, the helicopter landed at the military camp in the suburbs of El City. Arriving at the command center, he met Commander Chang Junfeng. Xiaozhang, I've heard you are a martial artist. Chang Junfeng asked straightforwardly. I am a cultivator, or one might say a practitioner of the Tao. Zhang Liang replied, as he could not deceive his superiors. Oh, it seems they don't fully understand you. What skills do you possess? I've heard you can heal as well. Chang Junfeng inquired. I know some minor spells can heal, have photographic memory, and my strength is considerably greater than that of the average person, Zhang Liang answered truthfully. Shall we go outside for a demonstration? Yes. Commander Chang led several staff members outside, and Zhang Liang followed, saying, Chief, allow me to perform a few small acts. I hope you will not mind. With that, Zhang Liang waved his hand, releasing 6 fireballs the size of fists. These fireballs formed a circle spinning at a height of over 2 meters, dazzling to behold. After 5 minutes, Zhang Liang waved his hand, and the fireball technique vanished. With another wave, many vines appeared out of thin air from the roadside bushes, coiling around the gathered crowd like ropes. With a flick of his hand, the vines disappeared. Zhang Liang then walked to a patch of unpaved ground, pointed with his hand, and a wall of earth appeared out of thin air. The onlookers were dumbfounded. 5 minutes later, Zhang Liang waved his hand again, and the earthen wall disappeared, leaving the ground as smooth and clean as before. After performing these acts, he glanced at the nearby 6-story command building. Zhang Liang propelled himself upward with a powerful push of his legs. With a whoosh, he flew into the air, landing on the roof. Then he lightly descended from the rooftop to the ground like a feather, making no sound at all. Zhang Liang then took out his sword and demonstrated a set of lightning sword techniques. The movements were light and elegant, flowing like water. Finally, he concluded his display. "Excellent swordplay," Commander Chang exclaimed. He was also a sword enthusiast and knew a set of sword techniques. "Do you know how heavy my sword is?" Zhang Liang asked. 50 kilograms. Chang Junfeng guessed, trying to estimate higher. 180 kilograms. "I doubt anyone in the military can wield it," Zhang Liang replied. Chang Junfeng ordered someone to bring a scale so Zhang Liang could weigh the sword. It showed 182 kilograms. "Goodness, you move like the wind, yet it weighs 182 kilograms. Truly divine strength. General Zhang, we didn't understand your capabilities well enough before. Your position was a bit low for you. Let me take charge. I will promote you to the rank of colonel and appoint you as the chief instructor of the Central Plains War Zone Special Forces," Commander Chang Junfeng declared. He then ordered a change of Zhang Liang's officer credentials and uniform. Commander Chang acted swiftly, immediately convening an emergency meeting to discuss the placement of the former chief instructor. Zhang Liang was assigned a room to rest in. After more than an hour, the meeting concluded, and the former chief instructor Li Qingwang was promoted from colonel to major general, while his position was changed to deputy chief instructor. Although his rank was elevated, his position decreased. Li Qingwang did not suffer any loss. Zhang Liang did not care about titles. He was not one to value empty fame. The next day, the command office sent a vehicle to take Zhang Liang to the Special Forces courtyard. Although the Special Forces and the Special Brigade differed by only one word, they were vastly different. Next spring, a competition among all major war zone special brigades was scheduled to be held. In the last competition, the Central Plains War Zone only ranked third among the 5 war zones. Being the Central Plains War Zone, they were actually lagging behind. Therefore, the Central Plains War Zone Command placed great importance on this upcoming competition. The Special Brigade was composed of the elite among the elite selected from the Special Forces. Each member was not an ordinary soldier. Some were second lieutenants, some lieutenants, and some were private first class or private. In short, none were privates. They were all elite soldiers honed through years of hardship, many of whom had executed overseas missions. They were all very proud and quite blunt. If they looked down on you, even the King of Heaven would not suffice. If they respected you, they would treat you with utmost respect. Members of the Special Brigade trained hard every day. Practicing and competing were common occurrences. When Zhang Liang arrived, the Special Brigade had already received word that their chief instructor Li Qingwang had been promoted to Major General. And as for his position, it had been demoted to Deputy Chief Instructor. The soldiers speculated that this was the descendant of some high-ranking official coming to the Special Brigade to gain prestige. Then Zhang Liang stepped out of the vehicle. Accompanying him was instructor Li Qingwang. Li Qingwang brought Zhang Liang to the front of the lineup, saying, "I would like to introduce everyone to the newly appointed chief instructor of the Special Brigade, General Zhang Liang. Everyone please welcome him." With that, Li Qingwang started clapping. Clap, 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 clapped. The soldiers applauded while whispering among themselves. Where did this student come from? He must be only in his teens. Exactly. What could some kids possibly do? Zhang Liang paid no attention to these idle remarks. He took a few steady steps forward, reaching the front of the lineup. Zhang Liang saluted, and the soldiers of the Special Brigade quickly returned the salute. No matter how you look at it, Zhang Liang was the chief instructor. How could the chief instructor salute first? The Special Brigade could not afford to lose face. Hello everyone. Some of you say that I am a student, just 18 years old. Let me tell you, you are absolutely right. I am indeed an 18-year-old university student. However, historically Gan Luo took command at 12 and Luo Tong was in charge of campaigns at 15. Heroes have always emerged from the youth. If your skills can match mine, I will resign as your instructor, Zhang Liang said. At this moment, a soldier in the lineup raised his hand, and Zhang Liang said, "Speak up." "Yes. Since Instructor Zhang has just arrived, why not show us what you can do? That way everyone will be convinced." "All right. Huh. You want to impress everyone. That should be easy, right?" Zhang Liang took out his weapon, the long sword, placed it on the ground, and said, "Anyone with great strength, come and demonstrate a set of sword techniques. Even if you don't know sword techniques, you can swing it around." The soldier who had just spoken was named Wei Zian. He was about 1.8 meters tall and of average height in the lineup. He stepped forward saying, "Let me give it a try." Wei Zian did quite well, gripping the long sword with one hand and lifting it. However, his face turned red from the effort. Trying to perform a few more movements was impossible. He had no choice but to obediently place it back on the ground and return to the lineup. Another tall soldier named Lu Jiaqiang stepped forward and grabbed the long sword to lift it. But similarly, he could not swing it at all. One after another they tried, yet this sword, though it seemed small, was Just think about it. Holding it with one hand weighs 182 kilograms, which is no small feat. But who could wield it? In the end, no one stepped forward. Zhang Liang walked over, effortlessly picked up the long sword, and showcased the lightning sword technique. It was truly a display of thunderous strikes and ethereal grace. As the sword swirled, a cold gleam flashed, exuding a chilling aura. As he moved, only the shadows of the sword could be seen, not the man himself. Someone shouted, "Good." Everyone then began to applaud. As Zhang Liang continued, he performed a gliding technique, holding the sword, and flew over 30 meters, approximately 100 yards. Zhang Liang performed another glide, flying back, landing in front of the lineup, without breaking a sweat, let alone showing any sign of fatigue. Someone exclaimed, "Hey, what happened to the sword in Instructor Zhang's hand? Right? Where did that sword go?" The soldiers were astonished. At that moment, Li Qingguang said, "What does everyone think of Chief Instructor Zhang's skills?" "Good. We admire you," the soldiers shouted in unison. Afterward, the soldiers stood at attention, heads held high, waiting for Zhang Liang to address them. Zhang Liang stepped forward and began to speak. "From today onward, we are comrades. I will do my best to help everyone improve in various aspects, striving for good results in next spring's grand competition." Zhang Liang planned to teach the soldiers a body refining technique considered a common cultivation method. Even this technique is vastly superior to martial arts techniques. As for the Xiantian divine art, he did not intend to teach it widely, as it was indeed his greatest secret. The entire special brigade had more than 1,500 personnel, equivalent to the size of a regiment, with 10 companies in total. According to the structure, there were 3 battalions, each with 3 companies, and one company was the Guard Company, also known as the Assault Company. The Assault Company was composed of the best warriors selected from the entire brigade. They were the elite of the elite. Zhang Liang first reported to Commander Chang Junfeng about his intention to teach the body refining technique. Zhang Liang himself also needed to practice this body refining technique, as he previously had no time. However, practicing the body refining technique required significant investment. Each soldier would need at least 100,000 yuan. Adding up the various commanders, the total expenditure would approach 200 million. Eventually, Chang Junfeng decided that the body refining technique would only be taught to the first company for the time being. During the competition, the strongest soldiers from the first company would be selected to participate. Zhang Liang also indicated his willingness to provide another technique for widespread distribution among the special brigade. Moreover, it would not require nearly as much money. Zhang Liang planned to provide the special brigade with a cultivation technique, the Wuji divine art, leaving the depth of their practice to their own fortunes. Although this technique was not as good as the Xiantian divine art, it was much superior to martial arts techniques. When Chang Junfeng heard this, he was very pleased. "Instructor Zhang, the Central Plains War Zone will not forget your spirit of selfless dedication, nor will the country. I will report this matter to the central leadership." Zhang Liang began to teach the Wuji divine art. First, he passed the technique to the first company commander and the 3 battalion commanders, instructing them to teach it to the soldiers. He also publicly announced that this technique could not be spread outside. No matter where you go, if you disseminate this technique indiscriminately, you will face military justice. After teaching each soldier the technique, Zhang Liang began to guide everyone in their practice. He patiently explained the sitting posture, breathing techniques, and mental methods. 3 days later, most soldiers successfully initiated their qi. Meanwhile, the first company began daytime practice of the Wuji divine art and nighttime practice of the body refining technique, which was conducted by soaking in a medicinal liquid. The first company was stationed separately from the other companies, and this matter was kept confidential to prevent other companies' soldiers from knowing and affecting everyone's morale. 10 days later, most soldiers successfully initiated their qi. Everyone's physical fitness improved significantly. Especially noticeable in the first company, their stamina increased substantially. The headquarters paid close attention to these 2 techniques, issuing orders that these techniques must not be privately disseminated by soldiers wherever they go. Even if personnel were to retire in the future, if they spread the techniques indiscriminately, the military would pursue accountability. During this time, Zhang Liang also kept himself busy. He did not use military herbs. The Chaos Bell space still stored a large number of spiritual herbs. Every night, Zhang Liang soaked in medicinal liquid, practicing the Hongming body refining technique. His medicinal liquid was of much higher quality than that used by the soldiers. Unfortunately, the herbs Zhang Liang collected in Changbai Mountain were not sufficient for so many people. After half a month, Zhang Liang's body refinement had reached the small success stage of the first layer of the Hongming body refining technique. Ordinary punches and kicks no longer harmed Zhang Liang. Common blades and swords could not injure him either. And this was only the small success stage of the first layer of body refinement. The herbs used by the soldiers were also made from precious materials. Though not as good as Zhang Liang's spiritual herbs, they were still effective. Their physical strength significantly increased, and their resistance to blows improved greatly. Zhang Liang also requested the headquarters to gather some high-quality jade stones, arranging a gathering array in the courtyard of the special brigade. As a result, the soldiers' training noticeably accelerated. Everyone at the headquarters felt the air had become everyone was energetic and free from illness. Chang Junfeng laughed heartily, leading the staff at the headquarters to practice the Wuji divine art, sparking a wave of training enthusiasm. Zhang Liang's contributions quickly received recognition from the higher echelons of Huaxia, and the Central Theater Command announced his promotion to Major General. When the one-month deadline arrived, the Special Brigade's training had gotten onto the right track. Most of the soldiers in the Special Brigade had successfully initiated their qi. The soldiers of the first company had also succeeded in both qi and body refinement. Zhang Liang proposed to the headquarters that he wanted to continue his studies at Kyoto University. He could return whenever the military needed him. All right, you may continue your studies. However, do not forget that you are the chief instructor of our Central Plains War Zone Special Brigade. Should anything arise, call me promptly. Commander Chang said happily. Thank you, Commander. I will visit often. That's great. You can drive the official car assigned to you by the headquarters. It will be convenient for you in the field, and no one will dare to bully you. Commander Chang reminded again. Yes, understood. Zhang Liang politely took the military car assigned by the headquarters and returned to Kyoto. Originally, there was a service soldier, but Zhang Liang sent him to the troops. It would not be appropriate for a student to have a service soldier. Upon returning to his residence in Kyoto, Zhang Liang called Lu Qianqian and then drove to pick her up from school. By the way, he greeted Principal Yuan Shiji and Vice Principal Chao Shenqi. Upon returning to continue his studies, the principal was very pleased. He also greeted the head teacher Zhang Lipeng to show his respect. That evening, Zhang Liang took Lu Qianqian out for dinner. Having not seen Shen Yi for a long time, Zhang Liang also called her. Lu Qianqian had already developed a substantial relationship with Zhang Liang and did not mind his normal interactions with others. Zhang Liang brought the two beauties to a Western restaurant and let them order. They ordered a bottle of red wine, and the three of them sipped slowly. While eating, Chun Yi said, Qianqian, I've run into some trouble. A young master from the capital, Wang Haoluan, seems to have taken an interest in me for some reason. He keeps bothering me. He comes from a wealthy family, and our homeroom teacher can't do anything about it. Then report it to the school leaders. Lu Qianqian said it won't work. He hasn't broken any laws. What can the school leaders do? Chun Yi replied. I thought of a way, but it requires troubling Zhang Liang. Chun Yi said, what do I need to do? Zhang Liang asked. Pretend to be my boyfriend. That way Wang Haoluan will give up. But he might cause you trouble. Chun Yi said. It doesn't matter, I'm not afraid of trouble. If he tries to mess with me, it'll make him regret it. Zhang Liang said. Go ahead, I lend you my boyfriend. Lu Qianqian waved her hand generously, saying, what if Liu Bei borrowed Jingzhou? Chun Yi said playfully. Then I will attack Jingzhou 3 times. Lu Qianqian waved her small fist, and the two girls giggled. Am I just a thing? Why are you two fighting over me? Zhang Liang said, dissatisfied. You're not a thing. The two girls said in unison. All right, what have I become? Zhang Liang said with a wry smile. Back at the residence, it had been a month since Zhang Liang and Lu Qianqian had seen each other. A short separation felt like a new marriage. The two didn't sleep all night, and after several rounds they finally fell into a deep sleep. At around 9 a.m., Zhang Liang opened his eyes, got dressed, and washed his face. The phone rang. Zhang Liang, come quickly. Wang Haoluan is downstairs at my teaching building. Zhang Liang changed his clothes and drove to Kyoto University. After parking the car, he quickly came to the bottom of the computer science building. He saw several people arranging roses into a heart shape. A chubby student stood in the center of the heart, loudly proclaiming, Chun Yi, I love you. Behind him, a few sycophants shouted, agree. 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 Zhang Liang walked up and asked, what are you all doing? Why are you shouting my girlfriend's names? Wang Haoluan in the center of the heart was displeased. Kids, say that again. Who is your girlfriend? Chun Yi. She is my girlfriend. Zhang Liang said. You're infuriating me. Are you looking for death? Do you want to fight? Let's go outside. Whoever doesn't go is a coward. Zhang Liang said, turning to leave. Wang Haoluan grinned sinisterly. All right. Then he brought a few people along to follow Zhang Liang. The group arrived at a park not far from the school. At that time it was hot, and there were few people in the park. Zhang Liang found a spacious spot, stood firm, and calmly asked, are you coming one by one or all at once? Hey, are you still pretending? Wang Haoluan sneered. Guzi, go break his legs. A burly young man lunged at Zhang Liang. Without even looking at him, Zhang Liang sidestepped and kicked Guzi in the waist just as his hand was about to touch him. Bang! Guzi flew over 3 meters. It hurt so much. Guzi fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Altogether, Wang Haoluan waved his hand, and the remaining lackeys charged over. Zhang Liang didn't dodge, either throwing punches at the 5 or 6 burly men rushing at him. Bang! Bang! Slap! Slap! In less than 2 minutes, all 5 or 6 men along with Wang Haoluan lay on the ground, unable to get up. One by one they wailed on the ground, while Zhang Liang slowly walked back to the bottom of Chun Yi's teaching building. Chun-Yi was still hugging one of Zhang Liang's arms in front of many classmates. Her chest pressed against Zhang Liang, causing his heart to race. The alluring scent of her body made him unable to help but fantasize. She truly was a captivating enchantress. Zhang Liang tried hard to control himself. Handsome guy, thank you so much today. To express my gratitude, I invite you to lunch today. Chun-Yi said. No need, it's just a small matter. Zhang Liang replied, wanting to leave this woman quickly. After all, he wasn't. No way, I must show my appreciation, I'll call you later. Chun-Yi insisted. All right. With a beautiful woman accompanying me, I couldn't ask for more. Zhang Liang pretended to be indifferent. At 11 a.m., Zhang Liang received Chun-Yi's call. Zhang Liang said, don't you have another class? You often skip classes, are you still concerned about one class? Come out, I'm treating you to eat outside the school, wait for you at the school gate. The two arrived at a newly opened Sichuan restaurant, and Chun-Yi brought 2 bottles of liquor. Let's drink to our heart's content today, and not leave until we're drunk. Chun-Yi said boldly. The two ate spicy hot pot and drank liquor, unknowingly finishing 2 bottles. Zhang Liang helped Chun-Yi into the passenger seat and drove, intending to take her home. Chun-Yi in a daze hugged Zhang Liang, saying, Zhang Liang, I, like you, don't mess around. I can't drive like this. Zhang Liang tried to push Chun-Yi away. However, she hugged him even tighter. With no choice, Zhang Liang drove to a small park. It was noon, and there was no one in the park. Zhang Liang laid Chun-Yi back in the rear seat, wanting her to take a nap. However, Chun-Yi tightly hugged Zhang Liang. It was summer, and her dress rode up her smooth thighs, rubbing against Zhang Liang, her bosom pressing against him, exhaling like orchids. Zhang Liang could no longer resist, leaned down, and kissed her. Ing. The red sports car started to move. An hour later, after sweating and regaining his clarity, he said, I'm sorry, I will take responsibility. What about Lu Qianqian? What will happen to her? Can you bear to let her go? Chun-Yi said with a bitter smile. Forget it, I did it willingly, no need for you to take responsibility. Chun-Yi said, but I feel a bit sorry for Lu Qianqian. Don't say that it's the man's fault in situations like this. I will definitely take responsibility. Zhang Liang insisted. Since it had happened, why push away the responsibility? Zhang Liang hugged Chun-Yi and kissed her again, this time soberly. After another passionate encounter, he used his qi to heal her injuries and took her back. The next day, Zhang Liang gave the remaining Phoenix Jade pendant to Chun-Yi and passed on the Xiantian divine art and complete techniques to her. He helped her draw qi into her body. Chun-Yi had good qualifications for cultivation, but she had dual spiritual roots of water and wood at the earth level. Once she refined a cleansing marrow pill, in the future her qualifications could improve. Thus Zhang Liang became a scoundrel who was straddling 2 boats. There was nothing he could do, he couldn't bear to let either go, and he didn't want to be an irresponsible person. Fearing what one does not want to happen, that day finally arrived. Lu Qianqian learned about Zhang Liang and Chun-Yi's affair, and came to demand an explanation. Weren't you just a shield for her? How did it become real? What about me? What am I supposed to do? Lu Qianqian was furious. Qianqian, listen to me, I love you, I will always love you. It will never change. Our future is to enter the cultivation world. There men can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If you love me, you must accept this, I love you, and I also have to be responsible for Chun-Yi. Lu Qianqian fell silent, and she did not move out. The two had a cold war for a week, then things returned to normal. You cannot seduce other women again. You flirty carrot. She angrily punched Zhang Liang's chest a few times. Zhang Liang sighed, turned around, and smiled. He had finally received Qianqian's understanding and had not lost her. Zhang Liang found Chun-Yi and shared the good news with her. Chun-Yi was also very happy. As long as she is willing to share you with me, I don't care about the title. All my women have titles, I promise you. Zhang Liang assured. Chun-Yi successfully drew qi into her body, and Zhang Liang gave her 20 gathering qi pills. That night Zhang Liang invited both beauties to dinner. The 2 girls got along amicably, both accepting the idea of sharing one husband. To love someone is to tolerate their flaws. During the midterm exam, Zhang Liang, who often skipped classes, scored 1st place. Homeroom teacher Zhang Lipeng looked at Zhang Liang as if he were a monster. Principal Yuan Shiji and Vice Principal Chao Xinqi also expressed their astonishment, wondering what kind of genius this was. He often skipped classes, but still managed to rank 1st in the midterm exam. For a time, Zhang Liang became a hot topic in the chat groups of Kyoto University. He became a famous campus heartthrob. Good-looking and excelling in academics, he often drove a luxury car. On the Kyoto University forum, both Chun-Yi and Lu Qianqian were well-known campus beauties. People were unfamiliar with Lu Qianqian, the first girlfriend. However, the story of Chun-Yi and Zhang Liang was widely circulated. It was mainly because Wang Haoluan set up a heart-shaped rose to pursue Chun-Yi, and Zhang Liang revealed his identity as her boyfriend. Although that time was just a shield, others didn't know that. Everyone thought it was real. Many beautiful women also began to like Zhang Liang, and several were thinking of adding him on WeChat for contact information. Who knew Zhang Liang would skip classes again? During these days, Zhang Liang's cultivation level broke through to the mid-stage of the qi refining 4th layer. Without spirit stones, he could only take a pill every few days, making progress slow. That night, Zhang Liang was walking down the street planning to buy something. A few people blocked his path. "You are Zhang Liang, right? How dare you provoke our Song family home? Let's see what you're capable of today." Zhang Liang assessed the few people opposite him. The leader was a burly, middle-aged man in his 40s. His aura was powerful, seemingly a master of legend. Following him were 3 internal strength practitioners, all about 27 or 28 years old. The 4 formed a circular formation blocking Zhang Liang's path. Zhang Liang wanted to test his own cultivation against a master. "Are you from the Song family?" "Indeed, I am Cui Jinshan, a senior elder of the Song family. Some time ago you crippled my eldest disciple's arm. This grudge should be settled today. Let's find a quiet place that's not convenient on the street," Zhang Liang said with a smile. "All right. You choose the place, get in the car." Behind them was a commercial van, and Zhang Liang followed them into the car. The 4 opposite him wore smug smiles. "Let's go to the outskirts. There no one will disturb us, and the police won't discover a fight happening," Zhang Liang said. "Huh. Good. You're quite confident, huh?" Cui Jinshan sneered. The van soon arrived at a group of unfinished buildings on the outskirts where there were few pedestrians. Occasionally passing vehicles were too lazy to meddle. Seeing someone about to cause trouble, they drove away even faster. Zhang Liang nodded. "This place is great, it's perfect for a fight. Come on, please go first, Teacher Cui." Calling him Teacher Cui made Cui Jinshan very pleased. "Knowing my power, do you still dare to act? You don't need me to do it personally. My few disciples can easily handle you." Cui Jinshan chuckled. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it leisurely, and exhaled a smoke ring. "You 3 don't worry about any principles. Oh, just teach him a lesson. Breaking his limbs will suffice." Cui Jinshan's expression darkened. Zhang Liang's attitude had long infuriated him. As one of the 4 great elders of the Song family, how could he tolerate a mere commoner challenging his authority? As a master, wherever he went he was treated with respect. Even the head of the Song family, a later-stage master, spoke politely to the 4 great elders. Although he was only at the initial stage of the master realm, he was rarely greeted coldly by the family head. Their treatment was very high. They earned millions annually with food and lodging provided, and were treated to fine wine and delicacies daily. In the previous encounter, he had used 50% of his strength against an internal strength practitioner. This time he faced 3 internal strength practitioners. However, Zhang Liang had already advanced from the Qi refining 3rd layer to the Qi refining 4th layer. The 3 internal strength practitioners were fast to attack, but even faster to fall back. Bang! Bang! Each received a kick and flew back, landing on the ground. This time Zhang Liang didn't use true Qi. He simply relied on his physical strength to take them down. The 3 young men were fortunate, as Zhang Liang didn't want to expose his strength this time. Cui Jinshan didn't notice the fluctuations of Zhang Liang's internal strength and was puzzled. He found it strange that his 3 disciples shouldn't be this weak. He was a very cautious person and rarely suffered losses in fights. "Fellow, what martial arts are you practicing? Why does it seem different from that of a martial artist?" "I have no special martial arts, Bim, just an ordinary person," Zhang Liang sneered. "Fellow, we have no deep enmity. Let's just exchange ideas and spar a bit. I hope you can show some mercy." Cui Jinshan cupped his hands. Though he spoke politely, he didn't hold back at all. Channeling his internal strength into his right hand, his left hand feigned weakness, and he struck Zhang Liang's chest with full force. He could tell Zhang Liang had some skill, but he couldn't figure out what martial art it was. So he used all his strength right away. Zhang Liang observed this, and did not dare to be careless. Channeling true Qi to his right palm, he struck out bang. At the point where the 2 palms collided, an energy wave stirred up a large cloud of dust. Zhang Liang staggered back 3 steps. As the dust settled, Cui Jinshan had retreated 4 or 5 steps, his right arm trembling with muscle spasms. His chest surged with blood and energy. Zhang Liang discovered that Cui Jinshan's strength was not far from his own. The 2 were nearly evenly matched, provided that Zhang Liang did not use his spells and divine sense attacks. It was rare to encounter a worthy opponent, so Zhang Liang had no intention of ending the fight like this. He did not use the formless divine palm either, but instead engaged Cui Jinshan in a brute force battle. He treated Cui Jinshan as a free sparring partner, exchanging flesh-crushing blows in a ferocious fight. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had passed, leaving Cui Jinshan gasping for breath. Zhang Liang, with true Qi nourishing his body, and being a body-tempering cultivator, had far greater resilience than Cui Jinshan. Cui Jinshan was covered in bruises, and his legs trembled with exhaustion. "Stop! Young friend Zhang, let's stop. We'll spar another day." Cui Jinshan started to call for a halt. "Stop! I haven't had enough yet." Zhang Liang was unwilling to stop. Bang, 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 bang. Bang. Ouch. Stop, 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 stop. I concede. Cui Jinshan repeatedly begged for mercy. "Weren't you going to break my limbs? Weren't you going to settle the grudge?" Zhang Liang relentlessly pressed on. Bang, 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 bang. Cui Jinshan's stamina gave out as blows rained down on him. Finally, after a few more hits, Zhang Liang kicked him in the waist, sending him flying sideways, over 3 zhang away. Master Zhang, spare my life. I concede. Alright, Teacher Cui. I really wanted to spar a bit longer. Next time, he'll come find you to play another day. Zhang Liang said with a mocking smile. I dare not, I dare not. Young Master Zhang is a heroic youth. Cui acknowledged defeat. Cui Zhinshan was helped up by a few disciples, and cupped his hands to Zhang Liang. Alright, Teacher Cui, take care. Zhang Liang said. Cui Zhinshan limped into the car, and Zhang Liang also got in. After dropping Zhang Liang off at the original spot, the van sped away. Through this fight, he gained a rough understanding of a martial artist's strength. With his current mid-stage chi refining layer 4 cultivation, he could at most contend with a mid-stage grandmaster, and even then he might need to use spells to win. If he encountered a later-stage grandmaster martial artist, he would likely be defeated before he could even use his spells. In that case, when facing later-stage grandmaster cultivators in the future, he would have to rely on clever tactics to spar with them. Catching the opponent off guard with a divine sense attack might allow him to win. If the opponent outnumbered him, it was best to simply flee. There was no shame in running if he couldn't win. Only a fool would be crippled by confronting Hedon. It was already late November. On this day, Chang Juanfeng, the commander of the Central Plains Theater Command, called. Instructor Zhang, when will you come to the unit? The soldiers and I all miss you. Also, my granddaughter wants to learn cultivation from you. Hello, Commander. I'm not busy with my studies these days, so I can come and visit the unit. As for your granddaughter wanting to cultivate, that's easy. I'll just give her some guidance when I get there. They'll go tomorrow, Zhang Liang said. That evening, he treated Lu Qianxian and Chun Yi to a meal. The next day, Zhang Liang changed into his officer uniform and drove to the military command. By afternoon, he arrived at the headquarters. Commander Chang warmly welcomed Zhang Liang and invited him to sit, and someone served tea. Instructor Zhang, my granddaughter, is in the military's art troop. Normally, she shouldn't be learning cultivation. I only have this one granddaughter. She's been spoiled since childhood, so just this once will bend the rules. This is nothing. The military won't lose anything. Besides, cultivation can enhance a girl's beauty and physique. This is a good thing, we should support her. Zhang Liang said with a smile. Chang Junfeng made a phone call, and soon an impressive female officer entered. Reporting, Commander. Captain Chang Ruyan of the art troop reporting. The girl was 1.7 meters tall, her green officer uniform complemented by her stunning beauty. Her long straight legs and the bulge at her chest that strained the uniform made Zhang Liang inwardly exclaim, what a vixen. This was the legendary allure of a uniform. After joking with her grandfather, the girl's big eyes immediately landed on Zhang Liang. He was around 18 or 19, wearing a major general's uniform, handsome and debonair. Her beautiful eyes blinked. You must be Instructor Zhang. Salute. The girl deliberately raised her hand in a salute, nearly poking Zhang Liang's head. Zhang Liang returned the salute, his hand precisely blocking the bowtie's fair jade-like hand. Hello, Captain Chang, he greeted generously. If he had let her hand chop his head, he would have lost face. How could he then teach her martial arts? He would become a laughingstock in the military command. Zhang Liang quietly extended his divine sense to observe the girl's physique, bone age, talent, and other conditions. The girl was very beautiful and in good shape, seeming well-trained. Most importantly, her spiritual root talent was decent. She had an earth-grade, upper-quality dual wood and fire spiritual root, which was perfect for learning the Tao of alchemy. Instructor Zhang, can you teach me cultivation? Chang Ruyan spoke. Yes, but I need to explain clearly what your physique is suitable for. The choice is yours. You have a dual wood and fire physique suitable for learning the art of alchemy. But that's only after reaching Qi refining layer 3, it's still early. First, you need to have interest in order to learn well. There's a saying that interest is the best teacher, Zhang Liang said. Good. I like cultivation, teach me. I'll take you as my master, Chang Ruyan said. Let's skip the formal apprenticeship. This is a military camp, I'm an instructor, and am already teaching soldiers to learn. Zhang Liang was unwilling. Then forget it to avoid unnecessary complications. Let the soldiers say that I Chang Junfeng's child am getting special treatment. Others call you instructor, you call you master. Besides, Instructor Zhang is about the same age as you. If you get along well, you might even end up liking him. Chang Junfeng said. Alright then. Instructor Zhang is quite handsome. If he performs well, I might consider it. Chang Ruyan joked. Zhang Liang's face flushed with embarrassment. In front of Commander Chang, he didn't know how to respond. Well then, let's find a place. They'll help you get started with cultivation. Afterwards, Zhang Liang took Chang Ruyan to the car and drove to his office at the Special Forces Battalion. After making Chang Ruyan sit down, he pointed at the bowtie's forehead and transmitted a chapter of the chaotic fire art suitable for a fire attribute spiritual root, along with spells such as the fireball technique, vine entanglement technique, gliding technique, and other spells into her mind. The beauty let out a soft cry. My head hurts. She closed her eyes to organize the information for half an hour, then opened her eyes. How amazing. I remembered all these techniques directly. As for the later spells, you can't learn them now. Focus on cultivation first. You'll need to reach Qi refining layer 3 before you can practice them. For now, start learning to channel qi into your body here. He'll go check on the soldiers. It's been a while. Zhang Liang. He arrived at the training ground where some soldiers were cultivating, some were practicing military boxing, and others were sparring in pairs. As soon as they saw Zhang Liang, they immediately formed up in a square formation. Hello, Instructor Zhang. Salute. Hello, everyone. Zhang Liang returned the salute. Zhang Liang could tell at a glance that nearly half the soldiers in the Special Forces Battalion had already broken through to Qi refining Layer 1. Many others had also succeeded in channeling Qi into their bodies. It was only a matter of time before they broke through. Moreover, the soldiers of the first company who had secretly been training in body tempering had achieved excellent results. At the very least, it was equivalent to hard martial arts like the Golden Bell cover and Iron Shirt. The first company was the battalion's guard company. All the soldiers were excellent, and 100 of them had already broken through to Qi refining Layer 1. Li Chengwang was leading the training and came over to warmly salute and shake hands with Zhang Liang. Instructor Zhang, the soldiers and I all miss you. Zhang Liang noticed that Li Chengwang, who was nearly 40 years old, had been cultivating quite fast. He too had broken through to Qi refining Layer 1. The two chatted for a while, and Zhang Liang thought about many issues. If he could get all the other companies to practice body tempering, the effect would be even better. If the soldiers could all have elixirs to assist their cultivation, the effect would be even greater. The key was that it would require a massive amount of funds. Zhang Liang recalled the gold he had obtained deep in the Changbai Mountains. He had originally planned to donate it to the country when the opportunity arose. The military is the cornerstone of a nation. Only with a powerful military can the country and its people live in peace and prosperity. Having made up his mind, he told the soldiers to continue training and drove back to the headquarters. General Zhang, why did you come back alone? Where is my granddaughter? Chang Junfeng asked. She's cultivating in my office. I came to discuss something with you. After that, Zhang Liang told him about discovering 100 boxes of gold bars and many Japanese military weapons in the dense forest of Changbai Mountains. Zhang Liang understated the number by a few dozen boxes. He planned to keep those for himself in case he needed them later. Contributing 2/3 of the wealth was already generous. Anyone else would keep it all for themselves. That place might be where Japanese soldiers hid their spoils when they surrendered. We'll discuss that later. For now, I thank you on behalf of the country for donating this gold. As for the arrangement of this gold, what are your thoughts? Chang Junfeng asked. Commander Chang, it's like this. If the Special Forces Battalion has funds, they can buy some aged spirit herbs, and I can refine a batch of elixirs for them. With the aid of elixirs, their cultivation could become even faster. Even now, they are already the most powerful military in the country, or even the world. If they didn't encounter Western cultivators or supernatural beings, they would have no match. However, our army's purpose is not for domestic competition, but to forge an invincible military. Zhang Liang said. Good. Instructor Zhang is right. We must forge an invincible army. I didn't expect you to have such insight so soon after enlisting. Chang Junfeng said. Have I already enlisted? Zhang Liang pointed to himself. Of course. You are the chief instructor of our Central Plains Theater Command with the rank of Major General. How can you not be enlisted? You won't need to look for a job after college graduation. Chang Junfeng said triumphantly. Afterwards, Zhang Liang handed over the 100 boxes of gold bars to the headquarters. As for how they would be arranged, that was no longer his concern. Chang Junfeng would have to report to higher authorities before using the wealth. Zhang Liang then returned to the Special Forces Battalion. As soon as he entered the office, he noticed wisps of spiritual energy being absorbed into Chang Ruiyan's body. Good. Truly worthy of an Earth-grade, upper-quality spiritual root. She succeeded in channeling qi into her body in just 2 hours, Zhang Liang praised. In truth, he had given this military flower some special treatment. While Chang Ruiyan was meditating, Zhang Liang secretly infused a stream of spiritual energy into her lower dantian. If he did this for everyone in the Special Forces Battalion, he would be exhausted to death. Zhang Liang did this out of respect for the commander, and because he genuinely liked this military flower. Chang Ruiyan was naturally pleased to be praised. Don't you know who I am? I'm Chang Junfeng's granddaughter, a captain. Her beautiful big eyes looked at Zhang Liang. Great instructor. When I was meditating, just now a warm stream entered my dantian. Am I a genius? She lifted her delicate chin like a proud little princess. Ha, ha ha ha, that's hilarious. I gave you that spiritual energy out of respect for your grandfather. What genius? But your talent is not bad, that's true, Zhang Liang laughed. I don't believe you. Did your spiritual energy really go into my body? Then have I been defiled by you? Chang Ruiyan said with wide, innocent eyes. No, I'm going to find my grandfather. You must take responsibility for me. Zhang Liang smiled bitterly. I help you with good intentions, and you slander a good person. How could that defile you? I don't care. You have defiled me. You must take responsibility, or I'll report you to the headquarters. The spoiled princess left, and soon Chang Junfeng called. Instructor Zhang, could you come to the headquarters? Zhang Liang could only sigh in resignation, who knew how his precious granddaughter had complained. When Zhang Liang arrived at the office, there were 7 or 8 people in the headquarters. Chang Junfeng's face was stern. Instructor Zhang, I asked you to teach my granddaughter cultivation, but what did you put into her stomach? It's like this, Commander. Out of respect for you, when Chang Ruyan was cultivating, I injected a stream of spiritual energy into her lower dantian. This helped her succeed in channeling qi into her body within 2 hours. No other soldier received such treatment. She really shouldn't have reported me. Zhang Liang explained. I don't care, I'm no longer pure anyway. How am I supposed to find a boyfriend in the future? Chang Ruyan said petulantly. Chang Junfeng said, Instructor Zhang, before you put your true qi into her belly, did you ask for her consent? No, I didn't, Zhang Liang replied honestly. Then that's the problem. You should have asked for the latter's opinion. Now that things have come to this, what do you suggest? Chang Junfeng asked. At this moment, the deputy commander of the Central Plains Theater Command, LVUFA, spoke up. Hey, let me offer an idea. Why not let Instructor Zhang be Ruyan's boyfriend? That way the problem is solved. That won't do. I can't take her as my girlfriend. Zhang Liang said. Huh, what's wrong? My granddaughter has looks and status. She's a captain. Is that beneath you? No, I already have a girlfriend. Zhang Liang said. The moment he finished, the office fell silent. Chang Junfeng and LVUFA exchanged glances at a loss. At that moment, the theater chief of staff Song Zihua spoke up. Instructor Zhang, let me ask you something. How does your cultivation fare against grandmaster-level martial artists? To be honest, against a mid-grandmaster martial artist, the outcome is 50-50. But I can definitely survive. Against a late grandmaster, I would have to flee. Zhang Liang said. Song Zihua continued. As far as I know, a master-level martial artist is not bound by secular laws. Even if you have 3 wives and 4 concubines, it's nothing, isn't it? Moreover, Comrade Chang Ruyan is merely your girlfriend. Whether she will marry you in the end depends on your performance. If she develops feelings for someone else, you will have no hope. That's right, old Song is indeed the clever chief of staff. You are a master-level martial artist. Secular laws cannot bind you. You need not have any scruples, otherwise Chang Ruyan won't agree, said Deputy Commander Lu Yuefei. Zhang Liang, forced and left with no choice, said, All right then, if Comrade Chang Ruyan does not mind, I will temporarily be her boyfriend. Ha ha ha. Old Chang. How will you thank me and old Song for being the matchmakers? Deputy Commander Lu Yuefei burst into laughter. The others in the office also laughed. Chang Ruyan blushed and said, Deputy Commander Lu, Chief of Staff Song, you should ask Zhang Liang for a reward. My grandfather is an incorruptible official, very poor. The people in the office laughed heartily again. What did she mean by it's not proper if you've gotten true qi into your stomach? Clearly she had taken a fancy to him. The entire command headquarters, the commander, deputy commander, and chief of staff, had conspired against Zhang Liang. Hearing the laughter, Zhang Liang finally realized 3 old foxes plus 1 vixen had schemed against him. But he couldn't say anything else. Besides, Miss Ruyan was a rare beauty, 1 in 1,000. The flower of the army, tall and slender, sexy and charming. Since he already had 2 girlfriends, taking in 1 more wouldn't matter. There was a saying, enjoy the blessings of multiple beautiful women. It would be like the ancient emperors. 3 stunning beauties in turn receiving his favor. What more could one ask for in life? Zhang Liang took a jade bottle from his pocket and gave it to Chang Ruyan. I have no other gift for now. Here are 20 qi gathering pills. Don't take 1 every day. Take 1 every few days, but it will speed up your cultivation. He took out another jade bottle. Here are 2 beauty retaining pills. Take 1 at night. It will expel impurities from your body, making bathing easier. But never take it during the day. The detoxification process is very stinky. Taking 1 pill can keep your face youthful for decades. I sell them for 200,000 each. At that moment, Chang Junfeng said, Zhang Liang, those qi gathering pills you gave Ruyan, are they highly effective? They are. These are pills that assist in cultivation. I suggest you discuss it at the command headquarters. Taking the pills can accelerate the pace of training. I don't have enough money to purchase medicinal pills for the entire Special Forces Brigade, Zhang Liang said. Don't worry, we'll handle it as soon as possible. I will immediately report to my superiors. Once we sell these 100 boxes of gold bars, the proceeds will belong to our war zone, said Chang Junfeng. With matters settled, Chang Ruyan pulled Zhang Liang out, insisting he accompany her shopping. He had no choice. After all, he had agreed to be her boyfriend. The 2 drove to El City, bought a few outfits for Zhang Liang and several long dresses for Ruyan. They changed into casual clothes, held hands, and found a restaurant on the street. After dinner, they drove to the park. On a bench in the park, they chatted for a while. Chang Ruyan was 1 year older than Zhang Liang, 19. She had joined the military from university, where she majored in music. Her singing was beautiful, her voice soft and moving. She served in the army's art troupe. Both of them talked about their pasts. Zhang Liang also spoke about cultivation and his dream of going to the cultivation world to pursue immortality, confiding it all to Chang Ruyan. In the end, the more they talked, the closer they became. Embracing each other, Zhang Liang leaned in for a kiss. Their feelings heated up rapidly. With no further words exchanged that night, they stayed at a hotel. Like fish in water, Zhang Liang let out a melodious song intermittently, singing all night so much so that passing birds shyly flew away. The next day, Zhang Liang sent Rian back to the art troops barracks, then returned to guide the soldiers in their training. He did not slacken his own cultivation, meditating and practicing every night. A few days later, Chang Junfeng had consulted with higher authorities. The 100 boxes of gold were given to the nation, and the Central Plains military region sent Zhang Liang to the National Treasury to select a batch of herbs for alchemy. Chang Junfeng asked, "Chief Instructor Zhang, how many people do you need?" "Just send a leader to guide me. I have treasures for carrying things." Zhang Liang replied. "Then let Deputy Commander Lu go with you," said Commander Chang. With matters settled, Zhang Liang returned to his room to cultivate. The next morning, Deputy Commander Lu Ufa and Zhang Liang boarded a helicopter. Accompanying them were Guard Company Captain He Xiangyu and 5 elite soldiers who had broken through to the first layer of qi refining. They arrived at a mountain in the western suburbs of the capital. Guards were posted every few steps, soldiers with loaded rifles, all highly vigilant. Lu Ufa led the group, showing their credentials, passing through layers of checkpoints before reaching the National Treasury. This was the lifeline of the country, guarded by an entire army. Moreover, many martial arts masters were stationed there. A massive arsenal of nuclear weapons protected the place, making it absolutely secure. The treasure vaults were divided into several sections. The herbs and rare medicinal materials were in a separate warehouse the size of 20 basketball courts. Entering the warehouse, rows of medicine racks were piled high with herbs. Some had been improperly stored and had lost their potency. Zhang Liang selected spiritual herbs. Wherever he passed, useful and rare medicinal materials entered the space of the Hongmeng Bell. He went through every corner, gathering enough spiritual herbs for 2,000 soldiers to cultivate up to the late stage of qi refining. The treasury had no higher-grade spiritual herbs. Zhang Liang had some of his own, as there was a small medicinal garden in his Hongmeng Bell space. There was no other choice. The treasury was meant to supply the entire nation's military, and Zhang Liang was not a greedy man. He had given the country 100 boxes of gold. It was nothing compared to some low-grade herbs. As the selection was nearing its end, Lu Ufa received a call from a high-ranking national official. He walked over to Zhang Liang and said, "Chief Instructor Zhang, a high-level leader wants to speak with you." Zhang Liang took the phone and said respectfully, "Hello, leader. I am Zhang Liang, Chief Instructor of the Central Plains War Zone. Please give your instructions." "Good. I heard you are this year's provincial top science student, a divine doctor, and a cultivator. I dare not claim much. My abilities are modest, but I am willing to serve the country." Zhang Liang said, "Good, a young man, not arrogant nor impatient. Very good. In view of your sharing the burden for the nation, imparting precious cultivation techniques to the military, selflessly donating a large amount of gold, and preparing to refine pills for the army, the high-level decision is to permit you to select a few suitable weapons from the armory." "Thank you, leader. Zhang Liang will serve the country to the best of his ability." After the phone call, someone led Zhang Liang to the armory. In China's thousands of years of civilization, there must have been cultivators in ancient times. So Zhang Liang speculated that there might be magical artifacts or even spiritual artifacts in the armory. The armory was much smaller than the herb warehouse, only about the size of a basketball court. Rows of weapon racks displayed many legendary divine weapons. By the end of the Qing dynasty, with an incompetent government and foreign invasion, many fine items had been lost. Some weapons were famous, but were not magical or spiritual artifacts. Zhang Liang released his divine sense and carefully examined the weapon racks. A pitch-black, glossy long spear caught his attention. The spear was 1 zhang and 2 qi long, with dragon patterns on the shaft, a blade 1 qi and 5 cun in length, emitting faint traces of spiritual energy. Zhang Liang weighed it in his hand. It was about 180 jin. This was a high-grade spiritual artifact spear. He hadn't expected such a divine weapon to still exist. Perhaps because it was too heavy, no one used it, and it was covered in dust. Zhang Liang wiped it clean, cut his finger, and performed a blood bond on the spot. With a thought, he stored it into the Hongmeng Bell. He made another round and found 2 magical artifact longswords, also storing them away. There were no more magical or spiritual artifacts, so Zhang Liang left the armory. Apart from magical and spiritual artifacts, he didn't want any modern weapons. The trip had been quite rewarding. He had obtained a spiritual artifact spear. With this spear, if he encountered opponents in the future, he would have a better chance of victory. At the very least, ordinary blades were not as sharp and weighed less. If they clashed, they would either be snapped or knocked away. Back at the military base, Zhang Liang told Commander Chang that it would take a few days for the pills to be refined. He asked Deputy Chief Instructor Li Chengwang to lead the Special Forces Brigade in training, said goodbye to Chang Rian, and returned to the capital. He reported to the principal and then went to class. Class advisor Zhang Lipeng was very pleased that Zhang Liang still remembered he was a university student and came to school. Indeed, as soon as Zhang Liang arrived, the classroom was filled with vitality. The female students frequently cast glances his way, and his 3 roommates, Meng Zifanchen Bin and Luo Xianyu, all demanded he treat them. At noon, they found a barbecue restaurant off campus, and Zhang Liang treated them to a whole roasted lamb. His roommates insisted on dragging him to the dormitory, but Zhang Liang managed to decline after much persuasion. In the evening, Zhang Liang had dinner with Lu Qianqian and Chen Yi. Lu Qianqian invited Chen Yi to stay at her place, but Chen Yi felt too shy. After seeing Chen Yi off, Zhang Liang was alone with Lu Qianqian. "Have you been messing around with any girls outside?" she asked. "No," Zhang Liang flatly denied. He planned to tell Qianqian about Chang Rian later. He had just accepted Chen Yi, and now another one appeared. He was afraid Lu Qianqian would explode. After all, he hadn't controlled himself, he shouldn't be so greedy. But Chen Yi and Rian were both very beautiful. Especially Rian, who was mischievous and even set up traps. Putting these matters aside, Zhang Liang also passed the mystic dual cultivation art to Lu Qianqian. From then on, they could cultivate together. Lu Qianqian had already reached the late stage of the first layer of qi refining. Zhang Liang gave her a magical artifact longsword, and she performed a blood bond. But without a storage artifact, she could only keep it in her residence. "When I find suitable materials, I'll refine one for you," Zhang Liang said. Thank you. Can you refine storage artifacts?" "Yes." Zhang Liang had fused with the remnant soul of a tribulation transcendence cultivator, so he naturally knew many things, but he never mentioned it to anyone. After a period of body refinement, his first layer of body refining was finally complete. However, breaking through to the second layer of body refining would be difficult. The resources on Blue Star were scarce. Without certain conditions, it was impossible to improve his body refinement cultivation. He was fortunate to have a small medicinal garden in his Hongmeng Bell space. The soldiers of the Special Forces could only increase their resilience and physical strength. They would be slightly stronger than ordinary people. Breaking through was impossible. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year again. Zhang Liang ranked first in the final exams again. Class advisor Zhang Lipeng obtained a scholarship for him, but he declined the financial aid. "Give it to the needy students. I have my military salary." "Good. On behalf of those needy students, I thank you. Originally, you come from an ordinary family and have excellent grades. The aid is precisely for students like you," Zhang Lipeng said. After school was dismissed for the holidays, Zhang Liang drove Lu Qianqian and Chen Yi home. He made a brief visit to his own home, and then went to the military base. The Special Forces were also about to go on New Year leave. When Zhang Liang arrived, he cautioned everyone not to drink too much during the holiday. Soldiers must always maintain the image of revolutionary soldiers. Do not act like those civilians who get dead drunk and cause trouble outside. Moreover, do not neglect your training. Practice every day to make progress. Zhang Liang took out the qi-gathering pills he had refined over the past few days and gave them to the command headquarters. A total of 10,000 qi-gathering pills. Chang Junfeng said, "Chief Instructor Zhang, you have worked hard. Refining so many pills must have taken a lot of time. How should these pills be distributed?" The Special Forces Brigade had 1,500 people. Zhang Liang thought for a moment and said, "Those who have not succeeded in drawing qi into their bodies will not receive any. Excluding them, there are still over 1,000 soldiers. Give 5 pills each to those who haven't broken through to the first layer of qi refining. Distribute the remainder to those who have broken through to the first layer. What do you think of this plan? Fine, let's do it that way. Keep 100 pills for the headquarters. I want the officers, including us, to train with them," said Chang Junfeng. Thus, after the pills were distributed, Zhang Liang also passed on the cultivation techniques to Commander Chang, Deputy Commander Lu, Chief of Staff Song, and others. He guided them in cultivation, and soon some successfully drew qi into their bodies. Officers are the backbone of the military and should be even stronger. The soldiers were about to go on leave. Apart from a few staying behind, most would return home to visit family. After handling matters at the base, Zhang Liang also drove home. Now that he had money, Zhang Liang bought several cases of liquor and 2 cartons of cigarettes. Although he didn't smoke during the new year, he would meet acquaintances and needed to socialize. When he returned home, he was still wearing his Major General uniform. His parents were overjoyed to see their son had become a Major General. His mother even took a photo and posted it in a chat group, perhaps because she liked to show off. His younger sister Zhang Li also asked, "Brother, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell the family earlier?" "A few months ago. During military training, the military discovered me. Now I'm an instructor in the army," Zhang Liang said. "Oh, you're an instructor in the army. What's your rank?" His sister pressed for details. "Major General," Zhang Liang replied. "Equivalent to a city-level government official." "Oh, such a high official." Zhang Li also took photos of Zhang Liang and posted them on Moments. As the new year approached, Zhang Liang brought 2 cases of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes to the Lu family. Lu Jibo was extremely delighted to see Zhang Liang. He quickly took Zhang Liang's hand, led him to the living room, and personally brewed tea. As the saying goes, every parent hopes for their child's success, and a son-in-law is like half a son. Zhang Liang was only 18, soon to be 19, yet he had already become a major general. This was an achievement that others could never attain in a lifetime. Having his daughter marry such a young man filled him with indescribable joy. Dong Shumei also came to talk with Zhang Liang. Ever since taking the beauty pill, she had been the envy of her friends. Many cast envious glances. Now the old couple had both broken through to the first layer of qi, refining, brimming with vitality, as if they had returned to their 20s. Even young people in their 20s could not match their stamina. Dong Shumei prepared a large table of delicious dishes. Zhang Liang enjoyed a sumptuous meal at the Liu residence before taking his leave. The next day Zhang Liang bought the same gifts and went to Chen Yi's home. There was no help for it. After all, he had become her boyfriend. Chen Kaiyuan greeted Zhang Liang with great enthusiasm the moment he arrived. "Ayo, great divine Dr. Zhang, why did you buy so many gifts?" Zhang Liang wondered to himself, could it be that Chen Yi hadn't told her parents about their relationship? It's like this, the new year is coming. As a younger member of the family, it's only right to pay an early New Year's visit. Chen Yi and I are classmates, and we get along quite well, Zhang Liang said tactfully. Chen Kaiyuan immediately understood. This girl, she had started a relationship with Zhang Liang, but hadn't told her family. At that moment Chen Yi's mother also came out. Chen Kaiyuan went over and whispered a few words to her. Chen's mother then warmly served tea and water and began preparing the meal. Before long Chen Yi returned and joined the conversation in the living room. Chen Kaiyuan went to help his wife cook, and Chen Yi took Zhang Liang to her room. Chen Yi's boudoir was fragrant with a cloth doll over a meter long on the bed. Why does it feel like I've walked into a baby's room? Stinky Zhang Liang. What are you saying? Whose baby room? The two bantered and laughed, then hugged and kissed for a while. Soon the meal was ready. The two went to the living room together. Chen Kaiyuan brought out a bottle of Wuliangya liquor and drank with Zhang Liang. After the meal Zhang Liang took his leave. After the first day of the Lunar New Year, on the second day, they were to visit Grandma's house for the customary courtesy visit. Zhang Liang changed into casual clothes, drove a military vehicle, and picked up his parents and younger sister. Grandma's home was in the West City District. The eldest maternal uncle was the deputy director of the Urban Construction Bureau of West City District, and his wife was very snobbish and often looked down on others. Therefore, in previous years, even though Zhang Zhanyong was ill and the family was in financial difficulty, they never borrowed money from the eldest uncle. The second maternal uncle was an ordinary worker at a chemical plant, and his wife was quite honest and sincere. However, their family also faced financial strain, so when Zhang Zhanyong was ill and needed money, they couldn't turn to them either. Grandma was over 70, but in good health. Grandpa was even healthier and often practiced Tai Chi. The old couple had their pensions, so life was quite comfortable. In previous years, when Zhang Zhanyong was ill, the old couple secretly gave money to Li Ping. Half a year ago, after Zhang Liang came into money, he gave the family a substantial amount. Li Ping returned the money her parents had given her, also done in secret. Families with many children were like this. Many things couldn't be done openly. This was for the sake of family harmony. After all, the notion that daughters had no inheritance rights, such feudal thinking, was still deeply ingrained. Grandma and Grandpa lived separately in a two-bedroom, one living room apartment. When Zhang Liang's family arrived, both the eldest uncle's family and the second uncle's family were already there. Over a dozen people gathered in the living room, chatting idly. The eldest uncle Li Yuejin had a son, Li Bing, who was 30 years old and worked in the Municipal Personnel Bureau. His daughter Li Lina was 26 and worked at the Public Security Bureau. The second uncle Li Yuehue had a son, Li Guang, who was 1 year older than Zhang Liang and did poorly in school. He didn't get into an undergraduate program and was attending a junior college. His daughter Li Wena was 25 and worked at a private enterprise in another city after graduating from university. Each of the three families had one boy and one girl. On such occasions, the eldest uncle's family began to show off. But showing off was one thing. They shouldn't use others as stepping stones. Xiao Guang, how's life at school? Is your study schedule intense? The eldest uncle's wife Song Yinling asked with feigned concern. Before Li Guang could answer, she continued, your big brother Li Bing attended a provincial key university. He often worked part-time during holidays, and after graduation, he got a position at the Municipal Personnel Bureau. Your elder sister Li Na works at the Public Security Bureau. She then turned to look at Zhang Liang and added, Zhang Liang, you'll be taking the college entrance exam soon, right? You should study hard too and not end up like Xiao Hui, just getting into a junior college. Zhang Liang felt extremely annoyed inside. But the speaker was an elder, so there was nothing he could do. At this, the eldest brother Li Bing also spoke up. Mom, stop asking. Zhang Liang doesn't have good grades. It's New Year, don't bring it up. Zhang Liang, don't worry. When the time comes, he'll put in a word for you. You can work as a janitor in the neighborhood. Don't even mention janitor. Without education, you can't even be a porter. Now, even delivery drivers need to be educated, Li Lina said with a puckered mouth. The eldest uncle's family's words became increasingly unpleasant. Zhang Liang could no longer bear it. And I'm already in university. In July, during the college entrance exam, I accidentally scored first place in the science category for the entire province. Now I'm studying at Jingdu University. You? What did you say? First place in the province's science category. How come I didn't know? Song Yimling said. And my father's illness is cured. Do you know how it happened? Zhang Liang asked. You child. Your father's illness is cured, but you didn't tell me. How could I know the and say no more? When have you ever cared about our family affairs? That I scored first place in the science category is no lie. I cured my father myself. That's also true, Zhang Liang said. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. I heard that a student from No. 5 high school scored first place, and even donated 20 million to the school. Cousin, does your family have that much money? Li Lina asked. At that moment, Zhang Liang's mother Li Ping, who was helping in the kitchen, came out. Dear niece, your cousin isn't joking. Our family has already moved. We bought a villa in the South City district. Zhang Liang is studying at Jingdu University and has been recruited by the military. He's now an officer. What's more, he holds the rank of Major General. Li Ping said. And do you know how high an official a Major General is? That's equivalent to division level, no smaller than a mayor. How old is Zhang Liang? I kindly offered to help him find a job, but look at what your family has been saying. Talk of top scholar, Major General, and all that. Li Ping said with a sneer. Slap. Something landed on the table. It was Zhang Liang's officer's ID card and military registration certificate. Li Ping picked them up and looked at them dumbfounded. Song Yanling also looked and was stunned. For a long while she couldn't speak. Well. I knew all along that Zhang Liang would amount to something. Now that he's a Major General, our whole family will benefit from his prestige. Ha 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 ha. Come eat. Have some drinks first. Today's all good dishes. The second uncle's wife and Zhang Liang's mother Li Ping carried dishes out from the kitchen. During the meal, the older generation sat in the north around Grandpa and Grandma, while the younger generation sat in the south, all drinking heartily. The wine they drank was Matai, which Zhang Liang had brought. He had brought 2 cases of liquor, 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes, and several boxes of Jingdu pastries. These days Zhang Liang had also refined some foundation solidifying pills. Today Zhang Liang planned to give Grandpa and Grandma 2 pills when there were fewer people. Now, having seen these things, the eldest uncle's family finally believed that Zhang Liang had become a Major General. Li Ping raised his glass. Let's all celebrate. Zhang Liang has become a Major General officer. Li Lina also raised her glass. Come, cousin Zhang Liang, big sister will drink a toast with you. Zhang Liang said, no rush for our drink. Let me first toast Grandpa and Grandma. After toasting them, he then toasted the eldest uncle and aunt, the second uncle and aunt, and his parents. Only then did he drink with his peers. Zhang Liang now had a huge capacity for alcohol. Oh, it could be said he was invincible after 1,000 cups. He then toasted Li Bing, Li Lina, Li Guang, and Li Wenna separately. The eldest uncle Li Yuejin and his wife Song Yanling also changed their attitude and drank with Zhang. The second uncle Li Yuehui and his wife were honest and spoke little. Zhang Liang proactively toasted them. Cousin Li Guang's future job issues. We'll take care of them. Cousin Li Guang, take Grandpa and Grandma to stay at our place for a few days when you have time. Good. Then brother's work will be in your hands, cousin. Li Guang said happily. We're family. Cousin Wenna come too. Zhang Liang waved his hand. Good. Big sister will come too. Li Wenna showed a sweet smile. Seeing Zhang Liang so warm to the second uncle's family, while ignoring them, Song Yanling became anxious. Nephew, you can't ignore your eldest uncle. Song Yanling said. Aunt, my eldest uncle is a bureau chief, powerful and influential. Why would he need my help? Zhang Liang said calmly. Nephew, you don't understand. He's been a deputy director for decades. He can never become the real boss, never have the final say. With your high military rank, can you help think of a way? Song Yanling said. I work in the Central Theater Command. The military has no connection with local authorities. Later, if the right opportunity comes up, they'll keep an eye out. Zhang Liang evaded the question. He neither agreed nor refused. The eldest uncle and aunt were too selfish. During the year Zhang Zhanyong was ill, they never came to visit. Now that they saw Zhang Liang had become a Major General, they wanted him to help them. How could they think all the good things in the world should come to them? Although the second uncle's family wasn't wealthy, they often visited Zhang Liang's family. Even though they couldn't help much, they had the right intentions. Now Zhang Liang had 1 billion yuan at his disposal, and he planned to give the second uncle's family a helping hand. But he had to wait until the eldest uncle's family left before he could bring it up. He had already discussed with Grandma and Grandpa that when they left, Li Guang would drive them to Zhang Liang's villa to stay for a while. With Zhang Liang's financial resources, supporting Grandpa and Grandma for their old age was no problem. The eldest uncle's family sensed that Zhang Liang was distancing himself from them. But now Zhang Liang was a high-ranking official. In the future, he wouldn't need anything from them. Even if they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. After the meal, the eldest uncle's family left. Then the second uncle's family and Zhang Liang's family realized 2 cars weren't enough to hold everyone. Zhang Liang retrieved a Mercedes from the Hongming space and had his father drive it. Zhang Liang drove the military vehicle carrying Grandpa and Grandma, and the 3 cars headed to Zhang Liang's villa. Seeing the luxurious villa, Grandpa and Grandma were overjoyed beyond words. Grandma and Grandpa, if you like it here, you can stay from now on. Let my mother take care of you. Zhang Liang said. Zhang Liang has earned a lot of money. I don't need to work anymore, I'll stay home and keep you company. Li Ping said. We have 2 sons, How can we live with our daughter? Zhang Liang's maternal grandfather shook his head. Dad, what era is this? Men and women are equal now. Daughters also have inheritance and custody rights. Li Ping said. The second uncle Li Yuehui said, Sister, let mom and dad stay for a few days first. We can discuss whether they'll leave later. So over a dozen people sat in the living room drinking tea and chatting. Zhang Liang took out 3 beauty pills and gave one each to Grandma, the second uncle's wife, and Li Wenli. He also explained the precautions to them. Are these pills very expensive? The second uncle's wife asked. These were refined by Liangzi. They sell for 200,000 yuan each, his mother Li Ping said. I'm so old, why would I take that? Might as well sell it. Grandma said. Grandma, taking it won't just beautify you, it also detoxifies. It has the effect of prolonging life. They'll also give one each to Grandpa's second uncle and my father. After detoxification, their bodies will be less prone to illness. Zhang Liang said. He then asked for his second uncle's bank card number and transferred 20 million yuan. Liangzi, why are you giving me so much money? The second uncle said. Second uncle, just accept it. I have plenty of money. Zhang Liang said. His mother Li Ping asked, Liangzi, how much money do you have? Why did you only give us over 2 million? I have several hundred million. I was afraid you'd be shocked, so I didn't give you that. Zhang Liang said. Ha 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 ha. The whole room burst into laughter. I've lived a poor life all my life. How could I be scared by money? Li Ping asked. Maybe Zhang Liang is afraid you'll be so frightened you'll report him to the police thinking he robbed a bank. Li Guang joked. Zhang Liang used his divine sense to examine Li Guang and Li Wenli's bodies. They both had spiritual roots. Think it over. Anyone who wants to cultivate, I can teach you a cultivation method. Unexpectedly, both Li Guang and Li Wenli were willing to cultivate. So Zhang Liang taught each of them a suitable cultivation method. Li Guang had 3 spiritual roots, metal, wood, and water. So Zhang Liang passed on the mystic heaven divine art to him. Li Wenli had dual spiritual roots, wood and fire. So he had her cultivate the Hongmeng blaze art. After teaching the methods, he guided them to a quiet place to guide qi into their bodies. By evening, the second uncle and his wife left. The next day, both Li Guang and Li Wenli succeeded in guiding qi into their bodies. They were so happy they danced like children. Zhang Liang also gave each of them 20 qi gathering pills. His little sister Zhang Li had succeeded in guiding qi into her body a few days earlier. Zhang Liang cautioned them not to publicize this matter, but to keep it secret. Cultivators must not casually beat ordinary people in the mortal world unless the other person strikes first or is doing evil. Zhang Liang was telling his family that after cultivating, they must act with low profile. They must not cause social unrest or disturb public order. The next day, Li Guang and Li Wenli took their leave. Zhang Liang transferred 1 million to each of them on WeChat, reminding them to practice diligently. Once they have cultivated their skills, making money will be trivial. Zhang Liang can also use his authority to arrange positions for them in the military. As for their roles, that can be discussed later. Aside from cultivating, his younger sister spent time with their grandparents. As noon approached, Zhang Liang received a phone call from Meng Hai, his best friend from middle school. Liangzi, our middle school classmates are having a reunion. Today at noon at the Grand Hotel. It's hosted by Fatty. This time the class flower and school beauty son Lihua will be there too. You used to sit at the same table with her. Alright. Should I buy a couple of cases of wine? What wine are you buying? Someone is treating, just focus on eating and drinking. Let's have a good drink then. Alright, wait for me, I'll drive to pick you up. Zhang Liang said. You bought a car. What brand? You'll know when you get here. You can drive it. Zhang Liang replied. Meng Hai's home was quite a distance from Zhang Liang's villa, but Zhang Liang drove his Benz to pick him up. Wow, a Benz. You've struck it rich and didn't tell your buddy, how inconsiderate. Meng Hai exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Zhang Liang's Benz. If you need anything, just say it. It's not a problem to make a call. Zhang Liang waved his hand. That's more like it. If I need money for my wedding, you can't say anything else. Count me and just talk to me then. Whatever amount, just say it. Zhang Liang patted his chest. Sounds good. He'll drive. I've only learned to drive for a few months, just drove the family van. Meng Hai switched with Zhang Liang driving the Benz straight to the Grand Hotel. Upon arrival, they noticed several Benzes at the hotel entrance along with many ordinary cars worth hundreds of thousands. Among their classmates, not many were wealthy, though most came from average families. Fatty Feng's real name is Feng Xuanmin, and his family is in business, reportedly running a company. The reason he initiated the reunion was to impress the school beauty son Lihua. As soon as Zhang Liang and Meng Hai got out of the car, Feng Xuanmin spotted them. Not bad, Meng Hai, you've got a Benz now. Where? This is Zhang Liang's car. He is a top student from Kyoto University. That's right. I've heard that Zhang Liang scored the highest in science during the college entrance examination. We all have pride because of him. Today I must drink a few cups with Zhang Liang. Feng Xuanmin said with a smile. You guys go in first, room 808 on the 8th floor. I reserved it a week ago. I'll go pick up some more classmates. Feng Xuanmin said with a smile. As Zhang Liang and Meng Hai entered the elevator, Meng Hai whispered, Son Lihua is coming. Fatty Feng invited everyone for her, mainly to welcome the school beauty. Upon entering room 808, it was spacious enough to accommodate 10 tables. All the other tables were cleared, leaving just 5 tables. Most of their classmates from class 3 in middle school had already arrived. They had also heard about Zhang Liang being the top scorer in the college entrance examination. They all came over to shake hands with Zhang Liang, with the girls staring at him with sparkling eyes, sending flirtatious glances. Girls lining up to add Zhang Liang on WeChat kept him busy. At that moment, the door to the private room opened, and a stunning beauty walked in. Sun Lihua, the school beauty from middle school who once sat with Zhang Liang, entered the room. Following her was Feng Shuemin, who seemed to be there just to welcome Sun Lihua, ignoring everyone else. Welcome to the arrival of our school beauty, Sun Lihua. Everyone, hello. I've heard that Zhang Liang is the top scorer in the science exam. Where is Zhang Liang? Sun Lihua widened her beautiful eyes, searching for Zhang Liang. I don't deserve that. It's just the college entrance exam. It doesn't represent future achievements. Zhang Liang humbly, that's a reasonable statement. The results of the college entrance exam can't be used as currency. If anyone struggles to find a job later, feel free to talk to me. Feng Shuemin proudly stated, my family's company can arrange a few positions if needed. Sun Lihua walked over to Zhang Liang, saying, Zhang Liang, how come I find you even more handsome now? Your mind seems sharper too. Being the top scorer isn't something just anyone can achieve. I heard you're also a divine doctor. You even donated 20 million to the 5th middle school. That's right, I learned some medical skills from a master. Zhang Liang humbly replied. Then can you help me with my menstrual pain? Sun Lihua said, with her beautiful big eyes fluttering her long eyelashes. Sure, it's just a minor issue. We'll treat you when I have time. Zhang Liang said confidently. Sun Lihua sat next to Zhang Liang, while Ming Hai sat on the other side. Feng Shuemin originally intended to take Sun Lihua to another table, but had to sit at this one instead. At another table, several of Feng Shuemin's lackeys were also dumbfounded. The dishes started to be served, and just then the hotel's manager arrived. Mr. Feng, there's a problem. Someone wants to occupy this private room. Who is it? I reserved room 808 a week ago. I know Mr. Feng, but this person has connections. He is the son of the deputy director of the police department, the manager explained. It doesn't matter who it is. Feng Shuemin stood firm. Just then the door to the private room was kicked open. A young man with fair skin and triangular eyes walked in, followed by several burly young men. They all looked like seasoned fighters, standing there with a fierce demeanor. Everyone here get out, the triangular-eyed youth commanded, then spotted Sun Lihua, adding, she stays to drink. This young master, I reserved this private room a week ago, and am having a reunion with my classmates. Could you find another room? Feng Shuemin attempted to reason. No, this room is mine. And get out immediately, or he'll throw you out in 1 minute. The triangular-eyed youth said fiercely. Zhang Liang blocked Sun Lihua with his arm, observing quietly. At that moment, Feng Shuemin was still trying to ease the situation, hoping to negotiate. Slap. The triangular-eyed youth slapped Feng Shuemin in the face, blood immediately trickling from his mouth. The girls screamed in panic. Get them, the triangular-eyed youth ordered. His henchmen rushed forward to attack, causing the group of students to turn pale with fear. Wait. Zhang Liang stepped out, standing in front of everyone. Friend, please show some respect. You can't occupy this private room. Show you respect. Who do you think you are? Teach him a lesson. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 young men rushed forward. Zhang Liang charged into the crowd. Bang, 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 bang. Zhang Liang used his hands and feet, not employing any true energy, relying solely on his physical strength at the first level of body refinement. These people were no match for him. In less than a minute, the young men were all on the ground, groaning and unable to get up. Sirens. Sirens. The sound of police cars echoed. The triangular-eyed youth smugly said, young man, get ready to go to jail. Who goes to jail is yet to be seen. Just wait. Zhang Liang confidently replied. Don't move. Who is causing trouble in the hotel? Several police officers entered. Captain Liu, I am Pan Bin. I was here to eat and got beaten by them. Pan Bin pointed at Zhang Liang and his classmates. Arrest them all. Captain Liu ordered. Wait. Officer, are you just going to take one side's word without investigation? Zhang Liang asked. I don't need your advice on how to handle cases. Arrest them. Several police officers moved to take action. Wait. Can I make a call? Zhang Liang asked. Go ahead. Captain Liu replied. Zhang Liang took out his phone and dialed Chang Junfeng. Instructor Zhang, what's wrong? Are you missing this old man? Hey, race the situation. We are eating at the hotel, and the son of the deputy director of the police department, Pan, is trying to forcefully occupy our private room. He also brought along a few young men from society. I fought back, and now the police are trying to arrest me. I might have to fight back. I want to take responsibility for the consequences. Zhang Liang said. Just fight. As long as no one dies, it's fine. Zhang Liang was on speakerphone, his voice not low. After finishing the call, he put his phone away. Let me clarify, this is our private room, and this young Master Pan tried to rob us. That's why the conflict occurred. If the police cannot uphold justice, what use are you? Zhang Liang stated. Captain Liu glared, "Arrest him first," pointing at Zhang Liang, extremely arrogant. Russian. Several police officers rushed in with handcuffs to restrain Zhang Liang. "Go to hell." Bang. Zhang Liang kicked one police officer away. Bang 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 bang. In no time they all lay on the ground. "You dare resist arrest. They'll shoot you." Captain Liu pulled out his gun. Crack. Zhang Liang lunged forward and broke Captain Liu's wrist. The police officers on the ground who tried to draw their guns shrank their necks in fear. "What a fierce young man." Slap. Zhang Liang threw his military ID at Captain Liu's face. Captain Liu picked it up and was dumbfounded. Major General Chief Instructor of the Special Forces. He had run into a tough opponent this time. Just then a flurry of footsteps sounded. Zhou Hanyang, the Secretary of the Taizhou Municipal Committee, Biansheng, the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Wu Lei, the Director of the Taizhou Public Security Bureau, and Pan Yongxing, the Deputy Director. All arrived. Following them was Zhang Kong, the Captain of the Criminal Investigation Team from the General Bureau, leading more than a dozen armed officers. "Stop." Zhou Hanyang rushed in, spotting Zhang Liang immediately. "You must be Major General Zhang, the Chief Instructor?" "I am Zhou Hanyang, Secretary of the Taizhou Municipal Committee. It's our negligence that caused this incident." As he spoke, he extended his hand to shake Zhang Liang's. "You're too polite, Secretary Zhou. The emergence of some bad apples is incidental, and you needn't blame yourself. They are abusing their power to bully the common people. This is serious, so handle it appropriately." Zhang Liang calmly stated. The Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Biansheng, said Deputy Director Pan Yongsheng of the Public Security Bureau has attacked citizens multiple times, causing significant impact. In addition, it has been discovered that you are also suspected of embezzlement and accepting bribes. Effective immediately, you are suspended for investigation. Several criminal police officers came over and took Pan Yongsheng away. "Pan Fugui, you have assaulted citizens multiple times and are also suspected of raping women. You have committed numerous crimes and have violated the law. Take him away." Director Wu Lei of the Public Security Bureau declared. Liu Jiping, as the captain of the security team, has relied on Pan Yongsheng to oppress innocent citizens and curry favor. This constitutes a serious dereliction of duty. Take him away. The remaining police officers will be dealt with at the police station. Biansheng announced. Liu Jiping will no longer be the captain and will also face imprisonment. The officers who accompanied him will also face disciplinary action. Each of them was injured and no one attended to them. "Instructor Zhang, are you satisfied with this handling?" Secretary Zhou Hanyang asked. "Good. Sorry to trouble you, Secretary Zhou. You all continue with your work. It's rare for us to gather, and we haven't even started." Zhang Liang said. "Then let's do it another day, or I'll treat you to a meal." Secretary Zhou Hanyang said, leading Biansheng, Wu Lei, and the others out of the hotel. After watching them leave, Zhang Liang saw the hotel manager approaching personally. "General Zhang, it's our hotel's fault for not doing our job well and allowing this disturbance. We will handle it right away." Several waiters came in to rearrange the private room, taking away the cold dishes and bringing in new ones. Soon the dishes were served, and the lobby manager brought 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite red wine to Zhang Liang. He bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, "General Zhang, it's our fault for not doing our job and interrupting your gathering. As an apology, our hotel manager would like to present you with 2 bottles of red wine." Zhang Liang smiled. "Manager, you're being too polite. There's no need. You have your difficulties too dealing with those in power. I don't blame you. Just take the wine back. General Zhang, you must accept it, otherwise the manager will blame me for not doing my job." The lobby manager insisted on leaving the 2 bottles of red wine. "Haizi, distribute these 2 bottles of red wine among our classmates." Zhang Liang instructed. "Yes, General Zhang." Meng Hai replied with enthusiasm. Feng Shuimin also cleaned himself up, the blood on his face washed off, and raised his glass, saying, "Let me say a few words. Today Zhang Liang showed great strength and preserved our honor. I propose we all raise our glasses to toast to Zhang Liang." To Zhang Liang, the classmates echoed in unison. Zhang Liang is the top scorer in the college entrance exam and now a major general. He is truly a winner in life. Feng Shuimin flattered. "We're all classmates. There's no need to be polite. We certainly cannot allow others to bully our classmates." Zhang Liang waved his hand. Then everyone drank heartily, and the gathering ended successfully. The next day, news of Zhang Liang being the top scorer and a major general spread. The footage of him beating the corrupt officers and shaking hands with Secretary Zhou Hanyang circulated across various social media platforms. Later, someone even shared it on Kuaishou. In no time, Zhang Liang became the embodiment of justice. Secretary Zhou Hanyang also gained recognition from higher-ups, showing signs of promotion. The next day, Sun Lihua called. "Zhang Liang, are you free today? I'd like to trouble you with treating my illness." "I'm free. Where are you?" "I'll drive over," Zhang Liang said. "Then come to my place." After Sun Lihua finished speaking, Zhang Liang received the location on WeChat. Half an hour later, Zhang Liang arrived by car. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Sun Lihua standing there dressed in a black suit and delicate high heels. Her fair skin set against the black suit appeared even more captivating. Without any makeup, she surpassed countless beauties. Zhang Liang. Over here. Sun Lihua waved her hand. Zhang Liang walked over. Sorry to keep you waiting. I just got here too. Come on, let's go to my place. Where do you study? Zhang Liang asked. Jinggang City. If not for the class reunion, we might never have met. We were deskmates in junior high. You didn't talk much and your grades were average. How did you suddenly become so brilliant? Sun Lihua asked. I obtained a cultivation technique from a reclusive master. After practicing it, my mind sharpened. He also taught me medical skills so I can treat some illnesses. Zhang Liang said. That explanation sounds a bit fantastical. Do such masters really exist in this world? Sun Lihua said. Of course they do. Am I not becoming more like that kind of person? Skilled in medicine, martial arts, and excelling in studies. Zhang Liang replied seriously. Ha ha ha. You're so funny. Being with you, it's impossible not to laugh. Sun Lihua said. The two arrived at Yiyuan residential community and went to Sun Lihua's place, a 3-bedroom two-living-room apartment. I live here alone and my parents are traveling. Zhang Liang breathed a sigh of relief, saving him the trouble of greetings. He and Sun Lihua were classmates, not lovers. Meeting her parents would have been awkward to handle. Great Dr. Zhang, how will you treat me? Sun Lihua asked cheerfully. We need to go to your room and you lie down on the bed, Zhang Liang said. All right, follow me. Sun Lihua led Zhang Liang into her bedroom. The room was filled with the fragrance of a woman's scent and a hint of perfume. Take off your outer clothes. Zhang Liang turned around, hearing a rustling sound. Come on. When Zhang Liang turned back, he almost had a nosebleed. Her flat, fair belly was covered only by a black mesh bra. The 2 peaks on her chest rose high. Zhang Liang felt a surge of hot blood. He quickly activated his technique and silently recited the calming heart mantra to settle his inner agitation. What a captivating temptress. Sun Lihua, I might have to be a bit presumptuous. Zhang Liang said. It's fine. Go ahead. Sun Lihua replied. Zhang Liang pulled up a chair, sat beside the bed, and placed one hand on her flat belly, starting the massage. His technique coordinated with the infusion of true qi. Strands of true qi entered Sun Lihua's dantian through kneading, pressing, tapping, and compression. An exquisite pleasure surged through her. MMH. The beauty let out a soft moan. Zhang Liang's nose almost bled again. At a critical moment, hearing such a sound was unbearable. A certain part of his body reacted. Zhang Liang closed his eyes, regulated his breath, and struggled to suppress the urge. Zhang Liang was the top science scholar and a major general. If he committed a crime out of impulse, it would be a huge joke. His method for dysmenorrhea was to use true qi to expel the cold energy from the patient's body. After a full half-hour, Zhang Liang finished the treatment. Sun Lihua felt that the discomfort in her lower abdomen had completely vanished. It was warm there as if she were holding a small stove. It was wonderfully comfortable. Thank you, old classmate. Sun Lihua, without waiting for Zhang Liang to respond, threw her arms around his neck and pressed her bright red lips to his. Zhang Liang couldn't take it anymore. He embraced her delicate body and kissed her back, especially since the beauty was still half-dressed. Who could resist that? The two rolled onto the bed, forgetting everything else. Clothes were strewn everywhere. Like dry wood meeting fire, the handsome man and beautiful woman were as fish in water. An hour later, the storm subsided. Zhang Liang said apologetically, Sorry, Lihua. I'll take responsibility. You did nothing wrong, I was willing. I like you. You're handsome, brilliant, and good at everything. I'm willing to be your woman. Sun Lihua hugged Zhang Liang and said emotionally. But you won't be my only woman. Can you accept that? Besides you, there are Lu Qianqian and Chun Yi. Zhang Liang confessed honestly. I'm willing. Since those two can tolerate each other, I can tolerate them too. As long as you have a place for me in your heart, that's enough. After all, you're so outstanding. Sun Lihua said. Good. I'm happy to accept you, beautiful. Zhang Liang was overjoyed to have won over this former school beauty. After treating her with true qi, the two went out for a bite to eat. Back at Sun Lihua's place, he made her a phoenix jade pendant on the spot. He used the same emerald green imperial jadeite left over from the last time he made pendants. Now Zhang Liang was at the 4th layer of qi refinement. The pendants he made were naturally better than before. The lifelike phoenix looked as if it were about to take flight. Watching Zhang Liang's exquisite carving skills, Sun Lihua exclaimed, Zhang Liang, how can you do everything? At just a little trinket, nothing worth mentioning. But this pendant can block a full-force strike from a grandmaster. You must wear it at all times. Never take it off, even when bathing. Zhang Liang instructed. This is a magical artifact. It can protect you, but it requires a blood bond. He took out a silver needle, pricked Sun Lihua's finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto the pendant. Zhang Liang also told Lihua that he was a cultivator. Sun Lihua expressed her willingness to cultivate as well. Zhang Liang discovered that Sun Lihua had a heaven-grade mid-ranked single water spirit root. Zhang Liang then taught Sun Lihua the mystic divine art, a technique suitable for any spirit root constitution and the pinnacle of cultivation methods. He gave her 3 bottles of pills, had her take one, and guided her in drawing qi into her body. By nightfall, Sun Lihua had successfully drawn qi into her body. The beauty jumped for joy. I can feel spiritual energy entering my body. That evening the two went out for a barbecue. Zhang Liang called home and said he was staying at a friend's place. They spent a sweet night together. The next day, after instructing son Li Hua to cultivate diligently, Zhang Liang downstairs, the beauty held his hand. Whenever I miss you, I'll call you, and you have to come right away. Yes, ma'am. Zhang Liang saluted, making her giggle. Time flew to the 6th day of the first lunar month. Zhang Liang was cultivating at home when suddenly the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Zhang Liang answered. It was Municipal Party Secretary Zhou Hanyan. General Zhang. Sorry to disturb you. Are you free now? I am. Secretary Zhou, don't stand on ceremony. Just tell me what's the matter. Zhang Liang said warmly. It's like this. I heard General Zhang is also a miracle doctor. One of my elders has a strange illness. He often feels cold all over. We've been to many places, but nothing works. Could you take a look? Zhou Hanyan asked. Certainly, Secretary Zhou. Just send me the address. Zhang Liang said. All right. Should I send a car to pick you up? Secretary Zhou asked. No need. It's convenient for me to drive myself. Zhang Liang said. After receiving the address, he drove his Mercedes directly there. It was a large compound with 4 soldiers standing guard at the gate, all armed and ready. When Zhang Liang arrived, Zhou Hanyan was already waiting. Zhou Hanyan said a few words to the soldiers, and the automatic gate opened. Zhang Liang handed the car over to a soldier, and Zhou led him into the compound. To the north stood a 3-story building with flat houses on both sides. The sick room was on the east side of the first floor. Outside the door, many medical experts and professors in white coats were conversing in low voices. General Zhang, please wait a moment. A foreign medical expert just arrived and is now diagnosing the senior, Zhou Hanyan said with slight apology. Fine, I don't mind. Zhang Liang shook his head and waited, curious to see the foreign expert's skills. After about half an hour, several doctors in white coats escorted a foreigner out. The foreign doctor shook his head as he only then did Zhou Hanyan lead Zhang Liang inside. The room temperature was over 30 degrees Celsius, and the patient on the bed was still covered with 2 blankets. Cold, a weak voice came. Around the bed were various high-end medical monitoring devices, and 2 doctors were. Zhang Liang thought to himself, this person must be of high status. He released his divine sense and carefully inspected the room. He found nothing unusual. Then he looked at the patient's hand. On the left wrist was a red jade bracelet. That bracelet was problematic. He said to Zhou Hanyan beside him, where are his family members? Call them over, I have something to say. Zhou Hanyan said, you can tell me. He is my father-in-law. Oh, then who gave him this jade bracelet? Zhang Liang asked. I don't know. It wasn't me, Zhou Hanyan replied. This jade bracelet has a problem. It's an excavated artifact from a tomb absorbing the yin energy of the dead. Anyone who wears it will fall ill. Take it off immediately, and then I'll expel the yin energy from his body. He'll be cured. Zhang Liang said. So that's it. We've consulted many doctors without finding the cause. The problem lies here, Zhou Hanyan said. He stepped forward and removed the jade bracelet. What should we do with this? In a moment I'll handle it. Then you can put it back on him, and it will be fine. Don't mention the tomb origin. The person who gave it to him probably didn't know and had no ill intent. Zhang Liang began the treatment, still using acupuncture. This time, to expel the cold energy, he used the 9-yang true method. He inserted 14 needles, unhurriedly strands of true qi traveling through the silver needles into the patient's meridians. The patient's complexion became rosy and his body temperature returned to normal. It's so hot, the patient said. At over 30 degrees, how could it not be hot? Even Zhou Hanyan was sweating in his shirt. He immediately had the air conditioner turned off. The heating alone was sufficient. The room temperature dropped and the patient wanted to eat. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in her 40s approached Zhang Liang. Thank you, divine Dr. Zhang. I'm Li Qimin, Lao Zhou's wife. Thank you so much for curing my father. Annie, you're welcome. This is what I should do, Zhang Liang quickly replied. Someone had already prepared a bowl of lotus seed soup for the elder, who drank it down. I feel much better. The elder's spirits lifted. Which doctor cured me? The old man asked. This young divine doctor, who is also a major general, Li Qimin said, pointing at Zhang Liang. Oh, a major general at such a young age. Truly promising. The elder praised. You flatter me. I serve as an instructor in the Central Theater Command Special Forces Unit. You weren't really ill, just affected by yin cold energy. I've already expelled it from your body, so you're fine now. But taking a few doses of Chinese herbal medicine to regulate your system would be even better, Zhang Liang said. Then he asked for a piece of paper, wrote out a prescription with a flourish, and included the administration instructions. Li Qimin insisted on paying, but Zhang Liang refused. Finally, Zhou Hanyan suggested they have a meal together. Zhang Liang thought it was a rare opportunity to get closer to the city's top leader. So he agreed. At noon in a hotel, Zhang Liang was joined by Zhou Hanyan and his wife, Zhou's secretary Xiao, Wang, the city party committee office director Zheng Shuangfa, and Mayor Shuilong. These were all the top officials of Taizhou City, giving him great face. Some addressed him as General Zhang, others as Divine Dr. Zhang, all raising their glasses in toast. They all had high alcohol tolerance. 2 cases of national liquor gujiamatai were nearly finished, yet no one was drunk. Zhou Hanyin wanted to open more, but Zhang Liang stopped him. Secretary Zhou, that's enough. It's fine to drink moderately. You are all officials, getting too drunk would be a bad look, Zhang Liang kindly advised. Then we'll drink another day. Indeed, it's not easy being officials. Even for this meal, we had to find a modest hotel and avoid places too famous, Zhou Hanyin said with a bitter smile. The meal was pleasant for both host and guests. They exchanged WeChat contacts, agreeing to stay in touch. Zhang Liang took his leave and drove home. During these days, Zhang Liang's cultivation reached the middle stage of Qi refinement layer 4, and his mastery of various techniques became more refined. However, life was peaceful, lacking real combat experience. A few days later, Meng Hai came to visit Zhang Liang again. He was now attending a vocational college, and finding a job after graduation would be a problem. There were plenty of manual labor jobs, but after studying for over a decade, he'd still end up doing hard work. At that rate, he wouldn't even find a girlfriend. Listening to his old friend's complaints, Zhang Liang decided to help him. Haizi, I'll give you a chance. You must seize it. First, I'll teach you a cultivation technique. Once you reach the first layer of Qi refinement, call me. I'll find a way to get you enlisted and then bring you to my side. The Special Forces unit offers great benefits. If you can't join the military with your skills, you'll still have no trouble making big money. Good. I am willing to learn martial arts. Teach me, and no matter how hard or exhausting, I will master it, said Meng Hai. Thus Zhang Liang used his divine sense to inspect, and found that Meng Hai possessed gold water and would affinity spiritual roots at the profound grade mid-tier. He decided to first impart a cultivation art to him to help him begin his journey. Later he would use marrow cleansing pills to enhance his spiritual root talent. That way Meng Hai's path of cultivation would be smoother. Zhang Liang touched his fingertip to Meng Hai's forehead, transmitting the mystic water true canon into his mind. He also gave him 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills and guided him in drawing Qi into his body. However, the young man's talent was mediocre. After staying at Zhang Liang's home for 3 days, he finally succeeded in drawing Qi into his body. He laughed heartily with joy. Ha ha ha. Liangzi, I succeeded. Go back, keep cultivating. Call me once you break through to the first layer of Qi refining. Then your future will be boundless. Even if you can't join the military, you'll always have a place to earn a living, said Zhang Liang. Meng Hai drove away in his minivan. As for how his cultivation would progress, that depended on his own fate. Anyway, Zhang Liang had given him an opportunity, which was enough to be worthy of an old friend. Time passed quickly, and it was the 12th day of the first lunar month. In the morning, Zhang Liang received a call from Chang Junfeng. Instructor Zhang, the Dragon Group, is requesting our assistance. Their leader was injured abroad. I heard you are a divine physician and would like to ask you to help take a look. All right. How should I get there? Zhang Liang asked. Just wait at home, someone will come to pick you up soon, said. Zhang Liang thought to himself that the plane was already on its way. Clearly there was no room for refusal. Having become a major general wasn't for nothing. He had to be constantly ready to answer the call of duty. 10 minutes later, a helicopter landed nearby. Zhang Liang changed into his military uniform, said a word to his parents, and stepped out. A young man in civilian clothes approached Zhang Liang, saluted, and said, "Greetings, Chief. I am Major Zhang Haoyu of the Dragon Group, ordered to escort you to Dragon Group headquarters." He produced his credentials. The helicopter flew directly to the Dragon Group base, deep in a mountain. After passing through numerous checkpoints, they entered a cave. Inside was a military camp heavily guarded by armed troops. The cave had a vast interior transformed into a place capable of accommodating a mighty army. Zhang Liang followed Zhang Haoyu through winding passages until they reached a large reception hall. At that moment, a tall, middle-aged man in a lieutenant general's uniform approached. "Greetings, General Zhang. I am Duan Tianping, deputy leader of the Dragon Group. Our leader Long Haoran was struck by a sword on his left ribs during a duel with a Japanese kendo master. The wound itself is not severe, but the cold poison on the sword is extremely vicious. Countless renowned physicians have been helpless. That's why we sought you out. The Dragon Group's hopes rest on you. I must see the patient first before I can draw any conclusions," Zhang Liang said with a smile. "Very well, come in." Duan Tianpeng stepped aside to let Zhang Liang enter first. The room was very cold with the air conditioner running, but the patient on the bed emitted an astonishing chill. His face was pale, and he remained unconscious. Zhang Liang examined him, searching his mind for a treatment plan. This cold poison was different from the corpse cold poison that had afflicted elder Yizhou Hanian's father-in-law. It came from someone practicing a yin-cold cultivation art, a much purer form of chill. Using the same 9-yang acupuncture technique, to treat Long Haoran would require 3 sessions to completely expel the cold poison. A few days ago, I cured an old man of corpse cold poison in 1 session. Leader Long suffers from a cold poison art. It will take 3 treatments to fully recover, said Zhang Liang. Excellent. Then please proceed, General Zhang. Our Dragon Group is currently leaderless. I implore you, said Duan Tianpeng. Very well. During my treatment, no one may disturb me, Zhang Liang said. Only Duan Tianpeng and a military doctor remained in the ward. Everyone else withdrew. Zhang Liang began performing the 9-yang divine acupuncture. inserting 14 needles, each carrying a trace of true qi into Long Haoren's body. Visibly, Long Haoren's complexion grew rosy. Half an hour later, the needling concluded. Zhang Liang then let the silver needles remain in Long Haoren's body for another half hour, a technique called nourishing the needles. Long Haoren opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. He was a handsome, tall, and robust man in his 50s. Duan Tianpeng and the military doctor quickly supported him. "Leader Long, how do you feel?" asked Duan Tianpeng. "Much better. I'm feeling a bit warmer. That Yamamoto Norio's swordsmanship is so venomous. I swear I will not rest until I have my revenge. And this young friend is..." Long Haoren looked at Zhang Liang with confusion. Zhang Liang smiled slightly. "Greetings, Leader Long. My name is Zhang Liang. I am an instructor with the Central Theater Special Forces. I also dabble in medicine and am fortunate to be able to treat you. My apologies, General Zhang, for my rudeness. Thank you for saving my life, General. However, I still feel the cold poison inside me," said Long Haoren. "I know. Half of the cold poison in your body has been expelled. 2 more acupuncture sessions combined with detoxification pills will completely eradicate it. This cultivation art is too sinister. It would be best to eliminate this person to prevent future trouble. Once you recover your vitality and wish to seek revenge, I, Zhang Liang, am willing to lend a hand," said Zhang Liang. "That would be wonderful. Since you serve as the instructor of the Special Forces, you must be highly skilled in martial arts. When the time comes, we shall rely on you, General Zhang," said Long Haoren. Zhang Liang told Long Haoren to rest and left the room. The dragon group arranged a clean and comfortable room for Zhang Liang with an orderly assigned to attend to him. He would need to stay for a few more days to administer 2 more acupuncture sessions with a 180 interval between each. That afternoon, Duan Tianpeng took Zhang Liang to the storeroom to gather medicinal herbs. Zhang Liang needed many rare ingredients to refine detoxification pills. They arrived at another mountain peak and entered another cave. This was the dragon group's herb repository. Though smaller than the national treasury, the rare herbs and spirit plants here were stored in jade boxes. Zhang Liang, possessing divine sense and the primordial bell space, collected the herbs and spirit plants he fancied as he passed. There were 1,000-year-old fleece flower roots, centuries-old snow lotuses, century-old ginseng, and 2 9-leaf lotuses. These were the main ingredients for refining my nourishing pills. It wasn't that Zhang Liang was greedy. Such spirit herbs were extremely rare, even in the cultivation world. Since no one else likely knew how to use them, he took them all. He gathered a substantial amount of detoxifying herbs, intending to refine a larger batch. Dragon group members often went abroad on missions and might need such remedies for poisoning incidents. Having selected enough, Zhang Liang exited the storeroom. "What, General Zhang didn't fancy anything?" asked Duan Tianpeng. "I've already taken what I need. He'll return to refine the pills. Please arrange a large room for me. I need to work through the night." "Ah, very well," Duan Tianpeng replied in slight confusion. He hadn't seen Zhang Liang take anything yet. Zhang Liang said he had already collected the herbs and needed a room to refine pills. Duan Tianpeng went to Long Haoren's room and recounted the matter. Long Haoren said in surprise, "I knew it. The vital energy he channeled into me was so pure. He's not a martial artist, he's likely a cultivator. A cultivator, with a storage treasure. That explains it. He said he took the herbs and needs a large room to refine detoxification pills," said Duan Tianpeng. "Hurry and arrange a room for him. My recovery depends on him," said Long Haoren. Soon someone led Zhang Liang to a spacious room. Detoxification pills were first-grade pills, easy to refine. Zhang Liang spent one night refining 10 batches of detoxification pills. He placed them in 10 jade bottles, keeping 2 for himself and giving 8 to Duan Tianpeng. Over the following days, he administered acupuncture to Long Haoren every other day, a total of 3 sessions. Combined with the detoxification pills, by the 6th day, the cold poison in Long Haoren's body was completely eradicated. "General Zhang, thank you for saving my life. Tonight, let's share a drink to express my gratitude for your treatment during the Spring Festival holiday. I feel truly sorry for cutting short your leave," said Long Haoren, grasping Zhang Liang's hand. That evening, in a private dining room, Long Haoren, Duan Tianpeng, and 4 squad leaders accompanied Zhang Liang for dinner. The dishes were lavish and the alcohol was special supply liquor. Everyone toasted Zhang Liang, thanking him for curing Long Haoren. Since Long Haoren's affliction was cold poison, Zhang Liang had said he could have some alcohol. During the feast, Long Haoren sincerely invited Zhang Liang to join the dragon group. "General Zhang, the dragon group greatly needs you. Consider it. Joining us comes with many benefits. Leader Long, thank you for your kindness. However, Commander Chang has been very good to me. I feel disloyal," Zhang Liang replied. "Joining the dragon group doesn't require you to leave the Central Theater Special Forces. You can serve both units. You only need to come when the dragon group needs you. As far as I know, you're still studying at the University of the Capital, correct? The dragon group enjoys many privileges. We can execute evildoers in the secular world without prior approval. Though you hold the rank of Major General in the military, you don't have such authority. Moreover, the Dragon Group is directly under the highest leadership with excellent benefits. Your family will be under the Dragon Group's protection. This can save you a lot of trouble. Think it over. Long Howren advised earnestly. Zhang Liang went to the courtyard and called Chang Junfeng to seek his opinion. No problem. Just come for a couple of days when we need you. Joining the Dragon Group also serves the nation. We are all guardians of our country. I support your decision. Thus Zhang Liang agreed to Long Howren and joined the Dragon Group. Very well. On behalf of the Dragon Group, I appoint you as the captain of the Special Action Team, equal in rank to the other 4 squad leaders. Your current military rank is Major General. I will petition the higher authorities to promote you to Lieutenant General. This way, besides the military, you'll have another identity within the Dragon Group. Drawing double salary. You'll be even better off than me. Long Howren immediately ordered someone to bring Zhang Liang his Dragon Group credentials and a Lieutenant General's uniform. The official Lieutenant General certificate would be issued by the highest authority later. Since they were now one family, Long Howren asked Zhang Liang, General Zhang, are you a cultivator? Leader Long is indeed perceptive. Are there other cultivators in the Dragon Group? Zhang Liang asked. There is an old Taoist priest with an apprentice. I'm not sure if his skills are the same as yours, said Long Howren. In principle, cultivating the Tao and cultivation are synonymous. However, on Blue Star, the civilization of cultivation is incomplete, and many cultivation techniques have been lost. Thus, differences arose between Tao cultivation and true cultivation. In reality, true cultivation is also Tao cultivation, originally the same pursuit of the grand path of longevity, said Zhang Liang. Then if you were to form a special action team, what kind of people would you need? You can select elites from over 1,000 members across the 4 brigades to form a special team, said Long Howren. Thus, the next day Zhang Liang selected 60 people from the 4 brigades who had cultivation aptitude. He didn't pick merely muscular members, but based his selection on cultivation potential. I will impart cultivation techniques to all of you. Those who cannot successfully cultivate will return to their original units. Those who succeed will join this special team, said Zhang Liang. Accordingly, Zhang Liang immediately imparted various cultivation techniques to them based on their individual constitutions. Among them, 3 stood out: 2 male members and 1 female member. Li Wenba Xian Kadao and Zhai Shaoran. The first 2 possessed earth-grade upper-tier spiritual roots, while Zhai Shaoran had a fire attribute heaven-grade mid-tier spiritual root. After Zhang Liang transmitted the techniques, the 3 of them succeeded in drawing qi into their bodies first. The others also gradually achieved qi induction. Not a single member was sent back to the original brigade, which pleased Zhang Liang. He immediately announced the division of the 60 members into 3 squads. Li Wenba Xian Kadao and Zhai Shaoran each served as squad leaders. Zhang Liang then retrieved a batch of spirit herbs from the Dragon Group's herb repository and refined a batch of qi-gathering pills. He distributed 20 pills to each of the 60 members. For this task, Zhang Liang toiled day and night, spending several days refining pills. When selecting personnel, the Taoist priest was not present. Later, Zhang Liang learned he had gone out on a journey. The special team got on track, and the priest eventually returned. Zhang Liang had intended to get acquainted, but the priest sought him out first. Boundless heaven, might you be General Zhang, fellow cultivator? An elderly man with white hair and a youthful complexion appeared before Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang looked at him and chuckled inwardly. He looked like a beggar. His Taoist robe had several large holes. Why didn't he buy a new one? Apparently monks and Taoists could acquire robes conveniently nowadays. The Dragon Group's benefits were decent. Perhaps he just liked wearing tattered clothes, a peculiar preference. Revered priest, you are too kind. We are all part of the same family, comrades now. I am new here and look forward to your guidance, fellow cultivator. Zhang Liang returned the greeting with a Taoist one-palm salute. My Tao name is Wachenzi, secular name Lu Jiao. I took refuge in the Zhongnan Mountains and later joined the Dragon Group. Since we are both practitioners of the Tao, why not spar and exchange insights? Wachenzi said with a smile. That's exactly what I was thinking. Please to the courtyard. Zhang Liang had not sparred with anyone for a long time and was itching for a fight. Today, with Wachenzi here, he could finally relieve his boredom. The 2 stood 20 zhang apart, facing each other. Wachenzi was indeed a gentleman of refined bearing, a true master. I am a few years older. Please make the first move, fellow cultivator. He stood in a casual stance waiting for Zhang Liang to act. Wachenzi was contemplating whether to let Zhang Liang take action to see what spells or martial arts he would employ and then decide on a countermeasure. Zhang Liang also had the same thought. Wachenzi let him strike first, and Zhang Liang responded with a move to provoke a reaction. With a swift motion, he unleashed 6 fireballs the size of bowls circling around Wachenzi. The circle had a diameter of 10 zhang, and he did not intend to actually harm Wachenzi. He simply used the fireball formation to trap Wachenzi, waiting to see what spell he would use to break free. Zhang Liang directly cast the fireball spell, and Wachenzi could do the same. He flicked his hand and sent out 6 fireball talismans, resulting in 6 bullseye fireballs. Wachenzi's fireballs collided with Zhang Liang's, resulting in 6 explosive sounds. Boom. Boom boom boom. Boom. All fireballs from both sides vanished. With another wave of his hand, 12 earthballs appeared around Wachenzi, forming a circle and spinning rapidly. They encircled without attacking, waiting for Wachenzi to break through. This spell was executed effortlessly with no time needed for preparation. Wachenzi, on the other hand, made another gesture, throwing out 6 talismans, and moments later the sky was filled with lightning and thunder, with 6 bolts striking down. Crack, crack. After 6 thunderclaps, half of Zhang Liang's 12 earthballs shattered. Wachenzi had no choice but to send out another 6 talismans, summoning 6 more bolts of lightning to destroy the remaining earthballs. General Zhang's spells are impressive, I, a humble Taoist, concede. If it were a real battle, I would already be dead, Wachenzi said with a shake of his head and a smile. Oh, there's no need for such humility, my friend. I only know a few minor spells not worthy of high praise. I wonder what martial arts and sword techniques does Taoist Lu practice. I dare not say my demon-subduing sword technique is meant for exorcising evil and capturing ghosts, not for actual combat. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself in front of my friend. Zhang Liang still did not understand what Wachenzi knew as surely. He couldn't just be knowledgeable in talismans. He intended to inquire about this with Long Howren before deciding whether to recruit Wachenzi into the special operations team. He knows some sword techniques and fist techniques, but he is getting older. I rarely send him on missions. Zhang Liang wanted to find a suitable person to be the deputy leader, someone who could lead the special operations team when he was not around. Upon suggesting this, Long Howren was very pleased. I've thought this through. When you're not around, I will lead the special operations team. Whenever you go out on missions, the team will follow your orders. In any case, Wachenzi is not suitable to lead the special operations team. With the matter settled, Zhang Liang began to guide the team members in their training every day. He also set up a spirit gathering formation in the courtyard of the special operations team, where he stayed until the end of the month, and all the members broke through to the first layer of chi refinement. Through training, every member of Zhang Liang's special operations team became a profound cultivator. They were no longer comparable to before. These 60 individuals could easily defeat 1,000 soldiers. Seeing how powerful the special operations team had become, Long Howren, Duan Tianping, and the 4 captains felt anxious. They all began to learn the cultivation techniques from Zhang Liang and started their own training, all of them making progress. With matters here coming to a close, Zhang Liang took his leave. He drove directly to Kyoto University, having missed the first 10 days of the semester. Zhang Liang first met with the principal and the homeroom teacher, explaining that he had been given a special task by the state, which delayed his return to school. He called Chun Yi and Lu Qianqian to join him for a meal. Both beauties had reached the first layer of chi refinement and looked even better. Zhang Liang informed them about joining the Long group, and both were very happy. That night, Chun Yi also stayed with them. The next day, Zhang Liang called son Lihua. Zhang, the great physician, when are you coming to Jingtan to see me? It has been a long time since we last met. Lihua, I just joined the Long group and have been there for half a month. I just arrived at school to report. They'll come see you in a few days. Zhang Liang cheered up the beautiful schoolflower son and finally felt relieved. After staying at school for a few days, Zhang Liang went to the Central Plains battle zone. The members of the special forces greeted Zhang Liang with great joy. Chang Junfeng had the kitchen prepare some dishes for lunch and invited Zhang Liang to eat at the command post. He also brought out 2 bottles of special fine wine, saying, let's all drink a little less in the battle zone. Getting drunk is not good. The large competition among the various battle zones was set for March and was approaching. You, as the chief instructor, must lead the team to the battle zone competition. At that time, I will personally accompany you to ensure this competition goes well. The overall quality of the soldiers has improved several times over, and a few have reached the late stage of chi. Their pills are not sufficient, which shows they must have been working hard on their cultivation. And here there's also a military flower. Chang Rian came over that day. This military flower became even more beautiful after her cultivation. Another beautiful song followed, and the two passionately shared their fleeting feelings of parting. Now the courtyard of the special operations team was rich in spiritual energy. Zhang Liang frequently went to the military district, and his marksmanship became impeccable, making him a sharpshooter. He selected several handguns, submachine guns, and 2 boxes of high-explosive grenades to store in the Hongming Bell space for emergencies. After arranging everything here with 20 days left until the military district competition, he went to Jingtan again. At the entrance of the business school, he met Sun Lihua. The two warmly embraced, expressing their longing for each other. Although the time apart was short, they were young. The two played here for 5 days before Zhang Liang returned to the Central Plains battle zone. The competition venue was set at a military training ground on the outskirts of Kyoto. With 3 days left until the event, all the battle zones arrived. Chang Junfeng and Commander Song personally led the team, and Zhang Liang selected the 300 best soldiers. Among them, 50 soldiers were at mid-stage chi refinement or above, designated as competition participants. The others were reserve team members. After arranging accommodations and familiarizing themselves with the venue, he announced the competition precautions. In fact, the soldiers had excellent discipline. Zhang Liang also came along, disregarding her grandfather's objections, insisting on following, and Commander Chang had no choice. With 2 days left until the competition, the two went shopping and to parks. They played wildly for 2 days, and the day before the competition, Zhang Liang could not go out. He checked the soldiers' physical conditions again and found no issues, which put his mind at ease. Then he reminded them to do their best in the competition. They are all comrades and should not harm each other. The purpose of the competition is to improve together and enhance the country's defense capabilities. If someone gets hurt, it would go against the original intention of the competition. Commander Chang was very pleased with this statement and also spoke to the soldiers. This competition was only open to the military, and the Special Operations Forces could observe. Although the other soldiers of the Special Operations team could not participate, they came to watch. On the day of the competition, the vast venue capable of accommodating tens of thousands was filled with soldiers. The 5 participating battle zones were divided into 5 areas. The grandstand was set at the northernmost point, where high-ranking officials from the General Command sat along with the commanders of each battle zone. The Special Operations soldiers who were not selected to compete brought mineral water drinks, cakes, and other items to encourage their comrades to work hard and achieve good results. This competition was a ring match. It was clearly stipulated that if one side conceded, the other must stop attacking. Violators would be deemed losers, disqualified from the competition, and subject to military law. Poisonous substances, including insidious martial arts, were not allowed. Violators would be directly handed over to the military court. Intentional harm to others and verbal attacks on opponents were also prohibited. In short, all actions must be civilized and courteous. Friendship first, competition second. These 8 words hung high above the grandstand. All of this indicated the stance of the General Command. This competition included shooting, cross-country running, obstacle jumping, barehanded free fighting, and weapon-free fighting, totaling 5 events. The first day featured the shooting competition. After refining their chi, the soldiers of the Central Plains Special Operations Team improved their eyesight, mental acuity, and shooting skills. Each battle zone sent 20 participants, totaling 100 across the 5 zones, competing for the top 10 spots. As a result, 3 participants from the Central Plains Battle Zone made it into the top 10. The scoring rule was that the first place received 10 points, second place 9 points, third place 8 points, and so on, with the 10th place receiving 1 point. This scoring method was used for all events. On the first day, the Central Plains team earned first place, third place, and 6th place, amassing a total of 23 points. The second day featured a 20-kilometer cross-country run. Miraculously, 8 of the top 10 runners were participants from the Central Plains Battle Zone. At the grandstand, the judges stood up with binoculars watching this astonishing scene. The other 4 battle zones were in an uproar. "Old Chang, what's going on? Are we still allowed to compete? We demand to check your contestants to see if they used performance-enhancing drugs." All right. Those who need to be checked must be checked, and the Central Plains Battle Zone is no exception. They must comply with the arrangements. Your suggestion is good, and they should be checked. "What do you think, Old Chang?" asked a 4-star general. "No problem. Our Central Plains contestants are always ready for inspection." Chang Junfeng smiled. In the end, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th places were all taken by soldiers from the Central Plains Battle Zone. Only the 5th and 6th places were from other battle zones. The Central Plains Battle Zone took the lead with a score of 42 points. The other battle zones erupted in astonishment. As a result, the participants from the Central Plains Battle Zone underwent inspection. Various data confirmed that all medical indicators were normal, leaving no one with anything to say. The third day featured the obstacle jumping event. Each battle zone sent out their best cards to try to turn the tide. Zhang Liang also knew that other battle zones would certainly put in their best effort. The contestants this time were all at the late stage of chi refinement, with one being at the peak of the late stage. As a result, the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th places were still taken by participants from the Central Plains Battle Zone. The Central Plains Battle Zone scored 30 points, maintaining their first place overall. After the afternoon competition concluded, the chief instructor of the Northwest Battle Zone, known as Iron Fist King Wang Jianzhong, came to find Zhang Liang. "I've long admired Instructor Zhang's reputation. Today, I come to spar with you. To be able to train so many outstanding soldiers, you must be highly skilled. Instructor Wang is being too kind. My skills are lacking. I merely mislead my students." Zhang Liang replied humbly with a smile. "Since it's competition time, and we are busy, let's forego the match. We are all here to nurture talents for the country. Let's not take the competition too seriously." "So Instructor Zhang is not willing to give me the honor," Wang Jianzhong said unhappily. Zhang Liang had no choice but to send someone to find Commander Chang Junfeng. Before long, Chang Junfeng and the commander of the Northwest Battle Zone, Ouyang Yushu, arrived. "Instructor Wang, why aren't you properly overseeing your soldiers instead of coming here to spar? This has disturbed the general command. Let's see how you will manage." Ouyang Yushu was furious. Wang Jianzhong shot a glare at Zhang Liang and muttered under his breath, "Bootlicker. He turned and left saying loudly, "Let's do it another day. After the competition, I must learn some of your techniques." "Sure, it's a promise." Zhang Liang readily agreed. In fact, he had already seen through Wang Jianzhang's martial arts cultivation, which was at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster level. He could handle him even when he was at the third layer of Qi refinement. Now having settled at the fourth layer for some time, he should not fear even when facing a Grandmaster-level martial artist. Dealing with someone like Wang Jianzhang should not be taken lightly. However, in this situation, not only would he be affected, but Commander Chang would also take the blame. Wang Jianzhang left, and Chang Junfeng nodded in satisfaction, saying Instructor Zhang did well. If you had a major conflict with him, the general command would be furious. The repercussions would be too severe. Ouyang Yushu also came over apologizing. "It's all my fault for not managing things properly. I disturbed Instructor Zhang. Please don't take it to heart. Commander Ouyang is too polite. You are the higher authority. I cannot bear it." Zhang Liang quickly replied. The fourth day was the barehanded free fighting competition. This time Zhang Liang similarly sent out 20 highly skilled team members. The battles were unprecedentedly intense, as each battle zone sent out internal strength martial artists. In the end, it was still the pure inner strength of the cultivators that prevailed. Lu Jiping, the peak of the late stage of Qi refinement from the Central Plains battle zone, defeated his opponent and won the championship. The participants from the Central Plains battle zone also secured 4th and 5th places, earning a total of 23. The fifth day featured the weapon-free fighting competition. Due to their lower cultivation level, Zhang Liang had not yet taught them sword techniques. However, in any fight, agility and strength held significant advantages. In this competition, a contestant from the Southwest battle zone, Xinping, possessed a family-inherited sword technique. He was a mid-stage internal strength martial artist, strong and skilled in swordplay, winning the championship. The participants from the Central Plains battle zone secured 2nd, 4th, and 7th places. They earned a total of 19 points, which was a good result, and Chang Junfeng was very pleased. Thus, the Central Plains battle zone won 1st place in the competition among the 5 battle zones with a total score of 137 points. The loudspeakers above the grandstand began broadcasting leaders, generals, and soldiers. "I have good news to report: the excellent results achieved in the 2016 Spring National Competition among the 5 battle zones. 1st place goes to the Special Operations Team of the Central Plains Battle Zone. Now please invite Major General Zhang Liang from the Central Plains Battle Zone to the stage to receive the banner. Major General Zhang Liang, please come forward." Zhang Liang had long been prepared. He walked steadily and marched to the stage. He bowed deeply to the leader holding the banner, received it, and then turned to bow to the audience below. His demeanor won everyone's admiration, and the applause echoed throughout the venue. Here stood a Major General, just 19 years old. Next, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th places were announced. Deputy Commander Li of the General Headquarters delivered a summary report stating, "Although our 2016 Spring Grand Competition has concluded, it will be held every 5 years from now on. All individuals who ranked in the top 10 will receive rewards. The war zone with the highest total score will receive a bonus of 300 million, with the champion earning 100,000, the 2nd place, 90,000, the 3rd place, 80,000, and so on. Our military is the guardian force of the nation. Only when the military is strong can national security be ensured." Next came the awarding of bonuses. Once the bonuses were distributed, the various war zones exited the competition venue in an orderly manner. Returning to the Central War Zone, the headquarters held a celebration meeting with the Special Operations Team. The headquarters decided to reward Zhang Liang with 100 million. Zhang Liang firmly declined, saying this money should be used for the construction of the military. "I already have money now, receiving a double salary." Chang Junfeng did not insist, and instead decided to report Zhang Liang's deeds throughout the entire Central War Zone. He called on all military personnel to learn from General Zhang Liang's spirit of selflessness and his dedication to the military. Furthermore, he requested the headquarters to honor Zhang Liang with a commendation, bestowing upon him the title of Outstanding Officer. Given that he already held the rank of Major General, he would not be promoted for the time being. At just 19 years old, he was the youngest Major General. Other war zones also began activities to learn from Zhang Liang upon the call of the General Headquarters. In a short time, Zhang Liang's name became renowned throughout the military. In this grand competition, the Central War Zone achieved 1st place in 4 out of 5 events, only finishing 2nd in the equipment competition. Thus, Zhang Liang decided to pass on his sword techniques to the Special Operations Team. He recalled a set of sword techniques. Chasing Wind sword technique, which is highly practical and fierce, making it very suitable for the Special Operations Team. He printed a copy of the sword technique on a computer, had over 1,000 copies made, and distributed them to every soldier. Then, he personally taught the soldiers the techniques, and after a few days, everyone had learned them. Zhang Liang reminded everyone that practice is essential. The more you practice, the more proficient you become. Military matters had come to a pause. The next day, Zhang Liang returned to Kyoto University. He carefully reviewed the semester's courses, memorized them, and then attended classes as usual for a few days. At noon, he ordered several dishes on the second floor of the cafeteria and invited his 3 roommates Meng Zifan, Shunbin, and Luo Xiangyu to lunch. Shunbin insisted on drinking alcohol, and Zhang Liang said, "I have no problem with that, but do you have class in the afternoon?" "You have no problem, and we're not afraid, let's just take a half day off," Shunbin said indifferently. Meng Zifan and Luo Xiangyu were also at a loss and decided to skip class to accompany him. So Zhang Liang went out and retrieved a box of Warzone special Moutai liquor from the Hongming Bell space. He moved it to the second floor, and when Shunbin saw it he exclaimed, "What a fine liquor. No wonder you are such a high-ranking officer." The 4 of them drank heartily, but Zhang Liang advised them to drink less, suggesting they could drink more outside of school. After all, this is a school, and getting drunk would not be good. After they finished the box of liquor, Zhang Liang did not take out more. Shunbin protested, "Liangzi, get more liquor, I don't believe you only have 1 box. At other times outside of school we can't go back until we're drunk. But today no more drinking," Zhang Liang insisted. Shunbin had no choice, and soon they were all a bit unsteady on their feet. Zhang Liang escorted them back to their dormitory, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Frequently skipping class and returning drunk would be hard to explain to the principal. In the evening he called Lu Qianqian and Shun Yi to join him for a Western meal. The 2 of them were more accommodating towards each other and were no longer so particular about Zhang Liang's ownership. The 2 girls understood as well, it's impossible to monopolize an excellent man. They still refused to find an ordinary boyfriend. The next morning Chun Yi and Lu Qianqian got up with panda eyes. When they saw Zhang Liang he was already bright-eyed and busy preparing breakfast for them. "What a beast. Don't you need to sleep?" Chun Yi said with a wry smile. "No choice, who told me I've got 2 lazy women?" Zhang Liang replied arrogantly. "Hey, who are the lazy women? We are the famous school beauties of Kyoto University. You monopolize us and still complain about cooking." Lu Qianqian said, hands on her hips. "I'm not complaining. I'm doing it willingly." Zhang Liang raised his hands. "That's more like it." Lu Qianqian said, "You're not allowed to flirt with others. If I find out I'll have to teach you a good lesson." Zhang Liang still had 2 other heartfelt thoughts. At that time, just let me handle it. It seems I can't accept any more beauties, I should avoid them in the future. The next day, he was sitting in class meditating and cultivating. A female classmate came up to him. "Zhang Liang, there's a sophomore senior sister looking for you outside." A sophomore senior sister. Zhang Liang was a bit confused. He had met a senior sister named Lu Yao during registration. Could it be her looking for him? He thought he would go and see. When he arrived outside the classroom, he saw a stunningly beautiful girl standing there elegantly. It wasn't Lu Yao. Lu Yao could also be considered beautiful, but she paled in comparison to this girl. This girl was simply alluring, with long straight legs and an attractive figure, clearly someone who practiced aerobics or yoga regularly. Her skin was fair and her big eyes sparkled. When she smiled it was more beautiful than a blooming peony. Zhang Liang, already surrounded by 4 beauties, was still amazed by her looks. "Excuse me, are you Zhang Liang?" Her voice was as melodious as a yellow oriole, making one feel weak all over. "That's me. May I ask, do you need something?" "My name is Song Yujiao, a student from the Song family in Kyoto, majoring in business management as a sophomore. Recently Song Zihua from the Song family offended you, and there was also the elder Cui Jinshan from the Song family, who was rude afterwards. I was sent by the head of the Song family to apologize to you." Saying this she performed a 90-degree bow. "There's no need for such formalities, senior sister. The matter has passed, and I haven't taken it to heart," Zhang Liang said. "The head of the Song family, Song Shichang, has heard that you are a young hero. He wishes to apologize in person and has set up a family banquet, hoping you can honor us with your presence. May I ask if that is possible?" Song Yujiao looked at Zhang Liang, waiting for a response. "I am honored by the head of the Song family, who I will pay a visit. Please lead the way, senior sister," Zhang Liang replied politely. "All right, follow me." The beautiful girl walked ahead. Zhang Liang thought that since he was in a self-study session and didn't need to inform the professor, it would be fine to meet with the Song family, if they were willing to reconcile. Having had 2 prior conflicts without any losses, Zhang Liang did not intend to seek revenge against the Song family. He got into a red Maserati with Song Yujiao sitting in the passenger seat. The car drove quickly and steadily. The girl's driving skills were quite impressive. Inside the car, a faint scent of youthful fragrance wafted into Zhang Liang's nose. He could tell that Song Yujiao was a girl of integrity. In this open era, such girls were truly rare treasures, especially those from prominent families. Lost in thought, the car stopped in front of a large courtyard in the western suburbs of Kyoto. 2 external martial artists stood guard tall and dressed in matching black suits. Seeing Song Yujiao's car, they quickly opened the door and saluted, saying, "Good day, miss." It was clear they had received professional training. One person came over to assist with parking, while the other continued to stand guard. The courtyard was spacious with several entrances, and after passing 3 buildings they arrived in front of a 3-story building. The central area on the first floor was the reception room for the head of the Song family. An elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s greeted them. Welcome, General Zhang, to our humble abode. I am Song Shichang from the Song family, and I warmly welcome you." The old man cupped his hands in salute, and Zhang Liang hurriedly returned the gesture. I came too abruptly and disturbed the head of the Song family. General Zhang is young and accomplished, truly a young hero. It is an honor for our family to host you. Please come into the sitting room. Once inside, Zhang Liang sat on the guest seat on the west side, while Song Shichang returned to his rightful position. A woman came forward to pour tea and then stepped back. The rich aroma of the tea filled the air, and Zhang Liang knew this was no ordinary tea. He asked, is this from the mother tree of Wui Mountains, Dahong Pao? Indeed, this is the premium Dahong Pao. A friend gifted me 2 kilograms. When you leave, I can give you half. Song Shichang said with a smile. I couldn't possibly. I am just a student and wouldn't dare to trouble the head of the Song family with such a generous gift. A while ago, I had a conflict with one of the elders from the Song family in that matter. Zhang Liang ventured. This is all due to my lack of strictness, causing a conflict with General Zhang. I hope you won't take it to heart. I heard General Zhang is a coach in the Special Operations team and holds a position in a special department. Truly impressive for someone so young. Oh, Zhang Liang thought to himself, he served in the Central War Zone, which was easy to find out. However, how did he know about his involvement with the Dragon Team, which is a secret department? General Zhang doesn't need to overthink. My third son is in the same secret department as you. Even I don't know the specifics. He knows about you, and to say you are colleagues. His name is Song Rulong. Zhang Liang seemed to have heard of him. He was a squad leader, at least a major officer. It appeared the Song family was not simple, as they even had connections to the Dragon Team. In fact, the 7 prominent families were all influential, deeply rooted in the military and political worlds. General Zhang is so young, and already a major general. Your future is boundless. Not at all. I am just a child from a humble background, and I don't dare to dream of a bright future. I only do my best for the country. The Song family is vast, and has deep connections in business, politics, and the military. They truly have the power to influence. Zhang Liang said with a laugh. The two of them, an old fox and a young fox, chatted casually for a while. A family member came to report that the banquet was ready. At this moment, a tall young man in his 30s walked in. Upon seeing Zhang Liang, he saluted. Hello, Captain Zhang. Zhang Liang recognized his face. Could he be Song Rulong? Are you Song Rulong? Zhang Liang asked. Yes, I am a squad leader of the first squad of the second team. We are all comrades, so there's no need to be so formal. Zhang Liang, being a good person, thought it inappropriate to be pretentious while visiting someone else's home. Then I won't be polite, and will call you my little brother. Huh? Song Rulong laughed. Does that mean I have to call this senior sister my niece, and call him uncle? That Song Yujiao protested. This made everyone burst into laughter. It was still Song Shichang who stepped in to smooth things over. It's just a title. Oh, let's not get too serious about it. In the dining room of the Song family, a lavish lunch had already been prepared. This is from the 6-star hotel of our Song family, cooked by the head chef. General Zhang, please have a taste. Song Rulong explained. He personally opened 2 bottles of Guojiao Maotai and poured a glass for Zhang Liang and filled his own. Captain Zhang, since you are at the Song family today, just treat it like home. Cheers. With that, he tilted his head back and drank a glass. Zhang Liang had no problem with drinking and joined him. Song Shichang chuckled. General Zhang, I am older and can't keep up with you young folks. I can only show my respect. Feel free with the liquor. As he spoke, he took a sip. Zhang Liang also raised his glass and drank a glass in return. Thus they merrily drank from one glass to another. Under the influence of alcohol, Song Shichang casually remarked, General Zhang, speaking of which, Yujiao is a bit spoiled and a bit willful, but she is quite good looking. You two are about the same age. It would be fortunate if my little friend could become my son-in-law. That would not be appropriate. I already have several girlfriends. Miss Song is from a prestigious family. I really can't. Zhang Liang quickly explained. Oh, Zhang Liang, you have several girlfriends. You don't look like an honest person, Song Yujiao exclaimed. This girl? Since ancient times, heroes love beautiful women. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives. It doesn't mean he's not honest. Song Shichang said with a smile. Do they get along well? Song Yujiao asked. 2 classmates from high school are both from Taizhou. They are both at Kyoto University, and they get along well. They have already passed the review. The other 2 only know about them and haven't received their consent yet. Oh, looks like you haven't been honest yet. You've only passed 2 reviews. There are still 2 more to go. If you can't pass, there will be trouble, and you will have to wait for punishment. You're such a flirto. I thought you were an honest person. Giggling, Song Yujiao playfully tapped Zhang Liang's forehead with her slender fair fingers. You naughty girl. How can you speak like that? General Zhang is an esteemed guest of the Song family, though I was even thinking of having him as my son-in-law. Song Shichang pretended to be angry. Flirt. La 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 la. Song Yujiao stuck out her tongue and made a few funny faces before running off. This made the old man laugh heartily. This girl is wild and carefree. General Zhang, please don't mind. Do I? Song Shichang shook his head with a smile. Captain Zhang, what do you think of my niece? If you marry her, you'll have to call me. Song Rulong joked. Brother Song, that would not be appropriate. I still have 2 others to take care of. Ooh, I can't just go for every beautiful girl I see. Miss Song is good, but I can't. I truly don't have the means. Ooh, I already have enough. Zhang Liang said, let's see if you two have a fate. I won't force anything. Song Shichong laughed. Time flew by, and soon it was Guyu. On the streets, more and more girls were wearing skirts while the boys like me were out in thin clothes. Zhang Liang was a cultivator immune to heat and cold. After a year of cultivation, he had finally reached the late peak of the 4th layer of qi refining. This was aided by the qi gathering pill, which provided pure spiritual energy. Zhang Liang knew that if he had spirit stones, his cultivation could progress even faster. At Jingdu University, after the exams, his grades were as excellent as ever. He had achieved first place again. He planned to find Long Howren and ask him to help locate spirit stones. Driving to the Dragon Group base, he found Long Howren in cultivation. By now, Long Howren had begun transitioning into a cultivator. When Zhang Liang mentioned spirit stones, Long Howren looked bewildered. What are spirit stones? There are a few boxes of energy stones in our warehouse. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. The Dragon Group also had a small storeroom where they stored items like gold jewelry, pearls, diamonds, jade, and antiques. In a corner, several boxes were stacked. From a distance, Zhang Liang sensed a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. When the boxes were opened, they gleamed brilliantly. Zhang Liang counted 20 boxes, each containing roughly 5,000 spirit stones. Director Long, I would like a few boxes. How many can you spare? Zhang Liang asked. Long Howren replied. So these are spirit stones. You want some? He'll give you 5 boxes. You've rendered meritorious service by teaching the technique and refining pills for the Dragon Group. 5 boxes it is. How do I use them? Long Howren inquired. Thank you, Director Long, Zhang Liang said, and with a thought he collected 5 boxes. However, he also left 2 boxes untouched, though half of their contents had mysteriously vanished. Little did Long Howren know that Zhang Liang had taken an extra box. Hey, you haven't told me how to use them. Long Howren called out, but Zhang Liang was already far away, leaving the question unanswered. Zhang Liang thought, if you knew, how could I keep them for later? He'll come back when I need more. He called Chang Jianfeng, but the military region had no such items. Commander Chang, we need to send people to search for them. These are what martial artists call energy stones. We need them. They'll accelerate the soldiers' cultivation. Zhang Liang said. Unable to withstand Long Howren's persistent pestering, Zhang Liang finally relented and told him these were spirit stones, which could be absorbed to speed up cultivation. Don't use them all up. Save some for me. Zhang Liang said. Oh, you've already taken plenty. A few days later, Zhang Liang absorbed spirit stones, and a torrent of pure spiritual energy surged into his meridians. Boom. After dozens of hours of cultivation, he finally broke through the barrier, reaching the early stage of the 5th layer of qi refining. Zhang Liang felt that his internal spiritual power had doubled. At this level of strength, he speculated that he could likely contend with a legendary Grandmaster-level martial artist. In Long Howren's office, Zhang Liang came to chat. Director Long. I haven't had a proper sparring partner in a long time. I'd like to find someone to train with. What realm are you at? Me. I'm at the late peak of the Grandmaster realm. What, you want to go a few rounds with me? Long Howren chuckled. That's exactly what I had in mind. Please enlighten me, Director Long. Zhang Liang said honestly. All right, a sparring session sounds good. Long Howren replied with a smile. Zhang Liang didn't know Long Howren's true strength. He channeled 70% of his spiritual power into his palm and struck at Long Howren. In response, Long Howren, seeing Zhang Liang's ferocious momentum, employed 80% of his power and met the attack palm to palm. Bang! At the point of impact, a powerful surge of energy erupted, stirring up a cloud of dust. Long Howren staggered back 3 steps, feeling his blood churn within him. As for Zhang Liang, it was as if he had been hit by a speeding train. He flew backward 20 zhang with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. In that instant, the difference in their strength was clear. Neither had used their full force, but Zhang Liang's power was evidently inferior. This showed that at his current cultivation level, he could handle an early Grandmaster, but against a peak Grandmaster, he was still outmatched. However, martial artists were not without merit. Though Zhang Liang was a cultivator, when faced with a powerful martial artist, he would still need to flee. Zhang Liang smiled bitterly. I've troubled you, Director Long. I admit defeat. Oh, General Zhang, don't be modest. You only used 60 to 70% of your power. If you used your spells, you could still match me. Long Howren said. This was a contest of pure power, not a fight against an enemy. Why would I use spells? In terms of pure power, I still have a long way to go compared to you, Director Long. Zhang Liang said sincerely. You're only 19. The future is boundless. You'll go far. I'm already over 50, and this is about as far as it'll go. Long Howren laughed. That's not true. You've already changed your technique and started transitioning to a cultivator. In the world of cultivation, age doesn't matter. Once you break through to foundation establishment, you can live over 200 years, at golden core over 500. Zhang Liang said. Good. Then he'll cultivate well. Long Howren said. By the way, we need to find more spirit stones. Cultivation consumes them heavily. Zhang Liang added. When will we go to avenge the Japanese master's death? He'll go with you and strike from the shadows. There's no need for chivalry with those pirates. Zhang Liang said. Let's wait a while longer. Sharpen your cultivation further, and we'll have a better chance. That Japanese martial artist technique is insidious. We must be absolutely certain this time. Long Howren replied. You're right, Director Long. In overseas battles, it's wise to be fully prepared. They'll break through one more minor realm, then they'll call you, Zhang Liang said. Having nothing more to do at the Dragon Group, Zhang Liang returned to Jingdu University. After greeting the school administration and calling his class advisor Zhang Liang, he went to campus. At lunch in the cafeteria, he bumped into Wang Haoluan. Zhang Liang, someone's looking for you outside. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here to cause trouble. Zhang Liang glanced at him thinking, as if you'd dare. Who could be looking for him? Zhang Liang followed Wang Haoluan to the outside of the school. About 100 meters from the gate, a stretched Lincoln was parked. Beside the car stood several people led by a man in his 20s dressed in a yellow suit, with a pale, slender frame, narrow, triangular eyes, and a fierce expression. Behind him were several martial artists, including an old man at the early Grandmaster realm. Zhang Liang surmised that this fellow must have some background. A Grandmaster as a personal guard indicated no ordinary status. Zhang Liang stopped a short distance from them. You have business with me? I am Zhang Liang. The tall, thin young man chuckled. A small matter. Are you involved with Song Yujiao of the Song family? Involved with Song Yujiao? We've only met once. But that's none of your concern, Zhang Liang replied. Young man, I am Xianyuan Hao, a third-generation descendant of the Xianyuan family. Stay away from her. If you dare compete with me for a woman, I'll end you whenever I please. Xianyuan Hao's triangular eyes glared. Who do you think you are? Is the Xianyuan family so formidable? I had nothing to do with the Song family, but since you say so, I think I might just get involved with Song Yujiao. What can you do about it? Zhang Liang sneered. Fighting. My fists are itching. Zhang Liang stood there waiting for Xianyuan Hao to make a move. Xianyuan Hao was furious. This was an outright provocation. Get him. He'll take responsibility if he dies. Xianyuan Hao ordered. With a whoosh, 3 martial artists charged forward. 2 were at the mid-inner force realm, 1 at the late inner force realm. Zhang Liang didn't even move his body. He only used 1 foot. With 3 quick kicks, the 3 martial artists flew back like cannonballs over 20 zhang. They lay on the ground groaning in pain. Without Xianyuan Hao's command, the old man moved. Despite being over 50, he was as fast as a rocket. He extended a pair of sharp claws aimed at Zhang Liang's shoulders. The great strength eagle claw technique. Zhang Liang recognized it instantly. The man's hands were trained in eagle claw. Zhang Liang clenched his fists using 70% of his power and smashed them against the man's claws. With a loud crack, a figure flew over 10 zhang away. Oh, my hands are ruined, the old man screamed in agony. Such a vicious technique deserved to be disabled, Zhang Liang thought, so he crippled the man to prevent him from abusing his skills further. Seeing that even his Grandmaster bodyguard was maimed, Xianyuan Hao turned and fled. Zhang Liang caught up in a few strides, grabbed him by the collar, threw him to the ground, and slapped him several times. So you think you're tough? You're a big shot. You're from the Xianyuan family. He kept slapping until Xianyuan Hao's own mother wouldn't recognize him. After a few more kicks, Zhang Liang swaggered away unperturbed. He had no fear of these ancient families. In the following days, the Xianyuan family made no move. Zhang Liang attended school for a few days, then stayed in his residence to cultivate. Every evening, Lu Qianqian and Chun Yi returned from class, and he would take them out for dinner. After 10 days, Long Howren called. General Zhang, did you have a conflict with the Xianyuan family? They came. I had a brief encounter with a Song family girl, and this Xianyuan Hao claimed I was involved with her and threatened me. So I taught him a lesson and crippled his early Grandmaster guard. Zhang Liang explained honestly. It's fine. The Xianyuan family has connections in the military and political spheres, but so what? The Dragon Group fears no one. If you can't handle it, call me. Long Howren said. Thank you, Director Long. I can handle ordinary situations unless they use state power against me. Do they have any experts at your level in the Xianyuan family? Zhang Liang asked. I don't know. These families can't be underestimated. But if they move against you, it's a move against the Dragon Group. It'll lead the Dragon Group to intervene. Long Howren stated his stance. Zhang Liang had saved his life. Besides their personal bond, Zhang Liang was a Dragon Group captain with the rank of Lieutenant General. Anyone daring to harm him would be committing an act of rebellion. After some time, Zhang Liang made another trip to Jingang. Near the University of Commerce, he stayed in a hotel for a few. Every day, he was with Sun Lihua, guiding her cultivation. This school beauty was also a prodigy in cultivation. She had reached the late stage of the first qi refining layer, expelling impurities from her body, making her fair face even more delicate and beautiful. Moreover, her academic performance had improved, turning her into a top student. You haven't been here for a long time. Stay a few more days. Sun Lihua said. Well, I'm stationed in the central military region and hold a part-time position in a classified unit. Too many commitments. Once we go to the realm of cultivation, we can be together forever. Zhang Liang sighed. Where is the realm of cultivation? Sun Lihua asked. In the distant stars. You'll know later. He'll take all of you there. Zhang Liang replied. All of us. Yes, you Lu Qianqian Chun Yi, and you. Zhang Liang said. No one else. Sun Lihua asked slyly. You little brat trying to trap me. Just wait till I deal with you. Zhang Liang pounced. Ah, no. After spending a few days together, Zhang Liang bid farewell and went to the central military region. Besides guiding the special operations soldiers in cultivation, he also found time to go out with Chang Rian for a couple of days. He truly loved this female soldier, the valiant and spirited woman. But the military was not like civilian life. They could only be together briefly for 2 days. Chang Rian returned to the cultural troupe, where she had her own work. Zhang Liang stayed at the base for a few days before going back to Jingdu. In the past few days, Song Yujiao had called him several times. He had said he was out of town. Now that he was back, she would likely find out soon. Some people worry about finding a partner, while others have a bevy of beauties and still fret. Zhang Liang already had 4 beauties, yet more were pursuing him. Zhang Liang, you're back, right? I heard that a few days ago you fought Xianyuan Hao of the Xianyuan family over me, and even crippled his Grandmaster Guard. I want to treat you to dinner. Where are you? Song Yujiao chattered on. Hey Miss Song, I already have several girlfriends. Am a playboy? Am not worthy of you. Zhang Liang said. Huh, you admit you're a playboy? That doesn't matter. You fought for me. That means you like me. I'm your girlfriend now. Song Yujiao declared stubbornly. And once I decide something, no one can change it. You can't shake me off. Song Yujiao insisted. That evening, Lu Qianqian and Chun Yi returned. Zhang Liang took them out for dinner, but they both looked unhappy. When they got back to the residence, Zhang Liang decided to ask what was wrong. Ladies, who made you upset? Zhang Liang asked. You, they said in unison. What did I do? Zhang Liang was bewildered. Lu Qianqian asked, did you hook up with Song Yujiao and fight over her? I'm innocent. My fight with the Xianyuan family had nothing to do with Song Yujiao. I had visited the Song family once, and Xianyuan Hao came to threaten me to stay away from her. We argued, and it escalated. I barely know Song Yujiao. There's nothing between us. Zhang Liang explained. But at school, Song Yujiao told me you're her boyfriend. What's that about? Lu Qianqian said with a straight face. That's just her being shameless. I haven't agreed, Zhang Liang said. Besides, she called me today and pestered me for ages, and I still said no. That's strange. Song Yujiao is a famous beauty. Why would she cling to you? Chun Yi remarked. Easy. She must be smitten with Big Brother. Zhang Liang said. You're full of yourself. Flirting around. The two beauties grabbed his ears from both sides. Help! Murder! Zhang Liang screamed in agony. I won't let you off easy. Harmony and Beauty going abroad to slay Japanese invaders. Hey junior sisters. Take it easy, don't beat up my boyfriend. The three were in a playful scuffle when someone spoke from behind. It turned out the door was not closed. Song Yujiao walked in gracefully, wearing a fashionable long dress, with a calm smile. Senior Song, you're here. Please come in and sit. Lu Qianqian and Chun Yi pulled Song Yujiao into the room and latched the door behind them. Zhang Liang pushed but couldn't get in, and he had no idea what they were doing inside. After an hour, the three girls opened the door, chatting and laughing. Lu Qianqian spoke up. Hey little Liang, I forgive you for what you did. You went to the Song family to propose marriage without permission. And you deceived me and Chun Yi. This time for Senior Song's sake, he'll let it slide. Your relationship with Song Yujiao is approved. Don't let it happen again. Wait, Lu Qianqian, are you the one in charge? According to tradition, as the first girlfriend, you'd be the principal wife. But you can't be bigger than me, can you? If I'm to accept Song Yujiao, there's a condition. Zhang Liang said. Song Yujiao got angry. A beautiful woman like me is willing to be your girlfriend, and you still have conditions. One condition. Zhang Liang said. What condition? Song Yujiao asked. He'll tell you, and you relate. Zhang Liang said, then pulled Song Yujiao into the room and closed the door. Isn't this too fast? Song Yujiao asked shyly, her face flushed, thinking he intended something intimate. Don't misunderstand, gets like this. Zhang Liang then explained how during the spring festival visit home at a middle school reunion, he and Sun Lihua became lovers. Also in the war zone, Commander Chang's granddaughter Rian somehow clung to him and became another lover. These two lovers hadn't even been approved by Lu Qianqian when Song Yujiao came along. Things are getting messy, eh? Might as well confess everything and see how they handle it. Yujiao, you're so beautiful, how could I not like you? But you just need to take care of this matter for me. If you can't handle it, I'll live alone from now on and won't want anyone. Zhang Liang was being cheeky. Fine, leave. Wait for good news. Song Yujiao said and left. Zhang Liang, bored waiting, began to cultivate. Suddenly the door opened and Lu Qianqian, Chun Yi, and Song Yujiao rushed in, raining punches on him. Lu Qianqian and Chun Yi were both at the first layer of qi refining, so their hits hurt. That'll teach you to play the field. Womanizer scumbag. The three beauties scolded as they beat him. Zhang Liang glanced and saw they were secretly smiling. He instantly understood that Song Yujiao had handled the matter. Let them hit him a few times. Enjoying the happiness of multiple wives can't be that easy, can it? So he played along and yelled, "Help! Wife murdering her husband. Murder!" Actually, his ears were really hurting from being pinched. The three beauties tired of beating him, and Lu Qianqian began to speak. That guy Zhang Liang, you are not allowed to flirt anymore. No more womanizing, no more girlfriends. There are already 5. Do you want to make it a whole class? After Lu Qianqian finished, Chun Yi spoke, then Song Yujiao. In short, the criticism session lasted an hour. Finally, Lu Qianqian said, it's late now. Song Yujiao, don't go back. Tonight you give Zhang Liang a good lesson. Lu Qianqian and Chun Yi pushed the two of them into a room. Song Yujiao's face was crimson. After all, she wasn't very familiar with Zhang Liang. Although she was thick-skinned, she wasn't ready to share a room with him yet. The two made small talk for a while, and Song Yujiao didn't know what to do. Zhang Liang, with his divine sense, knew Chun Yi and Lu Qianqian were eavesdropping outside. He didn't mind them listening. He latched the door and stepped forward to undress Song Yujiao. Zhang Liang, I'm not ready yet. No need to prepare, you don't have to do anything. Just leave everything to me. He pounced and kissed her fragrant lips. MH. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Flowers have fragrance, the moon has shadows. Song and flute from towers are soft. In the swing courtyard the night is deep. The next morning when the three beauties got up, the table was already set with soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and pancakes. Good morning, three beauties. Please eat. Zhang Liang happily ate his fried dough sticks and drank soy milk. This was the harmonious and beautiful life. In a few days, gathering all 5 beauties together would be truly harmonious and beautiful. Since Chang Riyan and Sun Lihua's matters had been approved by Lu Qianqian, Zhang Liang reported the good news to them separately, that the boss had approved. Sun Lihua and Chang Riyan expressed that they would come over when free to meet Lu Qianqian and the others. Zhang Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. If things had fallen apart, that would have been terrible. After some time, with the aid of spirit stones, Zhang Liang's cultivation broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th layer of qi refining. With the help of the Hongming cultivation art, his divine sense was already equivalent to that of the 6th layer of qi refining. He could now practice the art of sword control. Normally, cultivators at the 7th layer of qi refining could perform sword flight. Riding a flying sword soaring through the blue sky is every cultivator's dream. According to Zhang Liang's divine sense cultivation, when he reached the 6th layer, his divine sense was equivalent to a 7th layer cultivator, so he could achieve sword flight. If Long Howren wants to take revenge in Japan, having the ability of sword flight would be more convenient. Therefore, he needed to accelerate his cultivation speed. Zhang Liang used the spiritual herbs inside the Hongming bell to refine a batch of top-grade qi-gathering pills. He distributed some to his girlfriends and kept some for his own cultivation. His conflict with the Xianyuan clan had not escalated, but there was friction nonetheless. Therefore, to avoid implicating the Song family, he told Song Yujiao not to publicly reveal their relationship for now, and to inform the Song family head about this matter. Okay, he'll tell Grandpa, and let him know. Thank you for considering the Song family. It shows you have me in your heart. Song Yujiao said happily. You're my woman now, so of course I have you in my heart. Zhang Liang said. Now that we're the only two at home, how about? Oh, you're so bad. It's broad daylight, and I still have to go out. With that, Song Yujiao fled. Inside the room, he had set up a spirit gathering array, and with the pills, Zhang Liang also gave some spirit stones to the girls. Song Shijiao was a martial artist, and he also passed a cultivation method to her. Song Yujiao had a dual metalwood spiritual root, and Zhang Liang taught her the mystic divine art. He also gave her 100 spirit stones and 3 bottles of pills. This beauty from a prominent family was a year older than Zhang Liang, now 20 years old. Beautiful, sensible, and knowledgeable, Zhang Liang really liked her. The beauties were equal in status without any hierarchy. However, Zhang Liang intended for Lu Qianqian to manage this 5-person team to ensure harmony and beauty in the harem. Another month passed. Through hard work, Zhang Liang finally broke through to the late stage of the 5th layer of qi refining. His strength increased greatly, his true qi became more abundant, and his overall power grew significantly. His divine sense also reached the late stage of the 6th layer of qi refining, covering an area of 50 li in radius. He could now perform the art of sword control at will. With a mere thought, the magic sword inside the Hongming bell would fly out, allowing him to kill enemies tens of li away. However, he still could not perform sword flight, standing on the flying sword and flying through the air. But Zhang Liang's gliding technique could now cover over 10 li in a single glide. At that moment, General Zhang, my body has fully recovered, and I've cultivated to the 2nd layer of qi refining. I feel my combat ability has greatly improved, all thanks to you. Do you have time? I want to go to Japan to take revenge. Of course I have time. He'll head to the dragon group right away. Wait for me. Zhang Liang said. Then he informed the principal and homeroom teacher, sent a message to Lu Qianqian and the others, and drove to the dragon group headquarters. Long Howren had already prepared, selecting 30 highly skilled warriors from the entire dragon group. Among them, over a dozen were members of Zhang Liang's special forces team. They were all experts in internal martial arts, and their cultivation had reached the late stage of the 1st layer of qi refining. Long Howard decided that this 30-man squad would all dress in civilian clothes disguised as tourists and head to Japan. Once their Dragon Group staff would provide assistance. The mission was to eliminate Japan's martial arts masters. They were all dressed as ordinary tourists carrying backpacks. Weapons, ammunition, and blades were stored inside Zhang Liang's Hongming Bell space. The plane also carried many real tourists, men and women young and old. After the plane landed in Tokyo, the capital of Japan, our staff came to pick them up. 2 commercial vans took them to a suburban hotel. Through the staff's reports, they found out the address of the Yamamoto. This Yamamoto family, during the invasion of China in the 1930s, they sent many of their members into China. They committed murder, arson, rape, and plunder, perpetrating heinous crimes. Yamamoto Norio was Japan's foremost karate master, having reached the peak of grandmaster realm decades ago, yet he could not break through to a higher level. According to our staff's intelligence, the Yamamoto family owned a large estate in the eastern suburbs of Tokyo. Yamamoto Norio lived there, never leaving, likely focused on cultivation. Long Howard discussed with Zhang Liang and decided to send Zhang Liang to lure the enemy. They would lead Yamamoto Norio to a location, and then the 2 of them would join forces to eliminate him. They chose a valley 50 li away, an ideal spot for an ambush. Once they lured Yamamoto Norio there, Zhang Liang and Long Howard would block him from both ends, making the interception and kill successful. Long Howard led the 30 team members to set up an ambush in the valley, while Zhang Liang went alone to the Yamamoto family estate. With the location sent by the staff, he easily found the sprawling estate covering over 1,000 mu. In such a land-expensive area, owning such a large estate showed that the Yamamoto family held considerable influence in Japan. The Yamamoto family was a major force in Japanese karate, with karate dojos all over the country. Even in the last century, they sent disciples to open karate dojos around the world. The estate was built magnificently, splendid and luxurious. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth. All this wealth was plundered from China. In the darkness, Zhang Liang glided into the air, took out high-explosive grenades from the Hongming Bell space, and started throwing them at the palaces and pavilions below. Boom, bang, boom, baka. Chaos erupted below. A figure leaped into the air and shouted in Japanese, "Who goes there?" Zhang Liang could tell from the aura that it was a grandmaster at latest stage peak, Yamamoto Norio. Without answering, he threw a few more grenades and turned to flee. His speed was like an arrow from a bow about to escape. The person behind was indeed Yamamoto Norio. He didn't sense any martial artist aura from Zhang Liang, but Zhang Liang's speed was astonishing. Not like an ordinary man, Yamamoto Norio gave chase. As they ran and chased, they headed toward the valley where Long Howard was lying in ambush. Zhang Liang controlled his speed, not letting Yamamoto fall too far behind. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the valley. Zhang Liang stopped, and with a thought, the magic sword appeared in his hand. "Yamamoto Norio, do you still recognize me?" Long Howard stepped out from behind him. It's you, Long Howard. You were poisoned by the cold toxin on my sword, yet you're unharmed," Yamamoto said in shock. "Not only am I fine, but today this place will be your grave." Long Howard drew a sword and thrust it at Yamamoto Norio. Yamamoto Norio drew a samurai sword and engaged Long Howard in fierce battle. The 2 were evenly matched, with flashing blades and shadows fighting intensely. Zhang Liang watched for a while, gauged Yamamoto's sword technique, and joined the fray. At that point, Yamamoto Norio was in trouble. Fighting 2 opponents, Yamamoto was struggling, blocking left and right, gradually losing his defense. In a moment of carelessness, Zhang Liang's sword slashed his shoulder. Yamamoto Norio screamed, one arm falling to the ground. Enduring the pain, he turned to flee, but Long Howard struck another blow on his back, leaving him covered in blood. Zhang Liang took the opportunity to drive a divine sense spike into his brain. Yamamoto was dizzy and disoriented. Zhang Liang thrust his sword into his heart, finishing off Yamamoto Norio. One of Japan's highest-ranking karate masters, Yamamoto Norio, was finally brought to justice. Zhang Liang picked up Yamamoto's samurai sword, released a fireball, and burned his body. Long Howard led everyone deep into the mountains. Zhang Liang took out some bottled water pots and pans and 2 clean skin sheep from the Hongming Bell space, and they started a barbecue. "General Zhang, when will you make me a storage artifact?" Long Howard said enviously. "That's easy. As long as I have materials, I can refine storage rings, bracelets, and such." Zhang Liang said, "I'm not sure if the Dragon Group's warehouse has any. When we get back, I'll take you to check." Long Howard said, "I wonder if the Yamamoto family has any. I want to go take a look." Zhang Liang said, "How will you go? Storm it?" Long Howard asked. "No, storming in would make too much noise. If I alarm other experts, it would be bad. I know Earth escape." Zhang Liang said. Zhang Liang said, "Captain Long, you all wait here. I will go to the Yamamoto family's treasure vault to take a look. General Zhang, go and come back quickly. We will wait for you here," Long Howard urged. Zhang Liang performed a gliding step and vanished. Upon arriving at the Yamamoto family's estate, he saw the members of the Yamamoto family busy in the courtyard. Some were extinguishing fires, others were cleaning up debris. It was a complete mess. Zhang Liang found someone who looked like a butler, and taking advantage of the lack of onlookers knocked him out and dragged him to the side. He performed a soul-searching technique on the butler-like person, and moments later, he learned the location of the Yamamoto family's treasure vault. It was located beneath the artificial hill in the backyard. Next to the artificial hill was a pavilion, and on one of its pillars was a dragon carving. The mechanism was located at the dragon's head. Zhang Liang twisted the dragon's head, revealing a downward hole in the floor with stairs inside. Inside there were sound-activated lights that automatically turned on. After walking down a dozen or so steps, he reached a door revealing an iron gate. The door was 1 centimeter thick and locked. Zhang Liang possessed divine sense, making it easy to unlock. With a piece of iron wire, he quickly opened the door. Inside the space was vast, measuring over 1,000 square meters. The treasury was divided into several areas. The first area contained antiques and paintings, many of which were from China. These were definitely plundered by the Yamamoto family from China, and without further inspection, Zhang Liang collected them all. The second area was an armory filled with numerous samurai swords, all exquisite weapons, some even classified as magical artifacts. There were knives, swords, spears, and many of them were also of Chinese origin. In a corner there was a pile of materials for refining, including deep-sea fine iron and crimson copper, etc. Suddenly Zhang Liang noticed 2 large pieces of ore shining black and translucent. This is Kongming stone. It is a type of spatial attribute stone used as material for crafting storage treasures. With these 2 pieces of Kongming stone, his family could also use storage treasures. However, Zhang Liang was currently at the 5th layer of qi refining and lacked high-level spiritual fire. When refining pills, he could barely use the true qi from his dantian, which produced a very weak flame. There was no way to melt the Kongming stone, so currently, he could not refine storage treasures. If he had natural gas combined with a high-pressure gun, he wondered if that would work. In any case, obtaining the Kongming stone was a tremendous boon. Next to the Kongming stone were over 100 wooden boxes with wisps of spiritual energy emanating from them. Zhang Liang opened one and found spirit stones. There were hundreds of thousands of spirit stones across these boxes. This was a windfall. He wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones for a while. However, Zhang Liang was not too selfish. He kept a portion for himself, but the rest had to be handed over to Captain Long. The special forces had so many soldiers who also needed spirit stones for cultivation. He could still refine pills, and they needed him to supply their medicinal needs. The next area was filled with large quantities of gold. Box after box of gold bars Zhang Liang checked, and there were 200 boxes of gold bars. During the war of aggression against China, the Yamamoto family must have had high-ranking officers involved. This gold was plundered from China and now returned to its rightful owner. Zhang Liang collected everything, intending to donate it all to the country. The last area contained a medicinal herb storage. Inside were vast amounts of rare herbs, all stored in sandalwood boxes, including ginseng, Hisho Wu Snow Lotus. Hundreds, or even thousands of herbs. With a thought, he collected them all into the space of the Hongmeng Bell. Zhang Liang decided to keep these herbs for himself to refine pills in the future and distribute them to the Special Forces soldiers. There were also large quantities of submachine guns, handguns, and ammunition, grenades, and time bombs, all of which Zhang Liang collected. He left behind 2 time bombs set to explode in 30 minutes. Zhang Liang exited the treasure vault and quietly left the Yamamoto family. Yamamoto Yefu was already dead, and the rest were incompetent, as Zhang Liang had no interest in killing them all. Soon when the Yamamoto family heard the explosion, they would surely be furious. Everything they had looted over the years would be returned to where it came from. Upon returning to the valley, he reported the good news to Long Howren, saying, "This trip was not in vain. I found 200 boxes of gold bars, a large quantity of firearms and ammunition, and dozens of boxes of spirit stones, along with plenty of medicinal herbs. Once we return to the Long group, I will take them out for you." Zhang Liang reported, "Great, it's good to have gains." Long Howren rejoiced, as the 1,000-plus soldiers of the Long group had also consumed a lot. With gold, many things can be accomplished. Also in the treasure vault, I left behind 2 time bombs that will explode in half an hour. "Let's go, the police from the Japanese country will be pursuing us soon," Zhang Liang said. The group of over 30 people marched quickly back to the hotel. The next day the streets were filled with police. Long Howren decisively ordered them to disperse and move towards the outskirts. They couldn't leave yet. They had to wait for the situation to calm down. Thus they found a remote mountain to hide in. Zhang Liang took this opportunity to begin refining pills. In 2 days he produced dozens of qi-gathering pills. He distributed 2 bottles of pills to each of the 30 soldiers. Zhang Liang also brought out 90 boxes of spirit stones for Long Howren to review. Each box contained 2,000 spirit stones. Long Howren ordered that each of the soldiers receive 200 spirit stones. 3 boxes were distributed. Long Howren said, "Let's discuss your return later. You should keep the rest, you can't carry so much." "Understood." Zhang Liang agreed and stored them away. There are also many swords and knives, and some are magical artifacts. Zhang Liang added, "Oh, then I will choose a good knife. When we return, my sword is not even a magical artifact. Is that a problem? You call the shots. Zhang Liang responded. Do you think I would fill my own pockets? Long Howren replied. There's no need to be so upright. It's just a weapon. When we return, you can keep a knife and a sword. Do you like Yamamoto's knife? Zhang Liang asked. With a thought, he summoned Yamamoto Yefe's knife into his hand. The knife glimmered coldly. The handle was 1.5 feet long, and the blade was 3 feet long. It was a two-handed sword following the Japanese swordsmanship, often held with both hands to prevent being disarmed by the enemy. Long Howren picked it up and weighed it. It weighed 20 pounds. Although it was a bit light, it was still usable. He'll take it. This knife has injured me before, so it's a keepsake. You hold on to it for now. Close combat is better with a knife. Hot weapons only show their advantages at dozens or hundreds of meters away. For Zhang Liang, his chi can also kill at his fingertips. However, General Zhang was accustomed to using weapons. Days later, the street checks eased. The members of the Long group departed in batches towards the airport, where staff had already purchased tickets. Over 30 people boarded the plane and returned to China. After arriving, Zhang Liang placed the 200 boxes of gold bars, 87 boxes of spirit stones, and a large quantity of firearms and ammunition into the Long group's warehouse. He also helped Long Howren choose a knife and a sword, and he gave Long Howren Yamamoto Yefe's knife. The remaining cold weapons were chosen one by the soldiers of the Long group. He also asked Long Howren to help find a high-temperature furnace. Zhang Liang spent 3 days using a piece of Kongming stone to refine 10 storage rings. Exhausted, he realized that his cultivation level was too low. Although he had knowledge of refining in his mind, his power was insufficient. The refined storage rings had limited space, around 5 to 6 cubic meters. Even such storage rings were rare treasures on Blue Star. Zhang Liang planned to wait until he achieved foundation establishment to refine more storage rings with the remaining piece of Kongming stone. Zhang Liang gave one of the storage rings to Long Howren, who was overjoyed after blood binding to it. This will be much more convenient. Be low-key, I don't want to give it to others. Zhang Liang quickly said, just give one to old Duan. He has been working hard as the deputy captain. On account of me. Long Howren persuaded. All right, but no more for others. My girlfriends don't have any yet. Zhang Liang replied. How many girlfriends have you found, you rascal, eh? Long Howren asked. Don't worry about it, I just can't give them to anyone else. Zhang Liang said, calling Duan Tianpeng over and giving him a storage ring. He hurriedly bid farewell, wanting to leave the Long group. The remaining 8 storage rings were not enough to distribute. With 5 girlfriends plus parents and a sister, that made 8 people. Commander Chang has also been cultivating. He should get one too. If I were to give one to my in-laws, that would be even more. I'm afraid that before I achieve foundation establishment, I will have to use that piece of Kongming stone to refine storage rings. Simply put, let's go all out. Zhang Liang spent another 3 days taking pills, refining the remaining piece of Kongming stone into 12. The storage rings from this refinement had larger spaces. Some were 8 cubic meters, some 7, and the best one had 10 cubic meters. Once the storage rings were ready, Zhang Liang immediately left the Long group to avoid being entangled. Sure enough, 4 team leaders chased after him. Zhang Liang swiftly drove away. He had no choice. There were many wolves and little meat, and he didn't want to be stingy. However, if he didn't give some to his in-laws, would he have a good face? After all, he had taken their daughter. Zhang Liang drove back to Kyoto. At noon, he called Lu Qianqian, Chun Yi, and Song Yujiao to a restaurant. Before eating, he gave each of them a storage ring. Of course, Lu Qianqian's was 10 cubic meters, while Chun Yi and Song Yujiao's were both 8 cubic meters. After blood binding, they could store items. Zhang Liang let them each choose a magical artifact. Some preferred knives, others preferred swords. He also taught them knife techniques, sword techniques, and encouraged them to practice when they had time. The 3 beauties were extremely happy. A few days later, they went to Jing'an port, where he gave Sun Li Hua a storage ring, some spirit stones, and pills, transferring her several million RMB, and spent a few days with her. He then arrived at the Central Theater, where Commander Chang Junfeng had already broken through to the first layer of qi refining. Zhang Liang gave him a storage ring, making the old man ecstatic. Commander, you mustn't tell others. I don't have many of these left, Zhang Liang reminded. What about Ru Yin? Does she have one? Old man asked. Of course she has one, and no one else does. Zhang Liang replied. You rascal. Give one to old Lu. Commander Chang pleaded. Really, there are none left. Let's talk about it later. Zhang Liang hurriedly ran away. He called Ru Yin over, giving her a storage ring filled with 200 spirit stones, 2 bottles of pills, and a magical artifact, long sword. After bloodbinding, Ru Yin was also very happy. The two stayed in a hotel for 2 days before Ru Yin returned to the army. Zhang Liang then guided the special forces for a few days before returning to his hometown Taizhou. As soon as he entered the villa's gate, he saw his father practicing sword techniques in the yard. He had already broken through to the mid-stage of the second layer of qi refining, practicing the lightning sword technique fluidly and with great skill. His mother was practicing knife techniques nearby, also very proficient, as she had also broken through to the second layer of qi refining. Zhang Liang gave each of them a storage ring and asked them to bloodbind it. He gave them each hundreds of spirit stones, 3 bottles of pills, and a magical artifact long sword. Zhang Liang planned to send the storage ring and sword for his sister to school. His sister Zhang Li had become even more beautiful since she began cultivating. She became famous as the school flower at No. 5 Middle School and was now studying at her former alma mater. When he arrived at the school gate, it was already the big break time. However, when he called, his sister said she didn't have time to come out. Later he heard a voice. "Is this Zhang Liang? Your sister got into a fight." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang recognized the voice of the principal. His sister got into a fight. What was going on? Zhang Liang told the security guard at the door and walked in. In the principal's office, he saw his sister standing inside along with the school principal and the head of the academic affairs office. On the other side sat a fat middle-aged man and a boy. Zhang Liang asked, "Principal Chow, what's going on? What mistake did my sister make?" Principal Chow, upon seeing Zhang Liang arrive, was still polite. "Zhang Liang, you are an outstanding graduate from our school. It is like this Zhang Li hit someone. And it was Lu Amon's son Lu Shiji. Brother, he deserved it. After class he blocked me and wanted to add me on WeChat. He also wanted me to be his girlfriend. I'm only 16 and I don't want that yet. I just want to study well. Besides, he's so ugly that just seeing him is disgusting. Later, after he relentlessly pursued me, I hit him." Zhang Li said with tears in her eyes. "Is that so, Principal?" Zhang Liang asked, "Is that how it is? But hitting someone is wrong. And it was Lu Amon's son." Principal, "Which bureau's director?" Zhang Liang asked. "It's the Education Bureau Director Lu Anmin. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied?" Lu Amon's fat face trembled, smugly asking. "A little Education Bureau Director dares to be so rampant. Your son deserved it. Sister hit him a few more times," Zhang Liang said. Zhang Li, being clever, understood her brother was a military officer, and since he said so, he was confident. Now at the late stage of chi refining, she charged up and slapped him twice. Slap. Slap. "This is outrageous. Principal Chow, call the police." Lu Anmin roared, "Yes. Call the police. I will report it." Zhang Liang sneered, and after saying this, he took out his phone and called. "Secretary Zhou, it's like this. My sister is only 16 years old and is studying at No. 5 Middle School. Lu Anmin, the Education Bureau Director's son, is pursuing her and cornered her, and she hit him once. Director Lu and the principal of No. 5 are planning to deal with my sister. Is this reasonable?" Zhang Liang said. "You hand the phone to Lu Anmin." Secretary Zhou was furious. Zhang Liang handed the phone to Lu Anmin. Lu Anmin recognized Secretary Zhou's voice and turned pale. "Secretary Zhou, my son was hit." Lu Anmin said. "So you, Education Bureau Director, don't want to keep your job? How old is your son? He just knows how to date. You wait him coming immediately." Lu Anmin never expected that Zhang Liang would call Secretary Zhou. He looked at Zhang Liang. "That kid. You see, your sister didn't suffer any losses." Zhang Liang turned to Principal Chow, saying, "Principal Chow, regardless of the official's justice, cannot be overturned. My sister is only 16, was still in school and middle school. Does your school allow dating?" "This Director Lu is my superior and..." Principal Chow said, looking troubled. "Wait, Secretary Zhou is coming. Let's see what you have to say." Zhang Liang waved his hand. A few minutes later, the office door was pushed open. Zhou Hanyang entered with a grim expression, saw Zhang Liang, and relaxed a bit, saying, "General Zhang, good to see you." "Hello, Secretary Zhou." Zhang Liang proactively shook his hand. He then shook hands with the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Bu Yunxing, who extended both hands to Zhang Liang. "General Zhang." Upon hearing this title, Lu Anmin realized that this young man Zhang Liang, who was not yet 20, was actually a general. Could he be a major general? Standing before a major general, how could he intimidate the director? Even Zhou Hanyang did not know that Zhang Liang already held the rank of lieutenant general. "By the way, due to some accomplishments, I have been promoted to lieutenant general," Zhang Liang said nonchalantly. "Then congratulations, General Zhang. Later let me treat you to a cup of tea," Zhou Hanyang said. Zhou Hanyang turned to Lu Anmin, saying, "Director Lu, you have abused your power, disrupted school order, and damaged the educational environment. I, on behalf of the municipal government, announce your suspension for investigation. Prepare to accept the scrutiny of the Discipline Inspection Commission." The Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Bu Yunxing, added, "Director Lu, report to the Discipline Inspection Commission this afternoon. I trust one won't need to send someone to fetch you." "Yes. Whose secretary? I will definitely be there." Lu Anmin trembled as he replied. "Principal Chow, facing your superior, you should uphold justice. This time I won't pursue it further, just write a written self-criticism," Zhou Hanyang said. "Secretary Zhou, Principal Chow has been diligent in his work. He was just a bit scared in front of his superior. Let's forgive him," Zhang Liang interjected. "All right. Since you put it that way, I will let him off writing the self-criticism." Zhou Hanyang waved his hand. "Thank you, Zhang Liang." "General Zhang." Chao Shenqi looked at Zhang Liang with gratitude. His sister was still studying here, and this favor was well done by Zhang Liang. In the future, Chao Shenqi would surely take better care of him. "Principal Chow, call me if you need anything," Zhang Liang said, looking at Chao Shenqi. Indeed, a student from our 5th middle school has deep feelings for their alma mater. Xiao Xinqi shook Zhang Liang's hand. At noon, Zhang Liang invited Zhang Liang for lunch, of course, at another secluded restaurant. Thank you for your help last time you cured my father-in-law Li Mingqian. He is from the Li family in Kyoto and holds a position in the Kyoto municipal government. You can meet him when you get to Kyoto. As he spoke, he handed Zhang Liang a business card. It had only the name Li Mingqian and a phone number. Zhang Liang put it away, since he was going to stay in Kyoto for a long time, it would be good to meet him. After the meal, Zhang Liang gave each of Zhou Hanyang and Bu Yunxing a youth elixir, saying, "This is the youth elixir circulating in the market. Taking it can expel toxins and maintain youthfulness. You can give it to your wife or take it yourself. Remember to take it at night. It smells terrible while detoxifying." "Thank you, General Zhang." Zhou Hanyang said, "Secretary Zhou, Secretary, but we are all friends now, so let's not stand on ceremony." After the meal, Zhang Liang took his leave. Zhou Hanyang and Bu Yunxing looked at the youth elixir in their hands, which cost 200,000 each and were priceless treasures. Zhang Liang casually gave away 2 elixirs, showing that he was not an ordinary person. Such a person is truly worth befriending. With nothing else to do at home, Zhang Liang returned to Kyoto. He attended an exam at school and then resumed his cultivation at his residence. Each day he took several girlfriends out to eat and guided them in their cultivation, living a carefree and easy life. One day Zhang Liang was having a meal at a restaurant with Lu Qianqian, Chun Yi, and Song Yujiao when several martial artists entered, led by none other than Xianyuan Hao. This time he was accompanied by 2 middle-aged men in their 40s. Both of these middle-aged men were masters at the mid-level of Grandmaster. One was tall and imposing with a fierce face, while the other was shorter with bright eyes that conveyed shrewdness and capability. It seemed that they were still from the most prestigious family in Kyoto. Last time Xianyuan Hao brought a Grandmaster at the initial stage, only to be defeated by Zhang Liang. This time, he brought 2 mid-level Grandmasters, clearly intending to completely eliminate Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang did not want to disrupt the restaurant's business, so he stood up and walked out onto the street, instructing the 3 girls to keep their distance to avoid getting in the way. "Xianyuan, how are you itching for trouble again?" Zhang Liang said dismissively. "Zhang Liang, don't get too arrogant. Today is your death day." Xianyuan Hao said fiercely. "Elders, go ahead and incapacitate him." Xianyuan Hao commanded. It seemed that Xianyuan Hao held a considerable position in the family. Even the family's protective elders came out with him. Zhang Liang did not care about that today. He could not let Xianyuan Hao off. The 2 Grand Master level martial artists attacked, one in front and the other behind, simultaneously striking at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang dodged the short man's knife and grasped a magical long spear, colliding with the tall man's big knife. Clang! With a single clash, the tall man's immense strength unexpectedly sent his big knife flying upon colliding with Zhang Liang's spear. Zhang Liang wielded the spear as if it were weightless. He felt that the 180-pound spear was still too light. He needed to forge a 300-pound magical spear. The tall man went to retrieve his big knife, but the short man charged in again, only to be sent flying by Zhang Liang's spear. He had no opportunity to get his big knife back. Zhang Liang pierced through the short man's thigh with a spear. With a shake, the thigh broke. This short Grand Master level martial artist was left crippled and could no longer act as a henchman. Such martial artists who sell their dignity for money are not worth pitying. Upon seeing his partner lose a leg, the tall man unleashed his ultimate move, attacking Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang also used his lethal 3 spears. The tall man, not paying attention, was stabbed in the left shoulder by Zhang Liang's spear. Zhang Liang forcefully slashed, severing the tall man's arm. Even if he healed from his injury, he would only have 1 arm left. He was slightly better off than the short man and could barely be considered a master. Zhang Liang spared these 2 martial artists and stepped forward to grab Xianyuan Hao, saying, "Isn't the Xianyuan family so arrogant? Today I will kill you. I want to see what kind of extraordinary abilities the Xianyuan family possesses." This time he did not use his fists. Zhang Liang expelled his true energy, shattering Xianyuan Hao's heart. Xianyuan Hao could not believe until his death that Zhang Liang would dare to kill him. After killing Xianyuan Hao, Zhang Liang left triumphantly with his 3 girlfriends. When the news returned to the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Wudi, the head of the family, was furious. "Who is this Zhang Liang? How dare he be so arrogant?" Xianyuan Wudi asked the elders beside him. At this time, a 50-year-old elder with a beard, Xianyuan Su, spoke up. Reporting to the family head, Zhang Liang is a student of Kyoto University. He serves as an instructor in the Special Forces of the Central Theater Command, and he was recently promoted to Lieutenant General, a favored figure in the military. Xianyuan Su was an elder at the late stage of Grand Master, highly resourceful and greatly valued by the family head. Although he was the 2nd elder, he was more favored than the 1st elder, Xianyuan Fun. Xianyuan Fun was at the late stage of Grand Master, handling all the fighting and killing. However, when it came to the benefits gained, no one compared to the 2nd elder. The 2nd elder, merely providing strategies, managed to control 3 large publicly traded companies. The benefits from that are self-evident. The 1st elder did not have that kind of intellect, and the family head was too lazy to send him. Xianyuan Hao was the family head's grandson. Although the family head had 4 sons and 8 legitimate grandsons, there were still many illegitimate grandsons outside. Xianyuan Hao was raised under the family head's watchful eye, which is why he was the family head's favorite grandson. Even knowing he was unproductive and had no abilities, he was still allowed to manage several companies while in university. Though Xianyuan Hao knew nothing, he was supported by capable assistants. Thus those companies still thrived. So what if he is a lieutenant general? My Xianyuan family has connections in both politics and the military. My 4th son is also a lieutenant general. Who's afraid of whom? Can a lieutenant general kill someone from my Xianyuan family? Who will take care of him for me? Xianyuan Wudi roared. The first elder Xianyuan Fan spoke. Family head, I will meet this Zhang Liang and see what abilities he has. The family head was about to nod. Wait. Family head, although the first elder is at the late stage of Grandmaster, don't forget that our 2 mid-level Grandmaster experts were crippled by him. It won't be easy for the first elder to win. The second elder Xianyuan Su said. Then what to do? Should we just let it go? I am at the peak of the late stage of Grandmaster. I should go personally. Xianyuan Wudi said. Absolutely not. You are the head of the family. It is beneath your dignity to deal with a young man. I think we should send the 4th son. Since Zhang Liang is a lieutenant general, the 4th son is also a lieutenant general. It's most appropriate for the 4th son to lead military experts against him, the second elder said. Thus Xianyuan Wudi picked up his phone and made a call. An operation targeting Zhang Liang was about to begin. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang returned to his peaceful cultivation. He had not given a thought to the Xianyuan family's matters at all. Time flew by quickly. In a blink, the first year of university was about to end. During the summer vacation at university, Lu Qianqian and Chun Yi returned to Taizhou. Zhang Liang's residence was left with just Song Yujiao. Now you belong to me, Song Yujiao said. Not necessarily, 2 more beauties are coming. Zhang Liang replied. Sure enough, the next day Sun Lihua arrived. Zhang Liang introduced the 2, and soon they were chatting excitedly. On the 3rd day, Chang Rian came. After the 3 beauties got acquainted, they became even more lively. Zhang Liang made breakfast for the 3 beauties every day, busy and happy. A few days later, Lu Qianqian and Chun Yi also arrived. Now there were 5 girlfriends gathering, making the room feel a bit cramped. Zhang Liang took everyone to a 5-star hotel. This was great. Eating became much more convenient. Every meal was a casual order. Lu Qianqian and Chun Yi had cultivated earlier and were already at the 2nd level of qi refinement. Sun Lihua and Chang Rian were both at the late stage of the 1st level of qi refinement, while Song Yujiao had just broken through to the 1st level after transitioning from martial arts to cultivation. Now each of them had storage rings. Zhang Liang provided them with spirit stones and elixirs, guiding their cultivation every day. This group of beauties practiced diligently. They all toiled every day. Occasionally Zhang Liang would take them out for a day of fun. One day their peaceful life was disrupted. Xianyuan Wudi's 4th son, Xianyuan Yunming, was a military commander. He received orders from his father and brought along 2 Grand Master level experts and a squad of elite special forces to Kyoto to cause trouble for Zhang Liang. The intelligence from the Dragon Group is the most advanced in the country. Long Howren was furious, notifying the highest levels of the country, while also informing Chang Junfeng. Chang Junfeng reported the matter to the General Command and dispatched 300 elite special forces armed and ready, heading straight to Kyoto. At the same time, Long Howren led more than 30 of Zhang Liang's special forces armed to the teeth, taking a helicopter directly to Kyoto. Zhang Liang was still unaware of what was happening when 3 groups were rushing toward him. As Xianyuan Yunming neared Zhang Liang's residence, the Dragon Group's special forces arrived. Long Howren shouted, "The Dragon Group's special forces are on a mission here, Xianyuan Yunming. You have abused public power and violated military law. Do you surrender or not?" Xianyuan Yunming was taken aback. Long Howren was a 3-star general. Moreover, the Dragon Group had the authority to act first and report later. Who dared to defy? By rank, he was only 1 level lower. Don't move, everyone is to be arrested. Chang Junfeng also arrived with his men. 300 elites surrounded Xianyuan Yunming's squad, disarming them all. Long Howren directly ordered his men to cuff Xianyuan Yunming and sent him to the General Command. Soon the entire military was informed that Commander Xianyuan Yunming had abused public power. The General Command decided to suspend and investigate him. Upon receiving the news, Xianyuan Wudi was shocked. Their Xianyuan family's military backing had collapsed. Why didn't you find out about Zhang Liang's connection to the Dragon Group? Second Elder. It was your brilliant idea. What do we do now? Family head, I didn't know Zhang Liang was from the Dragon Group. At this point, the only option left was to spend money to bribe military big shots to intervene. As for Zhang Liang's matter, it could be put on hold for now. Xianyuan Su said. I guess that's the only way. Let's think about who to approach. Xianyuan Wudi and the Second Elder thought of ways to rescue Xianyuan Yunming to preserve his position in the military. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang returned to his tranquil life. Previously, when Xianyuan Yunming attacked, it did startle him. He didn't care much about it. However, he had several girlfriends beside him. If a fight broke out, having several girlfriends could be a liability. If he had to flee, he might end up neglecting one for another. Fortunately, Commander Chang and Long Haoran were there to stand up for him, blocking the Xianyuan family's aggression. Zhang Liang resolved to accelerate his cultivation speed and establish his foundation as soon as possible. Once he had absolute strength, no one would dare to provoke him. He practiced day and night, even reducing the time spent with his girlfriends. With ample spirit stones and elixirs along with Zhang Liang's relentless training, he finally broke through to the 6th level of qi refinement after a month. His divine sense cultivation also reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Zhang Liang's divine sense now covered a radius of 100 miles. He practiced sword flying and became proficient in it overnight in the suburbs. Zhang Liang was finally able to stand on a flying sword soaring among the blue skies and white clouds. However, to avoid drawing too much attention, he only practiced at night in the suburbs. One day he received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who are you looking for?" An elderly voice replied. "Is this General Zhang Liang? I am Li Mingchen, Zhou Hanyang's father-in-law. Last time you helped me by saving my life. I heard you are in Kyoto, and I would like to invite you to my humble abode for tea and chat. I hope General Zhang will honor me with your presence. Then I will disturb your rest, senior." Zhang Liang had no choice but to agree. Before long, the Li family sent a military vehicle to pick up Zhang Liang. A soldier approached, saluted, and said, "Greetings, General Zhang. I am sent to escort you." Zhang Liang sat in the military vehicle, realizing that the Li family might have military connections. They stopped in front of an ancient-style courtyard house in the city center. Owning a courtyard house in such an expensive location spoke volumes about their status. Even someone like Secretary Zhou with a position like his could only dream of it. It seemed that the Li family patriarch was no ordinary figure. The small courtyard was adorned with exotic flowers and plants meticulously maintained. Two soldiers stood by the living room entrance. As Zhang Liang walked in, Zhou Hanyan and a middle-aged man in a general's uniform who appeared to be in his 40s came out to greet him. "Welcome, General Zhang." Zhou Hanyan chuckled, and Zhang Liang stepped forward to shake his hand, then saluted the general. The middle-aged officer returned the salute, saying, "General Zhang, we're at home, no need for formalities. I am Li Kachin. You saved my father, and I haven't had the chance to thank you face to face. This is my brother-in-law. He serves as the commander of the Southeast Military Region." Zhou Hanyan introduced further. "Then he is my superior," Zhang Liang remarked. "Not at all. I've heard you're a trusted figure of Commander Chang, and also connected to Long Haoran. The other day those two even acted together for your sake, General Zhang. It shows how valuable you are to them," Li Kachin said. Such matters were classified, known only to high-ranking military personnel. As a key figure guarding the Southeast, Li Kachin's awareness was unsurprising. Entering the living room, the elderly Li Mingchen rose and said, "Welcome, General Zhang, to my humble abode. I came in haste and brought no gifts except a bottle of detoxification pills that can expel toxins from the body and prolong life." Zhang Liang produced a jade bottle and handed it to Li Mingchen. "Then I want stand on ceremony. I haven't repaid you for the treatment earlier, and now you've spent again," Li Mingchen said with a smile. "We're all friends. The other day for my sister's sake, I even asked Secretary Zhou to step in. That education bureau chief tried to throw his weight around in front of me, and I couldn't act rashly." Zhang Liang said, "Don't mention that trivial matter, General Zhang. It was my failure to govern strictly. With your rank of lieutenant general, you'd be respected anywhere. How dare a city-level official act so arrogantly?" Zhou Hanyan remarked. Soon the banquet was prepared. Li Mingchen took the seat of honor, and when Zhang Liang tried to sit at the lower end, the old man insisted otherwise. He pulled Zhang Liang to sit beside him, showing great warmth. "Xiao Zhang, from now on the Li family is your home. If you need anything, just speak up. I never make mistakes. But for you I would do anything." "How can that be? I can't let you tarnish your reputation in your twilight years." Zhang Liang joked, drawing laughter from everyone. Li Kachin proposed that Zhang Liang visit the Southeast Theater Command to guide their Special Forces team. "General Zhang, under your guidance, the Central Theater's Special Forces won first place in the grand competition. I'd like you to serve as an instructor for our Southeast Theater's Special Forces Brigade. Is that acceptable?" Li Kachin said. Zhang Liang replied, "A visit is fine, but becoming a part-time instructor might be unnecessary. No, without an official title, it won't be proper. With a concurrent appointment, I can silence critics. Even Chang Junfeng would have no objection. I have a good personal relationship with Chang Junfeng. They'll give him a call," Li Kachin said. Zhang Liang had no choice but to agree. Li Kachin, a man of decisive action, immediately called Chang Junfeng. "Old Chang, let me discuss something with you. I'd like Instructor Zhang to guide our special forces. That he serve as a concurrent instructor for our Southeast Theater, what do you think?" "I have no objections. I'm just worried Instructor Zhang might not have the time. He's very busy. You know, aside from his studies, he has commitments here and at the Dragon Group," Chang Junfeng said. "I know. I only need him for a few days. It won't take long. I've already discussed this with him. You must help make it happen and not obstruct it," Li Kachin teased. Ha ha, you rascal Li Keqing. Have you already spoken with Zhang Liang? And you're playing games with me? Chang Junfeng laughed heartily. Since the speaker was on hands-free, the whole room joined in the laughter. The matter was settled. Zhang Liang would go later, it wasn't urgent. Since it was summer vacation, they decided he would go after the new semester. With the arrangement made, they continued drinking. Li Keqing had a high tolerance and downed several glasses with Zhang Liang without his expression changing. Zhang Liang had already noticed that Li Keqing was an early-stage grandmaster martial artist. General Zhang, do you think I could cultivate your cultivation method? Li Keqing asked. You have a dual earth metal spiritual root of the earth grade low rank, a decent talent for cultivation. If you wish to pursue cultivation, I can teach you a technique. Zhang Liang said. Then many thanks, General Zhang. Do I need to become your disciple? Li Keqing inquired. Commander Li is my superior, no need for formal discipleship. Zhang Liang waved his hand. With a single point to Li Keqing's forehead, he transmitted a cultivation method, the homing golden essence art, into Li Keqing's mind. This is a top-tier cultivation method capable of reaching the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Thank you, General Zhang, for bestowing the method. Li Keqing said. Begin by practicing and inducing qi into your body. When I arrive at your command center in a few days, I will teach you spells and sword techniques. With your metal spiritual root, you are suited for sword or blade techniques. Zhang Liang explained. I have a strong liking for sword techniques. I have a precious sword ID like you as an expert to appraise its grade. After speaking, Li Keqing left and returned with a sword in hand. The scabbard was exquisite, made of ebony inside and wrapped in sharkskin outside. The scabbard mouth was adorned with brass gleaming brightly. It was clearly an ancient handcrafted work. Zhang Liang drew the sword. Its cold light shimmered, radiating an icy chill. Though not one of the 10 legendary ancient swords, it was a middle-grade magical artifact. This sword can cut iron like mud and is exceptionally sharp. Moreover, it is very tough. This is a middle-grade magical artifact. Commander Li, where did you obtain this sword? Zhang Liang asked. It is an heirloom of the Li family passed down from ancient times. During the war, my grandfather once wore it, and even used it to slay Japanese invaders. My father did not care for swordsmanship, so it came into my possession. Li Keqing said. That means your family must have had cultivators in ancient times. Such magical artifacts are only possessed by cultivators. Ordinary people would not spend money on such things. Zhang Liang remarked. Then old man Li Mingshun interjected. Back then my father served in the 8th Route Army. He was skilled in a set of blade techniques, but he wasn't a cultivator, probably not even at Keqing's level. In those days, one would join the army today and go to battle tomorrow. There was no time for cultivation. During the war of resistance against Japanese aggression, both martial masters and ordinary soldiers shed blood on the battlefield. Even common folk joined the fight, driving out the Japanese invaders and securing our national independence and sovereignty. Li Mingshun added. The people of that era endured the greatest hardships. Many heroes emerged, but there were also traitors and collaborators. Zhang Liang said. From ancient times there have been both loyal and treacherous individuals. It's the same today. There are revolutionaries devoted to the nation, and there are sycophants who worship foreign things. Though our country is strong now, many historical missions remain unfulfilled. Let us strive on. Li Keqing said. Though my abilities are limited, I am always ready to serve the nation. Whatever is needed, I will do my utmost. Zhang Liang said. General Zhang is young and promising, only 19, yet already a lieutenant general. Truly a pillar of the nation. Li Mingshun praised. You flatter me, elderly. Compared to you, I still have much to learn. Your Li family, full of loyal patriots, is the true cornerstone of the nation. Zhang Liang said. Let's stop flattering each other and drink. Li Keqing said. The two had consumed 4 bottles of wine without any sign of intoxication. Finally, Zhang Liang suggested, let's not compete in drinking. It seems neither of us has a weak tolerance. Then let's have some tea. Li Mingshun proposed. After drinking tea for a while, Zhang Liang and Li Keqing exchanged WeChat contacts before taking their leave. Back at his residence, he had dinner with several female friends in the evening. A few days passed, and the summer vacation was almost over. Sun Lihua returned to Jinggang, and Chang Ruyan went to the military. Zhang Liang devoted himself to cultivation, advancing to the middle stage of Qi refining layer 6. The university semester began, and Zhang Liang reported to school, picking up his sophomore textbooks. After attending a few days of classes, he had memorized all the semester's knowledge. Then Zhang Liang returned to his residence and continued cultivating. After a few more days, it was time to head to the Southeast Theater. He bid farewell to Lu Qianxianshun and Song Yujiao, urging them to practice diligently. The distance was considerable, so Zhang Liang took a plane directly to Yingtian, where the Southeast Theater Command was located. Upon landing, a soldier from the command, Li Keqing's guard, drove to pick him up. Are you General Zhang? I am Soldier Qinyang, sent by Commander Li to fetch you. Please get in, the soldier saluted. Zhang Liang returned the salute and boarded the military SUV. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped at the western outskirts of Yingtian. This was the command center, garrisoned only by a security regiment. As soon as they arrived at the command compound, Li Keqing came out with several people and introduced them one by one. Pointing to a fair-skinned, medium-height, handsome, middle-aged officer, he said, "This is Deputy Commander and Political Commissar of the Southeast Theater, Zhang Mengfang." "Greetings, Commander Zhang." Zhang Liang saluted. "Greetings, General Zhang." They shook hands. "This is the theater's Chief of Staff, Meng Guangda." After getting acquainted, they entered the command office. "General Zhang, you already hold the rank of Lieutenant General, so we won't repeat the process. The Southeast Theater Command has officially decided to appoint you as our general instructor. Your salary will be commensurate with the rank of Lieutenant General." Li Keqing announced publicly. "Yes, sir. I will do my utmost to fulfill my duties." Zhang Liang saluted. The former general instructor of the Southeast Theater, Yang Limpeng, was then called in for work arrangements. Yang Limpeng would retain his position, and with Zhang Liang's arrival, the two would jointly oversee the training of the Special Forces Brigade. "With Instructor Zhang here, he will take the lead. I'll support him." Yang Limpeng volunteered. "I wouldn't dare presume. We'll discuss and decide together." Zhang Liang responded. "Good. The two of you work together well to improve the Special Forces training. Focus on enhancing combat effectiveness and aim for first place in the next theater grand competition." Li Keqing said. "Yes, sir." Zhang Liang and Yang Limpeng saluted. At noon, they ate in the command cafeteria, and Zhang Liang followed Yang Limpeng to the Special Forces base. It was a large compound on the outskirts with a spacious yard and a dormitory building where both officers and enlisted men lived. There was a dedicated training hall allowing training even in rain or wind. The entire compound covered hundreds of acres equipped with various training facilities. Located in the suburbs, it offered convenient access to field training. The Special Forces base was only 100 meters from the command center, serving a protective function. When Zhang Liang and Yang Limpeng arrived, over 1,000 soldiers of the Southeast Theater Special Forces were already lined up waiting for them. This is Instructor Zhang Liang, who led the Central Theater to victory in the competition. The command has specially invited General Zhang to serve as our general instructor. Let's welcome him with applause. Yang Limpeng announced first. Clap, 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 clap. The scene erupted into thunderous applause. "Thank you, everyone. I am Zhang Liang, former general instructor of the Central Theater. At Commander Li's invitation, I have come to serve as an instructor here. My abilities are limited, but I will fully cooperate with General Instructor Yang to improve everyone's training." Zhang Liang also spoke. Afterward, Zhang Liang discussed with Yang Limpeng the idea of teaching the soldiers a cultivation method. "That's great. He'll learn it too and follow along in practice." Yang Limpeng said delightedly. Then Zhang Liang retrieved a foundational cultivation method for cultivators from his mind, the 5 elements cultivation art. He planned to pass this method on to all the soldiers for their practice. Afterward, based on their performance, he would select the most outstanding soldiers and teach them higher-level techniques, forming an elite strike force. Then when competitions or special missions arose, the elite team could be deployed. As for body tempering techniques, he would have to consult the command regarding funding, as such training required large quantities of precious herbs. Initially in the Central Theater, the soldiers were able to practice body tempering smoothly thanks to the large amount of gold contributed by Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang and Yang Limpeng went to the command to report to Li Keqing that practicing cultivation methods required alchemy and large amounts of medicinal herbs. If they wanted the soldiers to practice body tempering, even more herbs would be needed. The core issue was always money. Finally, Li Keqing instructed them to start with the cultivation method. As for herbs, they could look in the warehouses. If that proved insufficient, they would apply to the general command for funds. The Southeast Theater guarded the nation's coastline on 2 sides. The training of the Special Forces was paramount. Li Keqing declared that even if he had to resort to desperate measures, he would secure the funds to ensure the troops' training proceeded smoothly. With Commander Li Keqing's attitude, everything became easy to negotiate. Zhang Liang and Yang Limpeng, under the leadership of Deputy Commander Zhang Mengfang, arrived at the Southeast Theater Command's medicinal herb depot. The herb reserves here were even richer than those in the Central Theater. A vast array of rare medicinal herbs lined the shelves, each carefully packed in wooden boxes and arranged in perfect order. Zhang Liang was overjoyed and began selecting herbs, gathering them one by one into his storage ring. As Yang Limpeng watched the herbs vanish in a thin air, he felt puzzled and asked Instructor Zhang, "Where did all those herbs go?" You'll understand once you begin cultivation. The artifacts of cultivators are truly wondrous. They can even step on flying swords and soar through the skies." Zhang Liang said with a smile. "Instructor Zhang, you must teach me well." Yang Limpeng exclaimed. "Instructor Zhang, I want to learn too." Deputy Commander Zhang Mengfang added. "That's easy. If a great commander like you wants to learn from me, I'm more than willing to teach." Zhang Liang replied. "He'll study hard and be a good disciple." Ha ha ha. Zhang Mengfang laughed. Next, Zhang Liang printed over 1,000 copies of the 5 Elements Cultivation Manual and distributed them to every soldier. He taught them how to guide qi into their bodies, and with jade provided by the military region, he set up a spirit-gathering formation in the courtyard. After the soldiers began cultivation, Zhang Liang spent over 10 days refining more than 30,000 pills. He distributed 20 pills to each soldier, including Commander Li Keqing, Deputy Commander Yang Limping. With the command headquarters leading the way, the entire Special Forces Brigade began cultivation. Half a month later, 80% of the soldiers had successfully guided qi into their bodies. Several hundred soldiers even broke through to the first layer of qi refining. The first to break through were Commander Li Keqing, Deputy Commander Yang Limping, and a few others. Following Zhang Liang's suggestion, they selected over 300 soldiers with good cultivation aptitude, diligence, and robust physiques to form an elite vanguard company. With insufficient funds, they first had the vanguard company soldiers practice body tempering techniques. Even so, they still needed 100 million yuan in funding. How did the Central Theater manage it back then? Li Keqing asked. Back then I traveled and discovered gold hidden by Japanese invaders deep in the Changbai Mountains. I contributed it all. But I don't have any now, Zhang Liang said helplessly. Perhaps we can seek assistance from the General Command while dispatching some elites to acquire funds, eh? That's a good idea. A while ago, I went out with the Dragon Group. We both avenged ourselves and brought back immense wealth. Now the Dragon Group is rolling in riches. Zhang Liang said. Good. Then we'll go out too. You and Instructor Yang select some elite soldiers and I'll accompany you to Japan. The blood debts they owe from the last century must be repaid, Li Keqing declared. Zhang Liang and Yang Limping selected 20 skilled soldiers from the Vanguard Company, equipping them with pistols, submachine guns, and short blades. The next day, Li Keqing and Zhang Liang, along with 20 elite soldiers dressed in civilian clothes, boarded a passenger plane to Japan. Li Keqing had already arranged for our intelligence personnel to book a hotel and pick them up at the airport. The military intelligence system was equally formidable. Their agents knew the situation of Japan's major families like the back of their hands. Last time, they had ransacked the Yamamoto family's treasure vault, killed Yamamoto No, and avenged Long Haren. As for this trip's target, Zhang Liang suggested the Japanese imperial family. That is the root of all evil. Throughout history, their successive emperors have been ambitious and sought to invade Huaxia. In modern history, they launched multiple wars of aggression against Huaxia. Especially in the 1930s, taking advantage of Huaxia's internal strife and national weakness, they invaded Huaxia in full force. They inflicted immense suffering on the Huaxia people, and their crimes are too numerous to record. After deliberation, Li Keqing decided to employ a diversionary tactic. A dozen soldiers would rob a bank in Tokyo whether they succeeded or not, as long as they caused a major commotion. Li Keqing would take a few people to wait outside as backup, while Zhang Liang would infiltrate the Japanese imperial palace and locate their treasure vault. After the heist, they would send a signal and disperse. The dozen special forces elites, wielding 2 magical blades given by Zhang Liang, cut through the locks and successfully robbed a large bank. To create a disturbance, they planted time bombs. 10 minutes after their withdrawal, an earth-shattering explosion echoed through the air. Tokyo fell into chaos, police sirens wailing. The dozen special forces elites fled with vast amounts of gold, leaving 2 men behind to toss grenades, throwing the police into disarray. All of this was part of Li Keqing's diversionary plan. He hid with a few people in the darkness outside the palace, while Zhang Liang used an invisibility technique to enter the imperial grounds. Ever since his last visit to Japan, Zhang Liang had taken the time to learn the local language. He wandered inside for a while and found the most luxurious palace. In one room sat a short, stout, middle-aged man with an air of authority. Wearing a mask, Zhang Liang suddenly appeared before him, pressing a blade against his throat. Tell me where your treasure vault is, or I'll kill you, Zhang Liang demanded. The Prime Minister is in charge now. We have no treasure vault here. I am Emperor Mingren, but I have no real power, the fat man stammered. Zhang Liang grew impatient. He placed his hand on the man's head and cast a soul-searching spell. The soul search ended quickly. Emperor Mingren had not lied. The imperial power was indeed diminished, and the national treasury was no longer here. However, as the spiritual pillar of the Japanese people, the palace still housed a treasure vault filled with heirlooms from past generations. Knocking the man unconscious, Zhang Liang followed the information he had obtained to the palace's rear courtyard and found the vault. More than 10 meters underground lay a vast subterranean chamber, the imperial family's treasure repository since ancient times. Now that the Prime Minister's office ruled, the imperial family had lost its power. There wasn't much gold left, only a few dozen boxes amounting to a few dozen tons. However, there were plenty of antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, most of which had been looted from Huaxia, priceless treasures all. After collecting these, Zhang Liang discovered numerous cold weapons like swords and blades. Among them, he found over a dozen magical artifacts and a pile of refining materials. In addition, there was a bullseye sky void stone, enough to refine a dozen storage rings. In a corner, several dozen wooden boxes were stacked. Opening them revealed spirit stones. 60 to 70,000 spirit stones. In another storehouse were modern thermal weapons, which Zhang Liang also collected. Exiting the vault, he sent a signal and ran while tossing grenades. The palace caught fire, blazing flames and billowing smoke. As Zhang Liang rushed out, a figure blocked his path, short and thin, but with an aura far more formidable than that of Long Howren at the peak grandmaster level. Zhang Liang never expected the fallen imperial family to still have such a master. Bastard, take this. The withered old man struck with a palm accompanied by a sharp wind. Zhang Liang met the blow with a single palm using 80% of his strength. Boom. The withered Japanese old man remained unmoved while Zhang Liang was sent flying backward over 100 meters. Could this be a legendary divine-level martial artist? Such immense strength. Zhang Liang gathered all his power and engaged the Japanese master again. Boom. Another collision sent Zhang Liang flying another 100 meters. Thanks to the body tempering technique, Zhang Liang's defense was formidable. As the battle raged, he suddenly unleashed a divine sense attack, a spiritual needle piercing into the opponent's mind. Up. The opponent clutched his head in pain. Zhang Liang drew his longsword, puffed, and stabbed it into the man's heart. Boom. The opponent, enduring the pain, struck Zhang Liang's chest. Zhang Liang pulled out the sword. The opponent stood still, his heart shattered, his life slipping away. Gasping for breath, Zhang Liang leaped away with all his might. He arrived at the agreed meeting point on the outskirts and reunited with Li Keqing and the others. Back in Tokyo city center, the streets were filled with police and security was extremely tight. They couldn't leave for a while, so Zhang Liang took the opportunity to sit in meditation and heal his wounds. That Japanese master's strike had inflicted internal injuries. It seemed his cultivation was still too low. Had he not used the divine sense attack, Zhang Liang would never have harmed his opponent, let alone killed him. Even escaping would have been difficult. It took Zhang Liang an entire night to mostly recover. He reported his gains to Li Keqing: several dozen boxes of gold, several dozen boxes of spirit stones, along with antiques and calligraphy. Another team had also seized a considerable amount of gold from the bank. The trip was not in vain. Zhang Liang also obtained a storage pouch from the old man, though he hadn't yet examined its contents closely. Zhang Liang drew 2 invisibility talismans and affixed them to a spiritual sword. Enlarging the sword, he had everyone stand on it, then piloted the sword high into the sky. In just 1 hour they returned to the Southeast Theater Command Headquarters. Zhang Liang gave several dozen boxes of gold to the theater. Of the 60 to 70,000 spirit stones, he kept only 10,000 and gave the rest to the theater. He also handed over a large collection of antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and thermal weapons to the theater. The command reported the matter to the General Command and donated the antiques and art to the nation. The gold was used to purchase medicinal herbs for the soldiers' body tempering training, improving the overall quality of the Special Forces Brigade. Each soldier was given 20 spirit stones to encourage diligent cultivation. The remaining spirit stones were reserved for the Vanguard Company's future training. This was not favoritism, but a necessity to avoid excessive equality. Prioritizing the Vanguard Company's strength would allow the focused cultivation of a batch of powerful Special Forces elites. Zhang Liang refined several more storage rings, and gave one each to Li Keqing Deputy Commander, Zhang Mengfang Chief of Staff Meng Guangda, and Instructor Yang Linpeng. They could store some blades, firearms, ammunition, and daily necessities in them, and the 4 were overjoyed. Li Keqing's storage ring had a capacity of 10 cubic meters, and he beamed with delight. Everything returned to normal. For the Vanguard Company soldiers with high aptitude, Zhang Liang taught appropriate techniques and guided their cultivation. He also printed several dozen copies of the complete collection of cultivation spells and entrusted them to Yang Linpeng for safekeeping. For exceptionally excellent soldiers, he would also teach them spells. Elevating cultivation was paramount. Once their cultivation advanced, combat power would naturally rise. Zhang Liang erased the lingering divine sense from the Japanese divine-level master's storage pouch. Probing inside with his spiritual sense, he found the pouch's space was enormous, capable of holding several tens of cubic meters of items. Inside were some blade-like weapons, all magical artifacts. There were also several herb racks with wooden boxes containing rare medicinal herbs, 1,000-year-old fleeceflower root, lingji ginseng, and the like. A dozen jade bottles held some pills, all of which were great for replenishing vitality. It seemed the old Japanese man didn't know alchemy. He either made pills or consumed the raw herbs directly. There were also a few boxes of gold, silver, jewels, pearls, diamonds, and such, along with several bags of US dollars and 2 bags of Japanese yen. It seemed this fellow frequently traveled to the great beautiful country. Zhang Liang thought to himself that he might take a trip there sometime. He had heard their big foreign horses were quite something. Having learned English, he ought to put it to use. These items would be his own. He still had many family members to support. He had yet to teach cultivation techniques to several of his parents-in-law, so he needed to look after them all. The Southeast Theater's cultivation program was on track. Li Keqing was deeply grateful to Zhang Liang and often had tea and chats with him. General Zhang, your contributions are immense. Yet you're only 19 and already hold the rank of Lieutenant General. Any further promotion would likely be disapproved. Commander Li, I don't care much for fame and rank. My goal is to pursue immortality. If the country needs my help, I'll lend a hand, Zhang Liang said. Li Keqing dispatched people to purchase rare medicinal herbs, a process that would take considerable time. With Yang Limpeng handling matters here, Zhang Liang took his leave. He detoured to Jinggang port to spend a few days with Sun Lihua. He gave her some spirit stones and pills and transferred a few million yuan to her bank account. Sun Lihua's parents were ordinary workers, better off than rural families, but still modest. So Zhang Liang often gave her money. Money was a mundane thing, but life needed it. Without money there would be no fine food or beautiful clothes. Hence this was also a way of showing care and affection. Sun Lihua accepted it frankly. Since Zhang Liang held positions in 3 places, giving her some money didn't bother him. On the weekend, he accompanied Sun Lihua to her home. Her family also lived in Taizhou City. Her father, Sun Guozai, was a workshop director in a factory, tall and sturdy. Though in his 40s, he was still energetic and jovial. With a square face and regular features, he could be considered handsome. Her mother, Lu Shiyue, worked as an accountant in the factory. In her 40s, she still retained her charm. Even more so after taking the beauty pill Zhang Liang had given her. The couple met Zhang Liang for the first time. Though they had heard of him and even taken his pills, they were still surprised by how Xiao Zhang Lihua says you're a general. And you hold a part-time position in the military. Lu Shiyue asked, taking Zhang Liang's hand. Auntie, I've been busy with various affairs, and only now have come to visit you. I'm truly sorry. I serve as an instructor in both the Central Theater and the Southeast Theater, so my salary is not low. Moreover, I often refine pills and sell them, so I have some money. If the family ever needs funds, please let me know. Zhang Liang said sincerely. No need. Your uncle and I both work, so we don't lack money. Lu Shiyue waved her hand. Zhang Liang said, Annie, have you ever seen US dollars? He'll give you some to play with. If you get tired of looking at them, you can exchange them for renminbi. Play with them? Lu Shiyue asked. Zhang Liang flicked his wrist, and a pile of 5 US dollars appeared on the table, equivalent to over 3 million renminbi. Xiaozhang, can you do magic? Lu Shiyue exclaimed in surprise. Mom, that's not magic. He's a cultivator and has storage artifacts. I have one too. If you cultivate, you'll be able to use it as well. Sun Lihua explained. Sun Guokai and Lu Shiyue, the couple, both expressed their willingness to cultivate. Zhang Liang examined them and found they possessed spiritual root aptitude. He imparted the mystic heaven divine art to them and set up a spirit gathering array in their home. Spiritual energy from dozens of miles converged, keeping the house warm in winter and cool in summer, making it exceedingly comfortable. Zhang Liang stayed at the Sun residence, guiding them to guide qi into their bodies. After one day, Sun Guokai and his wife successfully guided qi into their bodies. Overjoyed, the couple insisted on meeting Zhang Liang's parents to formalize the matter. Zhang Liang called his parents to prepare them, telling them that Sun Lihua and her parents would visit and to be careful not to slip up. Seeing Sun Guokai's old car worth less than 10,000 yuan, Zhang Liang went to a 4S dealership and bought a BMW 7 Series. He said, Uncle, take this car. Yours is too old. We're not short on money. Oh, why did you buy a new car again? Sun Guokai said, no need to buy a garage. He'll give you a storage ring. Once you reach Qi refining layer 3, you can store the car inside. Zhang Liang replied, what? Something so big can fit in there? Sun Guokai and Lu Shiyue exclaimed in astonishment. With a thought, Zhang Liang made the BMW vanish. A few seconds later, he released it again. Incredible. I must cultivate diligently, said Sun Guokai. Zhang Liang produced 2 storage rings and gave them to the couple. They could not use them, yet having to wait until they reached the required cultivation level. Zhang Liang drove the car, taking Sun Guozai, his wife, and Sun Lihua to his family's villa. His father Zhang Zhanyong and mother Li Ping came out to greet them, leading the Sun couple into the living room. They poured tea and exchanged pleasantries. Zhang Zhanyong and Li Ping were delighted to meet Sun Lihua. Li Ping produced a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan. Lihua, this is a small token from us. You still need money for your studies, she said. Thank you, auntie. Sun Lihua replied with a smile. Zhang Zhanyong offered Sun Guokai a cigarette, and the 2 men began discussing work. Both having been workers, they shared common ground. Having lived ordinary lives for half a century, they now encountered cultivation. Zhang Zhanyong had already reached Qi refining layer 2. At Qi refining layer 1, one gains divine sense and can use a storage ring. Only at layer 3 can one practice spells. Zhang Zhanyong knew these basics and had far more knowledge to share than Sun Guokai. At noon, the 2 families went to a nearby hotel, ordering a table of fine dishes. Zhang Liang brought 2 bottles of national liquor Gujiamatai and urged the older men to enjoy a few extra cups. Zhang Liang himself did not drink. He, Sun Lihua, his mother, and Lu Shiyue had beverages. Sun Lihua felt very happy. Zhang Liang's parents had treated her family with great courtesy, and Zhang Liang had given them dollars and a BMW. It was not about the gifts but the sincerity. The family meeting effectively sealed the engagement. Zhang Liang then drove son Li Hua back to Jing'an State a few days and returned to Jingdu. Having been apart from Lu Qianqian Chun Yi and Song Yujiao for a considerable time, he had dinner with them at a hotel and stayed with them to continue cultivating. He reported to the university. With the backing of high-ranking military officials, the school had no objection even if Zhang Liang skipped exams. The government also praised Jingdu University for cultivating such an outstanding student for the nation. After spending a month in Jingdu, Zhang Liang's cultivation broke through to the late stage of qi refining layer 6. One evening, his divine sense detected an assassin lurking near his residence. The intruder was a martial artist holding a sniper rifle aimed at the door of his house. Zhang Liang quietly told his 3 girlfriends not to go out. Then he turned invisible, flew out the back window, and glided through the air toward the assassin. Though the assassin could not see Zhang Liang, his hearing was sharp. The assassin, a latest-stage grandmaster, sensed someone approaching and fired without hesitation. Zhang Liang dodged the shot. The assassin turned to flee, and Zhang Liang followed unhurriedly. Locking onto the target with his divine, since Zhang Liang found the opponent troublesome, the sniper rifle kept firing. Although he had reached body refining layer 1, a direct hit would still injure him. He evaded the bullets with a series of agile movements and gave chase. When about 100 meters away, he used his sword control technique, sending his magical artifact longsword flying toward the assassin. The assassin rolled and dodged the flying sword, but Zhang Liang's divine sense kept it hacking relentlessly. Finally, the assassin made a misstep and was stabbed in the thigh. Wounded, the assassin limped away, but Zhang Liang caught up and kicked him to the ground. "Speak. Who sent you?" "I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell. An assassin never reveals the client." The assassin closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and died. Zhang Liang had heard that such assassins never betray their employers. Who could want him dead? 2 possibilities: the Wang family, whom he had offended before, but that was resolved, and the Xian family. Previously, Xian Yunming, the 4th son of Xian Wudi, had brought troops to kill him. Long Haoran and Chang Junfeng had arrived with soldiers, captured Xian Yunming, and the headquarters demoted him from his post as army commander. Zhang Liang had heard nothing further. A grudge like that, the Xian family would not forget. This assassin was likely hired by the Xian family. It was like a toad hopping onto your foot, not scary but annoying. Zhang Liang called Long Haoran and informed him about the situation. Long Haoran said he would immediately dispatch intelligence agents to investigate. An hour later, the call came back. General Zhang, our cyberspace division, found that the Xian family hired an assassin online with a bounty of 500 million yuan on your head. But don't act rashly. He'll report this to higher authorities. This is lawlessness. Long Haoran was. Zhang Liang knew of the Xian family's history. Their ancestors had fought heroically during the War of Resistance and the Liberation War, earning great merit. After the reform and opening up, the Xian family went into business, and the state provided them with many conveniences. Thus, Long Haoran did not want Zhang Liang to go on a killing spree. He left the matter to the state's top brass. Zhang Liang was now serving 3 units: the Central Theater Command, the Southeast Theater Command, and the Dragon Group, so the headquarters would not tolerate the Xian family's lawlessness. Indeed, a few days later, higher authorities ordered the court to arrest Xian Wudi and Xian, so forcing them to cancel the assassination contract online. They were sentenced to 3 years in prison each. Zhang Liang heard the news and decided not to pursue the matter. Cultivators who excessively kill mortals violate secular law, and even more so the heavenly Tao, which would bring retribution during the Foundation establishment tribulation. Therefore, he would not kill unless absolutely necessary. Only when confronted with excessive provocation, such as Xian Hao earlier. With the matter settled, Zhang Liang returned to the Dragon Group to guide the special forces and refine a batch of qi gathering pills. He taught spells to members who had reached the late stage of qi refining layer 2. He also printed a copy of the complete collection of cultivation spells and gave it to Long Haoran. Spells would be taught in advance to anyone who reached late qi refining layer 2. After guiding the group for half a month and arranging everything, Zhang Liang took his leave. It had been a long time since he visited the Central Theater Command. He drove there and met Commander Chang Junfeng, then went to the Special Forces Brigade where the soldiers had made great progress. Li Chengwang said happily, "Instructor Zhang, you haven't been here for ages. The soldiers miss you. Their cultivation has improved greatly. Most of the Sharpblade Company are at qi refining layer 2. Half of them are at layer 2 late stage, and a few have even broken through to layer 3. Zhang Liang had already spotted 5 soldiers who had reached qi refining layer 3. He imparted the complete collection of cultivation spells to them, and printed copies for Li Chengwang, instructing him to only teach it to those who reached qi refining layer 3. He strictly forbade any leakage under penalty of court-martial. The body refining methods were also progressing well. With ample funds, the Central Theater Command purchased large amounts of medicinal herbs. The soldiers' body refinement levels had also risen. Zhang Liang guided the few qi refining layer 3 soldiers in practicing spells, especially sword control and gliding techniques. Learning these skills significantly enhanced combat effectiveness. They could slay enemies hundreds of meters away with a flying sword, more formidable than bullets. Zhang Liang demonstrated the flying sword shot like a streak of light toward the target. With Zhang Liang's arrival, the soldiers' enthusiasm for cultivation soared. He refined another batch of qi-gathering pills and distributed them. During his spare time, he called Chang Ruyan and they visited shopping malls and parks in El City. He gave her some spirit stones and pills. Having been apart for long, they spent a few days together, reluctant to part. Once we reach the cultivation realm later, we can stay together forever. Cultivating to high levels grants a lifespan of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even hundreds of millions of years. You'll grow tired of me, Zhang Liang said. Can life really be that long? Ruyan asked. Yes, after Foundation establishment, over 200 years, golden core, 500 nascent soul, over 1,000. The higher the cultivation, the longer the life, Zhang Liang replied. Just as they were reluctant to separate, Zhang Liang received a call from Li Keqing. Instructor Zhang, we have a critical mission in the Southeast Theater Command to rescue one of our intelligence networks in a southern country. They've been discovered by the local government and are being hunted. Rumor has it that high-level cultivators are involved, so I'd like you to go. Do you have time? Li Keqing asked. Of course. Even if I'm busy, this takes priority. They'll be there in an hour. Zhang Liang replied. Oh, will a plane take you? Li Keqing asked. Don't worry about that. I'm on my way, said Zhang Liang. He quickly explained to Ruyan, sent her back to the barracks, and said goodbye to Commander Chang. Then Zhang Liang soared into the sky on his flying sword, which he covered with an invisibility talisman to avoid alarming people. The sword streaked across the sky at nearly rocket speed toward the Southeast Theater Command. The hour included the time to send Ruyan back to camp. Zhang Liang landed directly in front of the Southeast Theater Command headquarters. The guard at the post was startled before recognizing Instructor Zhang. Reporting for duty. Zhang Liang has arrived as ordered, he shouted. Excellent. You truly are a supernatural being. This mission to the southern country of Field is arduous. How many men will you take? Li Keqing asked. Not many. Do we have anyone proficient in their language? Zhang Liang asked. 2 soldiers speak the language. How many more will you take? Zhang Liang asked about the number of intelligence personnel, about a dozen. After thinking, he said, including the 2 translators, 10 elite soldiers. Accordingly, Yang Linpeng selected 8 of the most capable soldiers who together with the 2 translators formed a squad of 10, led by Zhang Liang, to rescue the intelligence operatives. Zhang Liang produced a spiritual artifact longsword, expanded it to 10 zhang, about 30 meters in length, and had the 10 soldiers stand on it. Then he flew into the air. Miraculously, Li Keqing instantly lost sight of Zhang Liang and his team. A true wonder. He's no less than an immortal, Li Keqing exclaimed in admiration. Zhang Liang deployed a true qi shield enveloping the soldiers, so they felt none of the high-altitude currents. They soared over thousands of miles of ocean. In less than an hour, the flying sword appeared above Field. With the invisibility talisman, no one, not even radar, could detect them. Zhang Liang's divine sense now covered a radius of 50 li, 25 kilometers. He ordered the soldiers to signal the intelligence team, and they made contact shortly. The intelligence operatives were hiding deep in a forested mountain area. As Zhang Liang headed in that direction, the signal transmission also alerted the field military, who dispatched an elite force to hunt them. The operatives fought while retreating, their situation perilous. At that moment, Zhang Liang arrived overhead. Open fire. The 11 of them, including Zhang Liang, opened up with submachine guns, rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Enemy soldiers fell in droves, unable to see their attackers. Throw grenades. Zhang Liang ordered. Boom, boom, boom. Over 100 pursuers were wiped out in an instant. The intelligence operatives were baffled, seeing no reinforcements, yet their enemies destroyed. Only when Zhang Liang landed the flying sword in front of them, and they saw Chinese soldiers, did the intelligence team snap out of their daze. The leader, a major, saluted, reporting. Major Fang Yuebin, head of the Southeast Theater Command Intelligence Group, reporting to the general. Well done. I am Zhang Liang, Chief Instructor of the Southeast Theater Command Special Forces. Am ordered to bring you back to report. Is everyone all right? Zhang Liang returned the salute. Our group originally had 15 members. 2 were lost during the retreat. 2 are wounded, Fang Yuebin said. Zhang Liang examined the 2 wounded operatives. They had gunshot wounds, simply bandaged with bullets still. He removed the bandages, used silver needles to stop bleeding and pain, extracted the bullets with true qi, crushed a healing pill, and sprinkled it on the wounds, then rebandaged them. After treating the wounds and administering healing pills orally, the injured immediately felt no pain and thanked Zhang Liang profusely for saving their lives. Zhang Liang had several people hide the wounded, while Fang Yuebin led the retrieval of the bodies of the fallen operatives. They dressed them in new uniforms, then everyone boarded the flying sword. With a streak of light, Zhang Liang carried 20 soldiers back to the Southeast Theater Command headquarters. Li Keqing, along with the entire command staff, greeted Zhang Liang and his team. Welcome back, victorious. How is the situation? We found the intelligence team deep in the mountains. 2 of them were wounded and 2 had already sacrificed. I've already removed the bullets from the 2 injured. After applying the healing medicine, they will recover soon. We also brought back the remains of the 2 fallen martyrs, Zhang Liang said. Li Keqing shook Zhang Liang's hand. General Zhang, you have completed this mission excellently. The command will record a major merit for you. All other personnel will receive a third-class merit once. We must also hold a memorial service for the fallen soldiers. Subsequently, a solemn and respectful memorial service was held at the command headquarters attended by the entire Special Forces Battalion, the Guard Regiment, and all command staff. The families of the 2 fallen martyrs had been notified and arrived. The commander personally comforted the martyrs' families and arranged all compensation benefits, ensuring that the families of the fallen would be taken care of, and that those who shed blood should never shed tears. Next, Zhang Liang stayed in the Southeast Theater Command to guide the Special Forces soldiers in their cultivation. After more than 10 days, there were no further issues. He then took leave of Commander Li Keqing and returned to the capital. He reported to Kyoto University, now a sophomore. Just in time for the midterm exams, Zhang Liang sat for them, but he had no idea how he performed. He continued cultivating at his residence. Every day when Lu Qianqian, Shen Yi, and Song Yujiao returned from school, he took them out to eat. After some time, Zhang Liang's cultivation finally broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. The 4th to 6th layers are the middle stage of qi refinement, while the 7th to 9th layers belong to the late stage. Breaking through to the 7th layer doubled his strength. His dantian also doubled in size, increasing his storage capacity for true qi, allowing him to unleash more attacks in combat and become more powerful. Each breakthrough expelled impurities from his body. Now Zhang Liang's skin was much fairer, his muscles well proportioned, making him taller and more handsome. No wonder several beauties adored him and surrounded him. During this time, Zhang Liang also practiced the earth escape technique and the art of disguise. In the future, when traversing the cultivation world, he might encounter any danger. Learning an extra spell could mean survival. Now it was autumn and leaves began to fall. It had been a year and a half since he obtained the cultivation inheritance, and Zhang Liang's life had undergone earth-shattering changes. From an underperforming student who was bullied by anyone, he had become a cultivation expert. Now he held multiple important positions with the rank of lieutenant general, a status not lower than provincial administrators. In the capital, he had forged ties with the Song and Li families and defeated the foremost Xian Yuan family. The Wang family no longer dared to act recklessly. After Zhang Liang taught the Wang family's young master a lesson, there was no further stir. Today, Long Howren called, saying that China had a scientist named Xie Xinqing. He possessed a major breakthrough in biological gene research and wished to return to his motherland. However, he was obstructed by the Daipyo Liang Gua and placed under confinement. The higher-ups of the nation took this matter very seriously and assigned the task to the Dragon Group. Instructor Zhang, I intend for you to carry out this mission. How many people do you need? Long Howren asked. I think the fewer the better, but am not familiar with that place. I need someone who knows it well, and also need intelligence personnel to cooperate. Zhang Liang replied. Zhang Liang said, Good. You come over quickly, come to the Dragon Group headquarters, well, select the personnel, and set off immediately. Long Howren said, Yes, I'll be right there. Zhang Liang called Lu Qianqian and the others to inform them, then drove to the Dragon Group headquarters. Upon arrival from the Dragon Group Special Forces, he selected 10 elite members who had broken through to the 2nd layer of qi refinement, all in civilian clothes. Among them, 2 members were familiar with the location. Each was equipped with pistols, submachine guns, grenades, and daggers. As for intelligence personnel, once they reached the Daipyo Liang Gua, our intelligence agents there would cooperate. Zhang Liang enlarged his flying sword, allowing the 10 members to board it. The 2 who knew the place led the way at the front, while Zhang Liang controlled the sword as it rose into the sky. Long Howren instantly lost sight of Zhang Liang and nodded approvingly, truly a divine man. The flying sword raced through the air at thousands of kilometers per hour, heading straight for the Daipyo Liang, was several times faster than an airplane. On the flying sword, they made contact with our intelligence personnel. According to our intelligence, Xie Xinqing was being held in a research facility in New York. That place was heavily guarded by a regiment of troops. To be safe, Zhang Liang guided the flying sword on a detour via Mexico, circling around and heading straight for the east coast of the Daipyo Lianggua. New York was a world-famous city and a major city in the Daipyo Lianggua. Zhang Liang guided the flying sword to land in an uninhabited area by the seaside. They rented 2 cars and drove to the residence of our intelligence personnel in downtown New York. All the team members who came were proficient in English. Zhang Liang needed no mention, as a top student at Kyoto University, his English had reached the 6th level. Our intelligence personnel promptly received them at a hotel. A medium-built, capable young man came before Zhang Liang and saluted. You must be General Zhang. My name is Li Bing, the head of the intelligence group here with the rank of captain. Captain Li, we are here for a special mission. No need for salutes. Tell me the specifics, Zhang Liang said. The situation is very tricky. That place is a white regiment of the Daipyo Liang Gua's special forces. They are highly formidable, claiming to be the strongest army in the world. They possess small missiles. We must not launch a frontal attack. Li Bing said. Don't worry, I won't act rashly. I only brought 10 men. I have my own methods. Can you confirm that Xie Xinxing is definitely inside? Zhang Liang asked. We are certain he is there. Our people have been watching him. Li Bing said. All right, take me there. I will enter the compound alone, and the team members will wait outside for backup. The plan was set. Zhang Liang followed Li Bing in front while the other team members stayed far behind. They carried large travel bags containing submachine guns and grenades. Zhang Liang and Li Bing stopped about 100 meters away. Ahead, sentries were posted every 5 steps, every 10 steps. They could go no further. He is in the courtyard ahead, General Zhang. What shall we do? Li Bing asked. He'll go in alone. You wait here and don't get into any conflict with them. Zhang Liang said. After saying this, Zhang Liang activated the breath concealment technique, erasing all traces of breathing. He then placed an invisibility talisman on himself, and even Li Bing could no longer see him. In his heart, Li Bing marveled. The dragon group truly abounds with talents. This is the work of immortals. Zhang Liang, having concealed his aura, used a gliding technique to fly over the tall courtyard wall into the compound. He released his divine sense to carefully search. Finally, in a basement, he discovered a middle-aged Chinese man lying on a bed. Zhang Liang approached the door, which was closed with 2 soldiers armed with submachine guns guarding the entrance. Unable to enter through the door, he resorted to the earth escape technique to go underground. It was very strenuous to perform the earth escape technique on the concrete floor. Zhang Liang exerted great effort to burrow into that basement. Through divine sense, he saw a white doctor in a lab coat giving Xie Xinxing an injection. Beside him stood an officer who asked, Mr. Robert, are you certain this drug can make him tell the truth without any mis— Xie Xinxing is a biological scientist. We still need him. Don't kill him. Although their English had heavy local accents, Zhang Liang still understood clearly this white doctor was about to inject Xie Xinxing to extract his secrets. How could Zhang Liang allow that? He suddenly emerged from below. 2 silver needles shot out, precisely striking their mute acupoints. They tried to shout, but could not produce any sound. Zhang Liang dashed over and chopped their necks with his palm, knocking both white men unconscious. He checked Xie Xinxing with his divine sense. He had been drugged and was only sleeping. Zhang Liang enveloped him with his divine sense, and with a thought stored him in the primordial bell space. Looking at the 2 men from the Daipyo Lianghua, he thought they are too vicious, trying to hypnotize Xie Xinxing with drugs to steal the secrets in his mind. He then pierced a needle into each of their brains. No matter how advanced their technology, Zhang Liang's acupuncture needles rendered them impossible to cure. They would not die quickly, but would lie like vegetables. He glanced around the room. There was nothing valuable. Zhang Liang then dove underground again, emerged from the room, and left silently. Reaching the outside, he rejoined his team and whispered to Li Bing, Mission accomplished. You must be careful. What a— Mission accomplished. Where's the person? Li Bing looked at Zhang Liang's person, seeing no one carried. Stop looking. I've stored him in a treasure. Let's go, leave here immediately. Zhang Liang urged. The group returned to their lodging. Zhang Liang released Xie Xinxing with a flick of his hand. Using his true qi to expel the drug from Xie Xinxing's body, Xie Xinxing opened his eyes. Where is this? Are you Chinese? Xie Xinxing asked. I am Zhang Liang, a Chinese soldier ordered to— The people here tried to use drug-induced hypnosis to extract your research results. I have turned that doctor into a vegetable. Now I need to put you into a magical artifact. Don't worry, it's not dangerous, Zhang Liang said. Then, enveloping Xie Xinxing with his divine sense, he stored him into the primordial bell space with a thought. Li Bing witnessed this and was amazed. We have to leave, Comrade Li Bing. You must be careful, they will definitely— Zhang Liang said. Don't worry, we'll leave here immediately. You rest assured. Li Bing said. Zhang Liang then summoned his flying sword, took the 10 team members, and soared into the sky. They returned to China via the same route, and a few hours later reached the Dragon Group headquarters. Long Howren grasped Zhang Liang's hand. General Zhang, you have rendered great service this time. Any requests? Not for now, let me think about it, Zhang Liang smiled. Except for Zhang Liang, anyone else attempting this mission would have suffered heavy losses. This was an impossible mission. Zhang Liang had the primordial bell that could store living beings and the earth escape technique, enabling him to succeed. For anyone else fighting on enemy ground, sending 10 men, or even 1,000, would have been useless. If done openly, it would lead to an international conflict. Waging a war for one person is not worth it. War is a calamity for humanity, unless forced when China faces invasion and rises to fight back. War should not be lightly provoked. Soon the commendation order from China's high command arrived. Long Howren read the decision. Given General Zhang Liang's repeated meritorious deeds, he was granted the title Unrivaled National Scholar. General Zhang, my cultivation has reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Would you like to spar again? Long Howren laughed. Zhang Liang had noticed this long ago. Initially, when they had fought, Zhang Liang could not match Long Howren in pure strength. However, he had not used magic then. Now Zhang Liang's cultivation had broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. His strength was already double that of the late 6th layer. If they fought again, even without using spells relying solely on strength, he would likely surpass Long Howren. Bang! They exchanged a palm strike, both stepping back 2 paces. A draw. Good. Again. Long Howren grew excited. Both used their full strength. The training ground came alive with their dynamic combat. Bang! 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 Long Howren used Shaolin Fist and Vajra Palm. Though these were mortal martial arts after centuries of refinement, they were exquisite and brilliant. They were not without merit. Zhang Liang silently memorized many moves for learning. In all fairness, Long Howren was a martial arts prodigy. Zhang Liang could certainly defeat him using spells, but what fun would that be? Defeating a martial artist with cultivation techniques. This was just a spar. Long Howren, on the basis of latest-stage Grandmaster, had also advanced his cultivation to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. This was the result of his hard work, and Zhang Liang praised him. Although Long Howren was his direct superior, Zhang Liang had taught him the cultivation method. In this regard, Zhang Liang certainly had the right to evaluate Long Howren. Nevertheless, with time, given Long Howren's cultivation aptitude, he would certainly achieve much. Reaching the golden core or nascent soul stage was also possible. Zhang Liang stayed on at the Dragon Group, and every day they exchanged ideas and sparred. Both of their combat abilities improved significantly. Actual combat is the best way to enhance combat power. With a sparring partner, both were delighted. Half a month later, Zhang Liang smoothly advanced to the mid-7th layer of qi refinement, while Long Howren progressed even faster, reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, his martial arts cultivation also broke through to the early divine level. When Zhang Liang sparred with Long Howren, they remained evenly matched. Without using spells, Zhang Liang could not defeat him. Among comrades, spells were not used in sparring, let alone divine sense attacks. The Dragon Group members also caught the cultivation fever, burying themselves in practice whenever not on a mission. Everyone's quality improved rapidly. On the training field, members practiced sparring every day, dragons leaping and tigers soaring. Long Howren was very satisfied with their performance and ordered the kitchen to improve meals to reward the team. Zhang Liang brought Xie Xinqing back to their homeland, achieving a great feat. This incident caused an immense shock among Western nations. A living person had vanished without a trace. Wasn't this a fantasy? Had a ghost appeared? Various practitioners and psychics from Western countries gathered in New York. They chattered and debated, wondering who had used what method to rescue the man. The doors and windows were undamaged, yet someone had taken the person away under the protection of a squad of white people. What kind of technique was this? The Western world had vampires, werewolves, Catholic Church factions, and various psychics, but after half a day of discussion, they reached no conclusion. Finally, they proposed that the eastern nation of Huaxia possessed mysterious practitioners. They had heard of such mythological legendary tales. They suspected that Huaxia had sent divine beings to rescue Xie Xinqing. In the end, dozens of practitioners and psychics from Western countries came to Huaxia to seek the mysterious experts. They intended to issue a challenge. However, Huaxia was now a world power, not like the 1930s and 1940s when it could be easily provoked. Therefore, dozens, or even hundreds of Western practitioners and psychics came to Huaxia's capital Jingdu under the guise of tourists taking commercial flights. They issued a challenge online proposing a friendly martial competition with the Huaxia cultivation community. Every move of these people was under the surveillance of the Dragon Group. Long Howren decided to wait and see how things developed. However, the practitioners of various Huaxia sects would not stand for it. Sects such as Wudong Shaolin Kontong Ame Kunlun and others dispatched their disciples to Jingdu. Normally, what people saw of these sects were only ordinary lay disciples. The true masters of each sect rarely made an appearance. Even if they did emerge, they acted discreetly. This was the state's restriction on such individuals. Members of the cultivation world were not allowed to disrupt social order. However, if ordinary people struck first, it was legitimate for cultivators to retaliate. All members of the Dragon Group were ordered to mobilize, dressed in plain clothes, patrolling the streets. The moment they discovered any Western practitioner or psychic disturbing social order, they were to stop them immediately. Anyone who resisted would be arrested. Over the next few days, these people behaved themselves and caused no trouble. Long Howren stepped forward and posted a message online instructing all Huaxia sect members and Western practitioners and psychics to gather at a sports stadium in the southern suburb. He set up an arena there. He also personally led 2 squads to maintain order. As for Zhang Liang, he would observe if the Huaxia cultivation community could prevail. Zhang Liang wouldn't need to intervene. If it turned out that the Huaxia cultivation world had only sent low-level cultivators who couldn't win, Zhang Liang would step forward to battle those Western practitioners and psychics. The next day, several thousand people from various Huaxia cultivation sects arrived near the arena. Also present were Western vampires, werewolves, church members, and psychics. The Western contingent totaled 80 or 90 people. Long Howren first mounted the arena and said, "Fellow cultivators, heroes from all sides. Before the competition, I represent the authorities to set a few rules. First, once one side concedes, the other must not strike again. Violators will be expelled from the arena. Second, hidden weapons are permitted, but they must not be poisoned. Third, after the competition, no grudges or disturbances are allowed. Violators will be arrested. Now the competition may begin. After announcing, Long Howren jumped off the arena. A white man from a Western country stepped onto the arena and said in broken Chinese, "I want to challenge Wuxia's martial artists. At least a martial grandmaster." Zhang Liang judged from the white man's aura that he had a strong smell of blood and an exceedingly powerful presence. As he boasted, anyone too weak would indeed be no match for him. This was the legendary vampire clan, a race that fed on blood. They had long lifespans, immense strength, and incredible speed. Moreover, after transformation, they grew wings on their backs. "I am Louis from the British Empire. Count Meyer. Is there a Huaxia martial grandmaster willing to come up?" Meyer arrogantly taunted. "Insignificant barbarian, I Huitong of Shaolin shall meet you." A middle-aged monk in his 40s dressed in monastic robes flew through the air and landed on the arena. Zhang Liang sensed from his aura that Huitong was a latest-stage grandmaster cultivator. He had 9 bald patches on his head, a towering and sturdy build, and bulging muscles. The two exchanged names and began to fight. Monk Huitong employed Shaolin's Arhut fist, mighty and domineering. Meyer possessed boundless strength and speed like lightning. They fought fiercely, exchanging dozens of rounds without a clear winner. Suddenly, Meyer's fingernails elongated, and a pair of wings sprouted from his back, tearing through his clothes. Meyer's fingernails were like 10 sharp daggers, and his wings like 2 broadswords, wildly attacking Huitong was forced to retreat step by step. Then a fellow disciple from his sect threw him a long-handled broadsword. Huitong grabbed it and executed the Shaolin plum blossom saber technique, finally stabilizing the situation. Meyer grew impatient after failing to win quickly. Huitong fought steadily, his blade gleaming coldly, heavy and powerful. As the first battle, Huitong wished to bring honor to the Huaxia cultivation world. Suddenly, Huitong changed his saber technique and turned to flee. Meyer flapped his wings and pursued closely. Falling into the trap, Huitong executed the turning deathblow saber, spinning around fiercely and thrusting the blade forward with a swift motion. Swish! The blade came slashing down. Meyer was so focused on chasing that he didn't realize the trick. A cold light flashed and Meyer's left hand and left wing were severed. Up! Meyer screamed in agony, writhing on the ground in pain. Huitong sheathed his saber and cupped his hands. "I apologize, I lost control." He stood aside, facing the audience below. "Fellow cultivators from all sects, I am Huitong of Shaolin. I did not intend to harm just now." At that moment, several people came onto the arena to carry Meyer away, and Huitong was about to jump off. "Monk, stay. I, Count James, what shall fight you." Another white vampire leaped onto the arena. This James, what seemed even more powerful than Meyer based on his aura. Huitong had been fighting for a long time and was drenched in sweat. He considered not fighting, but feared losing face for the Chinese people. Taking advantage of another's weariness. "How shameless, barbarian. I Huaning shall fight you." Huitong saw that it was his junior brother who had arrived, and was delighted. His junior brother's skills surpassed his own, and he was also adept at throwing knives. Huaning, and what engaged in fierce combat. Huaning was in his 30s, full of vigor and hot blood. What's cultivation was stronger than Meyer's, with greater strength and even faster speed. As they fought, what suddenly transformed his 10 fingernails, clawing at Huaning. Huaning dodged, but 2 bloody scratches were left on him, dripping with blood. Enraged, Huaning flicked his wrist and released 12 throwing knives. What dodged and swiped with his hands, evading 4 knives, knocking away 4 more. 2 knives pierced What's chest, and 2 struck his thighs. Up! What screamed and collapsed to the ground. 2 Westerners went up and carried What away. Huaning, victorious, also jumped off the arena. At this moment, a Western ability user, 9 meters tall, leaped onto the arena. He shouted, "I come from the great beautiful country. My name is Perus, and I am a fire ability user. Doesn't Huaxia have mysterious cultivators? Who dares to come up and spar? Let me make it clear, my flames can injure, even burn people to death." None of the cultivation practitioners from various sects below stepped forward. Those present were all martial artists, and none had a way to deal with a fire user. Zhang Liang knew it was time for him to act. "He'll spar with you. My name is Zhang Liang, a student at Jingdu University. You're still a student. You should know fire and water are merciless. My flames will burn you to death." Perus said, "Coincidentally, I can also use fire. Let's see whose flames are stronger." Zhang Liang smiled. "Fine. Young man, you strike first." Perus said, "You are a guest from afar, please go ahead." Zhang Liang gestured. "All right. Watch my flames." Perus shouted, waving his hand to release 6 bullseyed fireballs hurtling toward Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang also waved his hand, conjuring 6 fireballs of similar size, slightly larger than Purus, but far more condensed and solid. Bang, 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 bang. The 6 pairs of fireballs collided. Purus fireballs dispersed, instantly dissolving into sparks and vanishing. Zhang Liang's 6 fireballs, however, did not slow down and continued rushing toward Purus. Purus waved again, releasing 6 more fireballs to intercept Zhang Liang's. Zhang Liang waved twice more, sending 12 bullseye fireballs charging at Purus from all directions, above, below, left, and right. Purus jumped up and down, dodging left and right. In a moment of carelessness, 2 fireballs struck him. Boom! Purus' body caught fire. Up! Help! Purus screamed in agony. Zhang Liang waved his hand again, releasing 10 large water spheres that extinguished the flames on Purus. Zhang Liang observed that Purus was not severely burned, merely soaked like a drowned rat, looking quite pitiful. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Liang. I am convinced. You are not only powerful with flames, but also with water ability. Purus said. This is sorcery, not the same as your ability, Zhang Liang replied. Amazing. Huaxiao is truly a magical country. Purus bowed deeply. At that moment, another tall black man leaped onto the arena. My name is Jones, a strength ability user. Mr. Zhang, if you don't use fire or water and rely on pure strength, dare you fight me? There's nothing I dare not do. I can refrain from using fire and water. Are you sure you want to compete with me? Zhang Liang asked. Young man, without fire or water, just use your fists. With that, Jones swung his huge fist at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang also wanted to test how his own strength compared to a strength ability user. He threw a punch to meet it. Bang! Zhang Liang stepped back 3 paces to absorb the impact. As for Jones, he staggered back 10 paces, his chest churning with blood and chi, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. His fingers ached unbearably. He hadn't expected that Zhang Liang, who was half a head shorter, possessed far greater physical strength. He knew that continuing the fight would yield no good outcome. I'm sorry. I concede. Jones jumped off the arena and left. The Huaxiao side had won several consecutive matches, boosting morale greatly. Zhang Liang jumped off the arena and went to rest beside Long Howren. At that moment, a tall, thin, elderly man in his 50s wearing a Taoist robe leaped onto the arena. He said, fellow cultivators, I am Miao Wuya, also a Huaxian. During the war years back, then our Yingui sect relocated to an overseas island. Now, decades later, I revisit this old land. I didn't expect to encounter such a grand event. I wish to spar with fellow cultivators from the mainland. At this, Long Howren quietly explained to Zhang Liang that during the Japanese invasion, many martial arts masters and cultivation practitioners had joined the battle. They dealt with the martial arts experts of Japan, alleviating much pressure on the Huaxiao people's resistance. However, some cultivation sects, disregarding the survival of the nation, and people relocated their sects and fled overseas. The Yingui sect was one such shameless sect. In peacetime, they swaggered and bullied on the mainland, but in times of national crisis, they fled overseas to hide. Even worse, some sects actually became traitors, acting as accomplices to the Japanese invaders in bullying the Huaxiao people. Miao Wuya shouted twice, and a Taoist leaped onto the arena. Wuyang Tianzuan. I am Zuanjizi, a 30th generation disciple of Wudong Mountain, a righteous sect of the cultivation world. Your Yingui sect once committed evil deeds on the mainland, and when the Japanese invaded, you fled overseas. Today I shall teach you, a disciple of a shameless sect, a lesson. Fuck your mother, who do you think you are? How dare you spout such arrogant words? Prepare to die. Miao Wuya cursed, drawing a ghost head blade and slashing at Zuanjizi. Zuanjizi remained calm, holding a horsetail whisk to engage Miao Wuya. The two were evenly matched in cultivation, both being early-stage great grandmaster martial artists. Their fight was neck and neck, with neither gaining the upper hand. Eager to win, Miao Wuya produced 100 ghost banner. With a flick of his hand, dozens of evil spirits emerged from it. Instantly, black mist filled the arena, plunging it into complete darkness. Zuanjizi relied on his hearing to perceive movements and fought against the evil spirits, emitting a white light from his body. Orthodox sect versus heterodox sect. The two engaged in a bitter struggle. Zuanjizi was agile and brimming with righteous energy. The evil spirits could not harm him at all. On the contrary, many were destroyed by his orthodox techniques. Frustrated, Miao Wuya quickly produced a hidden weapon, rainstorm pear blossom needles. The dark-colored needles, at least 1,000 of them, shot towards Zuanjizi. Zhang Liang saw clearly from the side. This rainstorm pear blossom needle weapon had been soaked in poison. Without time to think, Zhang Liang waved his hand, and a golden great hand seal flew over, enveloping all the rainstorm pear blossom needles. Then it clenched them into a ball, and Zhang Liang shouted, "Stop! How dare you, Miao Wuya, violate the rules by using a poisoned hidden weapon? Truly a villain's act. Surrender now, what are you waiting for?" As he spoke, Zhang Liang flew onto the arena and tapped Miao Wuya's vital acupoints with a single finger, immobilizing him. Zuanjizi came over to thank him. Wuyang Tianzuan. Thank you, fellow cultivator Zhang, for your timely rescue. This humble Taoist will never forget your life-saving grace. Zuanjizi bowed in gratitude. Zhang Liang hastened to support him with his hand, saying, "You are too kind, fellow Taoist. Wudong is a righteous sect. Miao Wuya harmed others with his venomous techniques. It was my duty to intervene. No need for thanks." The cultivators and ability users from the Western world, upon witnessing Zhang Liang manifest the Great Hand Seal, were utterly convinced. Even Miao Huai's rain of pearls and plum blossom needles had been caught by him. With such formidable skills, no one dared to provoke him. Thus, the martial competition disbanded. Zuanjizi expressed his gratitude repeatedly and proposed to invite Zhang Liang to Wudong as a guest in the future before taking his leave. Zhang Liang searched Miao Wuya and found a storage pouch vibrant and beautiful. He casually handed it to Long Howren, saying, "Chief Long, take this storage pouch for now. Whenever a team leader achieves great merit, award it to him." Long Howren gladly accepted the pouch and tucked it away. Miao Huai's cultivation was crippled, and he was sent to prison. Long Howren also dispatched people to monitor the Westerners. Zhang Liang, having nothing more to do, departed. Returning to his residence, it was now winter. People had donned cotton-padded coats, but Zhang Liang's several girlfriends were still wearing autumn clothes and leggings. After cultivating, true qi circulates within the body, enabling immunity to cold and heat. To avoid drawing attention, Zhang Liang made them dress the same as others. Despite the busy days, his cultivation had not only not been neglected, but had accelerated. After a few days, Zhang Liang broke through to the mid-stage of qi refinement 7th layer. Zhang Liang contemplated breaking through his cultivation as swiftly as possible and reaching foundation establishment at an early date. He planned to embark on a journey of experience, hoping to find an opportunity for rapid advancement. Before leaving, he gave Lu Qianqian, Chun Yi, and Song Yujiao each 1,000 spirit stones and some elixirs. He also mailed some spirit stones and elixirs to son Lihuachang Ruyan and his parents via courier. Zhang Liang bid farewell to his 3 girlfriends, stepped onto his flying sword, and soared into the sky, heading toward western China. The flying sword carried an invisibility talisman, so people below could not see him. He flew several kilometers above the ground, speeding westward. Western China abounded with mountain ranges: Huashan, Tanggula, Kunlun, Tianshan. Since ancient times, many cultivators had secluded themselves in these mountains to practice. Numerous myths and legends were associated with these mountains. For instance, Qinxiang splitting the mountain to save his mother, and the Queen Mother of the West cultivating on Kunlun Mountain. These tales indicated that immortal cultivators had indeed once existed in these ranges. Zhang Liang arrived at Huashan. The scenery was picturesque, but the entire mountain had been developed into a paid tourist attraction. He circled above on his flying sword for a while, then continued westward. He reached Galmud City in Qinghai Province and found an inn to stay. The next day, he bought some instant noodles, sausages, salt, assorted barbecue seasonings, and several cases of liquor from a supermarket. Then he took a taxi to the Kunlun Mountain Pass, 160 kilometers south. This was a developed area. Zhang Liang had no intention of sightseeing. He concealed his form, stepped onto his flying sword, and ascended into the air. He sought the mysterious forbidden zones, places rarely trodden by humans. Though legend spoke of great dangers in those zones, places from which none returned, Zhang Liang had confidence in himself. He was no longer an ordinary person. He flew on his sword into a vast canyon. Here ancient trees towered to the sky, wild beasts roamed, and venomous snakes and ferocious animals held sway. The ground was thickly carpeted with fallen leaves, and bones of unknown creatures were strewn everywhere. Roar! A sudden growl startled Zhang Liang. A black bear appeared before him. The creature was enormous, far larger than an ox. Zhang Liang unsheathed his Dharma sword and engaged the black bear in a tangled fight. After several dodges, he struck one of the bear's legs, wounding it. Seizing the opportunity, he slashed the sword across the bear's neck, killing it. Zhang Liang skillfully skinned the bear and carried the meat to a small stream. He washed the bear meat clean, retrieved a barbecue grill from the Hongming Bell space, and began roasting. He sprinkled salt and seasonings on the meat, gathered some dry wood, poured a little oil, and lit a fire. Before long, the aroma of meat wafted out. Zhang Liang ate 2 pieces of bear meat and stored the rest in the Hongming Bell space. He quickly left that spot to avoid attracting more beasts. Remarkably, no one had dared to come here for years. After a day of exploring, Zhang Liang found many rare medicinal herbs. Some exuded faint spiritual energy, meeting the standard of spirit herbs. In his Hongming Bell space, Zhang Liang had prepared many sandalwood boxes. He packed the spirit herbs carefully and stored them inside the bell. At that moment, a small black dog approached Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang's soul had merged with the remnant soul of a powerful cultivator, so he could discern that this little dog possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Zhang Liang flew over and caught the small dog. The black dog had already awakened its intelligence. It sniffed around Zhang Liang, wagged its tail, and whimpered, "Woo woo." Its voice sounded pitiful. "Are you willing to be my pet?" Zhang Liang asked. "Woo woo woo." The little dog licked Zhang Liang's leg, looking adorable and endearing. Zhang Liang stepped forward and spat out a drop of essence blood. He performed the art of taming beasts, using the essence blood to form runes that sank into the little dog's forehead. The binding was successful. Zhang Liang felt an intimate bond with the little dog, a close master-servant connection. With a mere thought, he could decide its life or death. Zhang Liang could perceive whatever the little dog wanted. Master, I'm hungry, a voice echoed in Zhang Liang's mind. He gave the dog a piece of meat, which it wolfed down. What species it was Zhang Liang had no idea. It looked like a dog, but not really. Zhang Liang knew that when it grew up, he would find out. Zhang Liang put the little dog into the Hongmeng bell and continued searching for a suitable place. As dusk approached, he dug a cave halfway up a mountain using his Dharma sword and sat inside to meditate. He arranged a defensive array at the cave entrance, preventing dangerous beasts from entering. The concentration of spiritual energy here was far greater than in the city. After a night of cultivation, he had indeed made considerable progress. The next day, Zhang Liang pressed on. Inside the Hongmeng bell space, he designated a limited area for the little dog to move around. He would not let it roam freely. All his treasures were stored there, and he could not afford to have them damaged by the dog. Zhang Liang also killed a wolf, skinned and cleaned it, and gave the meat to the little dog so it wouldn't starve. As Zhang Liang walked forward, he suddenly heard roars of beasts and shouts of humans ahead. Roar! Ah, beast! How dare you! Zhang Liang stealthily approached. About 100 meters away, he saw clearly a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe was locked in combat with a leopard. The leopard was as large as an ox, swift in movement with claws as sharp as daggers. The Taoist wielded a precious sword, and the two were evenly matched. But it seemed the Taoist was faltering. He had sustained some injuries. One arm had been clawed by the leopard blood gut. Though the leopard was also wounded, it remained fast and powerful. It attacked the Taoist, repeatedly placing him in imminent danger. If he could not kill the leopard, he would die. He struggled on with difficulty. Zhang Liang could not stand idly by. He took out a spirit spear, leaped forward, and thrust the spear at the leopard. The leopard dodged, but the spear still grazed its body. Roar! The leopard was furious, thinking, why are you interfering? He'll kill you first. It turned and pounced on Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang swung the spear like an iron club and smashed it toward the leopard. Smack! The blow struck the leopard's head, sending it tumbling. The leopard scrambled up, shook its head, feeling dazed and dizzy. Zhang Liang's spear strike was heavy. Growl! The leopard leaped again to attack Zhang Liang. This time Zhang Liang did not swing. He steadied the spear and thrust it toward the leopard's lower abdomen. Thud! Half the spear sank into the leopard's belly. The tremendous inertia pushed Zhang Liang back more than 10 zhang. Zhang Liang steadied himself, then pulled the spear out with force. The leopard's abdomen was left with a gaping hole, blood spurting out. It tried to flee, but its strength quickly ebbed. After a few steps, it collapsed and died. This was a full-grown leopard which had barely awakened its intelligence. It knew some breathing techniques, but had not yet reached foundation establishment, a first-rank spirit beast. Many thanks, Taoist, for saving my life. May I ask your honored name? The Taoist clasped his hands. I am also from China. My name is Zhang Liang. It was nothing. No need for thanks. Zhang Liang returned the salute. Life and death are never trivial. Your life-saving grace, fellow Taoist, I will never forget. I am Wei Tong of the Kunlun sect. If you do not despise it, I have a flask of fine wine. Would you care to taste it? He handed over a gourd of wine. Zhang Liang took out 2 cups, poured 2 drinks, handed one to Wei Tong, and raised the other to his lips. The wine was sweet, rich, and potent. Excellent wine. Did you brew it yourself? Not at all. I bought it in town. It's said to be made from pure grains and blended with fresh fruit. The flavor is indeed good. Wei Tong replied. Good. Let me roast some leopard meat to go with the wine. Zhang Liang said. He skinned the leopard, washed the meat, and grilled some. He also brought out the little black dog and gave it a piece. Haha, fellow Taoist, you keep a little dog. Wei Tong chuckled. I found it in the mountains, just keeping it as a pet. Zhang Liang took another sip and casually asked, which sect does Brother Wei belong to? I am from the Kunlun sect. This time I came out to travel without a companion. Thanks to your intervention, fellow Taoist. Wei Tong said. How many cultivators of Brother Wei's caliber are there in the Kunlun sect? Zhang Liang inquired. I am only an ordinary disciple. One with your strength, fellow Taoist, would probably rank as an elder in our sect. Our Kunlun sect has over 2,000 disciples, 10 elders, and the sect leader is in constant seclusion, cultivating, rarely coming out. Wei Tong replied. From his aura, the Kunlun sect was a true cultivation sect. Zhang Liang asked. Then is your sect leader a foundation establishment cultivator? Fellow Taoist, you are indeed a cultivator. You even know this. Wei Tong exclaimed. Now the spiritual energy on Blue Star is thin, and the path to longevity is dim. I am already over 40, yet still at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. I see you are so young, yet your cultivation surpasses mine. Truly a prodigy. Wei Tong added. Not at all. I merely encountered fortuitous opportunities. Zhang Liang waved his hand. Brother, have you heard how one might travel to the cultivation world? At the back mountain of my Kunlun sect, there is a teleportation array leading to the cultivation realm. However, according to my master, one must at least reach foundation establishment before going. Otherwise, the teleportation will shatter one's body and soul. Wei Tong said. When I need to use the teleportation array in the future, could Brother Wei perhaps put in a good word for me? Zhang Liang asked. Brother Zhang, you saved my life. I will never forget your grace. Even if my own words carry little weight, I have my master. My master Wu Changwei is the great elder of the Kunlun sect. Such a matter is within his authority. However, using the teleportation array requires spirit stones. Wei Tong said. Oh, how many spirit stones are needed? Zhang Liang asked. I don't know the exact number, but it must be But don't worry, even if you lack enough spirit stones, my master can help pay. He dotes on his disciples, and you saved my life. Wei Tong said. The two ate beast meat and drank wine, chatting until dusk. They found a small cave and blocked the entrance with. Zhang Liang also set up a defensive array before resting. Brother Zhang, you are truly versatile, even knowledgeable in arrays. Wei Tong praised. Not at all. I only know some simple arrays, just a smattering. Zhang Liang waved his hand. The two sat cross-legged, conversing more and more intimately. Finally, Wei Tong proposed that they become sworn. Zhang Liang gladly agreed. Thus they lit 3 stalks of grass as incense, planted them in the earth, knelt down, and swore to heaven. I, Zhang Liang Wei Tong, hereby swear brotherhood with Wei Tong Zhang Liang. Let heaven bear witness, from this day we share hardships and never betray each other. We may not have been born on the same day, but we wish to die on the same day. If we break this oath, may heaven and earth reject us. After taking the oath, the two rose, and Zhang Liang once again knelt in worship to his elder brother Wei Tong. Wei Tong's face flushed. As the elder brother, I have no precious gift to give my younger brother. He took out a jade pendant from his person and said, this jade pendant is a protective Dharma artifact crafted by my master. I give it to you, worthy brother. Everyone in the Kunlun sect recognizes it. Should you encounter them in the future, they will treat you kindly. Zhang Liang accepted the jade pendant with both hands. Thank you, elder brother, for this generous gift. Given by his master, its significance was self-evident. Wei Tong was indeed an honest man. Zhang Liang took out a storage ring and handed it to Wei Tong. Elder brother, this is a storage ring I crafted myself. It has a space of 10 cubic meters. Please accept it as a meeting gift. Inside there is a Dharma saber. During the fight, Wei Tong had been holding a low-grade Dharma sword. Zhang Liang deduced that Wei Tong had no storage artifact, so he gave him a storage ring and a mid-grade Dharma saber. Worthy brother, you are truly a genius. You can even forge storage artifacts. Then I, your unworthy elder brother, will accept it with gratitude. Wei Tong took the storage ring, performed a blood binding, and laughed with joy. He weighed the Dharma saber. What a fine blade. This is a mid-grade Dharma artifact, far better than my low-grade Dharma sword. I have truly found a worthy younger brother. Wei Tong said happily. Elder brother, no need to be polite. Your younger brother still looks to you for assistance to teleport to the cultivation world. Zhang Liang remarked. Leave it to me, brother. Fortunately, there's nothing pressing. Why not come with me to the Kunlun sect and pay respects to my master? When that time comes, he will surely invite you to join the sect. Wei Tong said. I need not join the sect, just let me use the teleportation array. Zhang Liang replied. Worthy brother, you are extraordinarily intelligent. Why can you not see this? Joining the sect will make it a sure thing to use the teleportation array. And it might even be free. Wei Tong added. Then I must trouble you, elder brother, to introduce me to your esteemed master. I too wish to meet a senior expert. Zhang Liang replied, thinking it would be good to see a high-level cultivator. Ever since he began cultivation, he had been exploring entirely on his own. Though he had merged with a remnant soul of a mighty being, and possessed many techniques and knowledge in his mind, he had still seen few true experts with his own eyes. Thus, with Wei Tong leading the way, they headed straight for the Kunlun sect. Zhang Liang resolved to see the situation, and if necessary seize the moment to go directly to the cultivation world. Once his cultivation was higher, he would return to fetch his parents and 5 girlfriends. As for the danger within the teleportation array with the Hongmeng bell protecting him, he deemed it manageable. They traveled for some time until they arrived before a mountain. Wei Tong took out a token, pressed it against the cliff, and immediately the mountain gate of the Kunlun sect was revealed. So there was a formation here that required the Kunlun sect's token to open. Those not of the Kunlun sect simply could not enter. The sect spanned several hundred li in circumference with dozens of large and small peaks. In the central area stood 12 great peaks, with one centered and the tallest named the Kunlun main peak. Within the Kunlun sect, the concentration of spiritual energy was noticeably much higher. Exotic flowers and rare plants abounded everywhere, the scenery breathtaking. In the valleys, streams murmured crystal clear to the bottom. Fish leaped in the water and various fruit trees grew on the banks. The other 11 peaks surrounded it in a protective formation. To the east of the main peak was Zhaoyang Peak, the second peak of the Kunlun sect, the cultivation dojo of Grand Elder Wu Changwei. Wu Changwei was a late foundation establishment stage cultivator. He had 6 great disciples, with Wei Tong ranking 3rd. Wei Tong led Zhang Liang to the summit and said, Worthy brother, wait here while I report to the master. With that, Wei Tong entered the towering and majestic Zhaoyang Hall. Before long he came out and said, Worthy brother, come quickly with me to pay respects to my master, the Kunlun sect Grand Elder Wu Changwei. Entering the main hall, they saw a tiger skin thrown at the seat of honor, where a spirited old man in his 50s sat upright. Zhang Liang bowed and said, Junior Zhang Liang pays respects to Senior Wu. Your arrival is abrupt. I apologize for disturbing your cultivation. Young friend Zhang, please rise. You saved my disciple and became sworn brothers. You are certainly no outsider. Please have a seat so we may converse. As Wu Changwei spoke, he waved his hand, and a surge of true qi lifted Zhang Liang to his feet. Zhang Liang was startled. A late Foundation establishment cultivator indeed possessed formidable power. Someone served tea to young friend Zhang. Immediately a disciple brought tea for Zhang Liang. Wu Changwei was tall with a ruddy complexion and a cheerful disposition. He appraised Zhang Liang briefly and said, Young friend Zhang, at less than 20 years of age you have already reached the 7th level of qi refining. Truly a cultivation prodigy. Who is your master? My master was a wandering Taoist, his whereabouts uncertain. After imparting his techniques to me, he departed without even revealing his name. When he left, he trod directly upon auspicious clouds. Zhang Liang fabricated a master. In unfamiliar lands, having a powerful master would deter others from bullying him. Only cultivators at the golden core stage and above could tread on auspicious clouds. Zhang Liang's statement was a well-intentioned lie. Young friend Zhang, would you like to join the Kunlun sect? Wu Changwei asked. Of course I would, but I am still a student. After I graduate from university, I shall join the Kunlun sect. At that time I will have to trouble you, senior, to introduce me. Zhang Liang replied. His ambition lay in the cultivation world. What point was there in joining the Kunlun sect? He could only postpone it. Senior, the Kunlun sect has a teleportation array leading to the cultivation world. Has anyone ever been teleported there? Zhang Liang asked. Wu Changwei smiled. Decades ago, 2 elders of our sect, both at the late Foundation establishment stage, were teleported there. As for what happened to them there, we do not know. However, according to the sect's ancient records, the cultivation world is a place where the strong prey on the weak and conflicts are endless. It is best not to go when your strength is too low. It's advisable to cultivate to at least the golden core stage before going, so you have the ability to protect yourself. Zhang Liang knew Wu Changwei was right. The cultivation world was indeed a harsh place where the strong ruled and battles never ceased. Yet it is precisely the most perilous environments that hone a person best. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms. A steed reared in a courtyard cannot become a master of the cultivation world without experiencing battle. If I go to the cultivation world, carve out a domain, and then return to fetch my family and girlfriends, would I not be better able to protect them? These innermost thoughts he kept to himself. How many spirit stones are needed for a single use of that teleportation array? Zhang Liang asked in a seemingly casual tone. The teleportation requires medium-grade spirit stones. Your cultivation is still low now, don't dwell on it too much. If you wish to have a look, Wei Tong can take you there. 2 disciples guard the place, speak to them courteously. Wu Chang, yes, senior. Zhang Liang bowed respectfully. Wu Changwei genuinely liked Zhang Liang, but since the young man was still in school and unwilling to join the Kunlun sect for now, there was nothing he could do. Therefore he took out his own token and handed it to Wei Tong. Take young friend Zhang to see the teleportation array. With my token they won't stop you. Having given his instructions, Wu Changwei returned to his room to cultivate. Wei Tong and Zhang Liang drank tea for a while, then rose and went outside. Wei Tong introduced Zhang Liang to his other fellow disciples, and Zhang Liang greeted them politely. The two descended Zhaoyang Peak and headed straight for Shengxian Peak in the rear. Because the teleportation array was located there, the peak was named Shengxian Peak, ascending Immortal Peak. In truth, this peak was not among the 12 great peaks. Now that there were no others around, Zhang Liang spoke frankly. Brother Wei, I want to teleport to the cultivation world. Now that we have your master's token, I presume no one will stop us, right? Wei Tong was astonished. You must be joking. You are only at the 7th level of qi refining. The spatial forces inside the teleportation channel will tear you apart. And the cultivation world is a place of ruthless predation. Brother Wei, I would not do anything without certainty. I have a protective treasure that can neutralize the dangers within the array. As for the brutality of the cultivation world, I am well aware. But even if I wait countless years and cultivate to the golden core stage, would I be invincible there? Danger is ever present. The key is to face it, overcome hardships, and thereby cultivate the great Tao and pursue immortality. Zhang Liang spoke with sincerity. Worthy brother, your words are truly golden, awakening the deaf. My master only seeks peace and dares not venture to the cultivation world. But without a fearless heart and a fighting spirit, when will one ever attain the Tao and achieve eternal life? Wei Tong was moved by Zhang Liang's words. Does my worthy brother have spirit stones? Without them, the teleportation array cannot be activated. Wei Tong asked. I have spirit stones, several thousand medium-grade ones. Surely not that many are needed. Zhang Liang inquired. I don't know either, but it shouldn't require that many. am determined. He'll go with you. Once in the cultivation world, Big Brother will follow you. You must not despise me. Wei Tong declared. Zhang Liang looked at this elder brother who was about the same age as his father and found it amusing. He himself was only 19 while Wei Tong was over 40 and wanted to follow him. The two sped swiftly to Shengxian Peak at the rear, where over a dozen disciples took turns guarding the teleportation array. Seeing Wei Tong, they all recognized him. Isn't this junior brother Wei? What brings you to Shengxian Peak? Asked a burly cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining. I come at my master's order to inspect the teleportation array. Carry on as you were, we simply wish to have a look. Wei Tong brandished his master's token. With the Grand Elder's token, the guarding disciples asked no further questions and turned away to chat. Only Zhang Liang and Wei Tong remained. Zhang Liang examined the teleportation array. It was a medium-sized long-distance teleportation array about 2 zhang in diameter. The array was engraved with complex patterns that Zhang Liang could not decipher in a short time. Around the array were 4 grooves for spirit stones. Zhang Liang took out medium-grade spirit stones and filled the grooves using 200 stones in total. Wei Tong said, "Worthy brother, perhaps I should not go just yet. Your family has not been informed. Very well then, I must trouble you, elder brother, to go to my home and inform my parents as well as my girlfriends Lu Qianqian and the others." Zhang Liang produced a letter which he had prepared in advance bearing his home address and Lu Qianqian's phone number. Now that Wei Tong was not going, there would be someone to deliver the news. A perfect outcome. In truth, Wei Tong did not want to go, not because of reluctance, but for Zhang Liang's sake. His family would be frantic without news. Zhang Liang then took out a storage pouch and handed it to Wei Tong. Inside were his bank card, 10,000 spirit stones and some pills. After he left, his parents and girlfriends would still need to cultivate. Elder brother, give this storage pouch to my parents. I will return in 3 years. Until then, Zhang Liang said, rest assured, worthy brother, I will take care of things at home. Take good care of yourself. Wei Tong urged. Elder brother, I entrust this to you. See you in 3 years. Zhang Liang steeled his heart, decisively activated the teleportation array. White light flared, and Zhang Liang quickly entered the Hongmeng Bell space. A humming sound arose, and Zhang Liang vanished from the array. Wei Tong slapped his thigh in dismay. What have I done? How am I to explain this to my master? Alas! Now I must go to Zhang Liang's home to see his parents and call Lu Qianqian. Zhang Liang, hidden within the Hongmeng Bell space, opened an outward view and saw the terrifying currents inside the teleportation channel. A wave of fear swept over him. Without the Hongmeng Bell, how could he, a mere Qi refining 7th level cultivator, dare enter the teleportation array? A full half-hour passed before the teleportation ceased. Zhang Liang looked around. He was inside a cave, pitch black. The entrance was probably sealed. He stepped down from the teleportation array and looked back. This side's array was identical to the one on launching. He extended his divine sense and found that the cave was quite large, leading to the mountainside of a peak outside. The cave was clean. Zhang Liang took a Qi gathering pill and sat in meditation to regulate his breathing. He took a robe from the Hongmeng Bell space and put it on. Now, he looked like a true cultivator of this world. On his hand, he wore a storage ring containing several dozen spirit stones, some pills, 2 robes, and a magical longsword. Cautiously, Zhang Liang emerged from the cave, then turned back to seal the entrance and placed an illusion array. At first glance, there appeared to be no cave at all, only wild grass. He left a spiritual imprint here, planning to return for his loved ones on launching once his cultivation was higher. Since his cultivation was still low, he dared not fly on his sword, but instead wove through the mountain forests. Indeed, the spiritual energy here was far denser. Even without intentional cultivation, wisps of Qi seeped into his body. Occasionally, he would find a medicinal herb among the forests. However, most were only a few decades or 100 years old. 1,000-year-old herbs were only found in remote, untouched places. Even these common herbs would be priceless on launching. Zhang Liang ran through the forest for a long time, finding several medicinal herbs, but he could not seem to escape this mountain range. Just then the sound of fighting came from ahead. Zhang Liang extended his divine sense and saw a fierce-looking middle-aged man blocking 2 female cultivators, spewing obscenities. 2 little beauties, why not come with me? I promise you'll have the time of your lives. Ha ha ha. Both of you will be my concubines. Bah, shameless fiend. Watch the sword. The 2 girls gripped their long swords and engaged the middle-aged man in combat. But the difference in strength was too great. The middle-aged man was at the 8th level of Qi refining with great strength. One girl, about 20, was breathtakingly beautiful and at the 6th level of Qi refining. The other girl, around 18 or 19, was at the 5th level of Qi refining. Both were beaten back repeatedly, on the verge of being captured by the man. Seeing this, Zhang Liang felt that one must help the oppressed and uphold justice, especially as a cultivator. He crept closer, concealing his aura and affixing an invisibility talisman. It was a shrewd approach. By sheer force, he was no match for his opponent. A newcomer to the cultivation world, he wanted to avoid making enemies unnecessarily. He He swiftly approached the brutal man just as the sixth-level Bowtie's longsword was knocked away, eliciting a cry of alarm. "Ah!" she gasped and stumbled back. "Little beauty, stop running. Come to me." "Ha ha ha." The rogue reached out to seize her. But Zhang Liang's longsword arrived. As his sword thrust forward with a whistling sound, the rogue sensed the danger and twisted aside. The blade missed its mark. The sword pierced the rogue's ribs, leaving a cut half a foot long and 2 inches deep, with blood gushing forth. "Ah, who's lurking there, too cowardly to show your face?" Zhang Liang removed the invisibility talisman, revealing his true appearance. Since the rogue would not escape today, there was no need to hide. A cultivator who bullies women deserves death. Zhang Liang cursed, brandishing his long sword and unleashing the lightning sword technique against the rogue. Wounded, the rogue was no match for Zhang Liang. Clutching his wound with one hand and his sword in the other, he retreated while fighting, trying to flee. The two girls, now with an ally, also joined in with their swords to surround the rogue. Before long, the rogue was struck several more times and fell dead. Zhang Liang retrieved his storage pouch and magical longsword. He conjured a ball of fire to incinerate the corpse lest someone seek revenge. After a while, the Kunlun sect held a banquet in the side hall to welcome Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang proposed that in a few days he would take the teleportation array back to the cultivation world. The Kunlun sect will be awaiting fellow Taoist Zhang at any time. When the time comes, some of us will also head to the cultivation world. Once there, we will rely on your help. Yushuzi said. Certainly. We are fellow cultivators from the same place, so it is only natural that we look out for one another. Zhang Liang replied. After the meal, everyone became familiar with each other. Zhang Liang took his leave, and Yushuzi sent someone to escort him. Leaving the Kunlun Mountains, he arrived at Jimura City in Qinghai Province. Zhang Liang found a hotel. After settling in, he took out his phone and charged it. He called his parents. Is it Liangzi? Where are you? His mother Li Ping asked anxiously. Don't worry, Mom. I've returned from the cultivation world. I'm staying in Jimura today and will come home tomorrow. Zhang Liang said. He also called Lu Qianqian, Shun Yichang Ri and Song Yujiao and son Li Hua respectively. He told them to come to his home in Taizhou City the next day. Then he called Longhauren Central Theater Commander Chang Juanfeng and Southeast Theater Commander Li Kachin. He explained to them what had happened over the past 2 years and his decision to resign. The next day, Zhang Liang cast an invisibility spell and flew back to Taizhou City on auspicious clouds from the sky. Back at his home, Zhang Zhanyong and Li Ping saw their son return, and the family wept with joy. He called his younger sister to come back as well. Zhang Liang discussed with his parents and sister the plan for the whole family to go to the cultivation world in pursuit of the great path of immortality. His parents and sister were all willing. Who wouldn't want to attain immortality and become an immortal? At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lu Qianqian, Shun Yi and Song Yujiao arrived. They embraced Zhang Liang with tears of excitement. Having not seen him for 2 years, they were already Qi Refinement 7th layer cultivators. At 11 o'clock, Sun Li Hua and Chang Ruyan also arrived one after another. Both of them hugged Zhang Liang, reluctant to let go for a long time. At noon, everyone went to a large restaurant. While eating, Zhang Liang recounted to everyone the events of the past 2 years. He told them about marrying Dong Yumei, joining the Alchemy Alliance, and opening the Fragrant Alchemy Pavilion in Luzhou City, among other things. He also informed them that he was now a Golden Core initial stage cultivator. Then Zhang Liang discussed with his girlfriends the plan to take everyone to the cultivation world. Furthermore, before leaving for the cultivation world, Zhang Liang intended to hold a wedding ceremony with his 5 girlfriends. However, the girlfriends needed to discuss this with their parents first. They themselves were willing, but would their parents have any objections? The next day, Zhang Liang first went to see Lu Qianqian's parents. Lu Qianqian's parents, Lu Zhibua and Dong Xiumei, had both broken through to the Qi Refinement 6th layer. They were overjoyed to see Zhang Liang. They invited Zhang Liang into the living room, and Dong Xiumei poured tea for her son-in-law, expressing her concern. Zhang Liang told them that he would take them to the cultivation world, and that there would be a wedding ceremony before their departure. Lu Zhibua and his wife were very happy and expressed no objections. Lu Zhibua asked, Zhang Liang, what is your cultivation level now? Uncle Lu, I am now at the Golden Core stage. I can fly in the air without a sword. Golden Core cultivators have a lifespan of 500 years, and with further cultivation their lifespan will double. Zhang Liang replied, Good. Our whole family will go with you. Nothing is more important than the great path of immortality. My son is still a junior high school student. Can he come too? We can't bear to leave him behind. Dong Xiumei asked. Of course. You can buy him high school textbooks. In the cultivation world, he can practice and study at the same time. Zhang Liang suggested. With the wedding plans settled, the next step was to prepare for the event. Zhang Liang took out 2 boxes of gold bars and gave them to Lu Zhibua as a betrothal gift. Next, Zhang Liang went to Chun Yi's home, son Li Hua's home, the Song family in Kyoto, and then to the Central Theater to meet Chang Junfeng to discuss the wedding arrangements. Chang Junfeng called over Chang Ruyan's father Chang Xinghua and mother Lu Yanfeng. As soon as they saw Zhang Liang, the couple took a liking to him. Zhang Liang told them about his plan to take everyone to the cultivation world, and the couple agreed. He also mentioned the wedding, and they were very open-minded. They understood that the cultivation world practiced polygamy. They raised no objections. Zhang Liang imparted cultivation techniques to them and guided them into the path. Then he gave each of them a storage ring. He also gave them 2 boxes of gold bars as a betrothal gift and several bottles of top-grade qi gathering pills for their cultivation. Zhang Liang gave each father-in-law 2 boxes of gold bars as the betrothal gift. Then he set the wedding date for 3 days later to be held at his villa. The banquet was booked at the largest hotel in Taizhou City, the Haojue Grand Hotel. Zhang Liang called Long Haoran Li Kachin and Zhou Hanyan the secretary of the Taizhou Municipal Party Committee. He also called his 3 university roommates Ming Zifan Chen Bin and Luo Xiangyu, and his junior high school friend Meng Hai. Central Theater Commander Chang Junfeng became his grandfather-in-law. However, Zhang Liang also called him to inform him of the wedding time. He also called Vice Chief Instructor Li Qingwang, Deputy Commander Lu Yufa, and Chief of Staff Song Zihua. 3 days later the grand wedding began. Friends from all sides arrived. Many people whom Zhang Liang had not called also came. Municipal Party Committee Secretary Zhou Hanyan brought Discipline Inspection Secretary Bu Yunqing Public Security Bureau Chief Wu Lei and Taizhou City Mayor Shuilong. Long Haoran brought Deputy Leader Duan Tianping, several squadron leaders, and Zhang Liang's Special Forces team. Southeast Theater Commander Li Kachin brought Deputy Commander Zhang Mengfang, Chief of Staff Meng Guangda, and Chief Instructor Yang Linpeng. Long Haoran raised his hand, and the Special Forces members served tea and water, helping to seat the guests. The courtyard of the villa was filled with guests from all walks of life. Seeing that most of his friends had arrived, Zhang Liang said loudly, "Let me say a few words first. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my wedding. I want to announce something. 3 days after the wedding, I will take my family to the cultivation world. All who are here today, if you are willing to come, I can take you along. And once there, I will take care of you. If anyone has any difficulties, you can tell me in the next 2 days. I will help solve them." After Zhang Liang finished speaking, the wedding began. Zhang Liang and Lu Qianxian, Chen Yisong, Yu Jiaochang Ruyan, and Sun Lihua performed the ancient ceremony of bowing to heaven and earth. The 5 pairs of parents-in-law each gave Zhang Liang a dress-changing money, and Zhang Liang kowed out to each one, calling them father and mother. Zhang Zhanyong and Li Ping gave red envelopes to the 5 daughters-in-law, and the 5 girls also called them father and mother. After that, everyone drove to the Haojue Grand Hotel. The Dragon Group's special forces no longer had to act as waiters and also took their seats. Zhang Liang was not short of money, so he ordered the best banquet. Uniformly national seller Matai liquor and the finest Huazi cigarettes. The guests present today were all major figures. Long Haoran, Chang Junfeng, and Li Kachin were all 3-star generals. Also present were the main local leaders of Taizhou City, including the Municipal Party Committee Secretary and the Mayor. As for inspections regarding lavish eating and drinking with Long Haoran here, who would dare to cause trouble? The hotel manager did not dare to be negligent and personally directed the serving. The feast lasted for several hours before ending. Zhang Liang saw off friends from all sides and urged his 5 parents-in-law to go back and distribute their household assets to their relatives. As for the real estate, they could keep it if they wished. In the future, it would be convenient for everyone to come back and visit. In the cultivation world, money from here would be useless. Their spirit stones were used. As a son-in-law, Zhang Liang naturally gave them some spirit stones. As for pills, he would supply them as well. This was easy for Zhang Liang to do. "This fellow cultivator, my deepest gratitude for saving our lives. Not far from this mountain lies Panstone Town. My family resides there. Please honor us with your presence at our home. My father will surely express his profound appreciation for your heroic intervention." The graceful young woman in her early 20s said warmly to Zhang Liang, "There is no need for such formality. I merely acted on instinct. To draw one's blade for justice when witnessing injustice is the very duty of a Tao cultivator." Zhang Liang replied. The other girl added, "Brother is truly a man of virtue. In this age, most people shy away from trouble the moment they see it. Few dare to involve themselves in another's plight. Genuine souls like you grow ever rarer. We sisters ventured out for leisure without our family escorts, and nearly failed to return." Indeed, the younger sister was also exquisite in appearance. Yet her figure was more slender, less voluptuous and mature than her elder sisters. Having just arrived in this realm, Zhang Liang knew little of the cultivation world. Since this offered a convenient place to stay, he accepted gracefully. "I am Zhang Liang, traveling through these lands. I humbly beg your indulgence, and that of your family." "Not at all. Please follow us," said the taller young woman. Along the way, through conversation, Zhang Liang learned they were in the eastern continent of the eternal cultivation realm. The mountain they had just crossed was called Luoxia Mountain, a vast range spanning thousands of li. Strangers unfamiliar with its terrain would easily lose their way within. Fortunately, Zhang Liang's timely aid had led them safely out. The 2 sisters were named Dongfang Yumei and Dongfang Mingzhu. Their father, Dongfang Yunlong, was over 50 and had 2 daughters and 1 son. Their brother Dongfang Mingliang, age 16, had reached the third layer of qi refinement and remained at home cultivating. The sisters had set out for recreation, but unable to resist temptation wandered into the Luoxiao Mountains. Panstone Town was the largest settlement for hundreds of li, home to several thousand souls, most of whom were cultivators. Ordinary mortals were few. The town boasted two main thoroughfares, one running east-west, the other north-south, lined with shops, robe emporiums, weapon forges, pill dispensaries, and general stores. The general store, as its name implied, sold pills, spirit artifacts, spirit herbs, spirit grasses, and more. The Dongfang clan occupied dozens of mu of land with dozens of blood relatives and over 100 cultivated retainers. They were the preeminent power in Panstone Town. Dongfang Yunlong had 3 younger brothers, all Foundation establishment cultivators, while he himself had attained the Golden Core stage. No one in Panstone Town dared provoke the Dongfang clan. Fully half the town's commerce belonged to them. Cultivators returning from mountain expeditions gathered spirit herbs to herb shops, then purchased pills in turn. With flourishing progeny and abundant wealth, the Dongfang clan's influence continued to expand. Entering their grand compound revealed nested courtyards within courtyards. Pavilions rose amid winding corridors, the artificial mountains and grotesque stones stood beside arched bridges over rippling streams. Maids and servants moved briskly through the gardens, serving tea and meals to their masters. Dongfang Yumei and Dongfang Mingzhu escorted Zhang Liang to the great hall at the northern end of the compound and entered to announce his arrival. Zhang Liang waited outside until a servant at the third layer of qi refinement approached him. "Master Zhang, our master requests your presence." Zhang Liang stepped into the vast hall where an elderly man in his 50s sat upon the central dais. His complexion like polished jade, streaks of silver in his hair, his aura calm and serene, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Zhang Liang bowed deeply. "This junior Zhang Liang intrudes uninvited, disturbing your serene cultivation. Young Master Zhang, please do not stand on ceremony. You saved my 2 daughters, a boon beyond measure to the Dongfang clan. Pray be seated." Dongfang Yunlong rose and raised his hands lightly, effortlessly lifting Zhang Liang upright with a soft, perfectly calibrated force. The unfathomable depth of a golden core powerhouse's strength was palpable. Zhang Liang noticed immediately that a seat had already been prepared for him, the foremost position among the Western guest seats. Composed yet respectful, Zhang Liang took his seat and lifted a cup of tea. Earlier, at a general store along the main street, he had purchased 2 maps, one of the eternal cultivation realm, the other of its eastern continent. Zhang Liang possessed keen cartographic intuition. After studying them, he gained clear bearings. Panstone Town lay within Luzhou Prefecture, the easternmost domain under Luzhou's jurisdiction. West of Luzhou's territory fell under Jizhou Prefecture's administration. "Might I inquire, young Master Zhang, whence you hail, and what brings you so far afield?" Dongfang Yunlong asked with a warm smile. "This junior hails from Jizhou City, traveling abroad for cultivation refinement, and happened to pass through here," Zhang Liang replied. "Oh, a native of Jizhou? To journey so far for mere travel?" Dongfang Yunlong expressed astonishment. "Indeed. My venerable master once taught me walk 10,000 li, read 10,000 scrolls. Only thus may one deepen wisdom and forge true mastery." Zhang Liang improvised freely. "Well spoken. Later I shall have light wine prepared. I must personally toast you in gratitude for saving my daughters' lives," Dongfang Yunlong declared. Before long the banquet was laid. Zhang Liang was ushered to the feast where Dongfang Yunlong repeatedly honored him with toasts, his sincerity unmistakable. Dongfang Yunlong invited Zhang Liang to remain longer. Zhang Liang graciously accepted. Upon the banquet's conclusion, he was assigned a quiet courtyard residence. The courtyard held a 2-story pavilion with 5 bays adorned with rare blossoms, exotic herbs, and a small grove of emerald bamboo. Poetically arranged, elegant, and serene, an ideal sanctuary for Dao cultivation. After settling in, 2 maids arrived to attend to Zhang Liang's daily needs. The air here brimmed with dense spiritual energy. He meditated daily in his chamber, and within days his cultivation advanced to the late 7th layer of qi refinement. Beyond meditation, he occasionally practiced sword forms. One day Dongfang Yumei visited. "Elder brother Zhang, I hope I'm not disturbing your cultivation. To be graced by such a peerless lady is a fortune earned across 3 lifetimes." Zhang Liang teased playfully. They sat together beneath the garden pavilion, served tea by attentive maids, conversing casually. An hour passed before Dongfang Yumei departed. Occasionally, when Zhang Liang grew restless, Dongfang Yunlong would assign household retainers to accompany him on walks. Half a month later, the Dongfang clan steward Dongfang Su arrived. After inviting him to sit, Zhang Liang asked, "Master Dongfang, your esteemed presence honors me. What guidance might you offer?" "Far from guidance, I bring a proposal. Our master, profoundly grateful for your rescue of both young mistresses, wishes to bestow his elder daughter, Dongfang Yumei, upon you in marriage. What say you?" Dongfang Su said, "The Lord Dongfang is a pillar of this region, his daughter a celestial beauty. This junior could ask for nothing more. Yet one matter must be addressed forthwith. I am already bound by betrothals, not to one but several. Kindly convey this to your master. So long as he bears no prejudice, I accept wholeheartedly. One assurance I offer: my wives hold equal status. None shall serve as concubines. Zhang Liang. Dongfang Yume was indeed breathtaking. Her figure alluring and radiant, her face like a lotus blossom, a peerless beauty whose grace rivaled legend. Alone in this cultivation realm, Zhang Liang truly welcomed such companionship. Dongfang Su returned to report to Dongfang Yunlong. Days later he arrived again bearing glad tidings. Congratulations, Master Zhang. Our master has resolved to wed his elder daughter to you. Let us now discuss auspicious dates for the ceremony. My deepest thanks for your diligent efforts, steward. Zhang Liang handed him a storage pouch containing 1,000 spirit stones. A token of appreciation for your role as matchmaker. Very well, I shall gladly accept. Dongfang Su accepted the gift without hesitation. Zhang Liang then presented a storage ring holding 10,000 spirit stones, 10 chests of gold ingots, a supreme-grade spirit artifact longsword, and 50 vials of supreme-grade chi accumulation pills. Traveling afar, my cultivation remains modest. These modest offerings serve as my betrothal gifts. After inspecting the contents with his divine sense, Dongfang Su remarked, Master Zhang's generosity is extraordinary. I shall inform our master immediately. The wedding shall soon commence. You need only await your nuptial night. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Su departed. The wedding date was swiftly set. The bridal chamber would be Dongfang Yume's embroidered tower, 3 days hence. Dongfang Yunlong dispatched invitations far and wide, summoning kin and friends. Lanterns glowed crimson throughout the clan compound, red carpets lined the paths, and drums and flutes filled the air with jubilant music. On the wedding day, a ceremonial robe was specially tailored for Zhang Liang, complete with a crimson embroidered ball pinned to his chest. He beamed with joy. Dongfang Yunlong stood in the courtyard greeting guests personally. Steward Dongfang Su welcomed arrivals at the gate and guided them to their seats. The great hall overflowed, so festive canopies were erected in the courtyard laden with banquet tables. Once feasting began, Dongfang Yunlong and his 3 brothers circulated among guests, offering toasts. Cheers and felicitations echoed everywhere. The banquet lasted until the hour of the dog, when guests gradually took their leave. By then Zhang Liang and Dongfang Yume had already retired to their bridal chamber, sharing the ceremonial wine. They distributed generous rewards to the maids and servants, then sat together tenderly, whispering sweet words while Zhang Liang revealed his origins to his new bride. You hail from Blue Star? That matters not. I cherish you, not your homeland. When possible, let us invite your parents and sisters to join us. How wonderful it would be to live together as one family. Truly you are a woman of remarkable understanding. I vow to treasure you always. They spoke deep into the night, until the hour of the rat, before retreating behind the crimson silk canopy. Though the spring night was brief, Zhang Liang, no novice in matters of love, moved with the tireless diligence of a bee gathering nectar from blossoms. The next day, long after sunrise, Zhang Liang and Dongfang Yume dressed formally and proceeded to the main hall to pay respects to her father Dongfang Yunlong and mother Lu Shuyan. Zhang Liang performed the full ceremonial bow, but the elder couple extended their hands to assist him. Seeing Zhang Liang's distinguished bearing, their delight was boundless. Dongfang Yunlong asked, Son-in-law, among your betrothal gifts were dozens of vials of pills. Who refined them? These chi accumulation pills were refined by myself. My homeland is Blue Star, a realm where spiritual energy flows thin and spirit herbs are exceedingly scarce, Zhang Liang explained. What a paragon of talent you are. Our clan possesses a first-rank alchemist, but his pills are invariably inferior grade. Yours, however, are all supreme grade. Dongfang Yunlong exclaimed. I would be pleased to refine additional pills for the Dongfang clan, though my current alchemical furnace is but a low-grade spirit artifact nearing its end. Might your clan procure a superior one? Zhang Liang asked. Our clan's lineage spans over 2 millennia. We possess several furnaces. Come with me. Choose any. You shall have it as a gift. They entered the Dongfang clan's treasure vault, where weapons gleamed in abundance, mostly spirit artifacts with several spirit treasures. Among them stood a supreme-grade spirit treasure halberd, the Fangtian Huaji, its golden radiance dazzling. If you favor it, take it, declared father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong. Zhang Liang hefted the weapon. It weighed 500 jin, perfectly balanced. Yet mindful of propriety, he hesitated. This was his father-in-law's heirloom. Dongfang Yunlong sensed his reluctance. Take the Fangtian Huaji. It is yours. A son-in-law is half a son. Do not hesitate. Accept it. Seeing his father-in-law's earnest insistence, Zhang Liang accepted. The halberd served equally well as spear, staff, or broadsword, a formidable battlefield weapon. He thanked Dongfang Yunlong and secured it away. In a corner of the armory stood several alchemical furnaces. Zhang Liang scanned them and instantly recognized a 3-legged twared dragon sovereign cauldron. This was no mere spirit treasure. It surpassed even spirit treasures in rank. This may be a celestial artifact. It chooses its master. Many have attempted to forge a bond with it, yet none succeeded in over a millennium. Thus it has remained and used within our clan. Zhang Liang stepped forward. He recognized it instantly. This was the very cauldron of Zhang Liang of the Divine Sword Immortal Sect of the Eternal Continent. Now having merged with the residual soul of a tribulation transcendence powerhouse, he was its rightful master. He approached, extended his hand, and willed it, whereupon the cauldron shrank to palm size and floated gently into his open palm. The celestial artifact had recognized its master's return. Master, how long it has been? A childlike voice chimed softly within Zhang Liang's mind. Greetings. Zhang Liang thought back. Oh, so glad to meet you, master, chirped the voice bright. Ha ha ha. Truly the world holds wonders beyond imagination. A cauldron that defied countless others now bows to you, having awaited your return for ages. Dongfang Yunlong laughed heartily. Many thanks, father-in-law, for this priceless treasure. Zhang Liang dared not reveal the truth, that it had always been his. To do so would surely shock his father-in-law beyond measure. Having selected the furnace, he proceeded to the spirit herb repository, choosing batches of ingredients for qi accumulation pills, primordial nourishment pills, and qi gathering pills. Zhang Liang planned to attempt refining second-rank pills in his spare time. Beyond marital bliss with Dongfang Yume, his days were devoted primarily to alchemy. Within 10 days he produced over 200 vials of pills, keeping 50 for himself and gifting 150 to his father-in-law. Dongfang Yunlong rejoiced 1,500 qi accumulation pills, mostly supreme grade, with only a few mid-grade and none inferior. His skill vastly surpassed the clan's own alchemist, not only in quality but in output. Zhang Liang then commenced refining primordial nourishment pills. During this period his cultivation advanced to the early 8th layer of qi refinement, and his divine sense rivaled that of cultivators at the 9th layer. Beyond alchemy, he mastered the Fangtian Huaji, wielding it as spear, staff, or saber, until his command over it reached flawless perfection. More than 10 days passed, and Zhang Liang had refined over 2,000 Peiyuan pills. These were already second-tier pills comprising several hundred inferior grade, several hundred medium grade, and over 1,000 superior grade Peiyuan pills. Zhang Liang kept 500 superior grade pills for himself and gave the remaining 1,000-plus Peiyuan pills to his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong. The old man was overjoyed as the clan's alchemist had never managed to produce superior grade pills. Furthermore, Zhang Liang was only at the early stage of the 8th layer of qi refining when he refined second-tier pills. Some days later he concocted a batch of second-tier Jiyuan pills. Dongfang Yunlong was ecstatic. Peiyuan pills and Jiyuan pills were both used by Foundation establishment cultivators. The clan's alchemist could only refine first-tier pills and was merely a first-grade alchemist. As for Zhang Liang, he was a genuine second-grade alchemist. Apart from the Dongfang clan cultivators consuming the pills, the Dongfang family also operated a medicine shop on the main street. Previously, it was always the clan alchemist who refined first-tier pills for sale. Now with Zhang Liang's pills, the family's medicine shop flourished, earning a fortune daily. Some days later, more than a month had passed since the wedding. Zhang Liang and Dongfang Yume were deeply in love and treated each other with respect. Zhang Liang also passed on his divine sense cultivation technique, the Hongming divine sense cultivation art, to Yume. He wished to go out and travel around. He mentioned it to Yume and also informed his father-in-law. Dongfang Yunlong readily agreed. Good, it's fine to go out and see the world. Do you still have spirit stones on you? Dongfang Yunlong handed over a storage pouch containing 20,000 spirit stones. Zhang Liang did not stand on ceremony and accepted the pouch. Thank you, father-in-law. I'll be back in a few days. Zhang Liang stepped onto his flying sword and headed toward Luzhou City. Donglu City was the largest and most prosperous city within a radius of several 100,000 li. The city covered an area of 1,000 li with streets as wide as over 30 zhang. Crowds of people flowed through the streets. Some were mortals, others were from the cultivation world. However, no cultivators bullied mortals, nor did any fights break out among cultivators. The city was well ordered. Upon entering, one had to pay an entry fee of 10 spirit stones. Squads of city guards armed with spears patrolled the area. Anyone causing disorder would be arrested, and it was said they would be taken to a spirit stone mine to work. Zhang Liang thought to himself he should keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble. Being caught and sent to a mine would be terrible. As he walked, he heard cries ahead. Help! Using his divine sense, Zhang Liang saw several cultivators of the 5th and 6th layers of qi refining, grabbing a female cultivator. Behind them stood a young man in embroidered robes, shaking a feather fan. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the captured woman and shouted, "Be gentle, don't hurt my beauty. Tonight this young master will have his wedding night." Beside him, a 60-year-old mortal man was pushed to the ground, bleeding from his head. Zhang Liang realized this was a case of forcibly abducting a woman. Our friend Zhang Liang, a well-educated youth with over 10 years of schooling and a cultivator of the Tao, how could he tolerate such villainy? He immediately flew into a rage. With a loud roar in broad daylight, you dare commit violent acts. Cease at once. He dashed forward, summoned his magic sword, and executed the lightning sword technique. Poochie, Poochie. In the blink of an eye, he killed several wicked servants. That young master never expected anyone would dare attack his men. His father was Liu Beixin, the deputy city lord of Luzhou City, and he was the young city lord Liu Ming. Since the city lord Yu Wenjie was perpetually in seclusion cultivating deputy city, Lord Liu Beixin handled all affairs. Liu Beixin acted as if he were the city lord, and Liu Ming styled himself the young city lord, indulging in evil deeds every day. The city guards dared not intervene, instead detouring around as if they saw nothing. Liu Ming's lawless actions on Luzhou City streets were not a native occurrence, and no one dared to stop him. But today an ignorant newcomer like Zhang Liang arrived and killed several of the Liu household servants. This had stirred up trouble. The city guards, seeing from afar, could no longer pretend not to notice. A squad of over a dozen city guards rushed over from a distance, shouting, "Catch the murderer!" Liu Ming, only at the 6th layer of qi refining, was terrified when he saw Zhang Liang kill several servants. He screamed, "My father is city lord Liu Beixin. You dare to kill my people!" Liu Ming stumbled backward, fearing that Zhang Liang might lose all caution and kill him too. If that happened, even his father's arrival would be too late. Zhang Liang indeed wanted to kill Liu Ming and then find a way to escape. But a dozen city guards were closing and led by an early Foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing the situation was dire, Zhang Liang turned and dashed into a small alley using the earth escape technique to flee underground. He burrowed 20-odd zhang deep and fled into the distance. The city guards shouted and chased after him, but the murderer had vanished. They split up the search and sent someone back to the city lord's mansion to report. Zhang Liang knew that if the city lord's men caught him, he wouldn't even be sent to a mine. Having killed Liu's servants, he would surely be executed. He ran underground for over 1,000 zhang, without stopping, then released his divine sense to check his surroundings. He found himself near the entrance of the Luzhou City branch of the Alchemist Alliance. Zhang Liang used his disguise technique to alter his appearance, turning into another handsome young man, even more dignified and charming. He also changed into a different robe. He summoned the little black dog and gave it a piece of beef. The dog wolfed it down, wagged its little tail, and followed behind Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, with measured steps, arrived at the Alchemist Alliance gate. Being an alchemist was a lucrative profession, and the Alliance never lacked spirit stones. The Luzhou City branch of the Alchemist Alliance was built with great splendor. Above the building, 2 large characters, Alchemist Alliance, floated in an array. The entrance was magnificently decorated. Even the city lord's men had to yield to the Alliance's alchemists. The Alchemist Alliance was one of the 8 first-grade powers on the Eternal Continent's eastern region. Though it did not contend for territory, no major power dared to offend it. Many major powers were on good terms with the Alliance, as all cultivators required pills. And no faction could match the Alliance's alchemical skill. Zhang Liang planned to enter and see. If possible, he would get his alchemist certification. That way he would have a backing in the future. The Alliance building had 9 floors, and the plaza in front covered several hundred square zhang. Crossing the plaza, Zhang Liang saw alchemists coming and going. Some were first grade, others second grade. He hadn't yet seen any third-grade alchemists. In the cultivation world, 4th to 6th grade alchemists were called spirit alchemists, while those above 7th grade were known as pill kings. Zhang Liang put away the little black dog and stepped inside. The first floor hall was where the Alliance sold pills and purchased spirit herbs and plants. People were busy, and the Alliance's assistants were all working. A female cultivator in charge of reception approached and warmly greeted Zhang Liang. "Esteemed friend, do you wish to sell spirit herbs or buy pills? I want to certify as an alchemist. May I ask where I should go?" Zhang Liang noted she was at the 7th layer of qi refining, similar to himself, so he addressed her as fellow cultivator. "You want to certify as an alchemist? Then follow me," said the female cultivator. Zhang Liang followed her up the stairs to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, a spacious hall held 2 long queues. One for first-grade alchemist certification, the other for second grade. "May I ask, can I directly certify as a second-grade alchemist?" Zhang Liang inquired. "No, cultivators who have not passed the first-grade certification cannot apply for second grade," the female cultivator said. Zhang Liang actually knew this rule, as he possessed all the memories of a tribulation-transcending power of the same name. He was familiar with such common knowledge. He had asked only out of a sliver of hope. He joined the long queue for first-grade alchemists, and after waiting 2 hours, it was his turn. Someone led him to another hall where the alchemy skill test was conducted. The certification here was simple. You were given 3 sets of ingredients. If you could successfully refine a batch of pills within 2 hours, you passed the certification. Zhang Liang arrived at the designated spot, sat cross-legged, and used the pill furnace provided by the Alliance. Within half an hour, he successfully refined a batch of Juki pills. He placed 11 pills into a jade bottle and handed them to the third-grade alchemist in charge. The alchemist saw that Zhang Liang had taken only half an hour to refine a batch of Juki pills, all of superior grade. The third-grade alchemist nodded and said 11 superior-grade Juki pills completed in half an hour. Excellent. You have passed. I will now issue your alchemist badge. Zhang Liang quickly stepped forward, bowed, and said, Senior, I wish to continue and certify as a second-grade alchemist. Oh, at such a young age you want to certify as a second-grade alchemist? The third-grade alchemist asked in surprise. This third-grade alchemist was named Wen Xiuqing. In his 40s, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he had only recently broken through to third-grade alchemist. Even so, this had earned him a certain status in the Luzhou City branch. He was appointed as a steward responsible for examining first and second-grade alchemists. Wen Xiuqing greatly cherished talent, and he immediately took a liking to Zhang Liang. He waved his hand. Young friend Zhang, would you like to certify as a second-grade alchemist? Then let the examination take place right here. I have the authority to do so. Soon he had someone bring 3 sets of ingredients for Peiyuan pills and asked Zhang Liang to refine them on the spot. Zhang Liang was overjoyed. This saved him from queuing again. The refining of Peiyuan pills took him less. Skillfully he warmed the furnace, released alchemical flame, melted the ingredients, purified them, divided the pills, and condensed them. He produced 11 superior-grade Peiyuan pills and handed the bottle to Wen Xiuqing. Good. Truly a talent. You've passed. On behalf of the Alliance, I will issue your second-grade alchemist badge. Later come with me to meet the branch director, Senior Zhang Kefa. Wen Xiuqing said. Shortly after, he ordered someone to bring the second-grade alchemist badge and robe. Both first and second-grade alchemists wore gray robes. Only the second-grade robe was slightly darker, while the third-grade robe was dark gray. Zhang Liang changed into the second-grade robe and pinned on the second-grade alchemist badge. He followed steward Wen Xiuqing to the 8th floor, and outside a large room announced third-grade alchemist, and steward Wen Xiuqing requests an audience with director. A resonant voice came from inside. Enter. Zhang Liang followed Wen Xiuqing into the room. The room was simply furnished with only a sandalwood table and 2 chairs on each side. Zhang Kefa sat on the eastern first chair and stood up when Wen Xiuqing entered. Steward Wen, what is the matter? Reporting to director. Today while examining alchemists I encountered a genius, this young friend Zhang Liang. He casually refined superior-grade Juki pills and superior-grade Peiyuan pills. Moreover, he used only 1 set of ingredients each time. The first furnace took half an hour, the second less than an hour. Wen Xiuqing detailed Zhang Liang's examination. At the same time, Zhang Liang cast a glance at Zhang Kefa. A late golden core cultivator, his powerful aura pressed heavily on Zhang Liang, like facing a massive mountain. Zhang Kefa studied Zhang Liang for a few moments and laughed. Young friend Zhang, have you offended someone? I see you are skilled in disguise arts. Zhang Liang was puzzled. In front of a golden core master, this disguise technique shouldn't have been seen through. Director, are you also proficient in disguise arts? Huh. Coincidentally, I also enjoy disguise arts and have even obtained a technique. Another person would indeed have been fooled by young friend Zhang. Zhang Kefa laughed. Director, do you have any friendship with that city lord Liu? Zhang Liang asked, steeling himself. If fate brought fortune, so be it. If Zhang was close to Liu Beishan, he would be doomed. Young friend Zhang, rest assured, I merely know him. I hold no regard for his character. He indulges his son in evil deeds, abducting women and committing crimes all day. Could it be the incident on the street just now involved you? Zhang Kefa asked. No. I was merely curious, Zhang Liang said. He could not casually reveal that matter. If word got out, a small chi refining cultivator like him would have nowhere to flee. Huh. Young friend Zhang is truly amusing. Let's not dwell on that. I presume to call you young friend Zhang. No objections, I hope. Would you like to join the Alchemist Alliance? If you join, I guarantee your safety in Luzhou City. No one will dare touch you. Zhang Kefa said. I am deeply grateful for your favor, Senior. I am willing to join the Alliance and receive your guidance. However, I cannot reside permanently at the Alliance. My pursuit is the great path of immortality. Alchemy is merely a means to obtain spirit stones. Zhang Liang bowed. No problem. As long as you complete the Alliance tasks, you may go wherever you wish. Zhang Kefa said. Thank you, Director. Zhang Liang clasped his fists. Afterward, Zhang Kefa arranged a small courtyard for Zhang Liang a few li from the Alliance branch. Zhang Liang was delighted. The courtyard had a 2-story main building with 5 rooms and 3 side rooms on each side. The courtyard was equipped with a spirit gathering array rich in spiritual energy and planted with many exotic flowers and herbs. The fragrance of flowers filled the air and the scenery was pleasant. From then on, Zhang Liang had a residence in Luzhou City. In the future, when his family from Earth came, this would be their home. However, he had ultimately made an enemy of Liu Beishan. Once he broke through to Golden Core, he would have to find a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, having a foe in the same city would always be a latent threat. Zhang Liang cleaned the small building and cultivated upstairs that night. The next day, he went to the Alliance building to take on alchemy assignments. After half a month of alchemy, he completed the Alliance's tasks for the year. The Alliance standard was to provide 2 sets of ingredients and receive 1 batch of pills. The rest belonged to the alchemist. Moreover, handing in 3 pills from 1 batch was considered passing. Why was alchemy said to be the most lucrative? Not only did Zhang Liang finish the year's tasks, but he also had a vast stock of superior-grade pills stored in his Hongming Bell space, all earned from his work. During refining, he used the medium-grade pills to fulfill the Alliance tasks. Even so, he submitted many superior-grade pills. Steward Zheng Kefa was very pleased. With Zhang Liang's addition, the superior-grade pills sold at double the price of medium-grade ones. Having completed the alchemy task, Zhang Liang immersed himself in cultivation. A month later, he advanced to the mid-stage of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. After some more days of practice, he went to the Alchemist Alliance to collect materials for refining the Spirit Nourishing Pill. The Spirit Nourishing Pill is the most difficult second-tier pill to refine. For cultivators, enhancing their spiritual sense is quite challenging. Besides practicing the techniques that improve spiritual sense, consuming the Spirit Nourishing Pill is essential. However, upon arriving at the Alchemist Alliance, he discovered that the main ingredient, the 9-leaf lotus, was no longer available. Moreover, this spiritual herb is incredibly precious, with a single plant worth over 100,000 spirit stones. This led to the Spirit Nourishing Pill being even more valuable, but rarely available on the market. No one was willing to sell the Spirit Nourishing Pill. Even the 9-leaf lotus occasionally appeared at auctions where it would be snatched up by powerful factions. Zhang Liang consulted the elder Zheng Kefa, a 5th-tier alchemist who undoubtedly knew a lot about the matter. Zheng Kefa said the environment for the 9-leaf lotus is very demanding. It requires a warm and humid climate, abundant spiritual energy, and must be in a place rarely trodden by humans. Your cultivation level is still low, so be extra cautious when venturing out. After extensive inquiries and careful study of the map, Zhang Liang ultimately made a decision. He would venture into the vast and untamed forest of the wilderness, both to search for the 9-leaf lotus and to find the main ingredient, the earth source fruit needed for refining the foundation establishment pill. After bidding farewell to Elder Zheng Kefa, Zhang Liang set off. He was not in a hurry. Whenever he came across a town, he would find an inn to rest before continuing his journey. What should have taken half a day to reach ended up taking him 3 days. During this time, he gained a deeper understanding of the local customs and conditions. The spiritual energy in the Eastern continent is thin and resources are scarce. The place where the cultivation civilization flourished in the Eternal Continent is the Central Continent, while the Western Continent is slightly less developed. The Southern Continent is mostly occupied by beast tribes, leaving the human race in a weak position. However, there are vast and boundless forests there, rich in resources. The Eastern and Northern continents are the worst off, with thin spiritual energy and a significantly lower level of cultivation civilization compared to the Western and Central continents. Cultivators from the Eastern continent, who reached the God transformation stage, must cross the vast ocean to reach the Central continent. Otherwise, they cannot continue to elevate their cultivation. Zhang Liang set aside these thoughts and gazed at the boundless forest of the wilderness before him. The towering trees reached 100 feet high, and within them lurked countless monsters. Human cultivators enter the forest to gather spiritual herbs, hunt monsters, and obtain beast skins and beast pills. Monsters in turn regard humans as food, especially cultivators whose flesh contains rich spiritual energy that can enhance their own cultivation. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage only venture to the fringes to collect low-tier spiritual herbs to sell for spirit stones. Those without family or sex support are typically like this. Zhang Liang's thoughts were quite audacious. He planned to venture deeper to search for the 9-leaf lotus and the earth source fruit. Second-tier monsters are equivalent to foundation establishment cultivators, meaning Zhang Liang could only deal with first-tier monsters. If he encountered a second-tier monster, he would have to flee or hide. Engaging it head-on would result in being torn apart in an instant. Just as Zhang Liang was about to head inward, a middle-aged cultivator called out to him. "Friend, wait. Are you alone? Would you like to team up with us?" Zhang Liang turned to see a man in his 40s standing about 1.8 meters tall, slightly shorter than himself. "My name is Chen Tianlei. We usually team up to explore the forest of the wilderness. Previously, one of our teammates had an accident, and now we are down to 4. If you are willing to join us, we will have 5. Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to venture alone. Sorry, goodbye." Zhang Liang declined the offer and stepped into the forest alone. While that group was looking for cultivation resources, he was in search of the 9-leaf lotus and the earth source fruit. Not to mention the difficulty of finding them. Even if he did, with so many people around, including a foundation establishment cultivator, he would not stand a chance. Thus, Zhang Liang decided to explore the forest alone. Even if he couldn't find the treasures, he could at least gather more spiritual herbs. Staying with them meant that any good finds would likely go to others. Moreover, he had not interacted with them before, so he was unsure of their character. It was better to venture on his own, being extra cautious. Zhang Liang proceeded, carefully gripping a high-grade magical weapon sword. He released his spiritual sense to scan the surrounding area, vigilant of all dangers. After walking several hundred miles, he finally found a century-old spiritual herb. It seemed that this edge had already been thoroughly searched by cultivators. Zhang Liang encountered several small teams, each consisting of 3 to 5 people who had entered the forest. They had their own rationale, preferring to earn fewer resources than to risk their lives. A loud roar echoed and a lion-tiger beast appeared before him, its aura indicating it was a latest-stage first-tier monster. Zhang Liang gathered his true energy and began to fight the lion-tiger beast. His magical sword struck its back, leaving only a shallow cut. Owl! The lion-tiger beast yelped in pain, leaping toward Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang was slightly slow in dodging and received a shallow scratch from the beast's claws. After all, Zhang Liang had also achieved the peak of the first layer of body refinement. In the end, he enveloped the lion-tiger beast with his spiritual sense, and with a thought captured it into the Hongmeng clock space. Here Zhang Liang's will was absolute. With another thought, he pressed the lion-tiger beast to the ground with a heavy force, rendering it immobile. He quickly left the area, fearing that the previous battle might attract other monsters. Zhang Liang found a secluded mountain wall and carved out a cave. He set up an illusionary array and defensive formations at the entrance, then meditated inside to recover from his injuries. He consumed a healing pill and meditated for an hour. His injuries healed, and his true energy was restored. He re-entered the Hongmeng clock space, killed the lion-tiger beast, and skinned it. The lion-tiger beast's realm was too low and its hide could be sold later. He didn't need it for himself. He roasted a piece of the lion-tiger beast's meat for himself, giving the remainder to the little black dog. Master, I love eating meat. A voice echoed in Zhang Liang's mind. Good. If you like meat, that's great. What abilities do you have? Zhang Liang asked. I have many skills. But I am still young. I can help you find treasures. I can sense treasures. The little black dog's voice sounded in his mind again. All right. If you find treasures, there will be rewards. Zhang Liang replied. The little black dog wagged its tail, bouncing around Zhang Liang with excitement. Great, great. After resting in the cave for a night, Zhang Liang continued to explore deeper. Owl. A beastly roar echoed, its aura very powerful. Zhang Liang assessed that it should be a second-tier monster. He concealed his aura, applied an invisibility talisman, and swiftly ascended a large tree. However, not far away on a tree trunk, a large snake was coiled. Zhang Liang quietly descended to the ground, keeping a distance of over 30 zhang from the second-tier monster. He gathered his aura and dared not make a sound. After a while, the second-tier monster left, and Zhang Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was a bull-type monster, incredibly strong. If it discovered Zhang Liang, he would not be able to withstand its attack. After walking a bit further, he encountered Chen Tianlei and his group. Zhang Liang was in an invisibility state, so they did not notice him. The four of them entered the forest, seemingly preparing to head back. They had gathered only a few spiritual herbs and killed 2 first-tier monsters. With second-tier monsters now appearing, they were also afraid. Zhang Liang slipped past them and sprinted away. Using his invisibility technique and earth escape technique, he intended to venture even deeper. This area was already considered a dangerous zone, with dense spiritual energy and abundant spiritual herbs. In just one day, Zhang Liang collected dozens of rare spiritual herbs. Occasionally, cultivators entering this area were all at least foundation establishment level. Even so, it wasn't safe. Owl. A second-tier demon wolf encountered a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The cultivator was quite capable, fighting evenly with the demon wolf. He couldn't kill the demon wolf, and the demon wolf couldn't kill him. However, the foundation establishment cultivator was starting to feel anxious. Over time, human cultivators are no match for the stamina of beasts. Do you need help? Zhang Liang asked. Friend, please lend me a hand, and I will surely reward you. The foundation establishment cultivator replied. What will you reward me with? The corpse of this demon wolf. Zhang Liang inquired. Sure. If you help me kill it, the corpse is yours. The foundation establishment cultivator agreed. In such a situation, life is more important than anything else. Zhang Liang quietly circled around to the back of the demon wolf, summoned his halberd, and gathering all his true energy, thrust it into the demon wolf's heart. Owl. The demon wolf howled in agony, thinking, who is this that strikes from the shadows? So underhanded. Seizing the opportunity while the demon wolf was weak, Zhang Liang enveloped it with his spiritual sense, and with a thought captured it into the Hongmeng clock space. He then quickly ran away. After running dozens of zhang, he turned back to see the foundation establishment cultivator still searching with his sword. Friend, farewell. Zhang Liang called out as he distanced himself from the dangerous area. He did not want to chat with the foundation establishment cultivator in case he changed his mind. As a mere 8th layer chi refinement cultivator, he was not a match for him. The skin of the foundation establishment demon wolf could fetch some spirit stones, while the beast meat he had given to the little black dog. After killing the lion tiger beast, and then the demon wolf, Zhang Liang was splattered with quite a bit of blood. He felt a strong stench on him, and walked for a while before coming upon a waterfall cascading down from a cliff. Below was a small lake. Colorful flowers bloomed by the lakeside, and the air was thick with spiritual energy. Many rare spiritual herbs grew along the shore, all over 100 years old. Zhang Liang sensed something was amiss. With so many spiritual herbs, had no one discovered them? Could there be some fierce beast in the lake? He took a piece of demon wolf meat from the Hongming clock and tossed it onto the shore. He stepped back over 30 Zhang quietly watching. After a while, seeing no movement, he was about to approach when he noticed the water ripple, and a head the size of a small room emerged from the lake. A tongue several Zhang long shot out, coiling around the demon wolf meat and quickly pulling it into a huge mouth. Zhang Liang broke out in a cold sweat. It was a flood dragon. It had 2 large bulges on its head, indicating it was about to evolve into a dragon. Judging by its aura, it was at least a latest stage second tier or beast core stage monster. No wonder there were so many spiritual herbs, no one dared to harvest them. It was likely that many people and monsters had already been devoured by that flood dragon. Zhang Liang quietly waited from a distance, and after a while the flood dragon sank back into the water. He had an idea, burrowing into the ground to approach the spiritual herbs. He quickly dug them up and stored them in the Hongming clock space. There were also a few plants with white flowers and red fruits. Zhang Liang was secretly delighted. These were the earth source fruits. Each plant bore 9 fruits, and with 4 plants, he had 36 earth source fruits. Zhang Liang swiftly gathered the spiritual herbs and burrowed underground, moving away from the area. Just as he left less than 100 zhang away, the flood dragon noticed its treasure was missing. Owl. It let out a thunderous roar. Boom. Boom. The towering trees by the shore were struck down by its 100 zhang long tail. This startled the monsters and cultivators within several hundred miles, causing them to flee. Zhang Liang quickly escaped underground. After traveling several hundred miles, he finally emerged on the surface. He applied an invisibility talisman and quickly distanced himself from the area. With these dozens of earth source fruits, this trip was worth it. In the future, when he refines the foundation establishment pill, he can leave several for his loved ones while the rest can be sold at auction. In addition to the earth source fruits, Zhang Liang also gathered over a dozen rare spiritual herbs, each several hundred years old. It seemed that the flood dragon protected these herbs, enticing cultivators and beasts to come here, leading to many being devoured. As night fell, Zhang Liang found a small stream to bathe and changed into a new robe. He carved out a cave in a secluded area and meditated to cultivate. Having achieved great gains, he felt relieved. Coupled with the dense spiritual energy here, Zhang Liang cultivated for 4 to 5 days in one breath, before finally opening his eyes to find he had broken through to the late stage of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He then continued to explore further ahead. He was not yet at the deepest part. However, foundation establishment cultivators were no longer a concern. Only powerful golden core cultivators dared to venture here. Second-tier monsters roamed, and third-tier monsters occasionally appeared. Most of the time, Zhang Liang advanced by burrowing through the earth. Whenever he encountered a third-tier monster, he would stop and conceal his aura. For several days, Zhang Liang continued to dig through the earth, collecting spiritual herbs and storing them in the Hongming clock space. After a few days, he had reaped substantial rewards. However, he had yet to see the 9-leaf lotus. Just as he was considering returning, he heard the little black dog's voice in his mind. Master. To the southwest, there are good things. Zhang Liang released his spiritual sense to check, but found nothing. He knew the little black dog wouldn't say this without reason, so he burrowed southwest. After traveling over 100 zhang, he entered a small valley. Surrounded by towering trees, it was indeed not easy to spot. At the bottom of this valley was a small creek, 2 feet deep. The stream was crystal clear with schools of fish playing inside. The area was rich in spiritual energy and picturesque, truly a paradise. Amidst the exotic flowers and rare herbs were several plants blooming with flowers of various colors. This was precisely his target, the 9-leaf lotus. With 9 leaves lush and vibrant, it bore flowers of 9 different colors. Zhang Liang found a total of more than 10, but that was all. 8 of them were several hundred years old and suitable for alchemy. 6 were several decades old, which Zhang Liang unearthed and planted in the Hongming clock space. He watered them, allowing them to grow in his space. Once they matured, they could be used. After putting away the 9-leaf lotus, Zhang Liang felt quite pleased. In the canyon, he gathered some spiritual herbs and caught a few fish from the water. He set up a barbecue grill halfway up the mountain and began to cook the fish, enjoying the grilled fish while sipping wine. In high spirits, Zhang Liang let out the little black dog and gave it 2 grilled fish, saying, "Little black dog, you've done great. From now on, just tell your master what you want to eat." He added a wild mountain goat to his feast. After grilling the goat meat, he gave the little black dog a leg. The little black dog had grown considerably in these days, and some of its fur had changed color, with parts turning red. It was about to transform into a little red dog. Content and happy, Zhang Liang decided to head back. Just as he was about to conceal his aura and activate an invisibility talisman, a late foundation establishment cultivator appeared before him. The late foundation establishment cultivator boasted, "You little brat, daring to come here, even in the Qi refinement stage. You must have collected quite a few good items, right? Hand over your storage bag obediently." The late foundation establishment cultivator spoke arrogantly. In front of Zhang Liang, this Qi refinement junior was just a small fry. If he disobeyed, he could easily be killed with a single slap. It wouldn't require much effort. Naturally, Zhang Liang didn't dare to refuse. With a flash of inspiration, he took out a large time bomb from the Hongming clock space and set it to explode in 5 seconds. Senior, this treasure is for you, Zhang Liang said as he tossed the timed bomb to the late Foundation establishment cultivator. The cultivator, feeling proud, fiddled with the bomb and asked, "What is this?" "I don't know either. Here, take my empty storage bag." Zhang Liang tossed an empty storage bag to the cultivator and quickly retreated. The cultivator thought Zhang Liang was afraid of him and didn't think much of it. Just then the timer ran out. Boom! A loud explosion shook the ground. The terrifying shockwave destroyed trees within dozens of yards. Zhang Liang had already run over 100 yards, but was still knocked over by the terrifying airflow. Looking back, the scene was devastating. At the explosion's center, smoke and dust filled the air. Nothing was visible. The surrounding trees were blasted in disarray, and the central area was presumably in ruins. Zhang Liang applied an invisibility talisman and quietly observed the sight. After about a quarter of an hour, the smoke cleared, revealing a thick layer of tree debris at the explosion center. Amid the debris, a bloody figure lay there, barely alive. Zhang Liang's divine sense detected that the late Foundation establishment cultivator had lost an arm, and there was a large gash in his ribcage. Perhaps he had consumed a healing pill and was currently meditating to recover. Damn, such a powerful timed bomb didn't kill him. I can't let him off the hook. I need to finish him off, Zhang Liang muttered to himself. He quickly approached, and with a swift strike he severed the cultivator's head. When dealing with enemies, one must not be soft-hearted. He found a storage ring on the cultivator's body. Zhang Liang conjured a fireball and burned the corpse, feeling that he had done enough. At least he didn't let the beast eat him. Inside the storage ring of the late Foundation establishment cultivator, there were over 100,000 spirit stones, 2 spirit weapon long swords, dozens of spiritual herbs, and some yuan nourishing pills, gathering yuan pills and healing pills. It looked quite good. The reserves of a late Foundation establishment cultivator were indeed substantial. Zhang Liang applied an invisibility talisman and continued on his way back. His mission had been successfully accomplished. He also casually collected some spiritual herbs and didn't feel rushed. As night fell, he found a place to hide and sat down to cultivate. At night, the forest was when the beasts sought food. Zhang Liang couldn't afford to take that risk. The next day, he returned to the first-level beast area at the junction with the second-level beast area. Most of the beasts here were first level, but occasionally there would be second-level beasts. Thus Zhang Liang walked cautiously. Owl! Owl! Suddenly several beast howls startled Zhang Liang. He released his divine sense and discovered that Chun Tianlei and his 3 companions had encountered 3 wolf beasts a few dozen yards ahead. Those 3 late first-level wolf beasts were quite troublesome. Chun Tianlei was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement with 2 others at the 7th layer and 1 at the 8th layer. The 4 of them were struggling in their battle against the 3 wolf beasts. The 2 male cultivators at the 7th layer had sustained injuries. However, they were so busy fighting the wolf beasts that they didn't even have time to bandage their wounds. Zhang Liang recalled that Chun Tianlei had invited him before. Now the 4 of them were in trouble. He couldn't bear to not help them. He didn't remove the invisibility talisman. Instead, he grasped his spirit weapon long sword and appeared behind one of the wolf beasts, striking down forcefully on its spine. Crack! The wolf beast's spine was severed by Zhang Liang's powerful strike. The beast let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Liang swiftly struck again, this time hitting the wolf beast's neck. He killed 1 wolf beast, alleviating the pressure on Chun Tianlei and his 3 companions. Zhang Liang then targeted another wolf beast, employing the same method, and injured another wolf beast before finally removing the invisibility talisman. So, it was a fellow cultivator who came to help. Thank you, Chun Tianlei said. No need to be polite, let's deal with these 2 wolf beasts first. Zhang Liang joined the fray, assisting them in defeating the 2 remaining wolf beasts. The 2 Qi refinement cultivators at the 7th layer finally had time to bandage their wounds. Zhang Liang casually took out 2 healing pills and handed them to the 2 7th layer Qi refinement cultivators. Take these, they will speed up your recovery. Thank you, fellow cultivator. The 2 7th layer Qi refinement cultivators looked at Zhang Liang gratefully. Despite being strangers, he not only helped them, but also gifted them pills. At this moment, Chun Tianlei brought up an old matter, saying, "Fellow cultivator, you are truly a person of chivalry and righteousness. We owe you our lives this time, otherwise it would have been really difficult for the 4 of us to escape. If you have no urgent matters, please join us." Zhang Liang thought to himself that he had already achieved his goal. There was nothing urgent to return to, so it would be better to stay with them for a few days of training. Simply focusing on cultivation was not as effective as gaining solid experience in life and death battles. Thus Zhang Liang readily agreed. Since Chun fellow cultivator has invited me sincerely, I will join you. I won't take any of the earnings from Haha. From now on we are brothers who share life and death. Chun Tianlei laughed heartily. They all introduced themselves. The 2 7th layer Qi refinement cultivators were named Meng Jie and Lu Kuan. The 8th layer female cultivator was named Wen Shurong, and and was Chen Tianlei's niece. Zhang Liang also introduced himself, saying he was alone in the mountains to train and improve his combat ability. Zhang Liang didn't elaborate on other matters. They found a cave, and Zhang Liang set up an illusion array and a defensive formation at the entrance. They all began to rest in the cave. Meng Jie and Lu Kuan were injured, so they needed to wait until their wounds healed before they could continue training. Zhang Liang took out the barbecue grill, and Chen Tianlei and the others cleaned the beast meat, watching Zhang Liang prepare the grilled meat. When the meat was nearly cooked, they sprinkled on the seasonings, and the aroma filled the air. Everyone praised Zhang Liang's cooking skills. Seeing Wen Xiaorong, Zhang Liang took out a bottle of cola and handed it to her. "This is an alcohol, try it, and see how it is." Wen Xiaorong took a sip and was very pleased. "Thank you, Zhang, fellow cultivator. This is delicious." "Did you brew this?" the beauty asked. "No, it's a drink from my hometown. It's specifically made for people who don't drink alcohol," Zhang Liang explained. "Where is your hometown?" the other party asked. "I come from another planet called Blue Star." "That must be a great place." Wen Xiaorong inquired. "Indeed. But the spiritual energy is thin, making it unsuitable for cultivation. That's why I left and came to the Eternal Continent," Zhang Liang replied. After having eaten and drunk, while they began to cultivate. A night passed, and Meng Jie and Lu Kuan's injuries had healed. Chen Tianlei suggested that they continue to explore the wild forest. This time, with Zhang Liang's addition, they became a group of 5. Zhang Liang and Chen Tianlei led the way, while Meng Jie, Lu Kuan, and Wen Xiaorong followed in the middle, each separated by 10 yards. This formation allowed them to support each other in case of trouble. They first hunted a few first-level beasts, and the outer area had no more spiritual herbs left. First-level beasts had pelts that weren't worth much spirit stones. The meat, however, was edible. They cleaned it up and stored it away. They then arrived at the wolf beast area, and Zhang Liang suggested taking a different direction. Always going in one direction wouldn't lead them to rare spiritual herbs. Everyone agreed, so they changed to an unexplored path and ventured deeper. Hello. A second-level bull demon appeared. Chen Tianlei and Zhang Liang initiated the attack first, but the bull demon had very tough skin, and the spirit weapon long swords couldn't break through. Zhang Liang determined summoned a superior spirit weapon. The Fang Tianhua halberd channeled all his true energy and struck at the bull demon. The bull demon hurriedly dodged, but the halberd descended too quickly. Crack! The bull demon had a leg chopped off, and blood flowed profusely from the wound. In pain, the bull demon rolled on the ground, howling continuously. Chen Tianlei, Wen Xiaorong, Meng Jie, and Lu Kuan rushed in to hack at it. In no time, the bull demon was dead. This bull demon weighed over 10,000 pounds. After skinning it, Chen Tianlei kept the hide. The meat from the bull demon was shared among them. This was a precious resource. The meat from a second-level bull demon was nutrient-rich. Zhang Liang requested 2 bull legs. He gave a large piece of bull demon meat to the little black dog, allowing it to rest in the Hongming clock space. Everyone continued forward and entered the second-level beast area, with Zhang Liang volunteering to scout ahead. He applied an invisibility talisman for added safety. He moved ahead a few dozen yards further than the other 4, ready to alert his teammates if any danger arose. As Zhang Liang advanced cautiously, he suddenly detected a second-level latest-stage giant python, with his divine sense appearing within just 100 yards of him. This giant python had a body as thick as a water barrel, and its head was not smaller than a cow's. The 5 of them were no match. If they charged in, they would certainly be swallowed whole. Zhang Liang hurriedly transmitted a warning to his teammates to retreat. After sending the message, he rushed back to them and explained, "There's a late second-level giant python dozens of yards long and as thick as a water barrel." "Run!" Chen Tianlei exclaimed. "Hurry! Escaping is the priority." The 5 of them fled for their lives. Before long, they heard a distant shout, "Ah! Giant python, run!" The forest echoed with the sound of boom, boom, as Zhang Liang's divine sense revealed the giant python smashing trees with its tail. Trees that several people could embrace were smashed down. What immense power! Not to mention their small group, even golden core cultivators would likely struggle against this giant python. Zhang Liang and his teammates managed to run to the outer area in one breath. They noticed many cultivators escaping here, as well, some in groups of 3 to 5, some in pairs, and even a few alone. Many Foundation Establishment cultivators had also fled here. Just as Zhang Liang thought, it wasn't just Foundation Establishment cultivators, even Golden Core cultivators had to run. Zhang Liang concluded that Golden Core cultivators wouldn't even have the opportunity to cast spells before being swallowed by the giant python or crushed by its massive tail. Staying here didn't seem meaningful. Zhang Liang suggested they go out and relax for a couple of days. Chen Tianlei agreed, and the 5 of them left the forest, arriving at a nearby town called Jubiizhen. This town had pill shops, herb pavilions, weapon stores, and more. The herb pavilion bought and sold spiritual herbs and grasses, while the weapon shop sold spirit weapons. Some cultivators even set up stalls selling spiritual herbs, pills, spirit weapons, and other items. Zhang Liang suddenly had a thought: why not buy a batch of spiritual herbs and grasses? The spiritual herbs and grasses here were fresh, and the spiritual energy was more abundant. Zhang Liang had several 100,000 spirit stones on him, so he began purchasing from the stalls. Seeing Zhang Liang buy spiritual herbs, Chen Tianlei said, "Zhang, fellow cultivator, we have some spiritual herbs here, why don't we sell them to you? You can set the price." "Great. I'll buy them," Zhang Liang replied, and he purchased Chen Tianlei's spiritual herbs at market price. After that, Chen Tianlei sold some beast hides. At night they all stayed at an inn. Chen Tianlei took out spirit stones to distribute. "Everyone, let me say something. Zhang, fellow cultivator, joined us a few days late. However, when we faced danger, he stepped up and saved everyone. So we will split these earnings evenly among us." Meng Jielu Kuan and Wen Xiurong all expressed their agreement. "Brother Chen, to be honest, why do I buy spirit stones? Actually, I'm a second-level alchemist. I don't lack spirit stones or pills," Zhang Liang stated. "Is that really true? You're a second-level alchemist. That's wonderful. Brother Zhang, then why did you buy a batch of spiritual herbs?" Chen Tianlei asked excitedly. Chen Tianlei had over 2,000 spirit stones, dividing it among the 5 of them meant each person could get over 400 spirit stones. Now with Zhang Liang opting out, they each received over 500 spirit stones. Zhang Liang wasn't concerned about these resources. He could easily refine a batch of pills to earn a good amount of spirit stones. So why bother splitting that little bit of spirit stones with them? Zhang Liang treated everyone to a meal at a restaurant and brought out some Moutai for the men. He also gave Wen Xiurong a bottle of cola. During the feast, Chen Tianlei said, "Brother Zhang, look, I'm already at the 9th layer of qi refinement, yet I haven't bought a single foundation establishment pill." "Brother Chen, you don't need to say more. I don't have any foundation establishment pills right now, but once I refine some, I'll definitely give you one, and it will be a superior one," Zhang Liang promised. Chen Tianlei was thrilled. "That would be great. Thank you so much. Let's drink." Zhang Liang then took out a youth-preserving pill and handed it to Wen Xiurong. "Sister Wen, this is a youth-preserving pill that keeps you youthful forever." "Thank you, Brother Zhang." Wen Xiurong expressed her gratitude. "No need to be polite. It's a small matter since we're fated to meet. I made it myself." "Thank you, Brother Zhang." Wen Xiurong accepted the beauty-preserving pill, her cheeks flushed with emotion. She had taken a liking to Zhang Liang from the bottom of her heart, but it seemed he did not share the same sentiment. The beauty sighed, inwardly lamenting that such an excellent young man, handsome and multi-talented, had no intention of pursuing her romantically. Zhang Liang proposed to Chen Tianlei and the others that he wanted to return to Panshi town. After all, his beloved wife Dongfang Yume was still there. Having also found the 9-petal lotus and earth essence fruit, it was time to go back and refine pills. Though Chen Tianlei was reluctant to part with Zhang Liang, there was no help for it. He asked wistfully, "Brother Zhang, when will we meet again?" "Very soon. Once I achieve foundation establishment, he'll open a pill shop here. Then you can come help me." "Great. He'll be your salesperson," said Wen Xiurong. "It's a deal. He'll have you handle the sales," Zhang Liang replied. In truth, he had long seen through Wen Xiurong's intentions. But he already had 5 girlfriends on Blue Star and had married Dongfang Yume in Panshi town. He truly could not claim every beauty he met. He was still merely a qi condensation cultivator, lacking the power to protect his loved ones. Moreover, he had no idea when he could return to Blue Star and bring his family over. At the very least, Zhang Liang needed a certain level of strength. Even after bringing his family over, he would have to ensure their safety. Perhaps even foundation establishment would not be enough. He felt an urgent need to raise his cultivation, sensing a heavy burden on his shoulders. Only by enhancing his power and establishing a foothold in the cultivation world could he ease his mind. Only then could he bring his family to the cultivation realm, where they would live and cultivate together in joy and peace. Zhang Liang bid farewell to Chen Tianlei and the others and stepped onto his flying sword, heading toward Panshi town. By evening, he arrived at the Dongfang family compound. First, he went to pay respects to his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong. "My son-in-law, you've returned. Did you have any success?" his father-in-law asked warmly. "Fortunately, I found some 9-petal lotus and earth essence fruit. Though not in great quantity, it should suffice for the Dongfang family for a while," Zhang Liang replied. Of course, he intended to keep a portion for his family on Blue Star. But his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong was so hospitable that he would inevitably have to contribute some. Returning to Dongfang Yumiai's boudoir, the young couple enjoyed a tender reunion after their brief separation. A few days later, having savored their time together, Zhang Liang began alchemy again. In the Dongfang family, there were several large rooms dedicated to alchemy. The family had specially assigned attendants to serve the alchemist. Zhang Liang drew up a list of the spiritual herbs needed to refine the mind-nourishing pill. Any shortages could be supplemented from the Dongfang family's herb repository. After replenishing the formula from the repository, Zhang Liang commenced alchemy. The mind-nourishing pill required 2 main ingredients and dozens of auxiliary ones, making it the most difficult second-grade pill to refine. Purifying the dozens of herbs alone took an hour, followed by fusing the liquid, dividing the pill, and condensing it, which took another hour and a half. Fortunately, the first batch of mind-nourishing pills was successfully produced. However, they were all of inferior quality, yielding 6 pills. Zhang Liang meticulously reviewed each step, recovered his energy, and continued alchemy. The second batch yielded 8 pills, all of medium grade. He continued. By the 6th batch, he produced 11 pills, all of superior grade. Zhang Liang refined 8 batches in one go, producing over 70 mind-nourishing pills. He decided to set aside the remaining 7 9-petal lotuses for later when his cultivation improved to refine higher-grade spirit-restoring pills. He kept 3 vials of mind-nourishing pills for himself as his large family on Blue Star had yet to arrive. He could not give everything to the Dongfang family. Zhang Liang gave 4 vials of mind-nourishing pills to Dongfang Yunlong, 2 vials of inferior grade, 1 of medium grade, and 1 of superior grade. Dongfang Yunlong was overjoyed. The 9-petal lotus was a rare spiritual herb, and mind-nourishing pills were priceless. Zhang Liang had personally gathered the 9-petal lotuses from the vast wilderness great forest, refined them into pills, and generously given 4 vials to the Dongfang family. This demonstrated Zhang Liang's sincere and noble character. Dongfang Yunlong promptly compensated him with 100,000 spirit stones, saying, "My son-in-law, so many mind-nourishing pills could fetch a great price. I'll give you 100,000 spirit stones first. If that's not enough, let me know. I will meet your needs. Father-in-law, you needn't be so generous. I can earn spirit stones by completing tasks at the Alchemist Alliance." Zhang Liang declined politely. "I'll just take it without ceremony. The family has already benefited greatly from you." Dongfang Yunlong insisted. Having refined the mind-nourishing pills, Zhang Liang did not plan to refine the foundation establishment pill for the time being. After the trials in the vast wilderness great forest, Zhang Liang's cultivation had risen to the late stage of qi condensation 8th layer. He intended to focus on cultivation for a while and break through to the 9th layer first. The Dongfang family compound was equipped with a Kigathering formation. Zhang Liang also set up a spirit gathering array on the boudoir, making the cultivation chamber even more saturated with spiritual energy. He had also taught Dongfang Yume his Hongming dual cultivation art. Practicing together, their cultivation improved even faster. A month later, Zhang Liang broke through to the peak of the late-stage 8th layer of qi condensation. He then went to the Luzhou City branch of the Alchemist Alliance to accept a batch of alchemy tasks. In truth, he had already completed the tasks he owed. The new tasks would earn him contribution points within the Alliance. These contribution points could be used at the Alchemist Alliance to exchange for spiritual herbs, cultivation techniques, spiritual tools, treasures, and any other resources. Zhang Liang spent his days alternately refining pills and cultivating. Amidst his busy schedule, his cultivation grew, and he amassed a large number of contribution points. In the cyclical process of consuming divine sense during alchemy, and then recovering it, Zhang Liang's divine sense improved rapidly. Without even needing to consume mind-nourishing pills, his spiritual sense cultivation advanced quickly. One evening, he sat in meditation, reaching a critical juncture. He took a qi-gathering pill, holding a spirit stone as he absorbed its spiritual energy. With a boom, Zhang Liang's aura surged, and he broke through to the early stage of the 9th layer of qi condensation. Abundant true qi flowed through the 8 extraordinary meridians and returned to his dantian. Crack! His dantian expanded twofold. His divine sense now covered over 300 li, whereas typical early foundation establishment cultivators could only cover a little over 200 li. At merely the 9th layer of qi condensation, Zhang Liang's divine sense strength rivaled that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. This was partly due to his Hongming spirit cultivation art, and partly related to his alchemy practice. Through the days of dual cultivation, Dongfang Yumei's cultivation had also improved considerably, breaking through to the late stage of the 7th layer of qi condensation. One day, someone from the Mo family of Wusong Town, over 300 li from Panshir Town, arrived. The Mo family patriarch Mo Changsong was a golden core cultivator, and his son Mo Shihu was an early foundation establishment cultivator. They had come to propose marriage. Mo Shihu had caught a glimpse of Dongfang Mingzhu and Dongfang Yume some time ago, and had been obsessed ever since. Under his son's constant urging, Mo Changsong had no choice but to bring him to Panshir Town to make a marriage proposal to the Dongfang family. The father and son, accompanied by several servants, placed 2 chests of gifts in the main hall. After Dongfang Yunlong invited them to sit, Mo Changsong stated his purpose. "I apologize for my sudden visit, brother Dongfang. Please forgive my presumption. I have come for the sake of my son. I hear that you have 2 lovely daughters. I would be honored to become your in-law." Mo Changsong finished speaking and looked at Dongfang Yunlong. Dongfang Yunlong was displeased. The Mo family father and son were notorious bullies far and wide, given to oppressing others and committing all manner of evil. However, the Dongfang family was not weak, so the Mo family dared not act rashly. How could Dongfang Yunlong marry his daughter to such a man? Moreover, Mo Shihu was at least 30 years old, much older than his daughters. Still, it was better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Dongfang Yunlong thought quickly and decided to refuse politely. "Oh, to be honest, my elder daughter Yume was married 2 months ago. The journey was long, so I neglected to inform you. As for my younger daughter, she is still young and not yet of marriageable age. I apologize for your wasted trip, Dongfang Yunlong said with a smile. Is that so? Mo Chongsong sneered. I hear your two daughters are close in age. If the elder can marry, why can't the younger? Could it be that brother Dongfang looks down on me? Mo Chongsong. At that moment Zhang Liang happened to be in the hall, as well, wisely remaining silent. He watched the situation unfold from the side. As a son-in-law, it was not his place to interrupt the elder's conversation. However, Zhang Liang's silence did not mean he could escape involvement. Mo Shihu then spoke up. Uncle Dongfang, I hear your elder daughter married a handsome young cultivator. Mo Shihu would like to see what kind of talent he is. Zhang Liang knew he had to speak. Just as he was about to, Dongfang Yunlong interjected, This is my son-in-law Zhang Liang. At only 20 years old, he has already reached the 9th layer of qi condensation. Furthermore, he is a second-grade alchemist, and recently joined the Alchemist Alliance. Dongfang Yunlong pointed at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang clasped his hands toward Mo Shihu, and said, Taoist Mo, I Zhang Liang greet you. Mo Shihu's expression darkened. You, a mere qi condensation cultivator, dare to address me as Taoist. Do you not know the etiquette of the cultivation world? Ha 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 ha. I am a second-grade alchemist and a member of the Alchemist Alliance. Naturally, I can address a foundation establishment cultivator as Taoist. Besides, no faction would dare to lay a hand on an alchemist of the Alliance. Brother Mo, would you like to test that? Zhang Liang straightened his chest and took a step forward. Oh, I have no intention of offending the Alchemist Alliance. However, since you call me Taoist, I would like to have a friendly spar with you in fist and sword techniques. Would Taoist Zhang oblige? Mo Shihu said with ill intent. Nephew Mo, you are a foundation establishment cultivator, while my son-in-law is a qi condensation cultivator. Wouldn't such a spar be an act of bullying the weak? Or are you mocking the Dongfang family of Panshir Town for lacking capable men? Dongfang Yunlong objected. Dongfang Yunlong had 3 younger brothers. The second, Dongfang Yunhu, a peak late foundation establishment cultivator skilled with a spirit blade. The third, Dongfang Yunbiao, a late foundation establishment cultivator adept with dual spears. And the fourth, Dongfang Yunbao, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator proficient with a spirit sword. Moreover, the Dongfang family employed several foundation establishment cultivators as guest elders. Thus, no family within hundreds of li dared to cause trouble in Panshir Town. Therefore, Dongfang Yunlong was not afraid of the Mo family from Wasong Town. As for the Mo family, Mo Chansong had 4 brothers, all foundation establishment cultivators. They commanded hundreds of qi condensation cultivators and several foundation establishment guest elders. Thus, the Mo family was also a tyrant for hundreds of li accustomed to acting with impunity. Hearing Dongfang Yunlong's harsh tone, Mo Changsong grew displeased as well. Patriarch Dongfang, I came to seek a marriage alliance bearing gifts in all sincerity. Your son-in-law called my son Taoist first, so my son Shihu's request to spar with him cannot be considered bullying. How about this? Let them spar, and I'll have my son hold back his strength. What do you say? Mo Changsong finished, and looked at Zhang Liang. Young friend Zhang, what do you think? Am I reasonable? Zhang Liang thought that if he backed down now, he would surely leave a shadow in his heart. In the future, when breaking through realms, inner demons might arise. He was already at the 9th layer of qi condensation, and in terms of divine sense, he might even surpass Mo Shihu. So be it. He had killed second-grade demon beasts in the vast wilderness great forest. Mo Shihu was merely an early foundation establishment cultivator. Facing his father-in-law, Zhang Liang clasped his hands and said, Father-in-law, rest assured. I will be careful. He also sent a voice transmission, I know what I'm doing. Then he turned to Mo Shihu. Taoist Mo, there is no deep enmity between us. How about we stop at first touch? The hall is too cramped, please step outside. Zhang Liang gestured. The 2 young men went first to the courtyard, and the others followed. The Dongfang family stood in the east, Mo Chansong and 4 men in the west, while Zhang Liang and Mo Shihu stood opposite each other in the center, 20 zhang apart. Mo Shihu made a show of magnanimity. Taoist Zhang, please go first. Zhang Liang clasped his hands. The guest goes first, Taoist Mo. Please. He deliberately emphasized the word Taoist. Outwardly polite, but intentionally provoking Mo Shihu to anger. How could Mo Shihu possess such cunning? He was enraged. A mere 9th layer qi condensation cultivator repeatedly calling him Taoist. I don't care about your Alchemist Alliance or Artifact Alliance. They'll cripple him first. Could my Wasong Town Mo family possibly lose to the insignificant Dongfang family? He roared, Taoist Zhang, beware, my palm is coming. He channeled all his true essence into his right palm and lunged forward, striking at Zhang Liang. With this one strike you'll be finished, he thought. Zhang Liang knew that the brute force was overwhelming and not to be met heeded. He twisted his body and dodged with a shifting step. Mo Shihu's palm slammed into the ground, shattering dozens of blue bricks. Mo Shihu kept chasing Zhang Liang, who merely evaded without engaging directly. Then in a moment of carelessness, Mo Shihu caught him. A palm strike came down as Zhang Liang had no choice but to gather his strength and meet it. Bang! Zhang Liang was sent flying back over 20 zhang, as if struck by a speeding train. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When he landed, he was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that Zhang Liang had activated an invisibility talisman. Dongfang Yunlong and Mo Changsong, both golden core cultivators, could still sense Zhang Liang's location through their powerful divine sense. At that moment, Zhang Liang had moved 20 zhang across from Mo Shihu. Although Mo Shihu launched wild attacks, Zhang Liang remained unharmed. Mo Changsong, proud of his golden core cultivation, refrained from giving tips to his son. Dongfang Yunlong, also knowing where Zhang Liang was, silently praised his son-in-law's resourcefulness. He probably understood Zhang Liang's strategy lull Mo Changsong into complacency by keeping a distance. Just as Mo Shihu and his father relaxed, Zhang Liang gathered a divine sense spike and shot it at Mo Shihu. Oh! Mo Shihu was struck by the divine sense spike. While Mo Shihu's head throbbed with pain, Zhang Liang moved. Like a swallow skimming the water, he pounced and reached Mo Shihu. He raised his right hand. Mo Changsong shouted, "Rascal, how dare you! Stop!" As he prepared to intervene, Dongfang Yunlong blocked him, fearing he would attack Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang paid no attention. He channeled all his power into his right hand and struck. Bang! The palm landed squarely on Mo Shihu's dantian. Just as Mo Shihu and his father relaxed, Zhang Liang condensed a divine sense spike and shot it at Mo. Mo Shihu was struck by the divine sense spike. As Mo Shihu's head throbbed with excruciating pain, Zhang Liang moved. Like a swallow skimming the water, he pounced and reached Mo Shihu. He raised his right hand. Mo Changsong shouted, "Rascal, how dare you! Stop!" As he prepared to intervene, Dongfang Yunlong blocked him, fearing he would attack Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang paid no attention. He channeled all his power into his right hand and struck. Bang! The palm landed squarely on Mo Shihu's dantian. Mo Shihu let out a hoarse, agonized scream, writhing on the ground as his inner chi leaked out. My dantian is broken." Mo Changsong trembled with fury, ready to kill Zhang Liang on the spot. His attendants quickly restrained him, reminding him that this was Panshir town. To start a fight here would mean none of them would escape alive. At that moment, Dongfang Yunlong, accompanied by Dongfang Yunhu, Dongfang Yunbiao, Dongfang Yunbao, and a group of Dongfang cultivators blocked Mo Changsong's path. "Brother Mo, it was your son who insisted on the duel. Injuries are inevitable in sparring. Take him back and tend to his wounds. We are all friends here, there is no need for a falling out," Dongfang Yunlong said with a genial smile. "Fine. Dongfang Yunlong, just you wait. The Mo family of Wusong Town will not forget what your Dongfang family has done." Mo Changsong snarled through clenched teeth. "Let's go." Mo Changsong ordered his men to carry Mo Shihu on their backs, and the Mo clan departed in disgrace. "Father-in-law, I will take full responsibility for my actions. If the Wusong Town comes seeking revenge, I will face them alone. I have joined the Alchemist Alliance, and they will not abandon me." Zhang Liang stepped forward and addressed his father-in-law. "Nonsense. You fought Mo Shihu over the Dongfang family's affairs. Even if it weren't for us, the family would still protect you. Let the Mo family try whatever they can. The Dongfang family is no pushover," Dongfang Yunlong declared. Despite this, Zhang Liang made a trip to Luzhou City the next day to meet the sub-alliance leader, Senior Zheng Kefa. He recounted the cause and outcome of his confrontation with Mo Shihu in Panshir town. "Rest assured, young friend Zhang. Now that you are part of the Alchemist Alliance, you are one of us. If the Mo family of Wusong Town tries to bully you by sending higher-level cultivators, I will naturally intervene," Zheng Kefa assured him. Then Zheng Kefa handed Zhang Liang 2 sound transmission talismans and said, "These are 1,000-mile sound transmission talismans. As long as you are within 1,000 li of me, I will receive your message." "Thank you, Senior." Zhang Liang bowed gratefully. "No need for formalities. Every member of our alliance is protected," Zheng Kefa said with a wave of his hand. Zhang Liang also took on several alchemy tasks at the alliance, contributing to its efforts while earning himself some income. Back in Panshir town, Zhang Liang spent his days cultivating and refining pills. After completing his alchemy tasks, his cultivation level had improved. Ever since he achieved the first layer of body tempering on Blue Star, he had been unable to continue due to a lack of medicinal herbs. Now on the Eternal Continent, Zhang Liang had gathered over a dozen sets of body tempering ingredients and resumed his practice. In a secret room, he set up a soundproof array and sat meditating in a tub filled with medicinal liquid, tempering his body. The liquid soaked his bare body, causing him to grit his teeth and howl in agony. Practicing the body tempering technique required enduring excruciating pain that ordinary people could not bear. For over 10 consecutive nights, Zhang Liang trained in the body tempering technique. Throughout the night, the sounds of his suffering echoed without cease. Fortunately, the soundproof array kept the noise contained, otherwise Dongfang Yume would have been unable to cultivate. Half a month later, Zhang Liang reached the second layer of body tempering minor completion. His physical defense had greatly improved and his overall strength had increased from 1500 gene to over 2000 gene. Simultaneously, his cultivation had subtly advanced to the mid-stage of Qi refining ninth layer. He planned to attempt refining the foundation establishment pill in preparation for breaking through. He already possessed the main ingredient, the earth yuan fruit. For the other herbs, Zhang Liang exchanged contribution points at the Luzhou City Alchemist Alliance for enough to make 5 batches. After the exchange, his alliance token still held over 100,000 contribution points. He had plenty of spirit stones and did not need to convert points for them. He would exchange for whatever herbs he needed in the future from the alliance. After a few days of rest to restore his body, he entered the Dongfang family's alchemy room fully prepared. First, Zhang Liang mentally rehearsed the properties of each ingredient and every step of refining the foundation establishment pill, running through it several times until he was confident. With a clear plan, he began refining. He carefully purified each herb. The foundation establishment pill was even more difficult to refine than the nourishing spirit pill. The shell of the earth yuan fruit was extremely hard. It took half a shurchen an hour just to melt and purify that single fruit. An additional 1.5 shurchen passed before all dozens of herbs were purified. Zhang Liang's spiritual sense was nearly exhausted. He quickly summoned 2 nourishing spirit pills and swallowed them in one gulp. He then proceeded to the next step, merging the medicinal liquids. He worked meticulously through every stage. Another shurchen later, a strange, fragrant aroma of pills wafted out. The foundation establishment pill was finally complete, a batch of top-quality pills. He had produced 11 pills. Zhang Liang breathed a sigh of relief. The earth yuan fruit was a rare treasure with no market price, and he was grateful he had not wasted it. After meditating for 2 shurchen to recover, he started on the second batch. 3 days later, all 5 batches were finished. To his delight, every single pill was of top quality. Zhang Liang had never refined a legendary perfect-grade pill. He resolved to study further and elevate his alchemy skills. These foundation establishment pills were made from his own herbs. However, his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong was a good man, and Zhang Liang felt he should share. He kept 30 pills for himself and gave 25 to his father-in-law. There were many people on Blue Star and many in the Dongfang clan, both of whom would need foundation establishment pills. He had to consider both sides. Dongfang Yunlong was overjoyed. Excellent. My son-in-law is truly skilled. With these pills, the young members of the Dongfang family will never have to worry about breaking through to foundation establishment. Dongfang Yunlong had 3 brothers, and there were over 10 members of the second generation. They needed 10 pills plus more for the main family branches, as there were plenty of young cultivators. Even if they spent a fortune, top-quality foundation establishment pills were impossible to find. They could only get inferior ones, which were incredibly expensive. A single low-grade foundation establishment pill cost several 100,000 spirit stones. The 25 top-grade pills Zhang Liang provided would be worth at least tens of millions of spirit stones, maybe even 100 million at auction. Dongfang Yunlong was so delighted he hardly knew what to say. My son-in-law, from now on, whatever herbs you need from the family's medicine storage, just take them. He'll have a key made for you. Zhang Liang quickly waved his hand. That won't do. The Dongfang family has many members and needs plenty of resources. Besides, I have my identity in the Alchemist Alliance. I can exchange contribution points for any herbs I need. I don't want to cause resentment among my uncles. Don't worry, my son-in-law. Your contributions to the family are clear for all to see. No one will say a thing. You provided the nourishing spirit pills earlier and now the foundation establishment pills. With your support, the Dongfang family's prosperity is just around the corner. Dongfang Yunlong said. Dongfang Yunlong gathered his 3 younger brothers, Dongfang Yunhu, Dongfang Yunbiao, and Dongfang Yunbao, along with all the second-generation offspring. A grand feast was held to celebrate Zhang Liang's provision of the nourishing spirit and foundation establishment pills. The foundation establishment pill in particular was a matter of great concern to every second-generation member, and indeed to the entire clan, as it was vital for the family's revitalization. When Dongfang Yunlong announced the news, everyone was overjoyed. All raised their glasses to toast Zhang Liang repeatedly. Even his uncles, including Dongfang Yunhu, came forward to offer their respects. Dongfang Yunbao raised his cup and said, "Nephew-in-law, you braved the dangers of the primeval forest to gather herbs, refined the nourishing spirit and foundation establishment pills, and presented them to the family. As your uncle, I toast you for your contributions." Zhang Liang raised his cup with both hands and replied, "Thank you, uncle. This is what I should do." Bottoms up. He drained the cup in one gulp. Everyone present was a cultivator with a high tolerance for alcohol. Zhang Liang brought out 2 cases of matai for them to enjoy, and the Dongfang family members found it exquisite. They all praised the matai for its robust, yet smooth flavor and fragrance. The feast lasted 2 shurchen before everyone was satisfied. In the days that followed, Zhang Liang immersed himself in cultivation. Of course, he also prepared several more sets of body-tempering herbs, and continued tempering his physique. 2 months later, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refining. His body tempering had also achieved grand completion of the second layer. It was now high summer. He had been teleported here just before the New Year last year. Half a year had passed since he arrived in the cultivation world. He often missed his parents' sister and loved ones Lu Qianqian, Chen Yisong Yu Jiaosun, Li Huachong Rian, and all his dear ones. Zhang Liang planned once he gained sufficient strength to bring his family from Blue Star to the Eternal Continent, buy a large courtyard in Luzhou City, settle everyone comfortably, and let them cultivate together on the path to immortality. Although he was now at the peak of the 9th layer of qi refining, he still lacked some experience to break through to foundation establishment. He decided to wait a while longer, accumulating more experience before attempting the breakthrough. He informed Dongfang Yume that he would go on a training journey. He would consider the foundation establishment matter later. Zhang Liang stepped onto his flying sword and headed once more to Jubao town near the primeval forest. He tried to contact Chen Tianlei using the sound transmission talisman they had exchanged, but unfortunately Chen Tianlei and his group had already entered the primeval forest. Zhang Liang had intended to meet up with them, but now he had to explore alone. He entered the primeval forest once more, this time taking a different direction. In the outer region, no matter which path you took, there were no valuable herbs left. Countless cultivators had already combed the forest for resources. Thus, to find rare herbs, one had to venture deep into the forest and take risks. Zhang Liang applied an invisibility talisman, suppressed his aura, and cautiously pressed inward. He extended his spiritual sense, meticulously scanning every blade of grass and tree within 100 li. At the same time, he released the little black dog. The little dog had doubled in size, now over a meter long and a meter tall, no smaller than a full-grown canine. Its fur was no longer black, red hairs dominated with only a third remaining black. Zhang Liang thought to himself, I can't call it little black dog anymore. What name should he give it? Just then a voice echoed in his mind, Master, I am no dog. I am an ancient divine beast. The little creature had transmitted its thoughts again. Zhang Liang mused, you're not a dog. You look like a dog to me. What ancient divine beast looks like this? Oh Master, I am actually a divine beast, a Qilin. My memories have not fully awakened yet, and many inherited skills elude me. But when the time comes, I will be the king of all beasts, the little black dog transmitted again. Zhang Liang smiled wryly. All right, I am your master. I would be thrilled if you truly become a divine beast. From now on you shall be called Zhuefeng, chasing the wind. Yea, from now on I am Zhuefeng. Actually, I not only possess powerful spiritual sense and can seek treasures, but I can also run very, very fast. The little creature transmitted again. Zhang Liang cautioned, this forest is full of dangers, so don't run too fast. Don't worry, master. I won't run wild. Am not foolish. Zhuefeng replied. Soon man and beast entered the territory of second-tier demon beasts. Zhang Liang quickly stowed Zhuefeng inside the Hongmeng bell, allowing it to observe the outside. Roar! A beast's howl sounded, and a second-tier lion-tiger beast appeared 100 zhang away. Zhang Liang summoned a long sword, a spiritual weapon, and advanced slowly. He was still invisible, the beast had not detected him yet. The distance between them shrank 80 zhang, 60 zhang. When they were only 20-odd zhang apart, the lion-tiger beast caught a whiff of human scent. Why was there a human scent, but no visible figure? Zhang Liang made a flash move, appearing right before the beast, and thrust his sword into its lower abdomen, the most vulnerable spot. Thud! The spiritual sword sank in over a foot. Roar! The beast, enraged by the pain, swiped a claw at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang dodged and began to circle the lion-tiger. The beast tracked him by scent and attacked, forcing Zhang Liang to retreat repeatedly. He dared not engage in a direct contest of strength. This lion-tiger was a mid-stage second-tier beast equivalent to a human foundation establishment cultivator. In raw power, Zhang Liang was far outmatched. As they circled each other, the wound on the beast's abdomen bled freely, scattering demon blood everywhere. The lion-tiger felt its strength draining away. It was losing too much blood. Like a drunken man, the beast staggered and lost its balance. Zhang Liang lunged forward, slashing at its neck and severing the carotid artery. Whoa! The lion-tiger let out a final howl and collapsed in a pool of blood. Zhang Liang skinned it, fed the bones to Zhuefeng with plenty of meat still attached, and kept most of the meat for himself. He found a secluded spot, carved out a cave dwelling, and started a barbecue. Night had fallen, and Zhang Liang meditated inside the cave. The next morning, Zhuefeng was still fast asleep. It had devoured over 1,000 jin of beast meat yesterday. Zhang Liang could hardly believe such a small creature could eat so much. When it was time to leave, Zhuefeng remained in deep slumber. It seemed it would not wake anytime soon, so Zhang Liang put it back into the Hongmeng bell space. Continuing forward in his invisible state, he arrived at a place where spiritual energy was dense, and few had ever trod. Occasionally he could find a century-old spirit herb. Within half a day, Zhang Liang had discovered several hundred-year-old spirit herbs. Suddenly his divine sense detected two groups of people fighting ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was Chen Tianlei and his 3 companions engaged in battle with a group of 5. The opposing side had a foundation establishment initial stage cultivator leading several qi refining cultivators. Both sides were fighting for their lives with multiple injuries on each side. Chun Tianlei in particular had reached the peak of the 9th layer of qi refining. Yet facing a foundation establishment initial stage cultivator, though his cultivation was only a small step behind his actual strength, was far inferior. The foundation establishment cultivator forced him back step by step. At some point a gash appeared on his arm and blood soaked half his body. Still he parried left and blocked right, struggling to hold on as the situation grew perilous. On the other side, Meng Fan, Liu Kuan, and Wen Xiaorong were fighting 4 qi refining cultivators. 3 at the 7th layer besieged Meng Fan and Liu Kuan, while an 8th layer cultivator clashed with Wen Xiaorong. The battle grew fiercer. Meng Fan and Liu Kuan were both wounded. Covered in blood, it was impossible to see where they were injured. Wen Xiaorong fought evenly with the 8th layer cultivator and remained unharmed. Seeing his comrades on the verge of collapse, Zhang Liang dashed forward intending to save Chun Tianlei first. Still invisible, he approached behind the foundation establishment cultivator and slashed his sword toward the man's neck. Hearing a sound behind him, the foundation establishment cultivator instinctively dodged. The sword struck his shoulder, and with a thud the blade cleaved through, severing his left arm. Up! The foundation establishment cultivator cried out, clutching the bleeding wound with his right hand. Unable to continue the fight, he staggered onto his flying sword intending to flee. Chun Tianlei would not let him escape. He chased after him with his magical weapon sword, and Zhang Liang also moved to block the foundation establishment cultivator. 2 against 1, the foundation establishment cultivator was in too much pain to fight and only wanted to run. Zhang Liang condensed a divine sense spike and thrust it into the foundation establishment cultivator's sea of consciousness. Up! The cultivator's head split with pain, and Chun Tianlei stabbed his sword into the man's dantian. Zhang Liang seized the opportunity to cut off the foundation establishment cultivator's head. The 4 opponents fighting Meng Fan, Liu Kuan, and Wen Xiaorong saw their foundation establishment cultivator dead. Panicked, they lost the will to fight. They turned and fled, but Zhang Liang quickly caught up to the 8th layer cultivator, plunging his sword into the man's back and finishing him. Chun Tianlei and Wen Xiaorong joined Meng Fan and Liu Kuan, surrounding the remaining 3. Zhang Liang, having ended his battle, also came to assist. These 3 7th layer cultivators stood no chance. In the blink of an eye they perished. With the battle over, Zhang Liang removed his invisibility talisman. Zhang Liang and Wen Xiaorong collected the resources from the 5 corpses, a storage ring from the foundation establishment cultivator, and 4 storage pouches from the qi refining cultivators. They emptied the contents and counted them. These men must have often robbed other cultivators, for they were quite well. The foundation establishment cultivator alone had 200,000 spirit stones, and the 4 qi refining cultivators had a combined total of 320,000 spirit stones in their pouches. Additionally, there were 2 spiritual grade longswords, 10 magical grade longswords, 60,000 spirit herbs, a pile of refining materials, and various pills and jade bottles. The rest consisted of robes, animal hides, and meat. Zhang Liang took 3 pills from the space within the Hongmeng Bell and gave them to Chun Tianlei, Meng Fan, and Liu Kuan to heal their wounds. 2 hours later, the 3 had somewhat recovered and came over to speak with Zhang Liang. "Brother Zhang, you are truly our lucky star," Chun Tianlei said. "This is the 2nd time you've saved us. We're all family now, no need for courtesy. Since I happen to be here, how could I not act? What happened? Why did you fight them?" Zhang Liang asked. "It's all because they saw us dig up a dozen purple hearts. They bullied us, demanding we hand over our storage devices. How could we not fight? We risked our lives to enter the forest and gather those few herbs, and they wanted to take even our storage pouches. If not for you, Brother Zhang, we would have all perished," Chun Tianlei said indignantly. Then came the division of the spoils. Chun Tianlei insisted on including Zhang Liang. "Brother Zhang, this time listen to me. You acted at the critical moment and saved our lives. The spirit stones should be divided among the 5 of us. And the herbs. You are an alchemist, so take them. Just give us some pills after you refine them. Keep the refining materials too, none of us know how to refine, and selling them wouldn't fetch many spirit stones." Zhang Liang demurred, but eventually agreed with Chun Tianlei's plan. Each person took 104,000 spirit stones. Zhang Liang declined the spiritual and magical weapons, letting the others share them equally. He kept the herbs and refining materials. He sorted the pills: 10 bottles of qi-gathering pills and 6 bottles of healing pills. Surprisingly, 1 jade bottle contained a low-grade foundation establishment pill. This was a valuable pill, and Chun Tianlei rejoiced. When Chun Tianlei proposed using it, Zhang Liang shook his head. "Brother Chun, that low-grade pill has poor effects. I have prepared a top-grade foundation establishment pill for you. Keep that low-grade pill for now." With that, Zhang Liang produced a top-grade foundation establishment pill and gave it to Chun Tianlei. "Big brother, there's no need to be polite with me. The same goes for all of you. If you need any pills, just ask." Afterwards, they found a cave once used by others and rested there. Zhang Liang and Wen Xiurong cultivated, while Chen Tianlei and the others recovered from their injuries. After a night Chen Tianlei Meng Fan and Liu Kuan had mostly healed, they decided to explore further. Moving ahead, they encountered a second-stage mid-grade demon wolf. The creature was extremely fast and ferocious. Since Chen Tianlei's wounds had not fully healed, Zhang Liang stepped forward to fight the wolf. He swung his spiritual-grade long sword like the wind, yet could not even touch a single hair on the demon wolf. The wolf was too fast and immensely strong. Zhang Liang's fireball and ice arrow techniques also failed to hit it. After a prolonged struggle, Zhang Liang exhausted all his methods without subduing the beast. Time was running out. If other demon wolves were attracted, trouble would follow. Zhang Liang used a divine sense attack, a divine sense spike thrust into the wolf's head. Howl! The wolf let out a shrill scream and froze in place. Zhang Liang took the chance to step forward and cut off its head, ending the beast. After storing the corpse, they continued onward. Suddenly a group of monkeys appeared ahead, about 40 or 50 wild monkeys with no awakened intelligence. At the lead was a monkey that had awakened its intelligence and become a first-stage spirit beast roughly equivalent to an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator. It blocked the path of Zhang Liang and his 5 companions. Zhang Liang knew such spirit monkeys were the most troublesome opponents. They were agile and lightning fast. You couldn't hit them, but their sharp claws could. Being wounded by them meant deep scratch marks. Back on Blue Star, when he watched Journey to the West, Sun Wukong's flexible staff, his boundless power to vanquish demons, and his mastery of transformations. The image of the handsome Monkey King delighted Zhang Liang. He already had Zhuefeng, a little black dog. Wouldn't it be even more fun to tame a spirit monkey? He made up his mind. He would take this monkey. Zhang Liang stepped forward and said, "Monkey, come with me. I'll guide you on the path of longevity and raise you to become a handsome Monkey King. What do you say?" Squeak. The spirit monkey grew enraged. "As if I'd follow you. Dream on. Let me teach you a lesson." It brandished its sharp claws, threatening and intimidating Zhang Liang. Unfazed, Zhang Liang produced 2 spirit fruits from the Hongmeng Bell space. He had picked these fruits from trees in the forest, knowing that monkeys loved them. But this monkey was not so easily fooled. No matter what Zhang Liang tried, the monkey refused to be tricked. Zhang Liang grew exasperated. "Even if you were Sun Wukong, I would subdue you like Tathagata Buddha and teach you a lesson slowly." Thus man and monkey began to fight. Zhang Liang silently praised the monkey's agility and immense strength. The fight extended for quite a while, and the monkey's speed never waned. It seemed cunning was needed. Zhang Liang employed the vine entanglement technique, conjuring countless vines that shot toward the monkey. The monkey dodged too slowly and was ensnared. The vines multiplied, wrapping the monkey into a ball, leaving only its head exposed. The monkey struggled frantically, chirping in panic. Zhang Liang spat out a mouthful of essence blood and inscribed a beast-taming contract. He forced a drop of essence blood from the monkey's head, inscribed a slave contract on it, then sent the blood sigil into the monkey's head. The bond was established. Zhang Liang immediately sensed that his relationship with the monkey had become that of master and servant. He could decide the monkey's life or death with a single thought. The monkey also felt that Zhang Liang was its master, willingly obeying any command. From now on, it would instantly carry out whatever Zhang Liang ordered. The monkey approached Zhang Liang, circled him twice, and a voice transmitted into his mind, "Master, follow me." This was not divine sense transmission, but a kind of mental connection between master and servant. Zhang Liang considered it a form of divine sense transmission. Following the monkey into a cave, they reached an innermost small cavern with a pit several zhang wide, filled with clear liquid. Zhang Liang caught the scent of wine. Squeak, squeak. "Master, this is the wine I brewed for you using dozens of spirit fruits." Zhang Liang was astonished. Legends told of spirit monkeys brewing wine called monkey wine. Could this be it? It was said that drinking monkey wine was superior to any miraculous pill for cultivators. This was a true heavenly treasure, a nectar of immortals. Zhang Liang cupped some monkey wine in his hands and drank it. He felt a surge of spiritual energy flood through his meridians, cycling repeatedly, and his entire Buddhist Qi became abundant. His cultivation at the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refining broke through to the great perfection of the 9th layer. Moreover, his foundation was solid without any instability. Overjoyed, Zhang Liang retrieved several large barrels from the Hongmeng Bell space. Barrels that could hold hundreds of jin of water back on Blue Star. He filled 5 barrels in one go, leaving only a small amount in the pit. He thought to leave a little for the monkeys. Worldly treasures should be shared, taking their leader and all the wine that he could not bear. He told the monkey to bid farewell to its tribe. The monkey knew it was leaving and reluctantly hugged each little monkey, chattering softly as it gave instructions. The little monkeys wiped their tears and prepared some spirit fruits for the monkey in a large sack, a human sack they had found somewhere. "Master, I sewed this sack myself," the monkey transmitted. Zhang Liang gave the monkey a storage pouch and told it to bond with a drop of blood. After the bonding succeeded, the monkey stored all the spirit fruits the little monkeys had prepared. It chittered. A childish voice entered Zhang Liang's mind. "Thank you, master, for the treasure." Zhang Liang said, "I'll give you a name. From now on, as you follow me on the path of longevity, you shall be called Sun Wudao. I hope you emulate Sun Wukong and become a top-tier expert, aiding me in ascending to the immortal realm as soon as possible." Squeak, squeak. The monkey nodded, clenching its little fist before Zhang Liang. "I will cultivate diligently and become an immortal soon." The monkey's voice echoed in Zhang Liang's mind. After emerging from the cave, Qin Tianlei and the others congratulated Zhang Liang. "Congratulations, Brother Zhang, on acquiring another spirit beast. We must celebrate." Of course, the monkey just contributed some exceptional wine, monkey wine. "He'll give each of you some today, you'll taste it. Just a sip raised my cultivation a small step. Now I'm also at the great perfection of the 9th layer of qi refining," Zhang Liang said. Qin Tianlei was overjoyed. "Excellent. With your foundation establishment pill, and the monkey wine breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is within reach." They set up a barbecue rack in the monkey's cave, and Zhang Liang personally grilled wild meat. He shared some with the monkeys, and then feasted and drank freely with Qin Tianlei and the others. The monkey wine was like celestial nectar, sweet, mellow, and rich with spiritual energy upon entering the mouth. All of them felt their cultivation realms loosen. Zhang Liang and Qin Tianlei discussed leaving the monkey's territory to find a place to break through to foundation establishment. After finishing the barbecue, it was time for Sun Wudao the monkey to part with its tribe. It came before Zhang Liang and transmitted, "Master, can I bring my wife?" Zhang Liang looked and saw a female monkey following behind Sun Wudao. It seemed he was reluctant to leave his beloved. This reminded Zhang Liang of his 5 girlfriends back on Blue Star, each as beautiful as a celestial maiden, whom he had not seen for a long time. "Of course, I have a spatial treasure that can contain living things. You can even bring your entire tribe," Zhang Liang said. "Really? That's wonderful. Master, rest assured I'll find a way to feed them myself." The monkey's voice entered Zhang Liang's sea of consciousness. It seemed Sun Wudao intended to bring all the monkeys. Thinking about it, it wasn't bad. When his own sons grew up, each could have a monkey descendant of Sun Wudao following behind, wielding an iron staff as a protector. How cool would that be? The matter was settled, and Zhang Liang gathered Sun Wudao and all the monkeys into the Hongming Bell space. The current space of the Hongming Bell spanned thousands of miles with over a dozen peaks. Sun Wudao and the monkeys occupied a peak. Zhang Liang also introduced Sun Wudao the monkey to Chasing Wind the little black dog to prevent conflicts in the Hongming Bell space. The two became acquainted. They chattered excitedly with their arms around each other's shoulders while Zhang Liang designated an activity area for them, lest they damage the spiritual herbs planted in the space. Chasing Wind had grown quite large now. It was as big as an adult cow. Most of its fur was red, and when it ran it resembled a fiery blaze. It was stunning. Zhang Liang brought Chasing Wind out and rode it around the forest. This fellow ran with a speed that was no slower than Zhang Liang. Qin Tianlei and the others envied Zhang Liang for having 2 impressive beast companions. "Brother Qin, can you help me find a beast companion?" When Xiaorong shook Zhang Liang's arm. "Sure. Since Sister One likes it, I'll keep an eye out for a fun beast companion for you." Zhang Liang agreed. Now the monkeys all followed Zhang Liang. The monkey wine in their cave had become ownerless. Zhang Liang generously gifted it to Qin Tianlei and the others, allowing them to share the monkey wine. The group was overjoyed, each receiving a large barrel. They were all very grateful to Zhang Liang, as it was he who had tamed the monkeys. What belonged to the monkeys was essentially Zhang Liang's. Being able to generously share with everyone showed that he considered them family. Now, with nothing else to do, Zhang Liang and Qin Tianlei were about to break through to foundation establishment. Meng Fan, Lu Kuan, and Wen Xiaorong naturally became the protectors. It was decided that Meng Fan and Lu Kuan would protect Qin Tianlei, while Wen Xiaorong would protect Zhang Liang. To avoid mutual interference, the two kept a distance of 300 miles apart. Zhang Liang first set up a gathering spirit formation for Qin Tianlei before leaving the 300-mile range. He found a mountain peak and arranged the gathering spirit formation. Then he sat down to cultivate. Feeling the true energy filling his major meridians, he consumed the foundation establishment pill. Zhang Liang felt the true energy in his body swell to the point of bursting his dantian. He forcefully compressed the true energy in his dantian, and with a crack, the dantian expanded significantly. Continuing to sit and cultivate, the spiritual energy within a radius of 300 miles, 400 miles, and 500 miles began to swirl and converge above Zhang Liang's head. Boom! Zhang Liang's cultivation broke through. He finally reached the foundation establishment stage, and within his dantian true essence first formed as a droplet of liquid, followed by 2 droplets, 3 droplets, until finally it formed a small lake of true essence. Zhang Liang hurriedly moved another 300 miles away, fearing that he would affect Qin Tianlei's breakthrough. Indeed, it was true. Shen Tianlei sensed that the surrounding spiritual energy had been drained by Zhang Liang. Thus he was unable to break through for a long time. Just as he was feeling troubled, Zhang Liang left. The surrounding spiritual energy thickened. Boom. Shen Tianlei also broke through. As for Zhang Liang, after relocating, he set up the gathering spirit formation again and continued to sit and circulate his technique. The sky above his head darkened. Crack. A thunderclap struck down. The tribulation lightning for his breakthrough had arrived. Generally, a typical cultivator-facing foundation establishment would encounter 3 rounds of tribulation lightning. Geniuses in the cultivation world facing foundation establishment must endure 6 rounds of tribulation lightning. Those who endure 9 rounds are rare talents, with ascension to the immortal realm being a certainty. Unless they are killed along the way. In the history of the cultivation realm, only one person has ever endured 12 rounds of tribulation lightning. That was a powerful being from over 100,000 years ago who has long since ascended to the divine realm. Zhang Liang did not know how many rounds of tribulation lightning he would face, or whatever it was he would endure it. The reason he was aware of these secrets was that he had merged with the divine sense of that powerful being. Crack. The second round of tribulation lightning struck Zhang Liang. His robe was torn, exposing his bare body. The third, fourth, and fifth rounds. After 9 rounds, the first round of tribulation lightning had passed. Zhang Liang's body remained unscathed. His second layer of body refining cultivation was still quite formidable. Zhang Liang sat in meditation, and after half an hour it began again. Crack. Boom. The tribulation lightning struck Zhang Liang again. After the third round of tribulation lightning passed, half an hour later it began again. Crack. Boom. Zhang Liang's second layer of body refining was still holding out. During the fourth and fifth rounds of tribulation lightning, Zhang Liang's second layer of body refining was severely injured, blood flowing profusely. During the sixth round of tribulation lightning, Zhang Liang put on the alchemist's robe. This was a protective robe with strong defensive capabilities, able to withstand any attack. After enduring the sixth round of tribulation lightning, Zhang Liang heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the foundation establishment tribulation lightning had passed. Now he sat in meditation to recover from his injuries. Just half an hour later, crack. The tribulation lightning came again. Could it be that he had to endure 9 more rounds of tribulation lightning? Crack. Boom. The 7th round of tribulation lightning was not yet finished, and the alchemist's robe had also been torn apart. The 8th round of tribulation lightning came again. For the first strike, Zhang Liang threw out a magical sword to defend. For the second strike, he threw out another magical sword. With the third strike, the 8th round of tribulation lightning was finally over. At this point, Zhang Liang was covered in blood, and this was the result of using up all his magical artifacts. He only had a few spirit weapons left, which he truly did not want to waste. The 9th round of tribulation lightning arrived. Crack. Boom. For the first strike, Zhang Liang gritted his teeth and threw out a spirit weapon sword. Not bad, it blocked half of the tribulation lightning, but Zhang Liang was still blasted, covered in blood. For the second strike, he threw out another spirit weapon sword. By the third and fourth strikes, Zhang Liang had exhausted his spirit weapon swords, leaving only one high-grade spirit weapon sword. He couldn't possibly be without a weapon after foundation establishment. For the 5th strike of tribulation lightning, Zhang Liang bit the bullet and threw out the alchemical furnace he used on Blue Star, which shattered on the spot. Fortunately, it blocked half of the damage. The 6th round of tribulation lightning came again. Boom. Zhang Liang had no choice but to throw out the high-grade spirit weapon spear he used on Blue Star. Not bad. It blocked the 7th, 8th, and 9th rounds of tribulation lightning. Finally, he had endured all 9 rounds of tribulation lightning, but the high-grade spirit weapon spear was also ruined. Zhang Liang consumed a healing pill and had broken through to foundation establishment, yet he was nearly broke. After recovering from his injuries, he realized something was wrong. The thunderclouds had not dissipated. This indicated that there might be more to come. Having barely endured the 9 rounds of tribulation lightning, was he to be ruined here today? Zhang Liang thought of his parents and the 5 girlfriends back on Blue Star. They were still waiting for his return. He alone was responsible for the cultivation path of so many people. In Panshir Town, Dongfang Yume was also waiting for him, along with many friends and family. He could not afford to have any accidents. It was just a foundation establishment tribulation lightning. Even if he had to shed a layer of skin, he had to get through today. Zhang Liang's Dao heart became even more resolute. He must face the tribulation lightning bravely. No matter how formidable the tribulation lightning, it could not hinder his heart towards the Dao. Crack. Boom. The 10th round of tribulation lightning descended. Zhang Liang utilized the high-grade immortal artifact, the Divine Dragon Cauldron, given to him by his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong. In truth, it was the alchemical furnace of the powerful being he merged with, sharing the same name. This high-grade immortal artifact cauldron could also be considered Zhang Liang's. However, he had received it from his father-in-law. he should still feel grateful for the old man's deep affection. With the protection of the divine dragon cauldron, he finally passed the 10th round of tribulation lightning, and some of the penetrating thunder energy was absorbed into his body. Too much would be unbearable. This is called overdoing it. Without the divine dragon cauldron, he would not have been able to withstand that impact. A small amount of thunder energy could be absorbed. This could be understood. The 11th round of tribulation lightning was also passed, and the divine dragon cauldron suffered some damage. Zhang Liang reluctantly stored it in the Hongming Bell space. High-grade spirit weapons have self-repairing functions, so Zhang Liang could only let it repair itself. After all, he had no other choice. He had to prioritize saving his life. Zhang Liang put away the divine dragon cauldron, sat down to cultivate, and awaited the arrival of the 12th round of tribulation lightning. Suddenly the dark clouds parted, and a pillar of 7-colored light descended from the sky, enveloping Zhang Liang. He knew this was a reward from the heavenly Tao. This was no ordinary opportunity. Zhang Liang circulated his technique, absorbing the Hongming purple qi from the light pillar like a whale swallowing. Simultaneously, he opened a gap in the Hongming Bell, absorbing all the energy from the light pillar into the Hongming Bell space, without wasting a single bit. Moreover, he imprisoned this energy in the place he usually entered. He would absorb it again when he had the chance. Meanwhile, a sharp voice rang out when Xiaorong had started fighting with someone. It turned out that there were cultivators with discerning eyes who came to seize the opportunity. Zhang Liang's divine sense detected that the incoming cultivator was a peak latest-stage qi refinement level 9. Despite Wen Xiaorong's desperate resistance, she was still being pushed back. At this moment, the energy from the light pillar had also been fully absorbed by Zhang Liang. As the light pillar receded, Zhang Liang bowed deeply to the sky and exclaimed, "Thank you, heavenly Tao, for your generous bestowal." His voice shook the heavens. Among the clouds, a certain powerful being nodded and praised. "This Confucian youth is teachable. It was worth my trip. Indeed, he is a rare talent not seen in 10,000 years." Zhang Liang could not see the powerful being. He hurried towards the location where Wen Xiaorong was fighting with the Qi Refinement Level 9 cultivator. That Qi Refinement Level 9 cultivator had probably seen Zhang Liang coming. He stopped entangling with Wen Xiaorong, stepping onto his flying sword to escape. Zhang Liang stepped onto his spiritual sword and chased after him. In less than a quarter of an hour, he caught up to the villain. The man hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. "Senior, spare my life. I won't dare do it again." Zhang Liang coldly replied, "Remember to be a good person in your next life." A palm strike was sent out, and a golden handprint landed on the Qi Refinement Level 9 cultivator. "Opt!" A scream echoed as the Qi Refinement Level 9 cultivator was left on the brink of death. Wen Xiaorong caught up and finished off the villain with a sword. "Thank you, Sister Wen, for protecting me." Zhang Liang expressed his gratitude. Then he searched the Qi Refinement Level 9 cultivator and found a storage bag. Zhang Liang didn't even look at it and handed it to Wen Xiaorong. "Sister Wen, keep the things in here." He also took out a high-grade foundation establishment pill and gave it to Wen Xiaorong. "Sister Wen, take this high-grade foundation establishment pill for when you need it. I will protect you when the time comes." Zhang Liang said again. "Congratulations, brother Zhang Liang. You have endured 12 rounds of tribulation lightning, a super genius not seen in 10,000 years. I, your foolish brother, am ashamed." Chun Tianlei along with Meng Fan and Lu Kuan also arrived. Chun Tianlei was not bad either. He had endured 6 rounds of tribulation lightning, which could also be considered talented. However, compared to Zhang Liang, he seemed rather ordinary. Their 5-member team had suddenly added 2 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. This was a great joy, and Zhang Liang set up a barbecue grill and grilled beef. Zhang Liang also brought out the Guojiao Maotai from Blue Star and gave Wen Xiaorong a bottle of cola, and everyone happily feasted on meat and drank wine. The monkey wine was rich in spiritual energy, but compared to Maotai, it still lacked some potency. After eating and drinking for more than an hour, everyone was finally satisfied. Zhang Liang found a wall, excavated a cave, and fell asleep inside. This was the first time he had slept since arriving in the cultivation world. Other times he had replaced sleep with meditation and cultivation. Today the breakthrough to foundation establishment had indeed been arduous. Therefore Zhang Liang planned to have a good sleep. To sleep until the sun was high, relieving his tense nerves. Chen Tianlei guessed Zhang Liang's thoughts and instructed Meng Fan and Lu Jie to cultivate well. He also went to sleep. Perhaps the breakthrough had also taken a toll. Chen Tianlei fell into a deep sleep with no thoughts, simply exhausted. The next day Zhang Liang and Chen Tianlei woke up simultaneously, ready to begin their adventures in the forest again. This time their strength had greatly increased, and they had a certain level of ability in the area of second-tier beast monsters. On this expedition, Zhang Liang and Chen Tianlei led the way with Meng Fan and the other 3 following behind. Here they had already entered the area where second-tier beast monsters were active. The spiritual energy was much denser than outside, and there were many more spiritual herbs and plants. Their 5-member team spread out, each person moving forward at a distance of 100 feet. Each had found several spiritual herbs. Zhang Liang had just harvested a few red spiritual grasses when his divine sense detected a second-tier beast bear approaching. Despite its large and stout appearance, that fellow was not slow, and it was incredibly strong. Zhang Liang transmitted a message to Chun Tianlei, asking him to protect everyone. He approached the beast, preparing to kill this beast bear. The beast bear was full of treasures. Its fur could be used to refine defensive robes, its meat was edible, and its blood could be used for talismans. Zhang Liang gripped the spirit weapon sword, concealed his aura, and slowly approached the beast bear. As he got close to the beast bear and launched an attack, the beast bear noticed him. Bang! Zhang Liang's sword was swatted away by the beast bear's paw. Zhang Liang was nearly jolted into losing his grip. This beast bear was too powerful. Roar! The beast bear pounced at Zhang Liang, who dodged and unleashed the lightning sword technique to battle the beast bear. Zhang Liang transmitted a message to Chun Tianlei, letting him know to take the others to safety. Once they were safe, he could fight. If he couldn't win, he would flee. After a fierce battle for an hour, even the spirit weapon sword could not pierce the beast bear's skin. Finally, he used his divine sense to attack. In the moment the beast bear was stunned, Zhang Liang summoned the Fang Tianhua halberd and plunged it into the beast bear's abdomen. Roar! The beast bear jumped violently in pain, causing a larger wound. Zhang Liang withdrew the halberd and thrust again, embedding it in the beast bear's mouth, pinning it to a large tree. The beast bear struggled a few times, blood gushing from its abdomen, and it soon died. Chun Tianlei and the others also rushed over to help skin it and divide the bear meat. Each of them collected a piece of bear meat, which was a great supplement from a second-tier beast. Chun Tianlei took the fur to sell outside the forest. Zhang Liang collected a bucket of the beast bear's essence blood, which he could use to make some talismans when he had the time. After everything was tidied up, Chun Tianlei suggested they shouldn't venture deeper. With 2 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators and 3 qi refinement cultivators, they had already entered a dangerous zone. Everyone thought it would be sufficient to simply search this area, so they stopped venturing deeper. They began moving laterally through the region where second-tier demon beasts roamed, creatures essentially equivalent to human foundation establishment cultivators. They already found it arduous to deal with these beasts, needing to join forces to kill even one. After a full day of traversing this area, their harvest was meager. Every day people entered the forest in search of resources. On the periphery there was scarcely anything left to gain. After finding a place to rest for the night, they withdrew. Arriving at Duobao town, they sold the beast hides. For spirit herbs, Zhang Liang purchased those that would be useful using spirit stones. The ones he had no use for were also sold. The spirit stones they obtained were divided among the 5 of them. Zhang Liang planned to rent a house along the street here and open a pill shop. He would have Wen Shurong Meng Fan and Lu Kuan sell pills in the shop to see how business fared. He and Chun Tianlei would venture deeper into the forest, pressing further inward. Chun Tianlei told him that all the properties here belonged to the Song family of Duobao town. To rent a house, they would have to approach the Song family. Later he heard that rents here were exorbitant, no lower than in Luzhou City. Zhang Liang thought then he might as well go to Luzhou City. Zhang Liang bid farewell to Chun Tianlei and the other 3, intending to return to Panshur town first. Then he would head to Luzhou City. Whether he could open a shop would depend on circumstances. Chun Tianlei and the others reluctantly saw Zhang Liang off. Everyone rest here for a few days. Once I've settled the shop matter, I'll come back to inform you, Zhang Liang said as he departed. When he left, the Dongfang family had offended the Mo family of Wasong town. He wondered how things stood now. Along the way, Zhang Liang recalled this and worried about his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong. Although he was a golden core initial stage cultivator, Mo Changsong was of equal cultivation. If they truly fought, no one could predict the outcome. He stepped onto his flying sword and sped like the wind toward Panshur town. When he was still 100 li away, his divine sense detected a battle at the town's entrance. Zhang Liang accelerated. When he was still several tens of zhang away, he saw 2 factions locked in melee at the town gate. In the air, Dongfang Yunlong and Mo Changsong were locked in a fierce duel, evenly matched and both drenched in sweat. Such a situation was on the verge of a decisive outcome. Below, the foundation establishment cultivators from both sides were also engaged in pairs, fighting with intense fervor. Both sides had sustained injuries. Yet the clash of blades and flashes of sword light continued unabated. Zhang Liang knew that in such chaos, victory hinged entirely on the supreme combatants. If the strongest prevailed, morale would be bolstered. Riding that momentum, they would triumph. Conversely, if the lead, morale would collapse, leading to total rout. With this in mind, Zhang Liang affixed an invisibility talisman, suppressed his aura to the extreme, and swiftly approached Mo Changsong. Normally, a golden core cultivator possessed formidable divine sense and would not be harmed by an ant at the foundation establishment initial stage. However, Mo Changsong had been engaged with Dongfang Yunlong for an hour. Exhausted, he neither noticed nor expected an invisible assailant from behind. Zhang Liang crept up to Mo Changsong's back and swung his sword fiercely. Mo Changsong heard the wind and twisted abruptly. The sword missed his neck but sliced into his ribs. The strike left a gash over a foot long. "Oh!" Mo Chongsong cried out in agony. Dongfang Yunlong, realizing someone was aiding him, lunged forward and struck with his own sword. Uff! That blade pierced Mo Chongsong's dantian. "Oh!" Mo Chongsong screamed again as his dantian's chi leaked away, and he followed the same fate as Mo Shihu, becoming a cripple. Adhering to the principle of eradicating evil entirely, Dongfang Yunlong struck off his head with a single blow. Whoosh! The aerial battle startled those below. Mo Chongsong has fallen, shouted the Dongfang family cultivators. Mo Chongsong is dead. The foundation establishment cultivators of the Mo family from Wusong town were terrified out of their wits. Mo Chongsong's 4 sons, Mo Jinhu, Mo Yinfeng, Mo Tonghu, and Mo Yuhu, were also frightened beyond measure. Without their father, how could the Mo family dominate Mozong town? They didn't even think of avenging their father. Who could stand against Dongfang Yunlong? Even a tired golden core cultivator could easily kill a few foundation establishment cultivators with a flick of a finger, like squashing bugs. The 4 of them fled first, and the Mo family's retainers ran even faster. The Mo cultivators crumbled like an avalanche, scattering in all directions. "Chase them down and kill them," Dongfang Yunlong bellowed. Dongfang Yunhu and the other Dongfang family foundation establishment cultivators, grasping their spirit sword artifacts, gave chase. Zhang Liang greeted his father-in-law. "Father-in-law, I'm going too." Dongfang Yunlong knew it was Zhang Liang who had helped kill Mo Chongsong. "Be careful, worthy son-in-law," Dongfang Yunlong admonished. "No worries. I've already reached foundation establishment," Zhang Liang said, then picked up his sword and joined the pursuit. In his invisible state, catching them off guard, Zhang Liang cut down Mo Jinhu, a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator, with 1 strike. He added another blow to finish him. Zhang Liang stripped Mo Jinhu's storage ring and continued the chase. Dongfang Yunhu and the others also killed Mo Yinfeng. Regrettably, Mo Tonghu and Mo Yuhu vanished without a trace. They had escaped. 2 of the Mo family's retainers were slain, while 3 or 4 got away. After a search that yielded nothing, they reported back to Dongfang Yunlong, who could do nothing. He ordered the wounded to dress their injuries. Then the injured were to guard Panshir town alongside the Qi refining cultivators, leaving Dongfang Yunbao at home for protection. The rest would pursue to Wusong town and eradicate the Mo family's foundation. Zhang Liang praised father-in-law speaks wisely. The Mo family has entrenched themselves in Wusong town for years. They must have amassed wealth. If we raid their home, we'll surely reap great rewards. Let's go. Dongfang Yunlong led a dozen foundation establishment cultivators flying on their swords toward Wusong town. Zhang Liang summoned Zhuifeng and rode the Jade Qilin, keeping pace with the group at lightning speed. Everyone admired the beautiful Jade Qilin Zhuifeng and envied Zhang Liang's formidable beast pet. Hearing the compliments, Zhuifeng redoubled its efforts. It ran neck and neck with Dongfang Yunlong, a fiery blur flashing like lightning. In less than 2 hours they reached Wusong town. There the Mo family's courtyard blazed with light and buzzed with clamor. Mo Tonghu and Mo Yuhu had returned, and the Mo family was packing up for a full relocation. Dongfang Yunlong laughed heartily. "You remnants of the Mo family. If you had fled, you might have lived. You should not have come back." The Dongfang family cultivators surged forward, surrounding Mo Tonghu and Mo Yuhu. "Spare us. Our Mo family has only these few people left. Patriarch Dongfang, have mercy." Mo Tonghu and Mo Yuhu begged pitifully. Dongfang Yunlong hardened his heart and commanded, "Leave the old women and children, kill the rest." Zhang Liang understood that compassion leaves a scourge. Remove the roots completely. All direct male descendants of the Mo family, including the crippled Mo Shihu, perished. Mo Tonghu and Mo Yuhu's storage rings were filled with the family's accumulated wealth. After looting everything, they set fire to the Mo family estate. Dongfang Yunlong led all the foundation establishment cultivators back to Panshir town. The next day, he distributed rewards to every cultivator who had fought. He gave Zhang Liang 2 spirit swords and 100,000 spirit stones. Zhang Liang also offered the storage ring he had taken from Mo Jinhu to his father-in-law. "Keep it. If you hadn't arrived in time, our Dongfang family would have suffered a great disaster. Mo Chongsong was my equal. Without your ambush, I truly couldn't have killed him," Dongfang Yunlong praised. All Dongfang family cultivators received rewards, 2,000 spirit stones for each Qi refining. The Dongfang family held a grand feast celebrating for 3 days. Zhang Liang had been absent for some days, so he returned to accompany Dongfang Yume in cultivation for a while. He told Yume that he planned to go to Luzhou City to open a medicinal pill shop. "All right, my husband, just let me know if you need help," said Dongfang Yume. "No need, focus on your cultivation at home. I still have a few friends waiting in Duobao town. If I need manpower, I have them," said Zhang Liang. After greeting his father-in-law, he set off for Luzhou City. Upon arriving in Luzhou City, he first visited the senior branch manager Zheng Kefa. He explained his intention to open a medicinal pill shop. Zhang Kefa strongly approved and encouraged him to proceed boldly. He said the Alchemy Alliance would assist with any difficulties. They also had a vacant shopfront which they granted to Zhang Liang. He was to pay a modest amount of spirit stones annually. Zhang Liang also accepted a batch of tasks from the alliance and exchanged contribution points for spiritual herbs needed to refine qi gathering pills, marrow nourishing pills, and essence gathering pills. Afterward, Zhang Liang returned to the small courtyard provided by the Alchemy Alliance. Since he planned to open a pill shop, he needed a substantial stock of pills. Thus, Zhang Liang began alchemy. He spent 5 days refining over 100 furnaces of qi gathering pills, totaling more than 1,000 pills, most of which were high grade. His divine sense had greatly improved along with his alchemical skills, enabling him to produce several furnaces of supreme-grade qi gathering pills. Each supreme-grade pill yielded 12 pure flawless pellets, with double the spiritual energy of high-grade ones. From then on, Zhang Liang's alchemical expertise advanced significantly. He mastered the technique of purifying to 95, making it easier to produce supreme-grade pills. Next, he spent another 5 days refining over 100 furnaces of marrow-nourishing pills, mostly high-grade, with 10 furnaces yielding supreme-grade pills. Although Zhang Liang was now a foundation establishment initial stage cultivator, his divine sense cultivation corresponded to that of a golden core initial stage. When refining, his divine sense would be depleted and then restored. This process greatly tempered and enhanced his divine sense. Coupled with his constant practice of the Hongmeng spirit cultivation art, Zhang Liang's divine sense realm surpassed his cultivation realm by a major stage. Essence gathering pills were third-order pills suitable for golden core initial stage cultivators. Zhang Liang attempted to refine a furnace and succeeded. As it was his first attempt, the result was a batch of mid-grade pills. After consuming a soul-nourishing pill and fully recovering, Zhang Liang continued refining. Over the next 5 days, he produced more than 10 furnaces of third-order essence gathering pills, over 30 mid-grade pills, with the rest being high-grade. Additionally, he spent several days completing the tasks he had received from the Alchemy Alliance, earning a large number of spiritual herbs and contribution points. Zhang Liang informed Senior Zhang Kefa of his advancement to a third-rank alchemist and showed him the high-grade essence gathering pills. Zhang Kefa said happily, "Excellent. You are an honest man, there's no need for an assessment. I will issue you the third-rank alchemist badge and robe right now." When Xiuqing also came to congratulate, saying, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Zhang. You have become a third-rank alchemist so quickly. In time you will leave me, your old brother, far behind." "Huh. No need to wait, you're already behind him." The essence-gathering pills Zhang Liang refined are mostly high-grade. Only at the beginning did he produce a few furnaces of mid-grade pills. He rarely produced low-grade pills, said Zhang Kefa with a laugh. When Xiaosheng's face reddened, "Fellow Taoist Zhang is an alchemical genius. I am truly outmatched. Fellow Taoist one is too modest. I am merely a latecomer and a novice. We are all colleagues, there is no need for comparison," Zhang Liang said with a smile, showing no hint of pride. With everything prepared, Zhang Liang went to Duobao town to find Chun, Tianlei Meng Fan, Lu Kuan, and Wenshiro. He told them about his plan to open a medicinal pill shop. These four had recently been scouring the outskirts of the primordial forest for resources, which was becoming increasingly difficult. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's proposal, they all agreed to help. Zhang Liang proposed a salary based on the standards of the Dongfang clan, a monthly payment of 1,000 spirit stones for foundation establishment cultivators and 500 for qi refining cultivators, with additional bonuses if business thrived. Moreover, they could use cultivation pills for free. Chen Tianlei and the others knew this was exceptionally generous. They expressed their gratitude for Zhang Liang's magnanimity. After so many years in the cultivation world, Zhang Liang understood their sentiments. The treatment he offered was unprecedented, and they silently vowed to treat his business as their own and give their utmost effort. Upon arriving in Luzhou City, they renovated the shop. Zhang Liang named it Danxiang Pavilion, Fragrant Pill Pavilion. He had a plaque made of sandalwood and adorned its rim with luminous stones. The shop was decorated in an elegant, grand, yet luxurious style. On the opening day, to avoid trouble, Zhang Liang disguised his appearance. He wore the robe and badge of a third-rank alchemist. Amid the crackling of firecrackers, Zhang Kefa, the branch manager of the Alchemy Alliance in Luzhou City, arrived with several alchemists to show support. Thus, Danxiang Pavilion officially opened. When Xiurong greeted customers and explained the pill prices, Meng Fan and Lu Kuan were behind the counter handing out goods. Chen Tianlei acted as the manager overseeing the shop. Zhang Liang set clear prices with tags on each type of pill. This business model was inspired by the large shopping malls on Blue Star. Thanks to the high quality and fair prices of Zhang Liang's pills, the business quickly flourished. The shop front bore the emblem of the Alchemy Alliance. Consequently, cultivators flocked to purchase pills. As the Alchemy Alliance was one of the major powers in the cultivation world, no one dared to cause trouble after the opening. Every night, Chen Tianlei and the others seized the opportunity to cultivate. Zhang Liang allowed them to use pills freely, treating them as family. Knowing Zhang Liang's temperament, they did not stand on ceremony. Only 2 people could stay overnight inside Danxiang Pavilion, So Chen Tianlei and Ming Fan slept there. When Xiaorong and Lu Kuan stayed at Zhang Liang's small courtyard. Within a month, Zhang Liang's income from spirit stones reached 1 million. Of course, even without the pill shop, his alchemical skills would have brought him no shortage of spirit stones. However, the pill shop generated even more revenue and provided jobs for Chun Tianlei and the other 3, sparing them the life-risking excursions into the primordial forest. The city lord's mansion and local bullies dared not provoke the shop, knowing it was under the Alchemy Alliance. There was, however, one issue. On his first visit to Luzhou City, Zhang Liang had intervened in a quarrel, offending Lu Ming, the son of Deputy City Lord Liu Beixian. To avoid trouble, Zhang Liang had been appearing at the pill shop in disguise ever since. Finding this inconvenient, he planned to eliminate the menaced Lu Ming at an opportune moment. As for Liu Beixian, he had never seen Zhang Liang's true face, so there should be no problem. Zhang Liang cultivated in the small courtyard every day, occasionally refining a few furnaces of pills. The business of Danxianggo was bustling every day. He completely entrusted the shop affairs to Chun Tianlei and a few others, merely making a round each day. He went there after changing his appearance every day, as there was no other way. Who told him he had offended Lu Ming? On this day, he was wandering the streets planning to take a stroll. Suddenly, his divine sense detected that Lu Ming, accompanied by several household slaves, was bullying a girl selling spirit herbs at a street stall. This time, Lu Ming was followed by a Foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator and several qi refining 8th or 9th layer cultivators. Zhang Liang's current appearance was often seen entering and exiting Danxianggo. Going in that form would bring trouble upon himself. He hurriedly found a secluded spot and quickly transformed into a middle-aged man with a thick beard. Then, holding a spirit artifact long sword and with an invisibility talisman affixed to his body, he flew straight toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was lewdly harassing the qi-refining female cultivator with a lascivious expression. Not far from him was that Foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator. No one expected that anyone would dare to lay a deadly hand on the Vice City Lord's son. Zhang Liang concealed his aura, approached Lu Ming, and with a swift motion of his sword struck. Without even uttering a cry of agony, Lu Ming's head rolled to the ground. Zhang Liang casually snatched his storage ring and then rushed toward that Foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator. Not good. The Foundation establishment cultivator was greatly shocked. Young Master Lu Ming's head had been severed. This Foundation establishment cultivator was called Lu Ning, a cousin of Liu Beixian, and was ordered to protect Lu Ming. His divine sense was already strong, yet he had still failed to protect Lu Ming. He raised his spirit sword and shouted loudly, "It's terrible. The young master has been killed." At the same time, he cautiously scanned the surroundings. Those qi refining cultivators were also greatly alarmed. They were the young master's guards. Now that the young master was dead, how could they explain to the Vice City Lord? Zhang Liang, wielding his spirit artifact long sword, struck again at Lu Neng. However, Lu Neng was no ordinary man. Upon hearing the wind, he knew an attack was coming and dodged aside. Although Zhang Liang's movements were not slow, Lu Neng was experienced in battle. Unable to see Zhang Liang, he quickly retreated. Although Zhang Liang was at the Foundation establishment early stage, his divine sense cultivation far surpassed Lu Neng's. He condensed a divine sense needle and pierced it into Lu Neng's sea of consciousness. Lu Neng clutched his head in pain, momentarily stunned. Zhang Liang struck again with his sword, piercing into Lu Neng's dantian. With a twist of his wrist, he thoroughly mangled Lu Neng's internal organs. Lu Neng collapsed and lay motionless, apparently on the verge of death. Zhang Liang took his storage ring, casually chopped off his head, and then fled into the distance. This bearded image was deliberately revealed. Having achieved his goal, Zhang Liang did not kill those qi refining cultivators and swiftly vanished into the distance. After running for a while, a group of people caught up behind him. He turned a corner, used the earth escape art, and burrowed. Having shaken off his pursuers, Zhang Liang emerged from the ground and transformed into a young cultivator with skin as fair as jade. This time, he not only killed Lu Ming, permanently eliminating the threat, but also removed a scourge from Luzhou City and saved a girl. Before long, the streets of Luzhou City were filled with city guards holding a portrait in their hands. They approached Zhang Liang, but didn't even glance at him. Those middle-aged men with thick beards, however, were in for bad luck. The city guards arrested dozens of bearded cultivators and brought them to the city lord's mansion. When Liu Beixian saw that all of them were qi refining cultivators and even a few ordinary people, he flew into a rage and cursed the city guards. "You idiots! How could these qi refining cultivators have killed Foundation establishment Lu Neng? And ordinary people are even less likely." Liu Beixian thought for a moment. Since they had already been caught, he might as well send them to mine. Liu Beixian continued sending people to search for the murderer. This time, he pointed out that the killer must be a Foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, the scope of the manhunt was greatly narrowed. Zhang Liang had learned a fair amount about the cultivation world of the Eastern continent. The eastern continent had 8 first-tier major powers, and beneath each major power were numerous second-tier forces. Luzhou City was under the control of Shundao sect, a relatively powerful second-tier sect. It was subordinate to the first-tier Shundao immortal sect, to which it paid an annual tribute of spirit stones. In Qingshi Ridge, over 300 li south of Luzhou City, there was a medium-sized spirit stone mine. Shundao sect occupied this mine, and thus had been growing increasingly powerful in recent years. The sect's headquarters were located in Luoxiao Valley west of Qingshi Ridge, more than 200 li away. The sect master Sun Daping was a nascent soul mid-stage cultivator. He had 5 golden core stage cultivators under his command. To protect the spirit stone mine, Sun Daping dispatched 2 golden core cultivators, 5 foundation establishment cultivators, and 20 qi refining cultivators to guard it. The cultivators arrested in Luzhou City were sent to Qingshi Ridge. Under the watch of Shundao sect cultivators, those qi refining cultivators and mortals mined day and night without rest. Escape was impossible here. They could only toil like beasts of burden until they were exhausted to death. In the past, some had attempted to flee, but they were recaptured and executed publicly. Thus those captured here lost all courage to run. A living dog is better than a dead lion. They endured misery, toiling away and suffering. After learning of this, Zhang Liang felt uneasy in his heart. Chen Tianlei advised him, even if it weren't because of you, Shundao sect often captures low-level cultivators to mine. The guards there are tight, you can't save them. Zhang Liang thought that's true. With golden core cultivators and several foundation establishment cultivators, their going himself would be like an egg hitting a rock. Nevertheless, he still wanted to try, to see if he could free some cultivators while the Shundao sect cultivators were off guard. Zhang Liang's cultivation was now at the peak of foundation establishment early stage. That night, he took a supreme grade Peiyuan pill, and a vast amount of spiritual energy entered his meridians. It circulated through his entire body for 1 cycle, then entered his dantian. In the dead of night, boom. Zhang Liang felt his entire body jolt. He had broken through to the foundation establishment middle stage. His true essence greatly increased throughout his body. His divine sense also grew stronger, nearly equivalent to that of a golden core mid-stage cultivator. At this point, in terms of divine sense attacks alone, Zhang Liang could contend head-on with golden core cultivators. It was precisely because of this trump card that Zhang Liang could handle ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Even golden core cultivators, if careless, could be ambushed by him. Zhang Liang briefed Chen Tianlei and planned to investigate Qingshi Ridge to see if he could rescue some cultivators from the hands of Shundao sect cultivators. If he could save a portion of them, Zhang Liang felt he would have no more guilt. As for the cultivators previously abducted by Shundao sect, that had nothing to do with him. Whether they could escape was up to them. Zhang Liang left the city, stepped onto his flying sword, and arrived at Qingshi Ridge in half an hour. He transformed again into a middle-aged man, this time without a thick beard. Zhang Liang affixed an invisibility talisman, concealed his aura, and slowly approached the spirit stone mine. Zhang Liang possessed formidable divine sense. The concealment art he employed was such that even a golden core cultivator would not easily detect him. The Divine Blade sect had dispatched an early golden core cultivator and a mid-golden core cultivator to guard this spirit stone mine. These 2 golden core elders typically cultivated in their chambers. They seldom intervened in minor affairs, but every month they were required to deliver a portion of the spirit stones to the sect. The daily supervision of spirit stone mining was handled by several foundation establishment cultivators who led a group of qi refining cultivators in the task. Relying on his invisibility and concealment techniques, Zhang Liang slipped into the spirit stone mine, stealthily passing by those foundation establishment and qi refining cultivators. He intended to first explore the interior of the mine. By then it was past the hour of Chun and there were no laborers coming or going. Zhang Liang had no choice but to find a cave entrance and crawl inside. Within there was no light. The captured qi refining cultivators possessed some divine sense enough for mining. Their storage pouches were all uniformly issued by the Divine Blade sect. Upon leaving the mine, they had to undergo inspection by the sect's cultivators. Each month the miners had to complete a certain quota of mining tasks, otherwise they would be denied food. This forced them to toil diligently. For those who mined more spirit stones than required, the excess beyond the quota could be kept as a reward. However, few could meet the quota, let alone earn rewards. Zhang Liang paid no heed to this. He entered the mine, hoping to dig up some spirit stones for himself. He noticed that the miners all used magical tool picks issued by the Divine Blade sect. Would using a spirit tool speed up the process? Zhang Liang drew his spirit tool longsword and gave it a try. It cut through the rock like a knife, through tofu, greatly accelerating his mining. He then found a pick used by a miner, donned tattered clothes, disguised himself as a middle-aged man, and began mining. When other miners approached, he would stow away the spirit tool longsword and use the ordinary pick. In this way, he found a secluded spot and continued excavating spirit stones. He unearthed an immense number of spirit stones, tens of thousands in a single day. A few days later, he had excavated hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, including a considerable amount of mid-grade ones. Zhang Liang dug deeper, and to his astonishment, he uncovered high-grade spirit stones. In one breath, he extracted several hundred high-grade spirit stones. After clearing this area, he found the spiritual energy there extremely dense. So he sat cross-legged, began to circulate his qi, and started cultivating. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Spiritual energy surged wildly into Zhang Liang's body as he affixed an invisibility talisman. A few days later, with a boom, he broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. With his divine sense, Zhang Liang perceived that the spirit stones in this area had all turned into ordinary rock. The spiritual energy within them had been absorbed by him. How could they not become stones? He moved to another location rich in spiritual energy and began mining again. Digging deep, he indeed found mid-grade spirit stones. In one day, he mined over 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to more than 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just as Zhang Liang was about to delve deeper, his divine sense detected someone approaching. He pretended to be exhausted, sat down, and rested. He also suppressed his aura to the level of a second or third layer qi refining cultivator. He stowed away the spirit tool longsword and replaced it with a magical tool pick. The approaching figure was a qi refining 8th layer cultivator from the Divine Blade sect, likely coming to investigate something. "What is your name?" the newcomer asked. "My name is Li Ergu," Zhang Liang replied casually. "Li Ergu? I've never heard that name before," the other pressed. "Sir, I was only brought here 2 days ago. Perhaps you don't remember me, but I have seen you once," Zhang Liang said calmly. "Work hard. If you don't fulfill your quota, you won't get food," the 8th layer qi refining cultivator said. "Yes, sir. Rest assured I will work hard," Zhang Liang replied. After the qi refining cultivator left, Zhang Liang continued digging deeper. After digging for a while longer, he indeed uncovered high-grade spirit herbs. Zhang Liang sped up and soon extracted over 100 high-grade spirit stones. When he looked further down, he was shocked. It was a spirit vein. To extract the vein, a dragging formation had to be set up. Zhang Liang recalled the method for arranging such a formation from his memories. He busied himself for an hour before completing the arrangement. Thanks to his powerful divine sense, setting up such a large formation as a foundation establishment cultivator would otherwise have been extremely taxing. He activated the dragging formation. With a rumble, the entire spirit stone mine trembled and several sections collapsed. Chaos erupted in the mine, miners fled in all directions. Zhang Liang knew that things had blown out of proportion, someone would soon pursue him. He hastened his pace, and with another rumble. This spirit vein was a mid-grade mine. Zhang Liang stored it inside the primordial bell space. Through his divine sense, he perceived 2 golden core cultivators and several foundation establishment cultivators racing toward him. Zhang Liang employed an earth escape technique, burrowing into the rock walls and fleeing outward. While escaping, he also activated his concealment art. If those 2 golden core cultivators caught up, he would have no chance of survival. By now, the Divine Blade sect cultivators realized that someone had infiltrated the mine. The spirit vein had been drained, and the spiritual energy in the area was rapidly diminishing. One of the golden core cultivators sent a sound transmission to the sect reporting the situation. The Divine Blade sect cultivators were on high alert. This was a monumental disaster. Shirda Quan, a mid-golden core cultivator, sent the transmission, and then, accompanied by the other mid-golden core cultivator, Cheng Guangdao, rushed to the site where the vein had been removed. Staring at the gaping hole, he felt dizzy. He nearly collapsed. What kind of figure had done this? The culprit must be extremely powerful and well-versed in formations. Even 10 of Shirda Quan could not have accomplished such a feat. Extracting a spirit vein was not a matter of brute force. It required at least a 4th-grade grand formation. When they arrived, they had already ordered the foundation establishment cultivators to lead dozens of qi refining cultivators in surrounding the mine. Meanwhile, after tunneling out of the mine, Zhang Liang noticed that the Divine Blade sect cultivators were forming an encirclement. He shouted loudly, "Disaster! The mine is about to collapse. Run for your lives." Upon hearing this, the miners panicked. Life and death were at stake. The miners scattered in all directions, fleeing in chaos. The Divine Blade sect cultivators began to suppress and beat the fleeing miners. Zhang Liang swung his magical tool pick and smashed a qi refining cultivator's head, killing him instantly. "Run! Someone's been killed," Zhang Liang incited. The miners, seeing the dead Divine Blade sect cultivator, grew bolder. They surged forward, broke through an opening, and scattered in every direction. Zhang Liang observed the situation had turned out this way, achieving his goal. In this way, many miners escaped, and he had accumulated some good karma. Though some would die, those who continued mining here without breaking out would eventually wither away and die from exhaustion. It was better to take a gamble. If they escaped, they might have a chance at cultivation and enlightenment. If they died, it was simple. At any rate, he had given them an opportunity. Zhang Liang vanished without a trace. By the time the 2 golden core cultivators chased after him, he was already not far from Luzhou City. Since it was nighttime, Zhang Liang found a large tree by the roadside outside the city and sat beneath it to cultivate. His current appearance was that of a tall, handsome young master. At dawn, when the city gates opened, Zhang Liang entered the city. Returning to his small courtyard, he began to cultivate. He decided not to show himself today, as the city would surely be searched thoroughly. He checked the primordial bell space with his divine sense and was astonished. The space had expanded twofold, and the spiritual energy was far denser than before. The next day, Luzhou City indeed dispatched a large number of city guards to search for suspicious individuals. Public places such as hotels, inns, and restaurants were all subjected to searches. For several consecutive days, the city was in a state of chaos and uproar. Zhang Liang did not go out for days, staying in his small courtyard to cultivate. Occasionally, when the mood struck, he would refine a few batches of pills. One evening, Chen Tianlei returned and brought Zhang Liang a piece of news. The major sects of the cultivation world, both first-rate and second-rate forces, were all recruiting disciples. In the eastern part of the Eternal Continent, there were 8 major powers: the Lingxiao Sword Sect, the Hanjian Immortal Sect, the Yunnu Immortal Sect, the Shundao Immortal Sect, the Jushian Immortal Sect, the Ingwei Sect, the Dan Alliance, and the Array Artifact Alliance. The latter two were neutral forces, never participating in territorial disputes. The various powers engaged in open strife and covert struggle, with minor conflicts constant, but major battles rarely occurring. All sides tried their best to restrain themselves, maintaining a peaceful and stable situation. One advantage of being a sect disciple was the opportunity to spar with fellow disciples, progress together, and enhance practical combat experience. Zhang Liang envied this greatly. Aside from battling fierce beasts in the Monghuang Great Forest, he rarely had the chance to fight against people. At the Spirit Stone Mine of the Divine Saber Sect, the disparity in strength was far too great. He could only flee for his life. Now Zhang Liang's cultivation had reached the late stage of foundation establishment. If he did not join a sect now, it would be even less appropriate after breaking through to the Golden Core stage. The sects recruiting disciples generally preferred cultivators in the early Qi refining stage. Mortal commoners without any cultivation could also be accepted if they possessed spiritual roots. For a foundation establishment cultivator like Zhang Liang, joining a sect was barely acceptable. Once breaking through to the Golden Core stage, it became difficult. The sects feared that high-level cultivators joining would lack a sense of belonging and sufficient loyalty. Zhang Liang went to the Luzhou branch of the Dan Alliance and met with Senior Zheng Kefa. He wanted to probe the senior's opinion. "May I ask, are there any members of the Dan Alliance who have joined sects?" "Oh, what are your thoughts? Can you tell me?" Zheng Kefa asked. Reporting to Senior, "I feel that competition within sects is fierce. And moreover, one can spar with fellow disciples, which helps improve practical combat skills." Zhang Liang spoke truthfully. "I see. In fact, the Dan Alliance headquarters also has a guardian team responsible for combat, led by Guardian Elder Yu Shenglong, specifically tasked with protecting the headquarters and dealing with crises in various branches." Zheng Kefa said with a smile. He continued, "I know that although you have excellent talent in alchemy, it is merely your hobby. Your true pursuit is still the great path of longevity, with improving cultivation and strength as your primary goal. In the future, I can recommend you to the Alliance leader himself. At the Dan Alliance headquarters, you can join the Guardian team. However, if you join another sect, even though you are still a member of the Dan Alliance, you will be unable to enter the Dan Alliance headquarters. Moreover, given your alchemy skills, it would be inexcusable not to undertake alchemy tasks for the sect. This would take up a great deal of your time. Think about it," Zheng Kefa earnestly advised. Zhang Liang thought it over and realized that was indeed the case. Joining a sect would mean spending a large amount of time refining pills for the sect, inevitably affecting his own cultivation. Abandoning the idea of joining a sect, Zhang Liang focused on cultivation. Under the care of Chen Tianlei and the others, the Danxiang Pavilion was selling pills with considerable profit. Zhang Liang now had some savings. He was also very generous to Chen Tianlei and the other 3, increasing their monthly stipends substantially. Chen Tianlei's cultivation had also advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. When Xiurong had broken through to the early stage of the 9th layer of Qi refining, while Meng Fan and Lu Kuan had both reached the 8th layer. Thus Zhang Liang settled down to cultivate. After another month or so, his cultivation broke through to the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. Zhang Liang returned to Panshir Town to visit Dongfang Yume. Dongfang Yumei's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 8th layer of Qi refining. Seeing Zhang Liang, she was overjoyed. The two had been apart for some time and naturally missed each other deeply. The next day, Zhang Liang went to see his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong. Seeing that his beloved son-in-law's cultivation had advanced to the peak of late foundation establishment, Dongfang Yunlong was extremely pleased. "My worthy son-in-law is truly a cultivation prodigy, reaching the peak of late foundation establishment so quickly. In time, this old man will also be surpassed by you." Dongfang Yunlong praised him repeatedly. Zhang Liang stayed in the Dongfang clan for some days and refined a batch of pills for the clan: Kigathering pills, foundation strengthening pills, essence gathering pills, and healing pills. Since destroying the Mo clan, the Dongfang clan's overall strength had improved significantly. With an ample supply of resources, the clan's disciples were progressing rapidly in their cultivation. After staying in the Dongfang clan for about a month, Zhang Liang planned to return to Luzhou City. This time Dongfang Yumei was willing to accompany him to be with her husband. Also, she wanted to broaden her horizons in Luzhou City. Arriving at Luzhou City in the Danxiang Pavilion, Dongfang Yumei warmly greeted Chen Tianlei Meng Fan Lu Kuan and Wen Shirong. In the evening, Zhang Liang took everyone to the largest restaurant in Luzhou City for a feast. The dishes there were all made from spirit beast meat. The chef's skill was also commendable, resulting in dishes that were perfect in color, aroma, and taste. However, Zhang Liang still felt they could not compare to the culinary skills of Blue Star. Zhang Liang brought out Maotai liquor from Blue Star for Chen Tianlei and the others, and also took out cola for Yumei and Wen Shirong to drink. Amidst everyone's joy, Zhang Liang's thoughts turned to his loved ones on Blue Star. He wondered if his girlfriends were still waiting for him, or if they had turned to seek new lovers. When he left in a hurry, he had no time to inform Commander Chang of the Central Theater, Commander Song of the Southeast Theater, or Long Hauran, the leader of the Dragon Group. He also wondered how the soldiers in the military were progressing in their cultivation and how the Dragon Group's special forces were doing. Zhang Liang had devoted his heart and soul to them. How could he not care? When I return, I must go see them. Another month passed, and Zhang Liang's cultivation reached the great perfection stage of late foundation establishment. He planned to settle for a while longer, and when he could no longer suppress it, he would break through to the Golden Core stage. He went to the Luzhou City Dan Alliance branch and used his contribution points to exchange for 5 batches of spirit medicine for condensing Golden Core pills. He intended to attempt refining 4th-grade condensing Golden Core pills, estimating that he could succeed. Each batch of spirit medicine cost 1500 contribution points. Zhang Liang's 1 million contribution points were nearly exhausted, leaving only 25000. Zhang Liang planned to refine a few more batches of Golden Origin pills. He had some spirit medicine in his Hongming Bell space. For the missing ingredients, he used another 100 contribution points to trade with the Dan Alliance. Thus, he gathered ingredients for 10 batches of Golden Origin pills. Now Zhang Liang's divine sense was very powerful, equivalent to that of a cultivator at the peak of the late Golden Core stage. His divine sense coverage extended to a radius of 1,000 li. Returning to his small courtyard, he sat in a dedicated alchemy room to meditate and regulate his breathing. After adjusting his state, he summoned the divine dragon cauldron and began alchemy. First warming the furnace, Zhang Liang released his alchemy flame and heated the divine dragon cauldron. When the cauldron reached a sufficiently high temperature, he proceeded to the second step. The second step was melting the spirit medicine. He threw the ingredients into the cauldron, and once they melted into liquid, the third step, purification, began. The third step, purification, was the most crucial stage, determining the success of alchemy and the quality of. If the impurities in the liquid medicine did not exceed 5, top-grade pills could be produced. If impurities remained below 3, then supreme-grade pills could be refined. Despite a difference of only 2 percentage points, this was a test of one's divine sense. Most alchemists with weak divine sense could only achieve a purification level of 10 at best. The pills they produced were merely mid-grade. Some alchemists whose purification fell short with impurities exceeding 10, it would produce low-grade pills. Thanks to his cultivation of the Hongming cultivation divine art, Zhang Liang possessed a powerful divine sense. He completed the purification of several dozen types of spirit medicine in 1 hour, achieving a precision of 4. The fourth step was merging the liquid medicine based on the principle of mutual generation and restraint among the 5 elements. He gradually fused the dozens of liquid medicines together. The fifth step was dividing the pill using his divine sense. He separated the liquid medicine into several portions. Because his liquid medicine had a high degree of purity, he divided it into 11 portions. Then he increased the heat, causing the liquid to spin and gradually solidify into individual pills, which became round and shiny as they rotated. A peculiar fragrance of alchemy drifted out, and Zhang Liang knew he had succeeded. His first attempt at refining condensing golden core pills yielded top-grade pills. Opening the cauldron, 11 pills flew out and spun in the air. Under the control of Zhang Liang's divine sense, they floated in the air, absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings and becoming even more potent. Zhang Liang took out a jade bottle, removed the stopper, and waved his hand. The 11 pills lined up and entered the bottle. With the condensing golden core pills in hand, Zhang Liang could break through to the golden core stage at any time. Zhang Liang did not stop. He sat cross-legged to recover and continued refining pills. Until he finished refining the 5 furnaces of golden core pills, the last furnace finally produced a top-grade golden core pill. The impurities in the top-grade golden core pill were minimal, with a purity below 3. Generally, a typical alchemist would not produce a single top-grade pill in their lifetime. Next, Zhang Liang refined the golden yuan pill. The golden yuan pill, like the gathering yuan pill, belongs to the third-tier pills, and is much easier to refine than the golden core pill. In just one day, Zhang Liang completed the refining of 10 furnaces of golden yuan pills. Moreover, he even produced 3 furnaces of top-grade golden yuan pills. The next day, he found Zhang Kefan to show him the golden core pills he had refined. Zhang Kefan was overjoyed. Great! Congratulations, young friend Zhang. You've advanced to a 4th-tier spirit alchemist. He immediately ordered someone to bring Zhang Liang a 4th-tier alchemist robe and badge, encouraging him, keep up the good work, and you will soon ascend to the rank of alchemist king. Thank you, senior. I will definitely work hard. Zhang Liang bowed respectfully. The higher the rank of the alchemist, the more contribution points they receive each month. After a few days, Zhang Liang felt he could no longer suppress himself and was ready to break through to the golden core stage. He went to the Alchemist Alliance branch and requested Senior Zhang Kefan to protect him. Zhang Liang was aware of certain matters in the cultivation world. Some people take advantage of cultivators during their tribulations to seize their opportunities. There are even some malicious cultivators who, taking advantage of a cultivator just forming their core, kill them and extract their golden core for use by their own descendants. The golden core of a cultivator contains all their cultivation power, making it immensely powerful. If a cultivator takes it during their breakthrough to the golden core stage, the effect is exceptional. However, this is akin to consuming a human. Therefore, typically righteous cultivators would never do such a thing. However, there are some sinister cultivators who will stop at nothing to enhance their cultivation. Zhang Liang made this request, and Zhang Kefan readily agreed. He immediately got up and took Zhang Liang to Qifeng Mountain, which is over 1,500 miles outside of Luzhou City. The spiritual energy here is dense, and there are no powerful ferocious beasts, making it an excellent place for cultivators to undergo tribulation. Zhang Liang knew that his golden core tribulation would certainly be formidable. This could already be inferred since his foundation establishment period. For this tribulation, Zhang Liang had made preparations in advance. He currently had an ample supply of spirit stones and purchased 2 high-grade spiritual artifacts, the turtle shell shield, 2 high-grade spiritual robes, and 2 high-grade spiritual alchemical furnaces from the Alchemist Alliance. Although purchasing these spiritual artifacts cost him several tens of millions of spirit stones, Zhang Liang knew that his safety was of utmost importance. Without life, nothing else matters. Zhang Liang found a mountaintop and said to Zhang Kefan, "Please retreat 1,000 miles away, senior. I appreciate your effort." Zhang Liang bowed respectfully to Zhang Kefan. After all, he was providing him protection, and if someone came to cause trouble, Zhang Kefan would risk his life for him. This bow was a preemptive expression of gratitude. No need to be polite. You are now a 4th-tier spirit alchemist of our Alchemist Alliance, and we can address each other as fellow Taoists. I am more than willing to protect you, Zhang Kefan said, stepping back to a distance of 1,000 miles to watch Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang set up a gathering spirit formation, sitting cross-legged inside it to cultivate. The spiritual energy within 100 miles gathered towards Zhang Liang, being absorbed into his body. Feeling the timing was right, he consumed a top-grade golden yuan pill. A surge of powerful spiritual energy rushed into Zhang Liang's meridians, expanding them significantly. Zhang Liang circulated his cultivation technique to suppress the true essence in his dantian crack. His dantian expanded again by a factor of 2. Continuing to absorb the spiritual energy converging from all directions, his dantian filled once more. Zhang Liang squeezed the true essence in his dantian, enduring the sensation of expansion. At this moment, spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around swirled, and forming a funnel-shaped gathering towards Zhang Liang. A tiny hardcore appeared in Zhang Liang's dantian, the size of a grain of rice. In the sky, dark clouds billowed, thunder and lightning flashed, gradually expanding outward. 500 miles, 800 miles, 1,000 miles, 1,200 miles. Still expanding outward. Zhang Kefan was dumbfounded. Is this the golden core tribulation? Why is it still expanding outward? When I underwent my golden core tribulation, it only extended a few hundred miles. What kind of freak is this? Zhang Liang looked inward at his dantian. The hard core had grown to the size of a pigeon egg, emitting a radiant, colorful glow. Why is his golden core different? I heard that other people's golden cores are golden. Oh, why is mine not the same? Boom. Boom. The thunder tribulation was imminent, and the dark clouds enveloped an area of 1,500 miles. What the hell is this? Zhang Kefan retreated another 500 miles, exiting the area covered by the dark clouds. Crack. Boom. The first layer of the thunder tribulation descended. Zhang Liang did not use any defensive spiritual artifacts. Instead, he sat cross-legged, cultivating quietly, absorbing the energy of the lightning. As 9 bolts of thunder struck, Zhang Liang's robe was torn, revealing his jade-like skin. Boom. The second layer of the thunder tribulation came again, and Zhang Liang still did not defend, continuing to absorb the energy of the lightning while operating his body refining technique. This was a twofold benefit, as he absorbed the energy of the lightning while also enhancing his body refinement cultivation. The 9 bolts of thunder left Zhang Liang battered and bloodied. After the thunder tribulation passed, he consumed a healing pill and sat cross-legged to recover. A quarter of an hour later, the third layer of the thunder tribulation descended. This time the lightning turned purple. Zhang Liang did not dare to be careless and put on the high-grade spiritual robe. He continued to absorb the penetrating lightning energy, storing it in his dantian. After 9 bolts of thunder passed, the robe was destroyed. The fourth layer of the thunder tribulation destroyed another high-grade spiritual robe. When the fifth layer of the thunder tribulation came, Zhang Liang summoned a high-grade turtle shell shield. It held up rather well. It was not until after the sixth layer of the thunder tribulation that this turtle shell shield shattered. For the seventh layer of the thunder tribulation, Zhang Liang summoned another turtle shell shield. This was a treasure worth 10 million spirit stones each. As a result, the eighth layer of the thunder tribulation shattered it again before it finished. Zhang Liang was struck, his hair disheveled, and hurriedly tossed out a high-grade alchemical furnace. Only after the ninth layer of the thunder tribulation finished did Zhang Liang breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was over. Half an hour passed, but the dark clouds above did not dissipate. On the contrary, they became even thicker. Crack! Boom! Another bolt descended. What kind of freak is this? Zhang Kefan exclaimed. During his tribulations, 6 layers of thunder were already considered a genius, while 9 layers of thunder are an on-sin 1,000-year prodigy. What kind of aptitude does Zhang Liang have? Could it be that he is to undergo 12 layers of thunder? Zhang Kefan had not seen Zhang Liang during his foundation establishment. If he had known that Zhang Liang had experienced 12 layers of thunder at that time, it would not be surprising. After the 10th layer of the thunder tribulation finished, the high-grade alchemical furnace shattered. Zhang Liang was also struck bloodied. The 11th layer of the thunder tribulation came, and this time the lightning was white. Zhang Liang knew that the high-grade alchemical furnace could not withstand it. Determined, he summoned the divine artifact, the divine dragon cauldron. He did not dare to absorb the white lightning. After 9 bolts of thunder passed, the divine dragon cauldron sustained minor damage. At this moment, over 1,000 miles away, 2 golden core cultivators flew towards Zhang Liang. Their intentions were clear: to take advantage of Zhang Liang's weakened state, to kill him and seize his treasures. You bold rats! My Alchemist Alliance member is undergoing tribulation here, and you dare not retreat. Zhang Kefan, wielding a high-grade spiritual sword, blocked the 2 thieves. Zhang Kefan was already at the peak of the late golden core stage, so he was not afraid of facing 2 opponents. However, one of them was at the late golden core stage while the other was at the mid-golden core stage. Both thieves wore masks that blocked divine sense and were ferocious in their attacks. Facing 2 against 1, although Zhang Kefan had slightly higher cultivation, he was only able to defend with no power to retaliate. After all, Zhang Kefan's cultivation was achieved through pills lacking real combat training. The fight became increasingly strenuous, and he was also injured. At this moment, Chen Tianlei arrived. Seeing Zhang Kefan in danger, he rushed forward to help. However, as a peak foundation establishment cultivator, he was no match for the golden core experts. Having offered little assistance, he was struck by a sword on his back, causing a wound that soaked his robe in blood. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang was enveloped in a layer of purple energy, granted by the Tao, striving to absorb the primal creation energy within it. Zhang Liang's golden core had grown to the size of a ping-pong ball. It displayed 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, with strands of lightning swirling above it. Zhang Liang fused with the remnant soul of a powerful figure, sharing his name, and realized that his golden core was extraordinary. This was the legendary top-grade golden core, also known as the invincible golden core. Once it matures, it will be invincible among peers, and fighting across levels would become as easy as eating. After absorbing the Daos bounty, Zhang Liang's divine sense observed that Senior Zhang Kefan was injured all over and Chen Tianlei was bloodied. The 2 were still struggling in battle. Good thieves, come and face me! Zhang Liang yelled, summoning the high-grade spiritual weapon, the Fang Tianhua halberd, swiftly rushing towards the battlefield. Initially, the 2 golden core cultivators looked down on Zhang Liang, thinking, how could a newly advanced golden core beginner be a threat when we are not afraid of someone at the late golden core stage? Once we kill you and seize your storage ring, extracting your golden core will surely make us wealthy, as alchemists of the Alliance are known to be rich. The mid-golden core cultivator attacked Zhang Liang, but upon engaging, he lost grip on the spiritual. Zhang Liang's halberd carried immense force and lightning. The mid-golden core cultivator felt paralyzed. Who wouldn't be shocked by lightning? He turned to flee, but Zhang Liang's halberd struck him in the back, cleaving his body in 2. The smell of blood filled the air. Zhang Liang then charged at the other late golden core cultivator. His divine sense was equivalent to that of a nascent soul beginner, and the true essence contained in the invincible golden core was comparable to that of an ordinary late golden core cultivator. Letting Zhang Kefan rest on the side, Zhang Liang wielded the Fang Tianhua halberd, charging at the late golden core cultivator. The halberd could stab, chop, and smash, employing all kinds of techniques. With its flexibility, great strength, and rapid techniques, Zhang Liang forced the late golden core thief to retreat continuously. Fearing the thief would escape, he aimed for a quick resolution, condensing a divine sense spear and thrusting it fiercely into the opponent's sea of consciousness. Up! The opponent cried out in pain, clutching his head. Zhang Liang's Feng Tianhua halberd struck again, piercing through the heart of the late golden core cultivator. With a shake of the halberd, he shattered the thief's heart, leaving the corpse lying on the ground. Zhang Liang took out 2 top-grade healing pills and gave them to Qin Tianlei and Zheng Kefen. After consuming them and resting for a while, their injuries improved. They moved forward to remove the masks from the thieves, and Zheng Kefen recognized them. These two were rogue cultivators, one named Black Wolf and the other Cheetah. No one knew their real names, but they often engaged in robbery and murder. The Cultivation World Alliance had offered a bounty of 10 million spirit stones for their deaths. However, for years no one had succeeded. Unexpectedly today they were killed by Zhang Liang, a newly advanced golden core cultivator. Friend Zhang, take their heads and go to the Cultivation World Alliance for the reward. You can receive 10 million spirit stones. Zheng Kefen said. Senior Zheng, you sustained serious injuries while protecting me. Please take their heads for the reward. Additionally, this bottle of top-grade golden yuan pills is a gift for you. Zhang Liang handed over a bottle of top-grade golden yuan pills. Zheng Kefen repeatedly waved his hands, saying it was too precious. A single top-grade golden yuan pill costs several 100,000 spirit stones, and a bottle would be worth several million. Zhang Liang insisted on giving it to Zheng Kefen, and he also gave Qin Tianlei a top-grade golden core pill to consume when he broke through to the golden core stage. Qin Tianlei did not decline, as he truly needed it. Zhang Liang did not inspect the storage rings of Black Wolf and Cheetah and casually divided them between Zheng Kefen and Qin Tianlei. He placed the heads of the thieves into a storage bag and handed it to Zheng Kefen. He was unsure where the Cultivation World Alliance was located, so he let Zheng Kefen redeem the spirit stones himself. He did not care for that little amount of spirit stones and decided not to worry about it. Now he had broken through to the golden core stage. Zhang Liang felt that he possessed considerable strength in the cultivation world. It was time to return to Blue Star, where many loved ones awaited him. Zhang Liang bid farewell to Zheng Kefa and entrusted the Pill Incense Pavilion to Qin Tianlei. Then he returned to Panshi Town. His father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong was overjoyed to see that Zhang Liang had broken through to the golden core stage. A grand banquet was held to celebrate Zhang Liang's achievement. Zhang Liang produced a bottle of top-grade golden origin pills and 3 condensed golden pills for his father-in-law. The old man laughed heartily with joy, praising, "With such a worthy son-in-law, our Dongfang family is sure to flourish." Zhang Liang proposed returning to Blue Star to retrieve his parents and other women. Dongfang Yunlong and Dongfang Yume gave their full support. Yume even wished to accompany him. "Spiritual energy on Blue Star is sparse. You should stay here. I will fetch our loved ones and return swiftly. Focus on your cultivation. They'll protect you when you undergo foundation establishment," Zhang Liang said. Dongfang Yume, being virtuous, agreed. Zhang Liang bid farewell to Yume, stepped onto his flying sword, and arrived at the Luoxiao mountain range. Following the divine sense imprint he had left behind, he quickly located the cave containing the teleportation array. This cave was situated halfway up a mountain in the Luoxiao mountain range. Zhang Liang had previously arranged an illusion array at the entrance, and it remained undisturbed just as before. Zhang Liang's heart stirred with emotion. Back when he first arrived in the cultivation world, he was only at the 7th layer of Qi refining. Protected by the primordial chaos clock, he had forcibly made his way to the cultivation realm. Only 2 years had passed, yet it felt like a lifetime. He wondered how his parents' sister and 5 girlfriends were doing on Blue Star. He was now a golden core stage cultivator. There should be no match for him on Blue Star. His parents and girlfriends should have broken through to the mid-Qi refining stage by now. Zhang Liang passed through the illusion array and entered the cave, where he set up a 4th-grade defensive formation. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to break it, allowing Zhang Liang to return to Blue Star with peace of mind. Zhang Liang stood on the teleportation array, filled the 4 grooves with medium-grade spirit stones, and activated the array. This time he did not enter the primordial chaos clock space. He wanted to test whether his body, a golden core stage cultivator with a 2nd-layer body refinement, could withstand the spatial storm within the teleportation array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amid the rapid teleportation, the spatial storm struck. The top-grade spiritual artifact alchemist robe on Zhang Liang resisted the storm's assault. The alchemist badge also emitted a spiritual shield protecting Zhang Liang beneath it. After an unknown duration, the teleportation ended. As Zhang Liang stepped out of the teleportation array, 2 Qi refining 7th-layer cultivators from Kunlun sect approached. "Esteemed senior, who are you? What business do you have at our Kunlun sect? No need to be alarmed. I am sworn brothers with your sect's Wei Tong, and have met your grand elder Wu Changwei once. Please inform them that Zhang Liang has arrived," Zhang Liang said with a smile. "Senior, wait a moment. I will inform Senior Brother Wei." One of the cultivators replied before leaving. Before long, Wei Tong arrived with a loud cry. Is it my brother Zhang Liang who has returned? Wei Tong called out from afar. Brother Wei, it's been 2 years. Zhang Liang was overjoyed to see Wei Tong. From a distance, he noticed that Wei Tong had already reached the 9th layer of qi refining. In 2 years he had advanced 2 minor realms. On Blue Star, where spiritual energy is thin, this could be considered swift. Of course, he could not compare to Zhang Liang, the anomaly. Zhang Liang possessed a rare chaotic divine body and had fused with the remnant soul of a tribulation transcendence cultivator. His mind held vast cultivation knowledge, and he was highly versatile. With exceptional alchemy skills and ample cultivation resources under such favorable conditions, he had broken through from qi refining to the golden core stage in 2 years. Wei Tong sensed Zhang Liang's powerful cultivation aura and asked, "Brother, after 2 years apart, what realm have you reached?" Zhang Liang waved his hand. "Early golden core, nothing remarkable." "Good heavens! You've broken through to the golden core stage in just 2 years." Wei Tong said enviously. "Brother Wei, 2 years ago did the letter I entrusted to you reach my parents?" Zhang Liang asked. "It was delivered, including the message you asked me to convey to Lu Qianqian and the others. The storage pouch also arrived. Rest assured, brother, I would not mishandle your affairs." Wei Tong said. "Thank you, brother. Back then I used your sex teleportation array without permission. Today I must trouble you to take me to see Senior Wu. I wish to apologize to him." Zhang Liang said. "All right, he'll take you to see my master right away. But no need for apologies." Wei Tong said. Thus the two went to Chaoyang Peak, the second peak of Kunlun sect. Upon seeing Wu Changwei, Zhang Liang bowed. Junior Zhang Liang pays respects to Senior Wu. 2 years ago I used your sex teleportation array without permission. Today I have come specifically to offer my apologies. I am in the wrong and accept any punishment. Wu Changwei promptly stepped forward to support him. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you are too courteous. According to the rules of the cultivation world, as a golden core cultivator, I should address you as senior. Zhang Liang quickly replied. I am sworn brothers with brother Wei Tong, so I naturally regard you as my elder. This has nothing to do with cultivation level. He then noticed that Wu Changwei was already at the great perfection of the late foundation establishment stage. Thus he took out a top-grade condensed golden pill, placed it in a jade bottle, and handed it to Wu Changwei. Senior Wu, this is a top-grade condensed golden pill. It will be of use when you break through to the golden core stage. Wu Shangwei's eyes sparkled with delight. However, he felt embarrassed to accept such a precious pill. Such a valuable pill, how can I take it for free? Please accept it, senior. I have joined the Alchemist Alliance in the cultivation world. I am now a 4th-grade spiritual alchemist, and I refined this myself. When you come to the cultivation world in the future, we can look out for each other. Zhang Liang urged. Indeed. Brother Zhang is my sworn brother. Master, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Wei Tong also urged. In that case, I will not refuse. Wu Changwei finally accepted the condensed golden pill. Zhang Liang also gave Wei Tong a top-grade foundation establishment pill. Brother, take this pill. It's best to delay foundation establishment until you can no longer suppress your cultivation. All right, thank you, brother. Wei Tong accepted the pill and stored it away. Zhang Liang chatted with Wu Changwei for a while, then Wu Changwei proposed taking Zhang Liang to meet Yuxuzi, the head of Kunlun sect. Since Zhang Liang still needed to use Kunlun sect's teleportation array, he naturally agreed. I would appreciate your introduction, senior. I have long admired Senior Yuxuzi's reputation. Arriving at Kunlun's main peak, Wu Changwei sent Wei Tong to report that a 4th-grade spiritual alchemist from the cultivation world was visiting Kunlun sect. Yuxuzi was a mid-golden core cultivator. Additionally, the Supreme Elder Yuzenzi was a late golden core. With 2 golden core cultivators stationed at Kunlun sect, it held the leading position in the Chinese cultivation world. Hearing that Zhang Liang was a 4th-grade spiritual alchemist, Yuxuzi promptly led several elders out to welcome him. Not to mention that Zhang Liang was also a golden core cultivator. His identity as a 4th-grade alchemist alone commanded Yuxuzi's respect, and addressing him as fellow Taoist was only fitting. Fellow Taoist Zhang, your esteemed presence is an honor. Forgive me for not greeting you in time. Yuxuzi performed a Taoist salute with one palm. Zhang Liang cupped his hands and said, I came abruptly and disturbed your cultivation, senior. Fellow Taoist Zhang is so young, yet already a 4th-grade alchemist and a golden core cultivator. We should treat each other as equals. Yuxuzi said, I am sworn brothers with brother Wei Tong. From that perspective, I should observe the courtesy of a disciple. Zhang, no need. Let us address each other independently. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please enter the guest hall. Ha ha ha. Fine. Let's each use our own terms. Wu Changwei also stepped in to mediate. The group entered Kunlun sect's main hall. Zhang Liang was seated at the honored western seat, while Yuxuzi took the central seat. Disciples served tea and they began to converse. Zhang Liang produced 2 bottles of top-grade golden origin pills and presented them to Yuxuzi. Fellow Taoist, these are golden origin pills I refined, which can aid cultivation. On Blue Star, where spiritual energy was thin, Kunlun sect certainly had no golden origin pills. Suzy poured out one pill. The strands of pure spiritual energy entered his nostrils, bringing indescribable comfort. Thank you for your generous gift, fellow Taoist Zhang. I am deeply grateful. I shall order a banquet to welcome you shortly, Suzy said. 3 days later, the parents-in-law of Zhang Liang's 5 wives all arrived. Moreover, they even brought their sons. They gave the money from their bank cards to their relatives. Keep the house in case they ever return to launching in the future. They will still have a home. Zhang Liang's parents thought the same, giving away all their money to relatives, keeping only the villa. Zhang Liang's sister Zhang Li also notified the school, effectively withdrawing from school and taking an extended leave of absence. The younger brothers of his wives were in the same situation. Zhang Zhanyong and his wife warmly hosted the in-laws from the 5 families. Zhang Liang then introduced the 5 brothers-in-law to one another so they could get acquainted. Meng Hai also arrived. He and his brother tearfully bid farewell to their parents and came to find Zhang Liang. In pursuit of the path to immortality, one must endure the pain of separation and death. Long Howren arrived, handing over the dragon group to his deputy Duan Tianpeng. He also brought 5 elite members of the dragon group's special forces. Zhang Liang knew all 5 of them: Lu Ziming, Li Dekai, Wang Leisher, Guangda, and Luo Biqing. These individuals had all broken through to the 5th layer of qi refining. Long Howren told Zhang Liang that he intended to bring these special forces members and follow Zhang Liang to the Xiuzhen realm. Furthermore, these members wished to become Zhang Liang's disciples, and Zhang Liang happily agreed. Long Howren also shamelessly asked to become a disciple. Zhang Liang refused, no matter what, saying, "Brother Long, there's no need for that. If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you. We are good friends. Let's address each other as brothers." Meng Hai also insisted on becoming a disciple, but Zhang Liang refused him too. "We are the best of brothers always. I can teach you anything, but let's remain good brothers." In the end, Zhang Liang and Long Howren went together to the dragon group to leave behind some cultivation pills. The special forces members reluctantly engaged in conversation with Long Howren and Zhang Liang. Duan Tianpeng also brought out a batch of specially supplied cigarettes and liquor from the warehouse and gave them to Zhang Liang and Long Howren. Zhang Liang then went to the wholesale market and bought over 200 cases of China's famous liquors Wulianye and Matai, as well as 2 cases of Huazi. Additionally, he purchased in bulk large quantities of refined salt, barbecue seasonings, soy sauce, vinegar, and other odds and ends that did not exist in the Xiuzhen realm. He even bought a substantial amount of rice millet and flour. Finally, he bought several thousand caddies of wheat seeds. He even purchased several dozen Simmons mattresses and bed bases. Fortunately, the space within the Hongming Bell had expanded several-fold since Zhang Liang broke through to the Golden Core stage. Now the space within the Hongming Bell spanned hundreds of thousands of li in circumference. Moreover, there were mountains, rivers, forests, and grasslands. His original spiritual herb garden remained. Sun Wudao the monkey led a group of monkeys to occupy a mountain peak where they planted various spiritual fruit trees: peach, pear, apple, grape. As for Zhuifeng, it had grown to over 3 zhang in length and 8 qi in height. Its cultivation had also reached the 2nd-tier spirit beast level. It had awakened a divine ability, the power to shrink and enlarge. However, its maximum size was just over 3 zhang, and at its smallest, it was the size when Zhang Liang first found it. Zhuifeng resided near the spiritual herb garden, guarding it for Zhang Liang. With nearly all preparations complete, Zhang Liang purchased several dozen portable steel frame houses that could be erected on launching. They were all stored inside the Hongming Bell space prepared for his relatives. With a thought, a large flat area of land appeared in the space. He arranged the steel frame houses in rows, placing a bed in each room. Finally, fearing it might not be enough, Zhang Liang bought some outdoor tents, ensuring no shortage this time. After all, the number of people was not large, only about 30. All the relatives had arrived. Zhang Liang told them that he would place them inside a spatial treasure. Once inside, there would be a group of monkeys on a mountain and a divine beast guarding the spiritual herb garden. Zhang Liang informed them that the monkey and the divine beast Zhuifeng were his spirit pets. He instructed everyone to relax their divine sense. Zhang Liang enveloped them with his divine sense, and with a thought transported them all into the Hongming Bell space. Then he entered as well and settled everyone. The elderly stayed in the steel frame houses, but eventually there weren't enough. Zhang Liang had several disciples set up tents to accommodate everyone temporarily. The disciples busied themselves cooking and preparing food inside. Seeing that everything was in order, Zhang Liang again instructed Sun Wudao the monkey and Zhuifeng the divine beast not to feel hostile toward these people, as they were all his own. With everything arranged, Zhang Liang locked the villa's gate. He took out his phone and snapped a photo of his home. Departing for the Xiuzhen realm in pursuit of the immortal path, he knew not when he would return to visit home. Zhang Liang put away his phone and distributed the remaining money among his relatives. His money was almost all spent, but he still had several dozen cases of gold bars which could be used in the Xiuzhen realm. He had stored a considerable amount of spirit stones, enough for his relatives to use for some time. Zhang Liang soared into the air and flew straight toward the Kunlun Mountains. In 2 hours he arrived at the entrance of the Kunlun sect. Yuxuzi Yuzinzi Wu Changwei and his elder brother Wei Tong all came out to welcome Zhang Liang. They all planned to go to the Xiuzhen realm. The Kunlun sect was entrusted to a newly promoted Golden Core elder Yukingzi. Yuzinzi passed the position of sect leader to Yukingzi. A banquet was held to bid farewell to the disciples of the Kunlun sect. After the feast, they went to the teleportation array at the back mountain. Worried that his elder brother Wei Tong might not withstand the teleportation, Zhang Liang discussed with him and placed him inside the Hongming Bell space. Outside remained only Zhang Liang, Yuxuzi, and Yuzinzi. When filling the teleportation array with spirit stones, Zhang Liang laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Yuzinzi, allow me to fill these spirit stones." He took out medium-grade spirit stones from the Hongming Bell and filled the 4 slots. The teleportation array activated, and with a dizzying spin they arrived in the Xiuzhen realm. Zhang Liang led them out of the cave, descending into a valley. They left Luoxia Mountain and headed straight for Panshir town. Upon reaching the Eastern Family Estate, Dongfang Yunlong came out to greet them. Zhang Liang took the opportunity to release his parents, the parents-in-law, from 5 families, his 5 wives, his brothers-in-law, his disciples, and his elder brother Wei Tong. Dongfang Yume also came out to pay respects to her parents-in-law and the elders, and to get acquainted with her sister. Dongfang Yunlong held a grand feast in the family side hall to welcome and honor his in-law Zhang Zhanyong, and everyone drank heartily. During the banquet, Zhang Liang proposed to his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong that he wished to settle his parents and the parents-in-law from the 5 families in Panshir town. Dongfang Yunlong readily agreed. Just right there is a compound at the east end of town with a 3-story building containing 10 rooms. These in-laws can all stay there. If you need anything else, just let me know. Zhang Liang gifted Dongfang Yunlong many bottles of liquor from launching and also gave him 2 Simmons beds, which his father-in-law gladly accepted. Subsequently, Dongfang Yunlong personally escorted Zhang Zhanyong and his wife Lu Haiba and his wife and the other in-laws to the large compound at the east end of town. Zhang Liang helped settle everyone and left them most of the rice, millet, flour, and other items brought from launching. Accustomed to the cuisine of launching, they soon made dumplings. Dongfang Yume also helped with the cooking and got along harmoniously with Lu Qianqian and the others. 2 days later, Zhang Liang gave each of his parents-in-law some spirit stones and pills, urging them to cultivate diligently. He also taught cultivation techniques to his 5 brothers-in-law, guiding them onto the path. He also gave his 5 disciples storage rings containing spirit stones and pills. He explained that it was inconvenient to bring them along now, so they should temporarily join the Eastern family. Zhang Liang placed his 6 wives into the Hongming Bell, then flew into the air toward Luzhou City. Upon arriving at his small courtyard in Luzhou City, he arranged rooms for all 6 wives. He then took them to see his Danxiang Pavilion, Alchemy Fragrance Pavilion, and introduced them to his elder brother Chen Tianlei and the others. They all took a liking to the pill shop business and became good sisters with Wenshiro. In the following days, the 6 ladies began cultivating in the small courtyard. When they felt bored, they would practice sword techniques against each other in the yard. Zhang Liang intended to pass on the art of alchemy to some individuals, starting with his wives. He discovered that Lu Qianqian, Chang Ruyan, and Shun Yi all possessed fire attribute spiritual roots, so he imparted his alchemy inheritance to them. Then he personally guided them through the process of refining supplementing pills of the first rank. With ample resources, and after a period of study, all 3 achieved mastery and became first-rank alchemists. Zhang Liang returned to Panshir town and passed on the alchemy inheritance to his parents as well as his elders like Lu Zhibua and Qin Kaiyuan. As for his younger brothers-in-law, having only reached the first layer of qi condensation, they were not yet suited for learning alchemy. Thus the supply of medicinal pills for his family became more abundant, and they could also generate additional income. The path of cultivation stretched endlessly without limit. The resources required were vast. Therefore, for family members without alchemy talent, Zhang Liang taught them other skills. He instructed son Lihua Song Yujiao and Dong Yume in the art of talisman crafting. Learning talisman crafting was no easy feat. Half a month passed before they even grasped the basics, and this was with Zhang Liang personally guiding them. Moreover, because they had cultivated the Hongyuan divine cultivation method, their spiritual sense was stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult to enter the path of talisman crafting. Among Zhang Liang's disciples, Lu Ziming and Luo Biqing possessed fire attribute spiritual roots, so he passed on the alchemy inheritance to them. Li Dekai Wang Lei and Shi Guangda had no talent for alchemy, so Zhang Liang taught them talisman crafting. He imparted all his knowledge to these 5 disciples, including the Hongyuan divine cultivation method. Though these disciples were similar in age to Zhang Liang, they treated him with utmost respect and reverence, as if he were their father. Zhang Liang was not stingy. He gave each of them a high-grade magical sword and a high-grade spiritual sword, cautioning them not to use the spiritual swords carelessly when away from home, lest they attract covetous cultivators who might kill for treasure. As for the other fathers-in-law who lacked alchemy talent, he passed on the inheritances of talisman and artifacts. In this way, everyone would have a skill to rely on. As the saying goes, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. If Zhang Liang simply gave them spirit stones, they would be used up in a few days. By imparting a skill, they would benefit for a lifetime, gaining far more wealth than he could offer. Life is unpredictable. Should they ever be separated for some reason, they could still establish themselves in the cultivation world. The path of cultivation in pursuit of immortality was not merely about bitter training. They also needed to seek resources and sometimes engage in conflicts with others. It was not by sitting in meditation that one could achieve the great Tao. Having arranged his affairs, Zhang Liang was approached by Zheng Kefa, the chief of the Alchemy Alliance branch. It turned out that the 8 major powers of the cultivation world were about to hold a grand tournament. Although the Alchemy Alliance and the Artifact Alliance were neutral and did not engage in territorial disputes, there were other resources that needed to be allocated according to strength rankings. Nascent soul stage cultivators were the top combatants of the Eastern continent and did not participate. The main participants were Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators recommended by each major power. Among the major powers, Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators formed the main force and represented the future strength of a faction. The Alchemy Alliance headquarters instructed its branches to recommend outstanding talents, and Zheng Kefa naturally recommended Zhang Liang. Although Zhang Liang was at the early Golden Core stage, he was an anomaly who had weathered 12 thunder tribulations. Zheng Kefa had witnessed with his own eyes that Zhang Liang could kill late Golden Core cultivators as easily as taking something from his pocket. In terms of combat prowess, even Zheng Kefa admitted inferiority. The Alchemy Alliance branch in Luzhou City had an early Nascent Soul elder, but Zheng Kefa did not recommend him. Instead, he took Zhang Liang and another late Golden Core cultivator, Jin Xuanfa, and they set off for the Alchemy Alliance headquarters in Yaoguang City aboard a spirit boat. Whether the Alchemy Alliance headquarters would ultimately allow Zhang Liang to participate in the tournament was beyond Zheng Kefa's control. His spirit boat was a small high-grade spiritual artifact vessel capable of carrying over 40 people. The entire vessel measured 10 zhang in length, 5 zhang in width, and 4 zhang in height, with tapered ends and a thicker midsection to reduce air resistance. This spirit boat was worth over 50 million spirit stones. Zheng Kefa had purchased it through internal channels within the Alchemy Alliance, receiving a discount, but it still cost him over 40 million spirit stones. Zhang Liang considered acquiring a spirit boat himself, as it would make long journeys more convenient. The other late Golden Core cultivator, Jin Xuanfa, was unaware of Zhang Liang's prowess and remained aloof along the way. Once aboard the spirit boat, he rudely said, "Young man, you can take charge of piloting the vessel." Zhang Liang did not glance at him, but smiled at Zheng Kefa. "Senior Zheng, aren't you worried that I have never piloted a spirit boat before?" "No need, fellow Taoist Zhang, I will handle it myself," Zheng Kefa replied courteously. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. Call me if you get tired, senior," Zhang Liang said, turning to find a room for cult. "Stop. I, an elder, am speaking to you, and you ignore me." "What do you mean by that?" Jin Xuanfa flared up. As soon as he finished, before his eyes slap, he received 2 blows to his face, seeing stars. As he tried to retaliate, Zhang Liang struck again, slap, 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 delivering several more blows with alternating hands. "Whose elder are you? Say that again if you dare." Zhang Liang made as if to hit him again, but Zheng Kefa quickly intervened. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, for my sake, let it go. We are all on the same side. Oh, let's not damage our harmony, Zheng." He then turned to explain to Jin Xuanfa, "Fellow Taoist Jin, today's incident is also my fault for not clarifying earlier. Fellow Taoist Zhang Liang is a 4th-rank alchemist who can cross stages in battle as easily as eating and drinking." Jin Xuanfa suddenly understood. No wonder Zheng Kefa was bringing Zhang Liang to the headquarters for the tournament. He was an anomaly, a 4th-rank alchemist and a cultivator with formidable combat strength. Jin Xuanfa was merely a 3rd-rank alchemist, inferior to Zhang Liang in that regard. He had not even been able to defend against the blows just now. It was clear he was no match in any aspect. In the cultivation world, strength commanded respect. Jin Xuanfa quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply. "This junior has been offensive. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Zhang. Oh, we are both Golden Core cultivators. Let's treat each other as equals." "Ha ha ha ha," Zhang Liang said generously. His magnanimity won Zheng Kefa's admiration. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, fellow Taoist Jin, how about joining me for some drinks in the cockpit? My spirit boat has a positioning device. Oh, just set the course and watch it," Zheng Kefa invited. Thus the 3 began drinking while flying. The distance from Luzhou City to Yaoguang City was 100,000 li, requiring 3 days of flight. Zheng Kefa brought out spiritual wine. Jin Xuanfa produced a roasted lamb, and the 3 drank together. The spiritual wine of the cultivation world was not unpleasant, rich in spiritual energy. However, it lacked the richness and kick of the liquor from Blue Star. Zhang Liang brought out a case of 52 proof Wuliangya for Zheng Kefa and Jin Xuanfa to try. After a sip, both praised its excellent taste, potency, and flavor. As Golden Core cultivators, they had a high tolerance for alcohol, so Zhang Liang had to bring out another case. Eventually, they finished the roasted lamb. Zhang Liang then took out some beef he had grilled himself. When the two tasted it, they praised it highly. Zhang Liang's seasonings were superb. Moreover, Zhang Liang had mastered the art of making seasonings. The 3 days of the journey passed in drinking and conversation. Zhang Liang also brought out Huazi cigarettes for them to try. While puffing smoke, drinking, and chatting, Jin Xuanfa became good friends with Zhang Liang, completely forgetting about the earlier slaps. Upon arriving at the Alchemy Alliance headquarters in Yawang City, Zheng Kafa reported to the Alliance leader Ouyang Yunying, a late nascent soul cultivator, about Zhang Liang's merits as a 4th-rank alchemist who had survived 12 thunder tribulations and possessed exceptional cross-stage combat strength. Ouyang Yunying was overjoyed. Good. Zheng Kafa recruiting such talent for our alliance is a great achievement. You shall take a position at the headquarters. Transfer that Zhang Liang to the headquarters as well. Subsequently, the alliance leader ordered arrangements for new positions for Zheng Kafa and Zhang Liang. Zheng Kafa was assigned the post of steward in the task distribution office. Zhang Liang was placed under Yi Qinglong, a late nascent soul cultivator and the chief protector of the Alchemy Alliance headquarters. This was the department responsible for external conflicts and safeguarding the alliance. The treatment was excellent, and there was usually little to do. However, when battle missions arose, they were the vanguard. They had to charge to the front. The protectorate consisted of 100,000 cultivators. Aside from the 10,000 stationed near the Dan Alliance headquarters in Yawang City, the majority were garrisoned at Yawang Mountain, 100 li beyond the city. All the families of the Dan Alliance resided on Yawang Mountain. Yi Qinglong led the protectorate to guard Yawang Mountain, protecting these people. Whenever an external force provoked the Dan Alliance, Yi Qinglong would dispatch cultivators to the site of the incident. Yawang Mountain spanned thousands of li, and the Dan Alliance had occupied it for at least hundreds of thousands of years. A massive 8th-level Great Gale formation enveloped the entire Yawang Mountain. Beneath the ground lay 2 superior Great Spirit veins, so the mountain range was dense with spiritual energy, and spirit herbs and plants covered the hillsides. Yet no one gathered recklessly, as the Dan Alliance had dedicated personnel managing it. Spirit birds and beasts filled the valleys, and cultivators could capture and slaughter them for meat. Each year, the Dan Alliance released a large number of spirit birds and beasts into the valleys to serve as dishes for the cultivators. Zhang Liang gazed at the elegant peaks, fragrant flowers, and the murmuring stream winding through the valley. This was truly a blessed cave for cultivation. Training here would surely accelerate breakthroughs in cultivation level. Zhang Liang was assigned to a mountain and allowed to choose a spot to carve his own cave dwelling. Zhang Liang carved out a massive cave dwelling with a spacious main hall over 30 zhang in diameter. It had over a dozen rooms, one each for himself and his 6 wives, all furnished with Simmons beds. The remaining rooms were used as alchemy chambers and talisman-making chambers. As for Zhang Liang's 2 beast companions, Sun Wudao the monkey and Zhue Feng the divine beast, he left them in the Hongmeng Bell space. Zhang Liang forged a superior grade spirit artifact long staff for the monkey and taught it a set of monkey staff techniques and a set of 8 trigram staff techniques. As for Zhue Feng, Zhang Liang believed that if it truly was a Qilin divine beast, it would eventually awaken its innate divine abilities and inheritance. The great competition of the 8 major powers was only 10 days away. Due to the pressing time, internal trials were cancelled, and the competition participants were recommended by the brigade commanders. Even so, it took 2 days. Yi Qinglong's protectorate of 100,000 consisted of 10 brigades. Each brigade commander was a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. Based on usual performance, each brigade selected 10 golden core cultivators and 10 nascent soul cultivators. Thus, there were 100 golden core and 100 nascent soul cultivators. Yi Qinglong also selected 5 brigade commanders with formidable combat prowess to accompany them. Zhang Liang was designated by the Grand Alliance leader and naturally joined the competition. The grand competition was held in Lingxiao City, where the top-ranked Lingxiao sword sect was located. Lingxiao City was 200,000 li from Yawang City. The Grand Alliance leader took out a palm-sized superior-grade spirit artifact flying boat, tossed it into the air, and it transformed into a vessel 30 zhang long and 18 zhang wide with an oval bow. The flying boat had 3-tiered pavilions. The Grand Alliance leader Ouyang Yunying and the Grand Protector Yi Qinglong were on the top level. Nascent Soul cultivators were on the second level and Golden Core cultivators on the bottom level. Each level had over 100 rooms, so every cultivator had a private room. The large flying boat was considerably faster than smaller ones, reaching Lingxiao City in just 5 days. At the city gates, several Nascent Soul cultivators from the Lingxiao sword sect accompanied by a dozen Golden Core cultivators were waiting to receive them. The Dan Alliance cultivators were arranged in a large courtyard. Several dozen attendants served them and assigned rooms. A Nascent Soul cultivator said, "Grand Alliance leader of the Dan Alliance, I am Lan Tianliang, an elder of the Lingxiao sect. If anything arises, feel free to speak. The grand competition will be held in 2 days. Tomorrow you may first inspect the venue at the Lingxiao sect's grand training ground. I will guide you." Very well, we shall trouble Elder Lan to guide us tomorrow. Ouyang Yunying said with a cupped fist salute. Alliance leader Ouyang, no need for politeness. I am merely ordered to attend to you all. Lan Tianliang said with a smile. Nothing was happening today, so the cultivators went out for a stroll. Zhang Liang left the courtyard alone and stepped onto the main street. Lingxiao City, located in the center of the eastern continent and the largest city, there was naturally bustling. The streets were lined with shops, each decorated resplendently. As a neutral faction with good relations with the Lingxiao sect, the Dan Alliance naturally had a branch in Lingxiao City. Likewise, the Artifact Alliance also had a branch there. Moreover, the cultivation world was vast. Many alchemists and artifact refiners had not joined the Dan Alliance or the Artifact Alliance. The pills they concocted and the magical artifacts they forged were also sold. Order in Lingxiao City was excellent. City patrols frequented and fighting was forbidden. Hence no conflicts occurred. Some cultivators set up street stalls selling spirit herbs, beast hides, beast blood, and the like. For convenience, Zhang Liang disguised himself as a middle-aged burly man. He learned that there was a spirit beast and spirit bird market in the Western District. He wanted to take a look, and if he found something good, buy a few for his wives. Flying within the city was prohibited. Some cultivators rented beast-drawn carriages, while others walked. Recently, Zhang Liang had been practicing a movement technique, the lightning shadowless step, which came from his divine sense memories and only needed familiarization. People on the street saw a blur flash by as Zhang Liang passed them. This counted as running and did not violate swish swish swish. In 2/4 of an hour, Zhang Liang ran several hundred li and arrived at the spirit beast market in the Western District. The market spanned several hundred zhang and was divided into several zones. Zhang Liang first took a turn in the land beast area, where there were lions, bears, leopards, tigers, and other beasts ranging from first tier to second tier. However, he found no particularly fine breeds. These common varieties he could easily catch himself in the mountain. He then went to the spirit bird area. The eagles, and such at most, reached third tier, which was their limit. They had no potential, merely ordinary species. Just then a dispute broke out ahead over the purchase of 2 birds. Zhang Liang went closer and saw it was about 2 rocks. Zhang Liang also noticed that these 2 rocks possessed a trace of ancient divine beast bloodline. Of course, others could see it too. The seller was a golden core cultivator who looked about 50. His 2 rocks were confined in a large cage. A scholarly-looking latest-stage foundation establishment middle-aged man had first taken a liking to them and was bargaining. A burly early-stage golden core man with a dark face came over and said, "Boss, he'll take them at your offered price." "Fellow cultivator, that's not right. I'm in the middle of a deal. I've already bought them," the scholarly man said. "You haven't settled on a price, but I, without haggling, have made up my mind. So I should be considered the first buyer," said the dark-faced golden core cultivator. "Outrageous. Don't think that just because you're a golden core cultivator he'll be afraid of you. Men." The scholarly man waved and 2 golden core cultivators, one early stage, one mid-stage, came forward. Seeing that a conflict was about to erupt, Zhang Liang had a flash of inspiration and stepped forward to say, "Both fellow cultivators fighting in the city violates the rules. How about we bid instead? Whoever offers the higher price and has more spirit stones gets the 2 rocks." The seller of the spirit birds was also delighted at Zhang Liang's proposal. "All right, suit yourselves. This fellow cultivator's idea is good. Let's start bidding from the base price of 200,000 spirit stones." "I bid 250,000 spirit stones," the scholarly man said, no longer suppressing the price. "I bid 300,000, said the dark-faced man. 350,000. 400,000. Zhang Liang saw that their endless bidding left no room for him. "I bid 2 million spirit stones," he roared, interrupting their price war. The scholarly man was displeased at Zhang Liang's interference. "Fellow cultivator, we too were bidding. What are you doing?" Zhang Liang smiled. "Fellow cultivator, this is a trading market. I'm bidding to buy a spirit beast. You can't stop me." The words choked the scholarly man speechless, and the dark-faced man also fell silent. The scholarly man hesitated, saying nothing for a moment. "Very well. These 2 rocks are yours," said the selling golden core cultivator. Zhang Liang handed over a storage pouch containing exactly 2 million spirit stones. Then the seller gave him the cage along with the rocks. "Fellow cultivator, the cage is yours too. Once you tame them, release them from the cage. I won't be responsible if they run away," warned the selling golden core cultivator. "Thank you, fellow cultivator," Zhang Liang replied. With his divine sense enveloping the cage, he willed it into the Hongmeng Bell space. He was about to leave and look around elsewhere when the scholarly man blocked him. "Fellow cultivator, wait a moment," said the scholarly foundation establishment cultivator with 2 golden core cultivators, stopping Zhang Liang. "Can you let me have these 2 rocks?" "No, I bought them for my wife," Zhang Liang stated firmly. "Then forgive my rudeness. Seize him." The scholarly man waved, and the 2 golden core cultivators pounced on Zhang Liang like wolves. They intended to bully him with numbers. Zhang Liang employed the lightning shadowless step he had just familiarized himself with, and began to maneuver around them. Zhang Liang's current cultivation level, although only at the initial stage of the golden core, has a divine sense equivalent to that of a nascent soul at its early stage. Moreover, he possesses an invincible golden core in his dantian. Thus, Zhang Liang's actual combat power is akin to that of a peak golden core cultivator, making it difficult for ordinary opponents to match him. The reason he is toying with these two golden core cultivators is simply to practice his movement techniques. The lightning shadow steps unfolded, and the two golden core cultivators couldn't even touch the hem of Zhang Liang's robes. They were left dizzy and disoriented. After playing with them for a while, Zhang Liang had had enough. He rewarded each of them with a kick, sending them flying 20 zhang away before swiftly departing. The next day, Ouyang Yunying and Yi Chenglong, along with the cultivators from the Dan Alliance, were guided by the elder Lan Tianliang from the Lingxiao sect to the Lingxiao sect. 100 miles away from Lingxiao City lies a mountain range stretching for thousands of miles known as the Lingxiao Mountain Range. Upon extending one's divine sense, one can see luxurious palaces built atop dozens of peaks, each mountain peak featuring a grand plaza. At the most central peak, an unknown powerful being had cut off a section of the mountain. At the summit, there lies a flat area spanning several hundred li paved with large blue stones over a foot thick, smooth as a mirror. On the northern side, a magnificent and grand main hall of the sect was constructed, standing 20 zhang high with flying eaves and upturned corners. The pointed roof of the palace gleamed with glazed tiles. In front of the palace, there are 9 steps made of high-quality spirit jade radiating a milky white glow. After descending the steps, a grand podium for the conference was erected 100 zhang ahead. 8 golden chairs were arranged on the podium, presumably prepared for the heads of the 8 major forces. To the south of the grandstand is a martial arts arena spanning several hundred li. On both sides of the grandstand are the designated areas for cultivators from various forces participating in the competition. Zhang Liang noticed that 4 formations of chairs were set up on both the east and west sides. Each formation contained over 200 chairs with tea tables placed in between. There are formations on the plaza, and when the time comes, whatever number of arenas are needed can rise from the ground. The Grand Alliance leader Ouyang Yunying explained to everyone. Looking further out, a circle of exotic flowers and plants surrounded the plaza, forming a circular martial arts arena. This created an atmosphere where a killing intent mingled with a touch of celestial aura, symbolizing the romantic yet bloody path of cultivation where chivalry intertwined with malice. The following day, the curtain for the grand competition of the 8 major forces was officially raised. As the hour of Chun arrived, the cultivators from the various forces entered the venue arranged by the Lingxiao. On the eastern side of the conference podium, cultivators from the Lingxiao Immortal Sect, Hanjian Immortal Sect, Yunu Immortal Sect, and Shundao Immortal Sect were seated in a square formation. On the western side of the podium were the cultivators from Juxian Immortal Sect, Ingui Immortal Sect, Dan Alliance, and Shi Alliance, also seated according to a square formation. The sect master of Lingxiao Immortal Sect, Wei Hongtu, a peak transformation stage cultivator, is a handsome man of medium build. He was the first to fly onto the podium and greeted old friends. "Come on up. It has been over 10 years since the last martial arts competition at the Hanjian Immortal Sect. Good. Senior brother Wei's cultivation has advanced quite a bit." "Huh." The sect master of Hanjian Immortal Sect, Lung Yuhui, a peak transformation stage cultivator, shook his plump head and flew onto the podium. The beautiful sect leader of Yunu Immortal Sect, Han Liyun, a peak transformation stage cultivator, elegantly flew onto the arena. "Hello, fellow brothers. It has been 10 years since I last saw your grandeur." "Huh. Master Han, you are hundreds of years old, yet you still look like an 18-year-old girl. Truly a peerless beauty." The sect master of Shundao Immortal Sect, Chu Ziyang, also a peak transformation stage cultivator, flew towards the arena. The sect masters of Juxian Immortal Sect, Zhuang Jinhua, Ingui Immortal Sect, Xiao Yichen, Dan Alliance leader Ouyang Yunying, and Shi Alliance leader Zhang Daoling, 4 peak transformation stage cultivators, also flew onto the arena together. Wei Hongtu, the sect master of Lingxiao Sect, sat in the center. He was the chairman of this grand competition. The other 7 sect masters were seated on either side, acting as judges. Additionally, Lingxiao Sect sent out 10 transformation stage cultivators and 10 nascent soul cultivators to serve as judges for the matches between nascent soul and golden core cultivators. Wei Hongtu spoke first to all cultivators attending the competition. "I, on behalf of the Lingxiao Immortal Sect, welcome your arrival. Now I will announce the rules of the grand competition. First, if one side concedes, the other side must cease attack. Violators will be disqualified. In severe cases, they will be killed on the spot. Second, during the competition, no one is allowed to interfere with the matches. Those who violate this will be killed on the spot. Third, it is permitted to use spirit beasts during the competition, but if a spirit beast continues to attack after the opponent concedes, its owner must accept punishment. In severe cases, they will be killed on the spot. Fourth, injuries and deaths are inevitable during the competition. Afterward, no seeking revenge is allowed. If anyone violates this, Lingxiao Immortal Sect will take full responsibility. Fifth, the purpose of the competition is to exchange techniques and insights. Therefore, anesthetic drugs may be used, but lethal poisons are not permitted. Violators will be killed on the spot. These are the rules, I hope all participating cultivators adhere to them. Now let the competition among the Golden Core cultivators of the 8 major forces begin. The Golden Core cultivators from the various forces entered the arena. The Dan Alliance brought 105 Golden Core cultivators consisting of 100 recommended by various team leaders plus 5 selected by the Grand Alliance leader. In reality, each major force brought over 100 cultivators. The conference chairman Wei Hongtu did not mind the numbers, after all the first match would leave about 400 participants. Having a few more or less did not matter, it did not affect the competition at all. The 10 nascent soul cultivators from Lingxiao Immortal Sect stepped forward. They were the judges and began their duties. A formation master from Lingxiao Sect activated a mechanism. Suddenly a sound of creak echoed and a platform 100 zhang in size appeared in the center of the plaza. A nascent soul cultivator serving as a judge shouted, "All contestants come up to the platform." Once all the Golden Core cultivators jumped onto the platform, several judges separated the disciples from the 8 major forces so that they were no longer grouped by their sects. The free-for-all begins. Falling off the platform counts as a loss. The last 400 cultivators remaining will be considered as having passed. The nascent soul judge shouted loudly. Immediately, 800 cultivators on the platform engaged in a chaotic battle. The center was the hardest place to fall off, but it faced attacks from all directions. The attacks received at the edge of the platform were fewer, but the risk of falling off was greater. Zhang Liang activated his lightning shadow steps, avoiding direct conflicts with the other cultivators. Weaker cultivators unable to withstand the onslaught naturally ran towards the periphery. In the end, one careless moment led to them being knocked off the platform. Zhang Liang observed from the side, learning from the strengths of others. He noticed that the cultivators from Yingui sect employed a peculiar technique. Their palm techniques carried a chill. Once a cultivator was injured, they would slow down due to the freezing effect, ultimately being knocked off the platform by others. Zhang Liang silently took note, pondering how to deal with these individuals. Additionally, the cultivators from Yunu sect were all beautiful women, and their charm techniques were quite formidable. Cultivators could easily fall into their traps and be knocked off the platform. However, there were always some cultivators with powerful divine senses who would not be fooled. Zhang Liang possessed a strong divine sense. The charm techniques had little effect on him. He maneuvered around the platform, not engaging in serious battles with others. He simply observed this technique and learned that martial skill. 2 hours passed, and the number of cultivators on the platform had decreased by half. On the podium, Wei Hongtu accurately counted the number of cultivators. When exactly 400 cultivators remained, he loudly shouted, "Stop. That's enough. Exactly 400 people. Congratulations on passing the first round of the grand competition." Zhang Liang did not break a sweat and easily progressed. With his powerful divine sense, he accurately discerned that among the Dan Alliance cultivators, including himself, only 45 remained. Next, the remaining 400 would engage in martial combat. On the main stage of the assembly, Wei Hongtu ordered the participating cultivators to draw lots. 400 cultivators prepared 200 pairs of identical numbers. Those who drew the same number would be opponents. Zhang Liang drew number 30, meaning he would have to wait for his turn on the arena. The original large arena in the square was gone. Instead, 10 arenas, each 50 zhang in diameter, had appeared. Beside each arena stood a nascent soul cultivator from the Lingxiao sect, serving as referee. The cultivators participating from the major powers were mostly latest-stage Golden Core cultivators or peak latest-stage Golden Core cultivators. Zhang Liang had not yet encountered any early-stage Golden Core cultivator like himself. However, according to intelligence from the Dan Alliance, each major power had some exceptionally talented cultivators. Among the Golden Core cultivators there were Yu Xingyu, the closed-door disciple of Wei Hongtu from the Lingxiao Immortal Sect, A Zheng Hao from the Hanjian Immortal Sect, the talented beauty Yu Furong from the Yunu Immortal Sect, A Chun Kaishan from the Xindao Immortal Sect, Zhu Huiqing from the Juxian Immortal Sect, A Shi Liju from the Yingui Sect. Within the Dan Alliance, the one with the highest acclaim for victory was the peak latest-stage Golden Core cultivator Zhan Hemming. He was Yi Qinglong's disciple who had imparted all his knowledge to him, granting him exceptional martial skills. Among the guardians of the Dan Alliance, Zhan Hemming had no equal at the same level. This man also believed he could achieve a top ranking, bringing glory to the Dan Alliance, and thus making a name for himself in the cultivation world. Zhang Liang watched the battles on the arenas. On the first arena, a latest-stage Golden Core cultivator from the Lingxiao Immortal Sect was fighting a latest-stage Golden Core cultivator from the Hanjian Immortal Sect. The Lingxiao Immortal Sect cultivator used a set of powerful and heavy sword techniques. The Hanjian Immortal Sect cultivator employed agile and versatile swordplay to engage his opponent. The two were evenly matched, a true contest of equals locked in a fierce and indecisive battle. On the second arena, a mid-stage golden core cultivator from the Jushian immortal sect caught Zhang Liang's attention. His footwork was nimble, his martial skills superb. He fought a latest-stage golden core cultivator without any disadvantage. Finally, he released hidden weapons, wounded his opponent, and claimed victory. The referee inspected the arena. The mid-stage golden core cultivator had used needle-shaped hidden weapons coated with anesthetic, which did not violate the rules. Thus, the referee announced the result: Lu Daping of the Jushian immortal sect wins. Those who drew number 11 step up. As soon as an arena became vacant, cultivators would enter for matches, speeding up the process. Zhang Liang did not need to learn martial skills or combat experience from others, nor did he lack them. Still, learning had no limits, and he enjoyed watching others fight. 2 hours later, it was Zhang Liang's turn. He stepped onto the 8th arena, bowed to the referee, and said, "Greetings, senior. I am Zhang Liang of the Dan Alliance. Please take care of me." The nascent soul referee nodded approvingly. Good. Zhang Liang looked across. His opponent was a latest-stage golden core cultivator, tall and burly. Zhang Liang politely cupped his hands. "Zhang Liang of the Dan Alliance. Please instruct me." The big man laughed heartily. "Well said, Di Wei of the Shundao immortal sect. Young man, you'd better step down. Don't make me send you off. This is an arena, not a place for intimidation. Make your move," Zhang Liang said. By then, the referee had already activated the protective formation around the arena to prevent the residual forces of the fight from harming the cultivators outside. Seeing that Zhang Liang refused to yield, Di Wei grew angry. Too lazy to use a weapon, he struck with his palm, using only half his strength. Zhang Liang observed that although this man was arrogant and rude, he was not malicious. So he showed mercy. He nimbly dodged the frontal attack, using the lightning step to circle around Di Wei. He could have ended the fight in one move. Instead, he sparred for a quarter of an hour, giving Di Wei face. Zhang Liang kicked Di Wei to the edge of the arena, where he was stopped by the formation. Di Wei realized that Zhang Liang had used only 30% of his strength, clearly showing restraint. He immediately got up, bowed to Zhang Liang, and said, "Thank you for your mercy, fellow Taoist. I am deeply grateful. I concede." The referee, seeing the match over, announced Zhang Liang of the Dan Alliance wins. Zhang Liang won easily and flew back to the Dan Alliance's formation. The Dan Alliance leader Ouyang Yuning was delighted by Zhang Liang's performance. She was glad she had trusted Zheng Keifa's advice and allowed Zhang Liang into the Dan Alliance headquarters, and moreover let him participate in the tournament. At the same time, intelligence personnel from the major powers noted down Zhang Liang's name. In the streets and alleys of Lingxiao City, several banks had opened gambling houses. Cultivators placed bets on which golden core or nascent soul cultivator in the cultivation world would ultimately win. However, the tournament had just begun, and the gambling had not yet reached its peak. Some well-informed cultivators were selling dossiers on the cultivators of the major powers, which sect had powerful golden core or nascent soul cultivators, and which dark horse might emerge to claim victory. Zhang Liang had no more matches on the first day, so he leisurely watched the fights. He gained some understanding of the martial styles of the cultivators from the major powers. At the start of the second day's hour, the tournament continued. 200 golden core cultivators drew lots. Those with the same number would be opponents. Zhang Liang drew number 50 and sat watching others compete. 2 hours passed before it was his turn. He leaped onto the arena and bowed to the referee. Turning to look, his opponent was a peak latest-stage golden core cultivator. Dan Alliance Zhang Liang, he reported simply. Jushian immortal sect, Xiao Baijian. Fellow Taoist, please make your move. This time it caught Zhang Liang's attention. His opponent was spirited and focused, showing no disrespect. He had probably seen Zhang Liang fight before, so he refrained from taunting. Zhang Liang summoned his square heaven halberd, a weapon he had reforged weighing 500 jin. He sensed that his opponent was formidable, so he used the halberd for battle. Indeed, Xiao Baijian produced a triple-pointed double-edged blade, also weighing several hundred jin. The two clashed with halberd and blade locked in combat. Xiao Baijian's blade technique was powerful and heavy, his mastery of the blade refined. Zhang Liang gave his full attention, using his spear blade and staff techniques with consummate skill. The two were evenly matched, a perfect contest. Zhang Liang rarely encountered a worthy opponent, and he was in no hurry to win. He treated Xiao Baijian as a sparring partner fighting on the arena. After an hour, he decided it was enough. He used a divine sense attack, sending a spike of spiritual sense into Xiao Baijian's mind. Still showing mercy, he did not use a powerful spike. "Oh!" Xiao Baijian cried out in pain, his movements faltering. Zhang Liang knocked his blade away and pointed the tip of his halberd at his throat without harming him. "I concede." Xiao Baijian declared defeat. Before stepping down, he cupped his hands to Zhang Liang. "Thank you for your mercy, fellow Taoist Zhang." The referee announced Zhang Liang of the Dan Alliance wins. Thus, Zhang Liang advanced to the top 100. By the end of the day, only 20 golden core cultivators from the Dan Alliance remained in the top 100. On the third day, the top 100 would advance to the top 50. Zhang Liang drew the number 10 sign and had to go on stage in the first round. He couldn't afford to be careless. These female cultivators liked to use enchanting techniques, and he mustn't fall for her tricks. Nevertheless, he politely greeted her. Dan Alliance Zhang Liang, please enlighten me. The young girl smiled and said, Yinu Xinzong Wei Xiuhong, please go easy on me, big brother. Zhang Liang, with his strong divine sense, was unaffected by her enchanting techniques. The referee announced the start of the match, and Zhang Liang moved. He drew a high-grade spiritual weapon long sword and began to fight the female cultivator. Although Wei Xiuhong was a woman, her movements were agile and her swordsmanship was exquisite. They fought fiercely, and Zhang Liang secretly praised her impressive. Although he had a powerful divine sense, he had plenty of ways to defeat her. However, he had to admit that Wei Xiuhong's swordsmanship was quite good and her speed was remarkable. They battled for dozens of rounds when Zhang Liang was considering how to defeat this woman. He noticed that Wei Xiuhong was about to use hidden weapons. At that moment, as they shifted positions, Wei Xiuhong revealed a hidden weapon from her sleeve. Shoo. 6 small flying daggers shot towards Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang activated his lightning shadow step, and in the blink of an eye his figure vanished. Wei Xiuhong realized something was wrong. In the midst of battle, losing sight of her opponent was the most critical issue. Just as she released her divine sense to search for Zhang Liang, he appeared behind her. He knew that the flying daggers were not poisoned. Thus he did not intend to harm Wei Xiuhong. However, he still wanted to teach. Zhang Liang swiftly pointed several acupoints on Wei Xiuhong's body, rendering her unable to move. Then he stepped back and said to the referee, Senior, please announce the result. The referee, a nascent soul cultivator, replied, all right. Zhang Liang from the Dan Alliance wins. He then approached and unsealed Wei Xiuhong's acupoints. Wei Xiuhong stepped forward to thank the referee and then deeply bowed to Zhang Liang. Thank you for going easy on me, fellow Taoist. These 6 flying daggers, I gift them to you, Zhang Taoist, she said, blushing. At the same time, she handed over a pouch containing 12 flying daggers. The small, exquisite daggers were 3 inches long, shimmering with golden light, and looked beautiful. These are 12 high-grade spiritual weapons worth a lot. Zhang Liang replied. Wei Taoist, your generous gift, I accept it with gratitude. How about this? After the match, I'll refine some infant returning pills for you as a return gift. Wei Xiuhong cheerfully said, then I thank you, Zhang Taoist. But let's compete first. I wish you victory and fame throughout the world. Once they finished talking, they returned to their respective positions to continue watching the match. Zhang Liang had advanced to the top 50 and was ready for the next round. After a morning's time, 50 matches concluded. In the afternoon, the next phase of 50 to 25 would continue. To allow everyone to better watch the matches, the arena was changed to 5. Zhang Liang drew the number 10 sign and was in the second batch of contestants. When it was his turn to compete, he saw that his opponent was a mid-golden core cultivator from the Jushin Xinzong who had caught his attention on the first day of the matches. Zhang Liang knew that his opponent was agile and skilled in combat. Politely clasping his fists, he said, Dan Alliance Zhang Liang, I offer my respects. The opponent also clasped his fists and replied, Jushin Xinzong, Qi Quan Faz, please go easy. They spoke politely, but when they started fighting it became intense. Each used their techniques, and the battle was fierce and evenly matched. Qi Quan Faz was nimble and had tremendous battle power. With his mid-golden core cultivation, he had won several matches. It was evident that he was a talented individual who could fight beyond his rank. Zhang Liang's lightning shadow step was formidable, and he found the fight against Qi Quan Faz not strenuous at all. Seeing that Zhang Liang's movements were swifter than his own, Qi Quan Faz felt anxious and unleashed his hidden weapon, rain of pear blossom needles. He waved his hand, and over 1,000 silver needles shot towards Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang had long been prepared. He turned his body and dodged all the hidden weapons. At the same time, 3 divine sense attacks pierced towards Qi Quan Faz. Qi Quan Faz was startled and tried to evade. However, he only managed to dodge 2 of them. One divine sense still pierced into his mind. Up! Qi Quan Faz cried out in agony as his head throbbed intensely, causing him to stagger. Zhang Liang seized the opportunity and kicked him down to the ground. Taking a step forward, he held his long sword against Qi Quan Faz's chest. Forced to concede, Qi Quan Faz admitted defeat, and the referee stepped forward to announce the result. Dan Alliance Zhang Liang wins. Zhang Liang advanced to the top 25 and watched the other cultivators compete. The top 25 would soon be decided. As it was still early, to ensure fairness, the chairperson of the tournament decided that the matches would continue tomorrow. The next day, the Golden Core matches resumed. The 25 Golden Core cultivators who drew number 13 would directly advance to the top 13. Zhang Liang drew number 8 and was in the second group. Whether in the competition or during cultivation, there were opportunities everywhere. Sometimes luck was more important than strength. For instance, if you encountered the strongest cultivator in the first match, you wouldn't have a chance to place second and would be eliminated in one round. If Zhang Liang had not fortuitously integrated with the soul of a powerful figure who shared his name, he would have perished long ago, and there would be no contemporary genius in the cultivation world. In less than an hour, it was Zhang Liang's turn to compete. His opponent was a peak golden core cultivator from the Lingxiao Xianzong named Shikuan. Zhang Liang had a powerful divine sense and was a perfected second-layer body refinement cultivator. Coupled with his unparalleled golden core's immense power, his actual combat capability was equivalent to that of a peak golden core cultivator. If he added the lightning shadow step and divine sense attacks, ordinary golden core cultivators truly wouldn't be a match for Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang and Shikuan clashed, and their strengths were evenly matched, engaging in an intense battle. The Grandmaster of the Dan Alliance, Ouyang Yuning, was very pleased with Zhang Liang's performance on the stage. She grew even fonder of this young man. A golden core early stage cultivator fighting against a peak golden core cultivator, and those who had made it this far were all elites of their era. Zhang Liang understood that he couldn't waste too much true essence. There were definitely more battles to come. So he planned to end the fight quickly. As they fought, Zhang Liang accelerated, circling to Shikuan's side and kicked him in the waist. Up. Shikuan was kicked over 20 zhang away, crashing to the ground, and his spiritual weapon long sword slipped from his grasp. Zhang Liang followed, placing his long sword against Shikuan's neck, forcing him to concede. Zhang Liang advanced to the top 13. Next they drew lots again. The one who drew number 7 would skip a match and directly advance to the top 7. The 6 defeated golden core cultivators would compete again to determine the 3 winners who would advance to the top 10. Now among the top 10 golden core cultivators there were Yu Xingyu from Lingxiao Xianzong Zheng, Hao from Hanjian Xianzong, Yu Furong from Yinu Xianzong, Qin Kaishan from Shindao Xianzong, Zhu Huaqing from Juxian Xianzong, Shilaju from Yinggu Xianzong Zhang, He Ming and Zhang Liang from the Dan Alliance, and Zhang Fong from the Qi Alliance, along with Shikuan from Lingxiao Xianzong, who joined later. During this process, Zhang Liang had no involvement and merely observed from the sidelines. The participants in these matches were all elites. Zhang Liang humbly learned from their combat techniques, enhancing his own combat experience. This is a quality that every strong individual must possess. After the top 10 were decided, it was noon. The chairperson announced a 1-hour break before the matches would continue. At this time, the betting odds at various casinos had opened around the tournament. There were auspicious casinos, wealth-gathering casinos, and luxurious casinos. They were all hosted by major banks and backed by the city lord's office. These casinos would never dare to be untrustworthy. They were dealing with cultivators from the 8 great forces of the cultivation world. Failure to uphold their credibility could spark a war in the cultivation realm. Zhang Liang leisurely strolled to the betting odds area of the casinos, where each betting odds displayed the odds for each of the top 10 cultivators. The odds indicate that the higher the probability of winning the championship, the lower the odds. For example, for Yu Xingyu from Lingxiao Xianzong, the odds of him winning were 1-1. For Zheng Hao from Hanjian Xianzong, the odds were 1-1. 2. For the talented beauty Yu Furong from Yunu Xianzong, her odds were also 1-1. 2. For Qin Kaishan from Shindao Xianzong, the odds were 1-1. 5. The odds for Zhu Huaqing from Juxian Xianzong, Shilaju from Yinggu Xianzong, and Zhang He Ming from the Dan Alliance to win were 1-2. Zhang Fong from the Qi Alliance and Zhang Liang from the Dan Alliance had the highest odds at 1-10. Zhang Liang couldn't help but laugh. They were underestimating him too much. He approached the betting areas of the auspicious wealth-gathering and luxurious casinos, respectively purchasing 1 million Spirit Stone betting tickets, betting on himself to win the championship in this tournament. He took out the Spirit Stones, and the casinos issued receipts. If he won the championship in the match, he would earn 30 million Spirit Stones from them. In the afternoon, the Golden Core matches continued, aiming to establish the rankings of the top 10. This time, they would still use the draw method for 12 matches, with the winners advancing to the top 5. The 5 who lost would temporarily be ranked from 6th to 10th. Finally, the cultivators ranked lower could challenge those ranked higher. However, cultivators who had previously fought and lost could not challenge again. Now only one arena remained, and the draws began. Zhang Liang drew number 1 and became the opponent of Zheng Hao from Hanjian Xianzong. The two flew up to the arena, and Zhang Liang cupped his hands and said, "Dan Alliance." Zhang Liang pays his respects. Zheng Hao saw that he was facing Zhang Liang from the Dan Alliance. Though he had heard that Zhang Liang was a genius in the cultivation world, he had never encountered an opponent before. No matter how one looked at it, Zhang Liang was merely a golden core early-stage cultivator. He really didn't believe that his skills couldn't surpass him. Therefore, Zheng Hao summoned a 300-pound heavy sword and swung it down towards Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang realized that Zheng Hao wanted to compete in strength. He summoned his Fang Tianhua halberd and countered with a move called lifting the moon from the bottom of the sea. Bang! With a loud crash, Zhang Liang's halberd weighed 1,000 pounds, almost knocking Zheng Hao's sword out of his hands. Zheng Hao staggered back, 20 Zhang, his palms bruised and bleeding. Zheng Hao's hands were dripping with blood, his arms numb, and he was greatly shocked. He never expected that he, an invincible genius and the pride of the Cold Sword Immortal sect, would be weaker than Zhang Liang in strength. Zhang Liang, holding his Fangtian Huaji, slowly approached Zheng Hao, showing no carelessness. The collision of strength was just the beginning. he knew that true victory did not always rely on raw power. Steadying his mind, Zhang Hao gripped his heavy sword and launched another attack. The cold wind howled as the heavy sword moved with grace and agility, shifting unpredictably. Zhang Liang wielded his Fantian Huaji and engaged in combat. Sensing something amiss, he realized his opponent was maneuvering rather than clashing heat. Quick-witted, he sheathed the halberd and drew a spiritual-grade longsword. Zhang Liang executed his lightning shadowless step, far outpacing Zhang Hao. In mere moments, Zhang Hao was dizzy and disoriented, his spiritual sense severely depleted. In a careless moment, Zhang Liang grazed Zhang Hao's back with his blade. He refrained from a killing blow, inflicting only a minor wound. Shortly after, the sword tip pricked Zhang Hao's rear. Zhang Hao realized his opponent held back, otherwise he would have long collapsed. A man of character, he accepted defeat with grace and decisively dropped his sword in surrender. I admit my inferiority. Thank you for your mercy, fellow Taoist Zhang Hao said. The referee announced Zhang Liang of the Alchemy Alliance wins. Zhang Liang advanced to the top 5. Next, Yu Xingyu of the Soaring Cloud Immortal Sect faced Chen Kaishan of the Divine Blade Immortal Sect. Swords and blades clashed as they fought. Yu Xingyu, a golden core great perfection cultivator, possessed deeper cultivation than Chen Kaishan. However, Chen Kaishan, an elite disciple of the Divine Blade Immortal Sect, was no pushover. After dozens of exchanges, Chen Kaishan was defeated and Yu Xingyu emerged victorious. The referee announced the result, and both leaped off the arena. Yu Furong, the beautiful genius of the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect, and Zhan Hemming of the Alchemy Alliance flew onto the arena together. Initially evenly matched, Yu Furong later unleashed her charm technique. Zhan Hemming's expression froze for an instant, and he was knocked to the ground, his chest met by a sword tip. The referee declared, Yu Furong of the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect wins. Zhan Hemming, his face flushed, flew off the arena. Yi Chenglong stomped in frustration. How could he be captivated by a girl's charm when he had seen countless beauties? Ouyang Yunying, seated at the main platform, was equally furious. Next, Zhu Huiqing of the Gathering Virtue Immortal Sect and Shi Laiju of the Nether Ghost Immortal Sect fought. Their strength was comparable, and the battle was evenly matched. Later, Shi Laiju summoned a high-grade spiritual artifact, the Thousand Ghost Banner, which unleashed countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, trapping Zhu Huiqing within. Zhu Huiqing struggled desperately, but could not break free, ultimately forced to surrender. Finally, Shi Kuan of the Soaring Cloud Immortal Sect faced Zhang Fong of the Artifact Alliance. Zhang Fong summoned a supreme-grade spiritual longsword, cutting through Shi Kuan's 2 top-grade spiritual longswords. Shi Kuan was forced to concede. Possessing a divine weapon was also a form of strength. Even the use of spirit beasts was permitted, let alone a supreme-grade spiritual longsword. For now, the top 5 were Zhang Liang, Yu Xingyu, Yu Furong, Shi Laiju, and Zhang Fong. The bottom 5 were Zhang Hao, Chen Kaishan, Zhan Hemming, Zhu Huiqing, and Shi Kuan. Why for now? Because the main platform had further plans. First, the current top 5 would be ranked, and the bottom 5 would also be ranked. Then those with lower rankings could challenge those above them. However, there was a rule: if a challenged cultivator had just fought, they had the right to rest for 1 search in 2 hours. 2 arenas were set up simultaneously for the top 5 ranking matches and bottom 5 ranking matches. The top 5 drew lots to determine their opponents. The one who drew the third lot had a bye, and the battle-thirsty Zhang Liang coincidentally got it. Yu Xingyu and Yu Furong drew the first lot and stepped onto the arena. After dozens of exchanges, Yu Furong's charm technique failed, and she was forced to concede. Shi Laiju and Zhang Fong then fought. Zhang Feng's supreme-grade spiritual sword was ineffective against the malicious spirits, and he also conceded. Next, Zhang Liang, Yu Xingyu, and Shi Laiju drew lots for combat. Yu Xingyu got a bye while Zhang Liang faced Shi Laiju. After a few exchanges, Shi Laiju summoned the Thousand Ghost Banner, releasing countless souls. The arena turned pitch black, obscuring all sight. Having undergone 2 tribulations, Zhang Liang had absorbed vast amounts of lightning energy. Lately, he had been experimenting with integrating lightning into his palm techniques and sword skills. Encountering vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts today, he decided to test his newly mastered 5 Thunder Divine Palm. He struck out a palm, and a golden palm print crackled with sparks. Boom. Crackle. A third of Shi Laiju's released ghosts and spirits perished, causing him to tremble with anguish. He quickly waved the Thousand Ghost Banner, recalling the remaining spirits. He then drew a longsword and engaged Zhang Liang in combat. Shi Laiju's spiritual sense was also formidable, though slightly inferior to Zhang Liang's. His movement technique was elusive and unpredictable. After fighting for a while, Zhang Liang resolved to end the battle quickly, while prolonging it would leave him exhausted for the next match. A spike of spiritual sense pierced into Shi Laiju's sea of consciousness. Up. Shi Laiju's head throbbed with pain, slowing his movements. Zhang Liang seized the moment and tapped his waist, causing Shi Laiju to collapse limply. The referee declared Zhang Liang the winner, and Zhang Liang stepped forward to release Shi Laiju's acupoints. Next, Zhang Liang faced Yu Xingyu. Both flew onto the arena. Yu Xingyu, around 30 years old, was a tall, handsome man. He admired Zhang Liang's talent, amazed at how the young man could battle across cultivation levels. Yu Xingyu took Zhang Liang seriously, as this match could determine the championship. He drew his preferred weapon, a top-grade spiritual spear. Zhang Liang, equally cautious, summoned his 1000-gene Fangtian Huaji to face Yu Xingyu. Both unleashed their ultimate techniques, clashing like a cloud dragon meeting a mist dragon or a mountain tiger encountering a descending tiger. They were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Seeing he couldn't secure victory, Zhang Liang condensed 3 spikes of spiritual sense and thrust them at Yu Xingyi's sea of consciousness. Unexpectedly, the spikes failed to penetrate, and Zhang Liang suffered backlash. Enduring a headache, he executed the lightning shadowless step to evade Yu Xingyi's attacks. Zhang Liang struck out with the 5 Thunder Divine Palm, dazzling Yu Xingyu and disorienting him. In a moment of carelessness, Yu Xingyu was stabbed in the thigh by Zhang Liang's halberd. Limping and unable to continue, Yu Xingyu conceded. The referee declared Zhang Liang the winner, temporarily securing first place. Zhang Liang took out a supreme-grade 4th-tier healing pill and handed it to Yu Xingyu, saying, "I'm sorry, senior brother, where I lost control. It's not your fault, fellow Taoist Zhang. I simply wasn't skilled enough, and you didn't break any rules. Thank you for the supreme-grade healing pill." Yu Xingyu consumed the pill and left to recuperate. Next, Yu Furong and Zhang Fang stepped onto the arena. Yu Furong drew a supreme-grade spiritual whip, while Zhang Fang's supreme-grade spiritual sword lost its advantage. Yu Furong was agile and highly skilled in swordsmanship. Though Zhang Fang's sword techniques were decent, they fell short compared to Yu Furong's. After dozens of exchanges, he was forced to surrender. Thus, after 2 shurchen of competition, the top 10 were finalized. First place, Zhang Liang. Second, Yu Xingyu. Third, Yu Furong. Fourth, Shi Laiju. Fifth, Zhang Fang. Sixth, Zheng Hao. Seventh, Chen Kaishan. Eighth, Zhu Huiqing. Ninth, Zhan Hemming. 10th, Shi Kuan. Finally, Wei Hongtu announced from the main platform that those in the top 10 could challenge those ranked above them, with each person having only 3 challenge opportunities. Moreover, once a match was fought, the contender could not challenge again. Since Zhang Liang was only an early-stage golden core cultivator, many were dissatisfied. Zheng Hao accepted Zhang Liang's superiority, but Chen Kaishan was unconvinced and stepped up to challenge Zhang Liang. Within a quarter of an hour, Zhang Liang had his sword at Chen Kaishan's throat. Chen Kaishan, face red, leaped off the arena. Zhu Huiqing of the Gathering Virtue Immortal Sect then challenged Zhang Liang. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhang Liang sealed his acupoints, leaving him immobile. At this point, Zhan Hemming of the Alchemy Alliance inexplicably decided to challenge Zhang Liang. Ouyang Yunying on the main platform fumed, while Yi Chenglong in the Alchemy Alliance formation rolled his eyes in exasperation. Zhan Hemming leaped onto the arena and said to Zhang Liang, "Junior brother Zhang, why not yield the championship to me? Rest assured, in the Alchemy Alliance's Guardian Squad, I'll have your back. Senior brother Zhan, even if I yielded to you, others would knock you down. Better to give up. As for you protecting me in the Guardian Squad, I'd be grateful. The championship is a burden." "A step down," Zhang Liang advised with a smile. Zhan Hemming sneered, "What burden? You're obviously after the grand prize. If you yield the title to me, I'll give you the entire reward." Growing impatient, Zhang Liang patiently explained, "Senior brother, we're fellow disciples. Do we really need to tear each other apart? This only disgraces the Alchemy Alliance." "The match begins," the referee announced. Left with no choice, Zhang Liang summoned a spiritual-grade longsword and engaged Zhan Hemming. He didn't need to use the Fangtian Huaji for this opponent. Zhang Liang executed the lightning shadowless step, leaving Zhan Hemming unable to pinpoint his location. Zhan Hemming slashed left and right with his longsword, but couldn't even touch Zhang Liang's shadow. Mindful of their sect brotherhood, Zhang Liang held back. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Liang tapped Zhan Hemming's waist, sealing his soft and numb acupoints and rendering him immobile. The referee announced the result, and Zhan Hemming flew off the arena in resentment. In the end, no one succeeded in challenging the top 5 positions. Zhang Liang claimed the championship of the Golden Core stage in the martial competition. Wei Hongtu, the chairman of the assembly, announced that the nascent soul stage competition would begin the following day, with the awards for the top 10 of both the Golden Core and nascent soul stages to be distributed afterward. That night, Ouyang Yunying led all the cultivators of the Dan Alliance to the largest tavern in Lingxiao City. They booked an entire floor, ordered 20 tables of dishes, and brought out the finest spiritual wine to celebrate the victory in the martial arts tournament, where they secured the Golden Core Championship. Ouyang Yunying stood up with a radiant face and spoke, "Fellow cultivators of the Dan Alliance, in this martial arts tournament, Zhang Liang has won the Golden Core Championship, making us all proud. Moreover, he is a 4th-tier spiritual alchemist, and refining high-quality pills is as easy as eating and drinking. Once we return to the Dan Alliance, I will reward him further. Tomorrow is the martial arts competition for the nascent soul stage, and I hope you will continue to work hard for good results." Zhang Liang took out 5 boxes of Maodai from the blue star and handed them to Ouyang Yuning for him to arrange. Ouyang Yuning took a sip and exclaimed how delicious it was. He quickly stored away 3 boxes and shared 2 boxes with everyone. The next morning, Zhang Liang arrived at the Dan Alliance branch in Lingxiao City. Upon reporting his name, the branch leader and mid-nascent soul cultivator Liang Kuan personally came out to greet him. Zhang Daoyu, your visit brings great honor to our branch. Zhang Daoyu is young, yet already a 4th-tier spiritual alchemist with formidable combat strength, winning the championship in the Golden Core martial arts tournament. You have brought glory to our Dan Alliance. Liang Kuan clasped his hands in salute. Not at all. I Zhang have come abruptly and hope for your understanding. Zhang Liang replied politely, then expressed his intention to buy some spiritual herbs. Of course, Liang Kuan welcomed him, and according to the list Zhang Liang provided, instructed someone to fetch the spiritual herbs. According to the rules of the Dan Alliance, a 4th-tier spiritual alchemist enjoys a 20% discount. Zhang Liang purchased enough spiritual herbs for 20 furnaces of the nurturing infant pill. Unfortunately, his contribution points were insufficient, so he used spirit stones instead. Subsequently, Zhang Liang went to a secluded area and swiftly entered the space of the Hongming Bell. He checked on Sun Wudao the monkey, who had already reached late 2nd-tier cultivation. He also looked at Chasing Wind the divine beast, which had also become a 2nd-tier spirit beast. The 2 giant rock birds were doing well in their cage. Zhang Liang fed them some beast meat and looked for a place to prepare for alchemy. Previously, Zhang Liang had success in refining the 4th-tier golden core pill. However, the nurturing infant pill is a 5th-tier pill, and achieving success in its refinement is far more challenging. Without spiritual fire, Zhang Liang relied on alchemical fire, which is the true essence transformed into flames from his dantian. This method of alchemy consumes a lot of true essence, and Zhang Liang resolved to seek a piece of spiritual fire when he had the chance. For now, he still needed to refine the nurturing infant pill. Previously, he had received 12 high-quality spiritual artifacts, flying daggers from Wei Xiaohong of the Jade Maiden sect during the tournament. Zhang Liang had promised to refine the nurturing infant pill for her, and he could not go back on his word. He summoned the divine dragon cauldron and began to warm the furnace using alchemical fire. Refining the nurturing infant pill requires more than 50 types of spiritual herbs. The main ingredient, nurturing infant fruit alone, is worth 500,000 spirit stones, and with the addition of other spiritual herbs, a single furnace's worth of herbs is valued at over 5 million spirit stones. Zhang Liang carefully melted, purified, combined the medicinal liquid, divided the pills, and condensed the pills. When his divine sense was overly depleted, he consumed a spirit restoration pill. 2 hours later, a fragrant aroma of pills wafted out. Zhang Liang clapped the cauldron, and the lid flew off. 8 nurturing infant pills emerged, all of which were mid-grade pills. From then on, Zhang Liang advanced to a 5th-tier spiritual alchemist, but he still needed to refine pills. He had promised to provide high-quality nurturing infant pills, so he must deliver. After meditating for an hour to recover, he continued refining. In the 2nd furnace, he produced another 8 mid-grade pills. In the 3rd and 4th furnaces. Until the 5th furnace, he finally succeeded in refining 11 high-quality, nurturing infant pills. The next day, he continued refining, and on the 3rd day, he finally finished refining 20 furnaces of nurturing infant pills. 4 furnaces produced mid-grade pills, 13 furnaces produced high-quality pills, and 3 furnaces produced top-grade pills. Zhang Liang planned to give Wei Xiaohong a top-grade, nurturing infant pill as a return for the 12 high-quality spiritual artifacts he received. The next day, Zhang Liang arrived at the martial arts tournament. He first went to the casino to collect the 30 million spirit stones he had won. Then he went to see the Grand Master of the Dan Alliance, Ouyang Yuning, and showed him the top-grade nurturing infant pills he had refined. Ouyang Yuning was overjoyed. Great! You are truly a prodigy. According to the rules, refining a 5th-tier pill into a top-grade one naturally qualifies you as a 6th-tier spiritual alchemist. Upon returning to the Dan Alliance, I will immediately replace your badge with that of a 6th-tier alchemist. Keep up the good work, and you will soon advance to a 7th-tier pill king. Zhang Liang awkwardly replied. Respected Grand Master, I still do not possess spiritual fire. You know, using alchemical fire for refining consumes a lot of true essence. By the way, does our Dan Alliance have any spiritual fire? I can buy a piece with spirit stones. Ouyang Yuning waved his hand, saying, No problem, we actually have a few pieces of spiritual fire in stock. Originally, I was thinking about what to reward you with. How about this? When we return to the headquarters of the Dan Alliance, you can choose any piece of spiritual fire from those available, as a reward for winning the tournament. Thank you for your generosity, Grandmaster. I will definitely work hard for the Dan Alliance and make more contributions. Zhang Liang clasped his hands and bowed. At that moment, Ouyang Yuning was still holding the top-grade nurturing infant pill that Zhang Liang had given him, and said awkwardly, My granddaughter is at the late golden core stage and happens to need a top-grade nurturing infant pill. I would like to buy this pill from you. If the Grandmaster needs it, how can I accept your spirit stones? One pill is not enough, let me give you another one. Zhang Liang said as he took out a jade vial containing another top-grade nurturing infant pill and handed it over. This is the Grand Master, so it's not about currying favor. Now that she has spoken up, Zhang Liang cannot be stingy. Alright then. I won't be polite. I have a heavy halberd which is actually heavier than yours, and made from deep-sea dark iron. This will be a gift for you, Zhang Xiaoyu. Let me know if you like it. Ouyang Yunying said as he took out a heavy halberd which gleamed with a dark light. Zhang Liang reached out to take it. It weighed 1,500 pounds, and was just right for him. Zhang Liang began to practice with the heavy halberd. After practicing it once, he felt extremely refreshed. Ouyang Yunying watched and grew fond of Zhang Liang. Good, your halberd technique is quite impressive. My sect also has a set of halberd techniques, but would you be willing to take me as your master? Ouyang Yunying asked. Zhang Liang, having merged the divine sense of a powerful being by chance, had cultivated to this point without ever having a master. He had never been cared for by anyone. Seeing that the Grand Master wanted to take him as a disciple, he couldn't refuse. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Unworthy disciple Zhang Liang greets my esteemed master." Good, good, good. I never expected to finally take in a genius disciple. Good disciple, quickly get up. From now on you will be the young master of the Dan Alliance. Ouyang Yunying quickly helped Zhang Liang up. He immediately passed down the family heirloom, the Shattering Sky halberd technique, as well as a set of Dragon Slayer sword techniques, to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang practiced the Shattering Sky halberd technique, and on his first attempt he achieved a proficiency of about 70 to 80%. The cultivators of the Dan Alliance came over one after another to congratulate the Grandmaster for taking in a good disciple, and also congratulated Zhang Liang for having a good master. Yi Qinglong also came over to congratulate him. Young Master Zhang, it is all my fault for not being strict in my teaching. I hope you will forgive my inferior disciple for any past offenses. Zhan Heming also came over blushing to apologize. I had previously offended you. I hope young Master Zhang will forgive me. Zhang Liang extended his hand to support him. Brother Zhan, you need not be polite. We are all fellow disciples of the Dan Alliance, and will rely on you to take care of us in the future. Ouyang Yunying saw Zhang Liang acting magnanimously, and with the demeanor of a great general, and he became even happier. He announced on the spot, "Tonight we will continue the celebration at the Grand Hotel. Let's congratulate this old man for taking in a good disciple." Also, Zhang Liang refined 5th-tier top-grade pills and advanced to 6th-tier spiritual alchemist. That evening they celebrated again at the Grand Hotel. Zhang Liang brought out 20 boxes of Mount Ai wine, while Ouyang Yunying stored away 10 boxes in exchange for several jars of spiritual wine from the cultivation world. The next day Zhang Liang finally found Wei Xiuhong from the Jade Maiden sect at the martial arts tournament. He gave her a top-grade pill, and Wei Xiuhong held the jade vial in her hands, reluctant to part with it. "Sister Wei, I wonder if this top-grade nurturing infant pill will be enough for you. If it's not enough, I have plenty more." Zhang Liang asked. "Not enough." At that moment Yu Furong walked over from, "Brother Zhang, you took my sister's 12 high-quality spiritual artifacts, so giving her one top-grade pill is certainly acceptable. However, I also need one." Zhang Liang smiled wryly, thinking that this top-grade pill could not be casually distributed. The price of one top-grade pill is equivalent to 2 high-quality pills. Reluctant to refuse, Zhang Liang finally said, "Sister Yu, I have no more top-grade nurturing infant pills, but I can give you a high-quality nurturing infant pill." As he spoke, Zhang Liang took out a high-quality nurturing infant pill and handed it over. Yu Furong received it, however her mouth was still unrelenting. "Brother Zhang, you are biased. You gave Sister Wei a top-grade pill, but only gave me a high-quality one. However, I don't have any gifts for you. I don't have spirit stones, but I can be a matchmaker for you." Wei Xiuhong's pretty face flushed, and Zhang Liang felt embarrassed. He called Yu Furong aside and said, "Sister Wei is quite nice, but I already have 6 wives. I wonder if..." Yu Furong didn't dare to decide, so she went to ask Wei Xiuhong. After a while Yu Furong returned and said, "Brother Zhang, congratulations. My junior sister Wei Xiuhong agrees to marry you. She will be your dual cultivation partner." "Good, thank you, Sister Yu. You can just give that high-quality nurturing infant pill to someone else. I will give you another top-grade pill." Zhang Liang gave Yu Furong another top-grade nurturing infant pill as a token of gratitude for her matchmaking. Zhang Liang then asked, "Where is Sister Wei's elder? I want to propose in person." Giggling, "We are close sisters, my master is also here." Yu Furong said, "Today is the last day of the martial arts tournament. In the morning the nascent soul stage competition also concluded. The tournament chairman Wei Hongtu personally presented the awards, and the top 10 in both the golden core and nascent soul stages received rewards. The champion received a top-quality spiritual weapon long sword and 10 million spirit stones. The second place received a top-quality spiritual weapon long sword and 5 million spirit stones. The third place received a top-quality spiritual weapon long sword and 3 million spirit stones. The fourth place received a high-quality spiritual weapon long sword and 3 million spirit stones. The fifth place received a high-quality spiritual weapon long sword and 2 million spirit stones. The 6th place received a high-quality spiritual weapon long sword and 1 million spirit stones. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th places received 1 million spirit stones each. Additionally, the top 100 cultivators can spend a day cultivating at the Lingquan Lake of the Lingxiao sect. That is a treasure land of the Lingxiao sect. It is indeed the foundation of the rise of the Lingxiao sect. At Zhang Liang's request, Ouyang Yuning found the head of the Jade Maiden sect Han Liyun and personally sought Zhang Liang's hand in marriage. Naturally, Han Liyun appreciated Zhang Liang, this rising star, and readily agreed to the marriage. Zhang Liang sent 3 vials of high-quality, nurturing infant pills to Han Liyun as a gift for the elders. He also gave Wei Xiuhong a storage ring containing 3 million spirit stones, 5 vials of top-grade healing pills, 5 vials of top-grade spirit restoration pills, 1 vial of top-grade beauty pills, and 1 high-quality spiritual weapon longsword. This betrothal gift was quite generous, and Wei Xiuhong was very pleased. They agreed to hold the wedding for Zhang Liang and Wei Xiuhong at the headquarters of the Dan Alliance in 1 month. Next was the cultivation at Lingquan Lake the next day, and Zhang Liang was looking forward to it, hoping to advance to the mid-golden core stage. The next day, the top 100 cultivators at the golden core and nascent soul stages were to enter the spirit spring lake of the Lingxiao immortal sect for cultivation. Accompanied by several elders of the Lingxiao immortal sect, the 200 disciples arrived at the forbidden area in the back mountain, the spirit spring lake. The spiritual energy here was so dense that it had turned into a mist seeping into one's pores, even without activating any cultivation technique. The top 10 could enter the center of the lake while the rest had to stay at a slightly outer area. Zhang Liang arrived at the center of the spirit spring lake, sat cross-legged in the water, and began to circulate his technique for cultivation. This lake was named Spirit Spring Lake because at its center there was a spirit spring eye. This spring eye continuously spouted spiritual liquid, imbuing the lake water with abundant spiritual energy. Normally, even disciples of the Lingxiao immortal sect were not allowed to enter the spirit spring lake casually. Only direct disciples, or those with special contributions, had the opportunity to enter the spirit spring lake when breaking through their cultivation. A situation like today where 200 cultivators simultaneously entered the spirit spring lake for cultivation had never occurred before. Perhaps Wei Hongtu wanted to demonstrate the foundation of the Lingxiao immortal sect to the cultivation world, which was why he allowed so many people to enter and cultivate for a day. Zhang Liang was 100 zhang away from the nascent soul champion, and he began circulating his technique in the water to cultivate. The mist-like spiritual energy spiraled into Zhang Liang's body, circulated through his meridians, and converged into his dantian. His cultivation rapidly advanced. After 2 hours, he reached the peak of the early golden core stage. After another 2 hours with a boom, he broke through to the mid-golden core stage. Moreover, his foundation was solid without the slightest instability. Zhang Liang had a sudden inspiration. He opened a gap in the Hongmeng Bell and let the water from the spirit spring lake flow, and storing it in a small pit. Then he continued cultivating. When the day ended, Zhang Liang's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the mid-golden core stage. At the same time, a small pond had appeared inside the Hongmeng Bell. The water level in the spirit spring lake had dropped by more than 2 qi. It was only after all the cultivators from the cultivation world had left that the elders of the Lingxiao immortal sect discovered this. They hastily reported it to Wei Hongtu, who was furious and stamped his feet in rage. However, there was nothing he could do. Facing the entire cultivation world, even the mighty Lingxiao immortal sect could do nothing. He decided to investigate secretly. He set his suspicions on the nascent soul cultivators, suspecting that one of them possessed a spatial treasure and had taken the spiritual water from the spirit spring lake. Leaving aside how Wei Hongtu would investigate, Zhang Liang did not care about that. He left the spirit spring lake, went outside the Lingxiao sect, and bid farewell to Wei Xiuhong. Wei Xiuhong was also reluctant to part, speaking with Zhang Liang for a while. Zhang Liang then discussed with the beauty the matter of their grand wedding. He also explained the situation of his previous wives, emphasizing that there was no distinction between primary and secondary, and they all lived in harmony. Wei Xiuhong was delighted to hear this, and looked forward to meeting her other sisters soon. After taking leave of Wei Xiuhong, Zhang Liang arrived at the residence of the Alchemy Alliance. Ouyang Yuning saw that Zhang Liang had advanced by more than 1 minor realm, and praised him happily. Excellent. Indeed, you gained from the Spirit Spring Lake. Zhang Liang thought to himself that his gains were not limited to that. In the center of his Hongmeng Bell space, there was originally a small lake. Now Zhang Liang had created another small pond adjacent to the small lake, filled with spiritual spring water. After Zhang Liang's processing, they had been merged into one. Thus a spirit spring lake was formed. Though not as large as that of the Lingxiao sect, it was sufficient for his needs. The spiritual energy in the Hongmeng Bell space became denser. Sun Wudao the monkey and Zhuefeng the divine beast drank the spiritual spring water, and their cultivation advanced even faster. The matters here were concluded, and the cultivators of the Alchemy Alliance began their return journey. Ouyang Yuning released a flying boat, carrying everyone back to the Alchemy Alliance headquarters. Back at the Alchemy Alliance headquarters, Ouyang Yunying held a formal disciple acceptance ceremony. In front of all the cultivators of the Alchemy Alliance, Zhang Liang performed the grand bow to his master. Ouyang Yunying's eldest disciple Huangpu Song was a peak late nascent soul cultivator. The second disciple Sun Zhampeng was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. The third disciple Cheng Kai was an early nascent soul cultivator. Zhang Liang then paid respects to his three senior brothers. The eldest senior brother Huangpu Song, a 7th grade alchemy king, gave him a storage ring containing 10 million spirit stones and a pile of rare refining materials. The second senior brother Sun Zhampeng said, "Little junior brother, I am not an alchemist, so I won't give you spirit stones. I have collected some spiritual herbs which I will give to you." He also handed over a storage ring with tens of thousands of spiritual herbs inside. The third senior brother Cheng Kai laughed and said, "Little junior brother, now that you're here, I am no longer the youngest. I am also a senior brother now. I have a top-grade spiritual weapon, a great blade weighing 2,000 jin, and I will give it to you." With that, he took out a golden blade and handed it to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang naturally knew saber techniques, as well his great halberd often employed saber moves. With his immense strength, he weighed the blade and found it somewhat heavy but still usable. He brandished the blade and performed a set of saber techniques, whipping up gusts of wind with masterful moves. Zhang Liang thanked each of his three senior brothers and reciprocated by giving each several bottles of top-grade healing pills and top-grade spirit-nourishing pills. Even the eldest senior brother Huangpu Song, a 7th grade alchemy king, praised him profusely. "Little junior brother, you truly opened my eyes. I have never managed to refine such top-grade pills. When you have time, you must teach me." "Not at all, we fellow disciples are family. When we have time, we can exchange knowledge. After all, you are an alchemy king," Zhang Liang said modestly. Having become the disciple of the alliance leader, Ouyang Yunying gave him a courtyard in Yaoguang City, complete with flowers, trees, a small lake, pavilions, and towers. It was even better than the villas on Blue Star. Zhang Liang planned to return to Luzhou City to bring his wives over. Flying back was too far, so he went to the Alchemy Alliance headquarters and purchased a small top-grade spiritual weapon flying boat. The steward in charge of selling spiritual weapons at the Alchemy Alliance, named Zhang Song, was a late golden core cultivator and treated Zhang Liang with great courtesy. "Young Alliance Master, you are now a 6th grade spiritual alchemist. According to the rules, you are entitled to a 30% discount. This flying boat originally costs 50 million spirit stones. You only need to pay 35 million. Good." Zhang Liang paid the spirit stones, performed a blood bond on the spot, and put away the spiritual weapon flying boat. After bidding farewell to his master and senior brothers, he left the Alchemy Alliance headquarters and departed from Yaoguang City. Zhang Liang summoned the spiritual weapon flying boat and flew directly toward Luzhou City. In less than 3 days, he arrived at Luzhou City. He first went to the small courtyard, met his 6 wives, and told them about what had happened at the Alchemy Alliance headquarters. He also informed them about his betrothal to Wen Xiaohong. Then he went to the Danxiang Pavilion to see Chen Tianlei and the others, telling them about joining the Alchemy Alliance headquarters and becoming a disciple of the Alliance leader. After returning to Panshir Town to see his parents, they would all head to Yaoguang City. Henceforth, the entire family would cultivate in Yaoguang City. The next day, Zhang Liang returned to Panshir Town. He met his father and mother and told them about joining the Alchemy Alliance headquarters and his plan to move the whole family to Yaoguang City. In Panshir Town, there were also his 5 sets of parents-in-law from Blue Star, his brothers-in-law, his good friend Ming, Hai, his sworn brother Wei, Tong Dragon Group, leader Long Haoran, and his 5 disciples Yushu Zi and Yuzhen Zi. Everyone was willing to follow Zhang Liang to the Alchemy Alliance headquarters. Yaoguang City was a prosperous city in the cultivation world, and all were eager to go. Dongfang Yunlong had his family in Panshir Town, so he could not go. Zhang Liang left him some pills. That evening, Dongfang Yunlong held a grand banquet to see off the in-laws. The next day, Zhang Liang led everyone to Luzhou City. The Danxiang Pavilion was closed, and the building was returned to the Alchemy Alliance's Luzhou City branch. Zhang Liang led everyone onto the spiritual weapon flying boat and headed straight for Yaoguang City. Upon arriving at his own small courtyard in Yaoguang City, Zhang Liang went to see the alliance leader Ouyang Yunying. He informed him that he had brought his parents 5 sets of parents-in-law and other relatives. Ouyang Yunying personally came to meet Zhang Liang's parents and parents-in-law. Since the small courtyard could not accommodate so many people, Ouyang Yunying arranged for everyone to stay at another location. Only the 6 wives lived in Zhang Liang's small courtyard. Soon there would be an addition, Wei Xiaohong. Zhang Liang discussed the wedding arrangements with Ouyang Yunying. Ouyang Yunying said, "This matter concerns the Alchemy Alliance. Oh, I will take care of everything. You just wait to be the groom." Ouyang Yunying sent people to purchase spirit fruits, spirit tea, spirit wine, and spirit beast meat. Everything was prepared. 1 month later, the sect master of the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect, Han Liyun, personally accompanied by some female disciples, escorted Wei Xiaohong to the Alchemy Alliance for the wedding. Ouyang Yunying and Zhang Liang's parents personally welcomed them. The Alchemy Alliance headquarters held a grand banquet to entertain the distinguished guests. On the wedding day, major powers came one after another to offer congratulations, presenting valuable gifts. The Alchemy Alliance suspended its business, and grand banquets were held in the halls on every floor of the headquarters. Fine wines and delicious dishes filled the air with joy. Amid the jubilant atmosphere, Zhang Liang and Wei Xiaohong performed the heaven and earth worship ceremony and became husband and wife. Accompanied by her fellow female disciples, she went to Zhang Liang's small courtyard. Lu Qianqian, Chun Yi, and the other sisters warmly welcomed her. They all got to know each other and got along very harmoniously. Ouyang Yunying personally led Zhang Liang to toast the guests from various powers, especially the guests from the Jade Maiden Immortal sect. Each of them demanded red packets from Zhang Liang. They did not want spirit stones, only top-grade pills. Zhang Liang had no choice but to give each a jade bottle containing 2 top-grade healing pills, which amused everyone and made them laugh heartily. Top-grade alchemists were rare in the cultivation world. Even 7th and 8th grade alchemy kings only occasionally refined 1 or 2 top-grade pills. When night fell, Zhang Liang once again celebrated his wedding night. With delightful time and beautiful scenery, his joy was beyond words. After the grand wedding, the leader of the Jade Maiden Immortal sect, Han Liyun, the master of Wei Xiaohong, was about to depart. Ouyang Yunying, Zhang Liang, and his wife along with Zhang Liang's parents and others saw her off at the city gate. Han Liyun held her disciple Wei Xiaohong's hand and said, "My good disciple, you must not sever ties with the Jade Maiden Immortal sect just because you are married. Remember, you will always be a member of the Jade Maiden Immortal sect. If the sect has any matters, you must come as quickly as possible. Master, rest assured, I will never forget the Jade Maiden Immortal sect, nor your nurturing grace. In a few days I will come to visit you, venerable one," Wei Xiaohong said with reddened eyes. "I am also half a member of the Jade Maiden Immortal sect. If anything happens in the sect, I, Zhang Liang, will go through fire and water without hesitation." Zhang Liang quickly expressed his stance. "Good, I have not misjudged you. In a few days you and Wei Xiaohong shall come to the Jade Maiden Immortal sect together," Han Liyun said with satisfaction. Among Zhang Liang's wives, only Wei Xiaohong was at the late Golden Core stage, and Dongfang Yumei was at the early Golden Core stage. The 5 wives from the Blue Star were still at the 9th layer of Qi refining. Zhang Liang arranged a spirit-gathering formation in the small courtyard, urging them to intensify their cultivation and strive to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. He then consulted with everyone, asking if they were willing to join the Dan Alliance. Zhang Liang's father Zhang Zhanyong and several fathers-in-law expressed that they would join after achieving foundation establishment. Only Yushu Zi and Yuzhen Zi, who were Golden Core cultivators, and Wei Tong, who was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, were willing to join the Dan Alliance. Zhang Liang, now a disciple of the Alliance leader, sought his master's permission and soon occupied a peak on Yaoguang Mountain. Zhang Liang named this peak New Taiying Mountain in memory of the Huaxia nation on the Blue Star, expressing his nostalgia for his homeland. Zhang Liang's family all loved this name. Long Howren and the others found a giant boulder and inscribed New Taiying Mountain in flowing cursive script. Then Zhang Liang arranged a 5th-grade defensive formation around the peak. He brought his parents, the 5 pairs of fathers and mothers-in-law from the Blue Star, Yushu's Yuzhen Izi, Wei Tong, his good friend Meng, Hai, his 5 younger brothers-in-law, his 5 disciples Long Howren, and others to the mountain. Zhang Liang set up a grand spirit-gathering formation on the mountain, allowing everyone to carve out their own caves. Cultivation on the mountain was much faster. The spiritual energy was dense, and the environment was serene. Truly a wonderful place for cultivation. Chun Tianlei, Meng Jielu Kuan, and Wen Xiurong also carved out caves on the mountain. Zhang Liang had Chun Tianlei the 4, Yushu Zi the 3, and Long Howren formally join the Dan Alliance. Although the other family members did not formally join the Dan Alliance, they were considered family members of the Alliance, and thus part of it. However, their benefits were far inferior. Family members did not enjoy the sect's privileges. Only formal members received monthly stipends, but they also had to undertake missions for the Dan Alliance. After more than a month, Lu Qianqian, Chun Yichang, Ri, and Song Yujiao, and Sun Lily successively succeeded in establishing their foundations. Zhang Liang received news from the Dan Alliance that the Eastern Continent's secret realm, the Dream Forest, which opened once every 300 years, was to open in 2 months. In the great competition of the 8 major powers, Zhang Liang won the championship in the Golden Core stage competition of the Dan Alliance. In the nascent Soul stage competition, Huangpu Song secured 4th place, which was commendable. The Dream Forest secret realm was jointly controlled by the 8 major powers. Each time it opened, a maximum of 10,000 cultivators could enter. For the sake of peace and stability in the cultivation world, 2,000 slots were sold to independent cultivators. This time, based on the competition results, the Dan Alliance was second only to the Lingxiao Immortal sect. Thus it was decided that the Lingxiao Immortal sect would send 1500 people, the Dan Alliance 1400, the Hanjian Immortal sect 1300. Since the secret realm forbade cultivators at the nascent soul stage from entering, only nascent soul and golden core cultivators could go in. The Dan Alliance decided to send 800 nascent soul cultivators and 600 golden core cultivators. Besides going himself, Zhang Liang also reserved 5 slots. He planned to take Wei Xiuhong, Chun Tianlei Yushuzi Yuzhenzi, and his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong. Ouyang Yunying naturally agreed to her beloved disciple's request and advised Zhang Liang to be cautious. The dream forest was full of opportunities, but also riddled with dangers. A single misstep could lead to death and the end of one's Tao. Zhang Liang entrusted his elder brother Chen Tianlei to pilot the spiritual boat to Panshi Town to fetch his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong. During his wedding at the Dan Alliance, the leaders of the major powers had presented precious gifts, including 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. The Dan Alliance had spent a vast number of spirit stones to hold his wedding. Moreover, as an alchemist himself, Zhang Liang would never be short of spirit stones. He handed the 10 million mid-grade spirit stones over to his master, Ouyang Yunying. Ouyang Yunying was very satisfied with Zhang Liang's character. He was not greedy and not a person who would forget righteousness for gain. The promised spirit flame for Zhang Liang had been delayed due to constant busyness. Disciple, the spirit flame I promised you should now be fulfilled. Come follow me. Ouyang Yunying led Zhang Liang to the Dan Alliance's treasure vault. In a steaming room, a trapping formation was arranged. Inside, 3 spirit flames floated quietly, emitting an extraordinary heat. Ouyang Yunying himself, an 8th grade alchemy king, was thoroughly knowledgeable about spirit flames. He pointed to a milky white flame and said this flame is the Rongyan flame, ranked 60th on the earth fire list. Then pointing to a red flame, he said this is the phoenix beast flame obtained from within a fire phoenix, ranked 50th on the earth fire list. Pointing to a flame that was white with a hint of red, he said this is the Zixia immortal flame, ranked 23rd on the heavenly fire list. It is extremely difficult to subdue, has an exceptionally high temperature, and generally refuses to recognize a master. Zhang Liang thought to himself, I am a super genius who has overcome 12 heavenly tribulations. Would it look down on me? He said, Master, let me try to subdue this Zixia immortal flame. With that, Zhang Liang skillfully opened a small gap in the formation, condensed his divine sense into a net, captured the Zixia immortal flame, and dragged it out. Good disciple, you have skill. I didn't expect you to understand array formations. Praised Ouyang Yunying. Zhang Liang forced out a drop of his essence blood, controlled it with his divine sense, and let it fall toward the Zixia immortal flame. The Zixia immortal flame, upon seeing Zhang Liang's essence blood, behaved like a well-behaved child in kindergarten meeting a teacher. It remained utterly still, allowing Zhang Liang to perform the spell of subduing a servant. Ouyang Yunying was greatly astonished. In the past, several people had attempted to subdue this flame, but all had failed. Unexpectedly, Zhang Liang subdued this spirit flame the moment he appeared, and even used the method of subduing a servant. A spirit flame subdued in this way was exceptionally well controlled and could be used with greater ease. Ouyang Yunying had never imagined Zhang Liang would have such fortune. Zhang Liang cast the servant contract into the Zixia immortal flame, completing the bond. However, he did not intend to directly absorb it into his dantian. Since his physical cultivation had reached the 2nd level, Zhang Liang had been unable to find an opportunity to break through to the 3rd level of body refinement. Now that he had a heavenly flame and had subdued it, this was the perfect chance for body refinement. Zhang Liang carved out a cave on New Taiying Mountain containing more than a dozen rooms, which could accommodate all 7 of his wives. Zhang Liang abandoned the cave he had originally carved on Yaowang Mountain. There was plenty of space on New Taiying Mountain, and since everyone was a cultivator, carving caves was easy. In the cave, Zhang Liang sat cross-legged, absorbed the Zixia immortal flame into his body, and controlled it to circulate through all the meridians. The burning pain was unbearable. The pain caused Zhang Liang to groan in agony, his whole body trembling. But he did not stop. He continued enduring pain and joy, his clothes soaked through with sweat. After 5 days, Zhang Liang's groans gradually subsided. He felt a surge of blood and qi within him, and with a boom, his body refinement broke through to the minor achievement of the 3rd level. His meridians were now twice as thick as before. The circulation of true essence within his body was unimpeded. The 3rd level focused on refining blood and tendons. With stronger blood and qi and tougher bones and sinews, how could his strength not vastly increase? Zhang Liang took out the Tuthesanjin golden blade given by his 3rd senior brother Chen Kai and began to wield it. He felt no strain, it seemed weightless. Zhang Liang was already invincible at the golden core stage, now having advanced to the mid-golden core peak and reached the 3rd level of body refinement. He was confident he could defeat even a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Now there are 40 days left until the opening of the Dream Forest Secret Realm. Zhang Liang plans to go with Wei Xiuhong to visit Senior Han Liyun at the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect. Zhang Liang had settled his family members on the New Taiying Mountain, so there was nothing to worry about. He then started fretting over what gift to bring. After all, she was the leader of a sect. What could she possibly lack? In the end, Wei Xiaohong suggested bringing some supreme-grade pills. After all, ordinary alchemists couldn't refine supreme-grade pills. Thus Zhang Liang took on a batch of tasks from the Alchemy Alliance. Then he refined pills without rest. Now that he possessed the purple mist immortal flame, the time for pill refinement was greatly shortened. In 5 days he refined over 2,000 4th-grade supreme healing pills. After fulfilling the tasks, more than 1,000 remained. These 100 bottles of supreme healing pills would be the gift for sect leader Han Liyun. Zhang Liang also purchased a batch of spiritual herbs for refining nascent soul pills from the Alchemy Alliance. Then he set out with Wei Xiaohong. On the way, Wei Xiaohong piloted the spirit boat, while Zhang Liang continued refining pills on the deck. The journey from the Alchemy Alliance to the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect took 5 days, and Zhang Liang refined over 1,000 nascent soul pills. Keeping a few hundred for himself, he planned to gift the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect 500 supreme-grade nascent soul pills and 500 high-grade nascent soul pills. Upon arriving at the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect, no announcement was needed. Wei Xiaohong led Zhang Liang directly to the sect's main hall. Zhang Liang presented a storage ring containing 100 bottles of 4th-grade supreme healing pills, 50 bottles of supreme-grade nascent soul pills, and 50 bottles of high-grade nascent soul pills. Han Liyun was overjoyed and immediately arranged a banquet warmly entertaining Zhang Liang and his wife. The Jade Maiden Immortal Sect, with its profound heritage, took tens of thousands of rare spiritual herbs from its medicine repository and gifted them to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang could not decline and accepted them. As the sect leader, Han Liyun, seeing Zhang Liang's generosity, was even more lavish, unwilling to be looked down upon by her junior. Zhang Liang stayed at the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect for a few days and wanted to leave. However, Han Liyun was still willing to let her disciple stay for a few more days. She also agreed that when going to the Dream Forest, she would naturally bring Wei Xiaohong, and the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect would provide a slot for her. With no other choice, Zhang Liang had to take his leave. His wife had returned to her maiden home and was willing to stay a few more days. That was only human. Piloting the spirit boat, he returned to the Alchemy Alliance headquarters a few days later. He met Ouyang Yunying and returned the slot for Wei Xiaohong. Then he went back to the New Taiying Mountain within the Yaowang mountain range. His family members were all making rapid progress. His parents and the in-laws from Blue Star were gradually building their foundations. Zhang Liang taught them swordsmanship, spear techniques, and blade arts. In their spare time from cultivation, some refined pills, some made talismans. Everyone was busy. After another 10-odd days, Zhang Liang's cultivation level advanced to the late golden core stage. At this point, his divine sense was equivalent to the late nascent soul stage, able to cover 1,000 li in radius. Coupled with body refinement at the 3rd level, his strength was immense, and his defense astonishing. Even against a nascent soul cultivator, Zhang Liang felt he could hold his own. He found his second senior brother Sun Zhanping and proposed that the brother spar with him a few rounds. Second senior brother, go ahead and use all your power. I'm at body refinement level 3. Alright, you need to be careful. Here I come. Sun Zhanping said, but in fact held back a bit, using only 70% of his strength. Seeing that his second senior brother wasn't using full force, Zhang Liang also wielded a high-grade spirit sword, not bringing out his Fangtian halberd or great blade. The two each displayed their sword techniques, fighting to a standoff. Zhang Liang used the lightning shadowless step to maneuver around Sun Zhanping. Gradually, Sun Zhanping was even forced into a fluster. He also increased his power. In the end, Sun Zhanping used full 10% strength. He only managed to tie with Zhang Liang. In reality, Zhang Liang had only used 80% of his power. He knew it clearly but couldn't say it aloud. His second senior brother was no longer his match. If he fought the eldest senior brother at the peak of nascent soul late stage, he estimated he could still put up a fight. However, Zhang Liang temporarily didn't want to challenge the eldest senior brother. They hadn't known each other long. Hurting someone's pride would be inappropriate. If he used his Tuthasanjin great blade, Zhang Liang truly had the confidence to fight a cultivator at the peak of nascent soul late stage. The Dream Forest would open at the edge of the desolate Great Desert over 400,000 li away. This time, Ouyang Yunying personally brought 2 divine transformation cultivators and retrieved the Alchemy Alliance's super spirit boat. Over 1,400 people boarded, filling it completely. Every room was packed with cultivators. The super spirit boat soared into the sky and took 8 days to reach the edge of the desolate Great Desert. There was a lake here, its water so clear you could see the bottom, with large fish playing in the water. Surrounding the area was a grassland. When the Alchemy Alliance's flying boat landed, several major powers' flying boats had already arrived. Wei Hong, to the sect leader of the soaring immortal sect, greeted Ouyang Yunying from afar. Brother Ouyang, we arrived a step earlier. We've been waiting for you. Zhang Liang saw that the cultivators of the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect had also arrived. Han Liyun also greeted Ouyang Yunying. Ouyang Yunying stationed the Alchemy Alliance cultivators between the Alchemy Alliance and the soaring immortal sect. Then he chatted with the 2 sect leaders. Wei Xiaohong came out from the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect's camp and greeted Zhang Liang. Around Zhang Liang gathered Dongfang, Yunlong, Yuxuzi, Yuzinzi, and Qin Tianlei. Zhang Liang left divine sense marks on each of them. In case they got separated upon entering the secret realm, he could still locate them. Moreover, he instructed everyone to hold hands when entering the secret realm, staying together as much as possible to look out for each other. The leaders of the major powers judged that the Dream Forest secret realm would appear in another day. Thus, some cultivators chatted while others sat cross-legged meditating and conserving energy. Zhang Liang asked Wei Xiaohong who she would be with. Wei Xiaohong said that after entering the secret realm her master had not stipulated her direction. Since Wei Xiaohong was already his wife, she should naturally be with him. Zhang Liang discussed with her and arranged that when they entered the secret realm, she would follow him. A day passed and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. It spanned 100 li. As time passed, the vortex gradually shrank. The 8 major powers leaders rose into the air together, each channeling their power to stabilize the entrance in the center. When everything was ready, Wei Hong Tu shouted loudly, "Cultivators of all powers, enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. Remember, the realm will close in 3 months. Those who don't come out in time will bear the consequences." Then the cultivators of the soaring immortal sect entered first, followed by those of the Alchemy Alliance. Zhang Liang held Wei Xiaohong with his right hand and his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong with his left. Everyone entered the secret realm holding hands. After a dizzying spin, Zhang Liang's hands had not let go initially, but feeling dizzy and as if falling from the sky, he let go. Plopped. Zhang Liang landed in a small lake, and the cold water instantly woke him. Roar. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a bull-like demon beast charging at him with its maw wide open. Zhang Liang jumped up, retrieved his Tuthisanjin great blade, and swung it at the bull demon's head. With a clang, the bull demon was knocked back over 10 feet. Moo! The bull demon lunged at Zhang Liang again. That blow had struck a single horn. The horn of this single-horned bull demon was extremely hard. The blade only left a white mark. Zhang Liang used the lightning shadowless step to maneuver around the bull demon. Wei Xiaohong and Dongfang Yunlong rushed over from several dozen zhang away. They had been separated when falling from the sky. "Don't come over," Zhang Liang shouted to prevent them from getting hurt. This bull demon was at the late beast core stage, and demon beasts were naturally strong in defense and power. Even Wei Xiaohong and Dongfang Yunlong coming wouldn't help. Zhang Liang circled the bull demon for a while, then swiftly moved to its side and slashed into its belly. The bull demon suffered a 3-foot gash, the blade penetrating over 2 feet. The demon beast in pain kicked its hind legs at Zhang Liang. He dodged backward. The great blade remained in the bull demon's belly, blood spilling onto the ground. Zhang Liang then took out his Fangtian halberd and engaged the bull demon. Badly wounded, the bull demon moved much slower. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Liang struck with the halberd, cutting into its neck. The bull demon wailed once and fell dead. Zhang Liang took out several plastic buckets and collected several buckets of the demon bull's blood. This was excellent material for drawing talismans. He dismembered the bull. The single horn could be refined into a short blade. The hide could be refined into a defensive spirit robe. The meat contained pure spiritual energy and could be used for roasted meat. Zhang Liang extracted and stored the demon bull's inner core, which held the beast's lifetime cultivation. He washed and packed the meat. He gave the beast's organs directly to Sun Wudao and Zhui Feng. Dongfang Yunlong and Wei Xiaohong came over, and by the lake, they discovered many rare spiritual herbs with centuries of age. They first harvested all these herbs, and Zhang Liang stored them. Then Zhang Liang asked, "Where are the others? Where are Qin Tianlei, Yuxuzi, Yuzinzi?" "We don't know either. When entering the secret realm, I was still holding Qin Tianlei's hand. But then I felt dizzy, and when I came to, only Wei Xiaohong was nearby." His father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong said. Zhang Liang released his divine sense to search, but the dream forest suppressed divine sense. Zhang Liang's perception could only cover a radius of 300 li. He did not find Qin Tianlei, Yuxuzi, or Yuzinzi, which made Zhang Liang extremely anxious. Zhang Liang had no choice but to rely on the simplified map of the Dream Forest secret realm drawn by the senior alchemist of the Alchemy Alliance, which his master had given him before entering. Now he could only lead Wei Xiaohong and his father-in-law Dongfang Yunlong towards the center of the secret realm, hoping to find Qin Tianlei and the others. To discover more spiritual herbs, they spread out 100 li apart, with Zhang Liang in the middle, searching and advancing. Whenever they encountered a century-old herb, they would pick it. The spiritual energy within the secret realm was more than twice as dense as that of the eastern continent, thus giving birth to numerous spiritual herbs. Those with insufficient age were transplanted into the space of the Hongming Bell. Suddenly Zhang Liang's divine sense detected an immature flood dragon lurking in a stream ahead of Wei Xiaohong. Its cultivation was equivalent to the late beast core stage. Zhang Liang hurried over and pulled Wei Xiaohong back, but the flood dragon had already set its sights on them. How could it let them go? Human cultivators relied on spiritual herbs and demon beasts' beast cores as cultivation resources. Likewise, demon beasts could greatly advance their cultivation by devouring human cultivators. Roar. The flood dragon let out a mighty roar, burst out of the stream, and lunged at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang summoned a top-grade spiritual weapon Great Blade and slashed at the flood dragon's head. The dragon shook its head and dodged. Zhang Liang swayed his body, also evading the dragon's attack, and the two became locked in a fierce struggle. The flood dragon possessed formidable defense. The top-grade spiritual weapon Great Blade only left a shallow bloody mark on its body. Zhang Liang grew anxious and unleashed the 5 Thunder Divine Palm, blasting it toward the dragon. Crack! The flood dragon was blasted into a dizzy stupor. Seizing the moment, Zhang Liang delivered a full-powered strike, cleaving the dragon's neck. He severed the dragon's head and collected several large barrels of its essence blood. He stored away the flood dragon's corpse, and leading Wei Xiaohong and Dongfang Yunlong flashed away from the spot. The fierce battle with the dragon had consumed a great deal of his cultivation power. If other ferocious beasts were drawn by the scent of blood, it would be dangerous. In this secret realm, where the strong preyed on the weak, one must always maintain abundant energy. Otherwise, encountering a powerful foe could lead to death at any moment. After advancing several thousand li, they heard the sounds of a fight up ahead. Zhang Liang probed with his divine sense, and saw that Chen Tianlei, Yuxuzi, and Yuzinzi were locked in combat, with 3 black-clothed masked individuals. Among the 3 black-clothed men were 2 golden core latest-stage cultivators and 1 nascent soul mid-stage cultivator. Chen Tianlei and his companions were no match for them, and had all sustained injuries. Had Zhang Liang not arrived, they could not have held out much longer. The nascent soul cultivator was still laughing heartily. Hand over your storage rings, and it'll spare your lives. Bah, dream on. Even in death, it'll take someone down with me. If you're not afraid to die, come. Yuzinzi with disheveled hair brandished his long sword and fought with all his might. Zhang Liang rushed to the scene in a flash. He summoned his top-grade spiritual weapon Great Blade and slashed at the nascent soul mid-stage black-clothed man. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator raised his long sword to block. Clang. The strike was overwhelmingly powerful, sending the nascent soul cultivator's longsword flying. Zhang Liang's Great Blade did not stop, but continued its descent, terrifying the nascent soul cultivator into hastily dodging. He then took out a high-grade spiritual weapon spear and engaged Zhang Liang in combat. After several exchanges, Zhang Liang cleaved through the enemy's spear shaft with his blade, and with a diagonal slash from shoulder to back split the nascent soul cultivator in 2. A plump, fair-skinned, naked little figure soared into the air. It was the nascent soul of that mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, its tiny hand still clutching a storage ring. How could Zhang Liang let it escape? He released the Zhixiao immortal fire, which pursued the nascent soul and incinerated it. The immortal flame's flight speed was even faster than Zhang Liang's. Zhang Liang collected the storage ring and turned around to see that Dongfang Yunlong and Wei Xiaohong had already helped Chen Tianlei and the others kill the 2 golden core cultivators. He pulled down the masks of the 2 golden core cultivators. Zhang Liang took a look and did not recognize them. He released a spiritual flame to burn their bodies. Since everyone present were allies, Zhang Liang divided the resources from the 3 men's storage rings equally among the group. He also gave Chen Tianlei and the others 3 top-grade healing pills and had them take them to recover. It was getting late, so Zhang Liang and his party found a cave nearby. They set up a defensive array at the entrance and proceeded to heal and cultivate inside. Zhang Liang also roasted demon ox meat for everyone, adding seasonings that filled the air with an irresistible aroma. They all heaped praise upon him. He then brought out monkey brew to help Chen Tianlei and the others restore their vitality. Yuxuzi and Yuzinzi both praised Zhang Liang for his extraordinary generosity toward friends. The next day they rested another day, and Chen Tianlei and the others' injuries were completely healed. Their bodies had also recovered. On the 3rd day they continued their journey. Each person maintained a distance of 100 zhang as they advanced, searching for spiritual herbs. Zhang Liang warned everyone to be wary of ferocious beasts and cultivators. Many times humans were more dangerous than beasts. Many cultivators believed that once inside the secret realm, they could act with even greater impunity. After another day's travel, they arrived before a great mountain. The temperature here was extremely high, with scorching waves of heat. Zhang Liang noticed small characters on the secret realm map indicating that this was a volcano. It was said that such places were prone to yield spiritual flames. Zhang Liang mused that his family members, including a few who practiced alchemy, all lacked spiritual flames. Moreover, his Zhixiao immortal fire could evolve by devouring other spiritual flames. At that moment, a childish, pleading voice echoed in Zhang Liang's sea of consciousness. Master, there's a spiritual flame in the mountain ahead. If Master captures it and lets me devour it, I can level up and become even more powerful. Zhang Liang communicated through divine sense. Well, see. My several wives don't have spiritual flames yet. I can't let you swallow all of them. Oomph. You only know how to order me around. The Zhixiao immortal fire grumbled discontentedly. You behave, and if an opportunity arises, it'll get you a spiritual flame to devour. Zhang Liang said via divine sense. He instructed the others to wait, while he went alone to investigate whether there was a spiritual flame. Wei Xiaohong, worried, insisted on accompanying him. Zhang Liang had no choice but to have Chen Tianlei and the others wait, and he led Wei Xiaohong as they flew up to the mountain peak. The temperature was even higher here. At the center of the summit was a downward lava pit. The surrounding rock walls of the lava pit were still ablaze with flames. Peering down dozens of zhang deep, one could see churning molten magma. Zhang Liang recalled that if he wished to advance his body forging to the next level, it could only be achieved under extreme and harsh conditions. Therefore, he decided to take a gamble and use this molten magma to forge his body. If he failed, this physical form would be destroyed, and from then on only the path of soul cultivation would remain. If he succeeded, he would break through to the fourth layer of body forging, an undying body capable of regenerating from even a single drop of blood. The memories of that tribulation transcendence great power that Zhang Liang had assimilated contained these supreme secrets of the cultivation world. This Hongmeng body forging art was passed down from the immortal realm and was among the top-tier techniques even there. He shared these thoughts with Wei Xiaohong, who was almost moved to tears. Husband, you must be careful. Your sisters and I still want to accompany you in the pursuit of immortality. All right, don't worry. Tell the others that I might need to stay here for a few more days. Zhang Liang persuaded Wei Xiaohong to leave, then wrapped his body with spiritual energy and descended downward. As Zhang Liang descended, he noticed a massive boulder floating amidst the churning magma below. That the boulder remained unmelted under such extreme heat indicated it was no ordinary material. Without a second thought, Zhang Liang alighted gracefully upon the boulder. Activating the Hongmeng body refining art, he sat cross-legged, first using the intense heat to temper his physique. An hour later, he gradually acclimated to the scorching temperature. Then, mustering his courage, he placed 2 supreme-grade healing pills in his mouth, shielded his body with true essence, and slowly sat down into the molten lava. The searing magma instantly dissolved the protective true essence, melted the flesh on his buttocks, exposing the bone. Zhang Liang roared in agony as he crushed the healing pills between his teeth. Frantically cycling the Hongmeng body refining art, new flesh regenerated on his buttocks only to be melted again, a ceaseless cycle. He swallowed 2 more supreme-grade healing pills, enduring the inhuman torment once more. No wonder so few practiced this body-refining technique. The suffering was unbearable. Moreover, others lacked such an abundance of supreme-grade healing pills and such an unparalleled capacity to withstand agony. Even if one attempted it, they would only reach the 3rd layer of body refinement at most. The 4th layer was akin to charging through the gates of hell. After several hours, a miracle occurred on Zhang Liang's buttocks. The flesh ceased to melt. Zhang Liang controlled his body to sink further until the magma reached his shoulders. The agonizing screams resumed. Again, he tossed 2 supreme-grade healing pills into his mouth. The melted flesh regenerated. Amidst the cries of torment, Zhang Liang persevered through the excruciating ordeal. Several hours later, all parts below his shoulders were submerged in magma. Under the operation of the body-refining technique, his skin emerged completely unscathed. Boom! It felt as though some switch within Zhang Liang's body had been flipped. His overall strength surged immensely, and his defensive power ascended to a new height. Zhang Liang's body-refining cultivation had broken through to the 4th layer minor completion stage. However, progressing further would be no easy feat. Above the shoulders lay the most crucial parts of the human body. Any danger there could lead to instant death and the end of the Tao. Zhang Liang steeled himself. He would risk it all. He placed 2 supreme-grade healing pills in his mouth, wrapped his eyes and brain with true essence, and with a resolute heart plunged into the scalding magma. The pain escalated to a new level. Unable to roar, he silently endured. Flesh melted and regenerated. Then it melted again and grew anew. He ran the Hongmeng body refining art without a moment's slack. Only his eyes were shielded by true essence from the magma's harm. This torturous process was more excruciating than the 18 levels of hell. When the pills in his mouth ran out, with the thought healing pills materialized in his mouth. This phase lasted the longest, longer than the previous 2 combined, because the head was the most critical part and the key to the 4th layer of body refinement. 5 hours later, boom! A surge of energy burst from Zhang Liang's body. The 4th layer body refining technique had reached the grand completion stage. Even his eyes, though not melted by the magma, were forged into part of the indestructible body by the circulation of his blood and qi. The so-called deathless body meant that it could withstand any blow. Even a single drop of blood left could restore the entire form. Unless one was burned to a cinder, leaving only the soul. Having fused with the divine sense of a mighty being, Zhang Liang understood this well. To be safe, he preserved a few drops of his essence blood in a jade bottle within the Hongmeng bell space. A precaution, though ordinary foes could not harm him. Now Zhang Liang was invincible at the golden core stage. Even nascent soul cultivators of average caliber were no match for him. But if he encountered a divine transformation stage cultivator, or an even stronger one, it was uncertain. He would have to flee. Zhang Liang again submerged himself into the searing magma. At the bottom, he found numerous high-grade fire spirit stones. In a corner, he also discovered 2 wisps of flame. With considerable effort, Zhang Liang captured these 2 flames and stored them in a cold jade box. There were over 50 high-grade fire spirit stones, precious treasures for cultivators of fire-based techniques. Even in the cultivation world, such resources were rare and not easily found. After securing these treasures, Zhang Liang flew out of the lava pit and emerged outside. Wei Xiaohong had already wept until her eyes were swollen. They had waited for 2 days, all believing that Zhang Liang would not survive this time. They had taken turns to check, but could see no sign of him. There were no outsiders here. Wei Xiaohong was his wife, Dongfang Yunlong his father-in-law, and Qin Tianlei his sworn brother. As for Yushu Zi and Yuzhen Zi, they were also fellow countrymen from Blue Star. They were close friends of Zhang Liang, and his loss would be a great blow to everyone. Now they saw that Zhang Liang was not only unharmed, but also had regenerated skin that was fair and delicate, making him even more handsome and refined. He radiated an ethereal celestial aura as if a deity had descended to earth. This cultivation within the lava pit had yielded abundant rewards. Not only had he achieved the 4th layer grand completion of body refinement, but the 50 high-grade fire spirit stones alone were priceless. And the 2 precious lava flames could be given to his wives. However, Lu Qianqian Yi and Chang Ruyan had all studied the way of alchemy. One more flame was needed. Zhang Liang would have to procure another, or else it would be difficult to distribute fairly. The request for the violet cloud celestial flame would have to be postponed. Feeling apologetic for the 2 days of worry, he had caused Zhang Liang specially roasted beef and flood dragon meat. He also brought out Maotai liquor from Blue Star and retrieved a bottle of cola for Wei Xiaohong. After treating everyone to a hearty meal, he led them onward. Along the way, they encountered cultivators from the Alchemy Alliance and the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect, and the crowd gradually grew. It must be said that the Alchemy Alliance maintained excellent relations throughout the cultivation world. Few powers openly opposed the Alchemy Alliance, as all cultivators needed pills. The Jade Maiden Immortal Sect also had marriage ties with many factions, so no power openly antagonized their cultivators. Because of Zhang Liang and Wei Xiaohong, the young master of the Alchemy Alliance and the young mistress of the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect had wed. Thus the relationship between the Alchemy Alliance and the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect grew even stronger. Now within the secret realm, the disciples of the 2 sects looked out for and assisted each other. No one foolish would court trouble. However, too many cultivators gathered together made it impossible to seek resources. Eventually they had to separate, but they maintained a short distance to aid one another when needed. Approaching the central region, they faced an enormous challenge. There appeared fierce beasts at the peak and great circle of the beast infant stage, and even divine transformation stage beasts. All major powers suffered heavy casualties, including the Alchemy Alliance and the Jade Maiden Immortal Sect. Zhang Liang and Wei Xiaohong hastily led their group to retreat over 1,000 li. Zhang Liang directly shielded Wei Xiaohong, Dongfang Yunlong, Chun Tianlei, Yushu Zi, and Yuzhen Zi behind him. Once they reached safety, he instructed them to search for resources in the outer secure zones. As for Zhang Liang himself, he had other plans. Zhang Liang had his own plans. Since reaching the 4th stage of body refinement, although his cultivation was still at the late golden core stage, his Bodhi's defensive capabilities had significantly improved. Moreover, his strength had increased considerably. It was likely that even a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator would not be his match. If he also utilized divine sense attacks and the 5 thunder palm technique, even a peak latest-stage nascent soul cultivator might not be able to defeat him. Therefore, Zhang Liang decided to venture into the dream forest alone. As for his wife Wei Xiaohong, he planned to keep her by his side. In case of danger, he could store her in the Hongming clock space. He instructed Chun Tianlei, Dongfang Yunlong, Yushuzi, and Yuzhenzi to train alongside the cultivators from the Alchemy Alliance. Once the arrangements were made, Zhang Liang and Wei Xiaohong turned to head toward the central core area. Zhang Liang expanded his divine sense. Although the range was significantly reduced, he had to remain vigilant of potential dangers around. The central area was indeed perilous, but the spiritual energy was even denser. That was why so many high-level ferocious beasts appeared. Suddenly Zhang Liang's divine sense detected something. A little over 100 feet ahead, there were hundreds of 9-leaf lotus flowers. Each one had an age of over 1,000 years. Just as Zhang Liang was about to approach, roar. A lion-tiger beast appeared ahead. It was a demonic beast in the late stage of beast infant at the pinnacle of its realm. This beast had also noticed Zhang Liang and lunged at him with a strong scent of blood. He hurriedly summoned his premium spirit weapon, a great sword, sidestep to evade the direct attack, and then struck down at the lion-tiger beast. Crack! A 3-foot-long gash was opened on the back of the lion-tiger beast. Whoa! The lion-tiger beast jumped in pain, its ferocity ignited, and it turned to charge at Zhang Liang again. Zhang Liang utilized the lightning shadow step to maneuver around the lion-tiger beast. He then positioned himself behind the ferocious beast, exerted all his strength, and with a single slash severed one of its hind legs. Seeing Zhang Liang's fierceness, the beast turned to flee. Zhang Liang pursued, delivering another strike that severed its other hind leg. The lion-tiger beast collapsed to the ground completely without escape. Zhang Liang beheaded it and skinned it for materials. He also found its beast core within its head. This core contained an overwhelming wave of spiritual power. If used for alchemy or consumed directly, it would substantially enhance his cultivation. Zhang Liang took out a jade box and stored the beast core inside. He then continued forward and harvested several spirit herbs. Suddenly he noticed a few late-stage nascent soul cultivators had also arrived here. For convenience, he had Wei Xiaohong enter the Hongming clock space. Zhang Liang did not recognize those cultivators. They were not wearing the robes of any sect. Thus Zhang Liang couldn't discern which major power these late-stage nascent soul cultivators belonged to. He used the breath concealment technique and the invisibility technique to hide his presence. He intended to observe what these individuals were planning to do. The group of late-stage nascent soul cultivators quickly pressed forward, no longer collecting spirit herbs. Zhang Liang quietly followed them from several hundred feet behind, remaining undetected. They encountered several infant stage demonic beasts along the way, all of which they killed or scared off. One of the peak late-stage nascent soul cultivators appeared to be from the Divine Blade Immortal sect. Although Zhang Liang could battle beyond his level in the eyes of those nascent soul cultivators, he was still a golden core cultivator. They would not regard Zhang Liang as a peer, so he chose not to reveal himself to join them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to follow them quietly and consider his options if any opportunities arose. At this moment, a massive flying demonic bird appeared in the distant sky. Its wings spread wide with a wingspan exceeding 100 feet. Its body was also over 100 feet long. At this moment, a massive flying demonic bird appeared in the distant sky. Its wings spread wide with a wingspan exceeding 100 feet. Its body was also over 100 feet long. This flying demonic bird was a demonic cultivator at the transformation stage, exuding tremendous pressure. Zhang Liang discerned that it was a demonic beast. The group of latest-stage nascent soul cultivators was also alarmed. They huddled together, gripping their spirit weapons, and stood back to back, prepared for a bloody battle. Kakaka, you latest-stage nascent soul youngsters, don't run. Hand over your storage rings. The transformation stage demonic bird spoke human words. The several unfortunate latest-stage nascent soul cultivators, fearing to oppose the will of the demonic bird, obediently handed over their storage rings. The bird's enormous head nodded. Very well, this time I shall spare your lives. After saying that, it flew away. The latest-stage nascent soul cultivators finally escaped a disaster. Some had made preparations before coming, leaving their valuables at their sect. Those who were prepared fared better, but those who were not suffered greatly. They lost years of savings. Zhang Liang thought to himself, if they discovered him, they would surely harbor thoughts of killing him for treasure. It was better to follow quietly to avoid trouble. With the storage rings lost, the likelihood of those latest-stage nascent soul cultivators becoming villains, killing others for treasure, had greatly increased. The latest-stage nascent soul cultivators were searching for spirit herbs in the forest, while constantly discussing, "Senior brother, now that we have lost our storage rings, what do we do? What do we do? Isn't that easy? Well, just encounter a few other cultivators and rob them. After all, we're in a secret realm, and nobody will know if we kill them." Hearing this conversation, Zhang Liang became even more convinced of his judgment. Sometimes good people could easily turn bad. Under specific conditions, good people could instantly become demons. Although Zhang Liang was not afraid of them, it was better to avoid trouble, so he continued to follow them stealthily. At this moment, a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator asked, "When shall we search for the sect's ruins? We lost all our valuable items to that giant bird, and now we have nothing. If we could find some treasures, it would at least give us some foundation." Hearing these words, Zhang Liang was startled. Could it be that there really are sect ruins? On the map given by Master Ouyang Yuning, it was indeed marked that there was a sect ruin in the central core area. Zhang Liang was indeed curious to see it, and now hearing the latest-stage nascent soul cultivators mention it, he became even more certain. If that was the case, following them would serve no purpose. Leaving those latest-stage nascent soul cultivators behind, Zhang Liang quickened his pace, heading straight to the core area. Whenever he encountered ferocious beasts, he would evade them to save time. After 2 more days of travel, a majestic mountain range appeared ahead. This mountain range was picturesque with steep terrain. 13 unique peaks stood tall, one of which towered into the clouds like a pillar supporting the heavens. Zhang Liang expanded his divine sense and seemed to see a grand palace atop the highest peak. Could this be the legendary sect ruins? As he approached, he noticed traces of an array set up around the periphery of the dozen peaks. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the array had been damaged without spirit stones to sustain it. Zhang Liang flew to the highest peak, where there was a square covering hundreds of miles. The The ground was uneven with many stones overturned, creating pits and depressions. Arriving in front of the main hall of the sect, he found the hall was still intact. However, the palace gates were wide open. Clearly, after many years, countless people must have come here. Zhang Liang stepped inside the main hall, which was equally empty. There wasn't even a single chair left, let alone. Exiting the main hall, he noticed the scripture pavilion was over 100 feet to the east. To the west, over 100 feet away, seemed to be a task hall. Zhang Liang first arrived at the technique pavilion. The first floor was bare, the second floor even cleaner with only some splintered wood. On the third and fourth floors. Reaching the top 9th floor of the technique pavilion, he found nothing. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, he inadvertently discovered a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations in a corner covered with spider webs. Zhang Liang blew away the dust and spider webs with a palm wind, discovering a place covered by an array. This array was no less than 8th grade, but the spiritual energy of the foundational stones had dissipated. Thus it could be forcibly broken. However, Zhang Liang also had a keen interest in array techniques. He patiently studied it, learning the array formation skills from it. Finally, using his knowledge of arrays, he broke through it. Inside, there was an ancient sandalwood table on top of which lay 3 items, 2 jade slips, and a shimmering golden 3-pronged double-edged sword. Zhang Liang picked up one of the jade slips and infused his divine sense into it. It contained the top-tier technique of the immortal realm, 8-9 mystic art. While reading Journey to the West, on Blue Star, Erlang Shun had learned the 8-9 mystic art and was proficient with the 3-pronged double-edged sword. Could it be that there truly exists an Erlang Shun in this world? He picked up the other jade slip, which contained the techniques for the 3-pronged double-edged sword. Finally, there was a passage of text, I am Erlang Shun of Guanjinku. As my time draws near, I pass my lifelong ultimate skills to future generations. Those who receive my legacy must protect the peace and stability of the immortal realm. Justice must be upheld. The 3-pronged double-edged sword is my life treasure. Those who obtain my treasure can be considered my disciples. Zhang Liang bowed 3 times to the 3 treasures, saying, disciple pays respects to master. At that moment, a phantom emerged from the 3-pronged double-edged sword. It was none other than Erlang Shun. Zhang Liang hastily knelt again, saying, Master, I am Zhang Liang, paying respects to you. The Erlang god Yang Jian is a renowned figure in the celestial realm. His master is the Yuding Zhenrun, one of the 12 golden immortals under the Taoist Yuan Shi Tianzun. Thus Zhang Liang sincerely bowed to pay his respects to his master. Enough, rise, my disciple. My true self has long ascended to the divine realm. This is merely a wisp of my divine sense left within the 3-pointed 2-edged blade. Since you have chosen to be my disciple, I shall impart some Taoist techniques to you. Yang Jian's ethereal figure pointed, and a divine ability appeared within Zhang Liang's divine sense. This is the great severing technique, which cannot be mastered without reaching the tribulation-transcendent stage. Additionally, the 3-pointed 2-edged blade is a postnatal spiritual treasure gifted by my ancestral master, the Yuan Shi Tianzun. Its hardness rivals that of innate spiritual treasures, and it is extraordinarily sharp. Weighing 25,200 pounds, I once wielded this weapon in a great battle against Sun Wukong. You are still too weak. It can adjust its weight to 2,520 pounds, and as your cultivation improves it will gradually increase. Enough, I shall await your arrival in the divine realm. After giving his instructions, Yang Jian's ethereal figure dissipated. Zhang Liang gazed skyward in reverence, dropping a drop of essence blood onto the 3-pointed 2-edged blade, completing the bond of ownership. With a single thought, he transformed the 3-pointed 2-edged blade to weigh 2,520 pounds. Following the techniques in the jade slip, he practiced a few times, and this blade truly lived up to its reputation as a postnatal spiritual treasure, radiating brilliance, gleaming with golden light. It is indeed a rare treasure. Here is a poem to praise it. The precious blade is a weapon of the celestial family, forged from fine gold through 100 refinements. Subduing demons and vanquishing evil to protect the 3 realms, its techniques awe and astonish the divine and spirits. Zhang Liang stored the divine weapon in his dantian, resolving not to use this treasure until absolutely necessary. For now, he is merely a latest-stage golden core cultivator. Although he can engage in battles across realms, encountering a nascent soul cultivator would be manageable. However, if he were to face a transformation stage cultivator, escape might be nearly impossible. Exiting the techniques pavilion, he arrived at the Western Task Hall. The hall is 3 stories high. The first floor is empty, littered only with broken tables and chairs. The second floor contains the elders' chambers. In one of the bedrooms, Zhang Liang discovered a skeletal remains, its fingers scattered. Beside the skeleton, Zhang Liang gestured, using his divine sense to control the storage ring, which automatically flew into his palm. The previous owner, having lost their soul, left no divine sense imprint behind. After recognizing ownership with his blood, a wisp of divine sense revealed a wealth of resources within. This storage ring has a particularly large space comparable to several soccer fields on Earth. Inside were over 40,000 high-grade spirit stones and more than 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were tens of thousands of rare spiritual herbs, all intact, due to being stored in the ring. There was also a mountain of refining materials along with several high-grade spiritual artifact alchemy furnaces. On a weapons rack, there were 7 top-tier spiritual swords and 2 top-tier spiritual spears along with over a dozen high-grade spiritual swords. Moreover, on another shelf, there were dozens of bottles containing various elixirs. Zhang Liang searched other rooms, but found nothing else. This time, the Dream Forest secret realm yielded rich rewards. The treasures from this sect's ruins were particularly precious. One wonders which sect this belonged to. Could it belong to a celestial sect? No one knows. After descending from the main peak, Zhang Liang had no intention of visiting other peaks. It would be best to leave quickly to avoid trouble with other cultivators. Indeed, the very thing he feared was upon him. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, someone shouted, "Stop!" A latest-stage golden core junior. "Come here and hand over your storage ring." Zhang Liang looked up and nearly laughed. It was none other than those unfortunate souls who had their storage rings taken by that transformation stage beast. 5 of them, 1 peak latest-stage nascent soul, 2 latest-stage nascent souls, and 2 mid-stage nascent souls. With such power, they dared not fight against that transformation stage beast. Zhang Liang did not look down on them, but it was wise to avoid conflict when possible. He stored the newly acquired storage ring in the space of the Hongming Bell. The storage ring he wore contained only over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and 2 high-grade spiritual swords. Everything else was in the space of the Hongming Bell. He had no intention of giving these cultivators anything. It had been a while since he had a satisfying brawl. He lacked practice partners. Zhang Liang feigned fear and respectfully approached the group of mid-stage nascent soul cultivators standing several dozen feet away. "Seniors, what guidance do you have for me?" "We have been searching for some resources along the way, but our storage rings are insufficient." "Kid, be obedient and hand over your storage ring to us," said one of the mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, whose belly resembled a sack. "Is that so? Let me calculate. It seems that the seniors are lying. It appears that your storage rings were willingly given to that transformation stage beast after a slight scare. Seniors, it seems you don't have a single spirit stone left in your pockets. 5 latest-stage nascent soul cultivators lack the courage to even fight a bird. And yet you dare to act as seniors in front of me. I suggest you find a place to relieve yourselves and take a good look at— Ha ha ha." Zhang Liang mocked and ridiculed, infuriating the 5 latest-stage nascent soul cultivators, who shouted frantically, "Kill him." "Yes, beat that little brat." The 5 latest-stage nascent soul cultivators charged in a rage, swinging fists the size of sandbags. Right? They only had fists left. Zhang Liang would not foolishly engage them in a fist fight. He summoned a spiritual sword. No need for a top-tier artifact. He used a high-grade sword to engage the mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. At first, 1 mid-stage nascent soul cultivator came up, and after a few rounds of fighting he was down. Whooshed. The others, not caring about their dignity, ganged up on the latest-stage golden core cultivator Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang unleashed the lightning shadow step, circling around them. He did not intend to kill anyone. He merely slapped one with a sword and kicked another, fooling around with them. After 2 hours of this, the 5 latest-stage nascent soul cultivators were exhausted and unable to subdue Zhang Liang. They began to doubt whether Zhang Liang was truly a golden core cultivator. 1 peak latest-stage nascent soul cultivator clasped his fists. "Friend, stop the antics. Please stop. We indeed encountered difficulties and were robbed by a transformation stage beast. As for which sect we belong to, we won't say to avoid embarrassing our sect. We ask you to keep today's events confidential." Zhang Liang dropped his mocking tone and spoke seriously. "Seniors, I am indeed a golden core cultivator. However, I am not an ordinary golden core cultivator. I am Zhang Liang, the champion of the golden core division in our sect's grand competition. There is no need for you seniors to dwell on this matter. Victory and defeat are common in battle. Losing your storage rings is not a big deal. Oh, I can give you some." As he spoke, Zhang Liang took out 5 storage rings, each containing 50,000 spirit stones, a high-grade spiritual sword, and 2 healing elixirs, handing them over. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivators accepted the rings, each of them deeply moved, clasping their fists and bowing. "Young friend Zhang Liang, you are quite generous. We cannot hide it from you any longer. We are all members of the Zhu Xianxian Zone. We have lost all dignity today." Zhang Liang quickly advised, "Seniors, I have already mentioned that there are no perpetual victors in this world. Who hasn't faced defeat? Preserving your lives is most important. Rest assured, I will keep my promise to maintain confidentiality." Zhang Liang, in high spirits, took out some beef, grilled it, and began drinking with them. After a hearty meal, they all became friends. The peak latest-stage nascent soul cultivator was named Yu Cheng, a burly man with a dark complexion. The latest-stage nascent soul cultivator was a pale-faced man named Hu Yenda. A yellow-faced cultivator was named Wei Zhenxiu. The 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators were named Li Debin and Zhang Neng respectively. Zhang Liang drank the 2 jars of wine he brought until they were empty. The others invited Zhang Liang to visit the Zhu Xian zone after exiting the secret realm. Zhang Liang informed them that he had already checked the highest peak and found nothing. The other peaks could be explored. Subsequently, he bid farewell to everyone intending to find a place to diligently cultivate for a while. His cultivation level was still too low, ultimately inadequate. After flying several hundred miles, he found a secluded valley. The spiritual energy here was rich with ancient trees soaring high, a blessed land, and cave heaven. In the valley there was also a small stream flowing. Zhang Liang sat cross-legged by the stream, cultivating the newly acquired 8-9 mystic art, and this cultivation lasted for a month. Now he was still only at the golden core stage, having yet to master the 72 transformations, but he had learned to change his appearance. This was not an ordinary illusion, but a transformation technique. No one could see through it. As for the other transformations, they would have to wait for later. His cultivation had also risen to the peak of the latest stage golden core. In a bit more time, he would be able to break through to the nascent soul stage. He released Wei Xiaohong from the Hongming Bell, allowing her to eat some grilled meat. You are here cultivating alone, and you didn't even think to let me out. Zhang Liang explained. If I were to run into danger while cultivating, how could I protect you? I did this for your safety. They took another round in the nearby area and gathered plenty of spiritual herbs. They trained during the day and refined their skills at night. With only 10 days remaining before the secret realm closed, they started their journey back. On this day the time for the secret realm to close arrived, and a massive light gate formed in the sky. Zhang Liang along with Wei Xiaohong, Chen Tian, Lei Yusu Zi and Yu Zhenzi were transmitted out together. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Alchemy Alliance, Zhang Liang accompanied by his family continued to cultivate in the new Taiying Mountains of the Yaoguang mountain range. Occasionally they also accepted some tasks from the Alchemy Alliance as a form of gratitude. Zhang Liang's top-grade nurturing infant pill held immense value in the realm of cultivation. Each pill was sold for 50 million spirit stones, generating substantial profits for the Alchemy Alliance. At the same time his own wealth in spirit stones increased dramatically. After 2 months his cultivation reached the peak of the golden core stage. He was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he continued to practice the 8-9 mystical art and the techniques of the 3-pointed double-edged sword, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Just to what extent had he improved? He had not yet tried it. After another 2 months, he could no longer suppress his urge. He sent a voice transmission to his master Ouyang Yunying and hurriedly flew toward the outer region of the Yaoguang mountain range. This time he flew a distance of 10,000 miles in one go, arriving in a desolate desert. Without wasting time, he set up gathering formations and defensive arrays. To prepare for the tribulation transcendence, he also arranged 10 top-grade defensive spiritual artifacts as shields. Dark clouds enveloped the area for over 3,000 miles, surpassing most of the tribulations faced by those at the divine transformation stage. After enduring 12 rounds of thunder tribulation, Zhang Liang finally broke through to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He also seized the opportunity during the tribulation to absorb a substantial amount of lightning elements. This time the power of his 5 thunder divine palm had increased by several folds. Looking inward at his dantian, he discovered a miniature version of himself sitting cross-legged, his small face radiating an aura of authority. Above his head a purplish-red flame danced in circles. Beneath the nascent soul figure was a scaled-down version of the 3-pointed double-edged sword. The sword radiated brilliance, glimmering with golden light. Even more astonishingly, arcs of lightning flickered across the surface of the nascent soul figure. Filled with a wondrous aura, it resembled a celestial child amidst the mortal realm. Ouyang Yunying, as a peak divine transformation cultivator, naturally recognized that Zhang Liang's nascent soul was extraordinary. However, he did not know the specifics. In the realm of cultivation, each person held their own secrets. Even as a master, one could not pry too deeply. Otherwise, one would lose this bond of appreciation. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Zhang Liang's divine sense extended over 3,000 miles. This was equivalent to the divine sense intensity of a divine transformation cultivator. Coupled with his formidable defensive strength and power from the 4th level of body refinement, he would likely have no problem battling those at the early divine transformation stage. However, sparring could easily injure someone and lead to misunderstandings. Thus Zhang Liang had to set aside these thoughts. Life returned to a state of tranquility. Zhang Liang cultivated daily and occasionally took on tasks from the Alchemy Alliance. He often gifted his family with cultivation pills and guided them in their practice. Soon Wei Xiaohong, Yu Shuzi, Yu Zhenzi, and Chen Tianlei also successively broke through to the nascent soul stage. Their cultivation levels were already higher than Zhang Liang's. Now, with access to cultivation resources and superior conditions, their breakthroughs came naturally. Dongfang Yumei broke through to the golden core stage, while the other wives all reached the late foundation establishment stage. Dongfang Yumei, Lu Qianqian, and Shun Yi were all pregnant. Zhang Liang was overjoyed and encouraged the other wives, saying, "You must also do your best. Get pregnant soon." Wei Xiaohong teased, if you don't work hard, how can we put in more effort? Zhang Liang replied. After 2 months of peaceful days, Zhang Liang's cultivation had just reached the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Trouble arose again in the realm of cultivation. It began in the Dreamland secret realm, where the young master of the Divine Blade sect, and Chu Lingyun, a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator, teased Jiang Zuofang, a disciple of the Jade Maiden sect. After the secret realm ended, Han Liyun sought an explanation from Chu Xiongfeng. Not only did Chu Xiongfeng refuse to apologize, but he also seized the opportunity to propose marriage for his son. Master Chu, I am here to seek justice. We can set aside the marriage proposal for now, right? Han Liyun was Sister Han, love is love. Why make a big fuss about it? Chu Xiongfeng waved his hand dismissively. So you are saying that your Divine Blade sect can freely tease the cultivators of my Jade Maiden sect? Han Liyun retorted angrily. What does Sister Han mean? Chu Xiongfeng was also displeased. Apologize. Otherwise this matter won't end here. Han Liyun declared. No way. My son hasn't harmed any of your disciples. Chu Xiongfeng responded. Thus words escalated, and the two peak divine transformation cultivators fell out. The next day Han Liyun found way home to the master of the Lingxiao sect, who was the alliance leader of the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm. Wei Hongtu also summoned Ouyang Yuning, the leader of the Alchemy Alliance. The two peak divine transformation cultivators arrived at the Divine Blade sect. They urged Chu Xiongfeng to apologize to Han Liyun of the Jade Maiden sect, and this matter could thus be resolved. However, Chu Xiongfeng remained obstinate and refused to comply. Days passed, and Wei Hongtu and Ouyang Yuning were still troubled about how to respond to Han Liyun. They were tasked with a duty, yet days later the Divine Blade sect conspired with the Yin Ghost sect and the Cold Sword sect. The three sects organized a coalition army to eliminate the other sects and dominate the Eastern Continent. They chose to attack the Jade Maiden sect first, claiming they would divide the female cultivators, killing the older ones and enslaving the younger ones. While this was happening, Han Liyun sent urgent requests for help to Wei Hongtu, Ouyang Yuning, and Zhuang Jinhua, the leader of the Gathering Sage sect, as well as Zhang Liang of the Artifact Alliance. The Alchemy Alliance and the Lingxiao sect both had marital ties with the Jade Maiden sect and were allied. They immediately contacted Zhang Liang of Zhuang Jinhua and decided to rush to support the Jade Maiden sect. Ouyang Yuning led 4 peak divine transformation cultivators, 200 nascent soul cultivators, and over 1,000 golden core cultivators. They boarded their spirit vessel and set off first. At the same time, Wei Hongtu also brought 5 divine transformation cultivators from his sect, over 200 nascent soul cultivators, and more than 1,000 golden core cultivators to support the Jade Maiden sect. The cultivators of the Jade Maiden sect were struggling, but upon seeing 2 rescue teams arriving, Han Liyun was Ouyang Yuning and Wei Hongtu said no more, leading their disciples to engage in a fierce battle with the cultivators of the Divine Blade sect, Yin Ghost sect, and Cold Sword sect. Seeing the intense battle erupting outside, Han Liyun rallied the cultivators of the Jade Maiden sect and joined the fray. The battle was so fierce that it caused the cries of ghosts and gods, and rivers of blood flowed. Just as the battle raged on, Zhuang Jinhua led over 1,000 cultivators from the Gathering Sage sect to arrive. The power dynamics of the two sides shifted significantly. The cultivators of the Divine Blade sect, Yin Ghost sect, and Cold Sword sect could no longer withstand the pressure and began to retreat. After a while, the leader of the Artifact Alliance, Zhang Liang, arrived. In the sky, the battle between the Divine Transformation cultivators also resulted in a clear victor. Ouyang Yuning, Wei Hongtu, Han Liyun, Zhuang Jinhua, and Zhang Liang surrounded Chu Xiongfeng, Leng Yuhui, and Xiao Yichen. 5 against 3, they put Chu Xiongfeng and his companions in a state of panic. Zhang Liang saw this as an opportunity to test his skills, gripping his top-grade spirit sword and charging into the enemy ranks. The Tuthisanjin's sword danced like the wind. He killed several latest-stage nascent soul enemies, but felt it was not enough. He then set his sights on a Divine Transformation cultivator. He wanted to see how he fared against the Divine Transformation cultivator. He approached an early-stage Divine Blade sect elder, brandishing his sword. Kid seeking death. This Divine Transformation cultivator was named Jin Buhuan. Although he was a Divine Transformation cultivator, he had gained renown for many years and had exceptional sword skills. The two clashed. Eugene Buhuan moved swiftly, his top-grade long sword appearing and disappearing like a ghost. However, Zhang Liang's sword techniques were even more exquisite and powerful. The two battled, evenly matched. At a critical moment, Zhang Liang unleashed the little monkey Sun Wudao, who appeared right behind Jin Buhuan. Sun Wudao, wielding an iron rod, struck Jin Buhuan's back with a blow. This monkey had now reached the 3rd tier of spiritual beasts with beast core level cultivation. The blow caused Jin Buhuan to spit out blood, and Zhang Liang seized the opportunity to execute a powerful strike, cleaving down upon him. Jin Buhuan could not dodge and had his head severed by Zhang Liang. As soon as his nascent soul emerged, it was incinerated by Zhang Liang's purple mist celestial fire. The little monkey picked up several latest-stage nascent soul cultivators and Jinbahuan's storage ring, handing them over to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang then set his sights on a divine transformation cultivator from the Cold Sword sect, charging forward with his sword. He no longer fought against nascent soul cultivators, focusing solely on divine transformation cultivators. The pair employed the same tactics as before, entangling with this mid-stage divine transformation cultivator named Leng Yuxuan, who was the cousin of the Cold Sword sect's leader Leng Yuhui. Leng Yuxuan wielded a heavy sword weighing 1,000 jin and was a formidable opponent. Zhang Liang battled him for over 100 exchanges, sweating profusely, yet could not achieve victory. Little monkey son Wu Dao behind him caused chaos with his rod, but to no avail, anxiously chattering away. Just as Zhang Liang and Leng Yuxuan were locked in a fierce struggle, the battlefield situation began to change. The leader of the Divine Blade sect, Chu Xiongfeng, was struck by Ouyang Yunying with a sword on his shoulder, severing his arm. Grasping his severed limb, Chu Xiongfeng shouted, "Everyone retreat." Thus the cultivators of the Divine Blade sect, Cold Sword sect, and Ghost Gate sect scattered and fled. Ouyang Yunying, Wei Hong to Han, Liyun Zhuang Jinhua, and the others pursued for a while before returning. This time the 5 major forces achieved a resounding victory, and all gathered at the Jade Maiden sect. Those injured were treated, and Han Liyun ordered her disciples to prepare a banquet where the cultivators of the 5 major forces raised their cups in celebration of their triumph. At the banquet, Wei Hongtu proposed that the 5 major forces form a new alliance to jointly safeguard the peace and tranquility of the cultivation world. The leaders of the various powers responded in succession. Since Wei Hongtu had originally been the leader of the Cultivation Alliance, everyone unanimously elected him as the new alliance leader. The major forces decided after deliberation that each would return to organize their troops. 10 days later, each would set out with 50,000 cultivator armies to jointly crusade against the Divine Blade Immortal sect. Now let us turn to the Cold Sword Immortal sect and the Yin Ghost Immortal sect. 10 days later, Ouyang Yunying of the Alchemy Alliance had organized an army of 80,000 cultivators, including 10 Divine Transformation cultivators, over 2,000 Nascent Soul cultivators, over 5,000 Golden Core cultivators, and over 40,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators. The mighty army advanced towards the Divine Blade Immortal sect in an imposing manner, with dozens of large and small spirit boats flying through the sky, blotting out the sun and exuding fierce killing intent. Ouyang Yunying had witnessed Zhang Liang's combat prowess at the Jade Maiden Immortal sect. She ordered him to lead 500 Nascent Soul cultivators as the vanguard to clear the path ahead. At the same time, the cultivator armies of the Lingxiao Immortal sect, Juxian Immortal sect, Jade Maiden Immortal sect, and Artifact Alliance also headed straight for the Divine Blade Immortal sect. When the armies of the 5 major forces arrived outside the mountain gate of the Divine Blade Immortal sect, they discovered that the cultivator armies of the Cold Sword Immortal sect and the Yin Ghost Immortal sect had also arrived. The combined armies of these 3 forces, over 100,000 strong, stood poised in battle formation. Moreover, the Divine Blade Immortal sect had somehow colluded with the beast clans of the southern continent. Outside the mountain gate of the Divine Blade Immortal sect were also tens of thousands of beast cultivators. Some of these beasts were fully transformed into human form, while others were only partially transformed. Some had human bodies with beast heads, some dragged long tails behind them, and others had human heads atop the body of a giant python. Wei Hongtu stepped forward, hovering in midair, and bellowed loudly. Zhan Xiongfei, as a human cultivator, you have dared to collude with demon cultivators, disturbing the cultivation world. This is an unforgivable crime. Today the alliance army of the cultivation world has arrived. Oh, what do you have to say for yourself? Chu Xiongfei stepped forward. Wei Hongtu, don't pin labels on me. What do you mean by colluding with demon cultivators? The demon race are also living beings. They can achieve immortality too. Ouyang Yunying stepped forward and said, Chu Xiongfei, your Divine Blade Immortal sect was originally a righteous sect, but earlier your son molested a disciple of the Jade Maiden Immortal sect. As the sect leader, an apology to the Jade Maiden Immortal sect would have sufficed. But instead you compounded your mistake by leading an attack on the Jade Maiden Immortal sect and colluding with the demon race, disturbing the cultivation world. Are you not afraid that the Divine Blade Immortal sect will be destroyed by your hands? Bah, stop bragging. If you have the ability, bring it on. Chu Xiongfei taunted. Ouyang Yunying charged forward and engaged Chu Xiongfei in battle. The two were of equal cultivation, both at the latest stage divine transformation peak. After over 100 exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. Zhang Liang had a stroke of inspiration from behind. Taking advantage of Chu Xiongfei's focus on Ouyang Yunying, he executed his invisibility art and used the lightning shadowless step to circle behind Chu Xiongfei. He raised his top-grade spirit weapon greatsword weighing 2,000 jin, and with a move of splitting Mount Hua, he slashed at Chu Xiongfei's back. Sensing movement behind him, Chu Xiongfei hastily dodged. Nevertheless, the greatsword still cut a foot-long gash across his ribs. Stunned by the pain, Chu Xiongfei was then pierced through the chest by Ouyang Yunying's sword. As a formidable cultivator at the latest stage divine transformation peak, Chu Xiongfei used a teleportation art and vanished from his spot. Letting out a roar of defeat, he retreated back to his own ranks. Ouyang Yunying looked at Zhang Liang and praised, "Good disciple. Well done. There's no need to talk about righteousness with these crooked demons and evil sects. Even a sneak attack is acceptable as long as we win." "Yes, master." Zhang Liang stood aside smugly. At that moment both sides could no longer hold back and erupted into a massive melee. Divine transformation cultivators fought in the high sky, while nascent soul cultivators battled at lower altitudes. The tens of thousands of Demon Clan warriors joining the fray brought immense pressure upon the cultivators of the Alchemy Alliance Lingxiao, Immortal Sect Juxian, Immortal Sect Jade, Maiden Immortal Sect, and Artifact Alliance. Zhang Liang summoned Monkey Sun Yuzong and the Divine Beast Jue Feng. They too joined the battle. The Divine Beast Jue Feng possessed the bloodline of a Qilin. He let out a mighty roar AOO. Woo! With that single roar coupled with the pressure of Jue Feng's Qilin Divine Beast bloodline, most of the Demon Clan cultivators felt their legs go weak and collapsed to the ground. At this critical moment of fierce combat, the situation turned disastrous. The tens of thousands of demon cultivators were mostly slaughtered by the cultivators of the Cultivation World Alliance. Several divine transformation demon cultivators in the sky saw the dire situation, let out strange cries, and fled with the remaining demons. This left the Divine Blade Immortal Sect, Cold Sword Immortal Sect, and Yin Ghost Sect in deep trouble. They suffered heavy casualties from the Righteous Alliance army. Lung Yuhui led the cultivators of the Cold Sword Immortal Sect in retreat, and Xiao Yichen seeing this also withdrew the cultivators of the Yin Ghost Immortal Sect from the battlefield. Wei Hongtu ordered, "Do not pursue them, settle the Divine Blade Immortal Sect first." The cultivators of the 5 major forces surrounded the Divine Blade Immortal Sect and attacked. An hour later all the Divine Blade Immortal Sect cultivators who had joined the battle were slain. Chu Xiongfei's physical body was shattered, and as his primordial spirit attempted to escape, Zhang Liang released the Zixia Immortal Fire and incinerated it. He also took the opportunity to embezzle Chu Xiongfei's storage ring and secretly gave it to Zhang Liang. The Divine Transformation seniors witnessed this, but none bothered to argue with Zhang Liang. Ouyang Yunying smiled wryly to herself. This little disciple is such a clever imp. The cultivators of the 5 forces stormed the Divine Blade peak of the Divine Blade Immortal Sect, killing the high-level cultivators. As for the low-level disciples, those who begged for mercy were dispersed. They did not slaughter them all. The Divine Blade Immortal Sect's profound heritage and treasury resources were divided equally among the 5 major forces. Its territories, spirit stone mines, and more were also negotiated and carved up. After the 5 major forces had divided all the resources of the Divine Blade Immortal Sect, they set fire to Divine Blade Peak. Thus the Divine Blade Immortal Sect, which had been inherited for tens of thousands of years, was completely buried in the cultivation world. Just as the cultivators of the major forces were about to attack the Cold Sword Immortal Sect and the Yin Ghost Immortal Sect, both sects dispatched their grand elders to come and plead for mercy. Wei Hongtu, Ouyang Yunying, Han Liunzhuang Jinhua, and Zhang Daoling, these 5 divine transformation seniors, discussed and laid out their conditions. They demanded that the Cold Sword Immortal Sect and the Yin Ghost Immortal Sect each hand over 10 million high-grade spirit stones as compensation for the losses suffered by the cultivation world. If they refused, they would face the same fate as the Divine Blade Immortal Sect. The Grand Elder of the Cold Sword Immortal Sect and the Grand Elder of the Yin Ghost Immortal Sect saw that they had no choice but to comply. Although handing over so many spirit stones would leave their sects unable to recover for a long time. Nevertheless, under the eaves one must bow their head. They agreed on behalf of their sects. A few days later, the Cold Sword Immortal Sect and the Yin Ghost Immortal Sect delivered the Spirit Stones. The 5 major forces divided the Spirit Stones and celebrated with drinks. Zhang Liang obtained Chu Xiongfei's storage ring and gifted each of his senior brothers a top-grade spirit weapon longsword. His 7 wives each also received a top-grade spirit weapon longsword. Chu Xiongfei had also accumulated several top-grade defensive spirit weapons which Zhang Liang distributed among his wives. The cultivation world restored peace and tranquility, transforming from 8 major powers into 7. Zhang Liang brought his family to cultivate on the new Taiying Mountain. A month later, his cultivation had advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. On this day, Master Ouyang Yunying sent a message instructing Zhang Liang to bring the Divine Beast Chasing Wind to meet him. Zhang Liang immediately understood that during the battle against the Divine Sword Immortal Sect, the roar of the Divine Beast Chasing Wind had terrified the Beast Tribe, causing them to lose their fighting spirit completely. This incident must have caught the Master's attention. It was certainly not a bad thing. He even brought along the monkey Sun Wudao for the Master to see. Thus Zhang Liang arrived at the main hall of the sect with Chasing Wind, a divine beast resembling a Qilin and a monkey. Indeed, it has the bloodline of a divine beast. No wonder it could scare off the demon race. After evaluating the divine beast chasing wind, Ouyang Yunying approached the monkey. This is one of the legendary 4 monkeys of the ancient times, the Tongbi Yuanhua. According to legend, there are the Lingming stone monkey, the Chiho horse monkey, the Tongbi Yuanhua, and the Luer Mihu, each possessing extraordinary abilities. The Tongbi Yuanhua is immensely strong, capable of moving the sun and moon and discerning fortune and misfortune. In fact, Zhang Liang had also thought of these things. Having merged with the consciousness of a powerful being, he naturally possessed remarkable insight. No wonder this monkey could sometimes find treasures that turned out to be the bloodline of the Tongbi Yuanhua. These 2 beast companions of mine are truly exceptional, both possessing the bloodline of divine beasts. In the future, when ascending to the immortal realm and traversing the cosmos, having these 2 companions will be a significant asset. Ouyang Yunying also reminded Zhang Liang to not be stingy with good food. In the future, these 2 beast companions will be extraordinary existences. Zhang Liang naturally agreed repeatedly. He had plenty of resources in his Hongming clock. For his beloved spirit beasts, he was never stingy. Chasing Wind could only eat spirit beast meat and elixirs. Since it had not transformed, it could not learn the techniques and martial skills of the human race. As for the monkey Chasing Wind, although it had not transformed, it was able to walk upright. Zhang Liang planned to pass on the 8-9 mystical art to it, and continue to let it practice stick techniques. Although it was always cultivating in the cave, its cultivation level was improving rapidly. However, Zhang Liang knew it was time to venture out. On one hand, he could gain experience, and on the other, he could train comprehensively to enhance his combat capabilities. This time he intended to bring all 7 of his wives into the Hongming clock space, allowing them to cultivate inside. When they encountered good food or fun, he would let them out. Of course, the divine beast Chasing Wind and the monkey son Wu Dao had always been in the Hongming clock space. This time Zhang Liang was wandering aimlessly. He suppressed his cultivation to the early golden core stage, not wearing the robes of the Dan League, but instead donning an old Taoist robe. He also did not use a spirit tool flying boat, opting to fly in the air instead. After traveling several hundred miles, he encountered a small village. This village had only a few hundred households, and at the entrance was a small tavern. Zhang Liang wanted to see what they were eating. He hadn't had noodles from Blue Star in a long time. "Senior, are you here to eat? Please come in." A middle-aged man at the entrance who was at the 5th level of Qi refining welcomed him. Zhang Liang walked in. The tavern was small, but clean and tidy. A middle-aged woman brought a pot of tea and placed it in front of Zhang Liang. As he surveyed the interior, he noticed only one person was eating, and in a large bowl was a serving of noodles. Since arriving in the cultivation world, he had been so focused on pursuing the path of immortality that he hadn't even eaten a bowl of rural noodles. "Boss, do you have any side dishes?" "Yes. The day before yesterday, I killed a wild boar, so we have pork. If you're drinking, we also have pig ears, pig liver, and pig head meat," the middle-aged man said. "Good. He'll take a few gene of each, and whatever I can't finish he'll take with me. Aren't you a cultivator? Don't worry, I have plenty of spirit stones. Prepare the side dishes and cook 8 big bowls of noodles." Zhang Liang said. "All right, please wait a moment, sir." The middle-aged man went to prepare. Before long, a large plate of pig ears, a large plate of pig liver, and a plate of pig head meat were all served on the table, all cold dishes. Zhang Liang let out his wives, and everyone sat at a large table starting to eat and drink. He also took out drinks from Blue Star such as cola and Sprite. "Do you want some wine, sir?" "I have my own brew," the middle-aged man said. "Let me get a jar for you to try." Zhang Liang picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of pig head meat, and put it into his mouth. It was fragrant, yet not greasy, chewy, and delicious. It was almost the same as what he had on Blue Star. Zhang Liang poured a cup of wine from the jar and took a sip. It was indeed pure and full of spiritual power. It seemed to be brewed with spiritual herbs. Now that his cultivation was high, his alcohol tolerance and appetite had also increased. After eating half of the many side dishes, he also had a bowl of noodles. When it was time to settle the bill, he asked the boss for several tins of gene of wild boar meat. "Boss, how many spirit stones do I owe you?" Zhang Liang asked. "Sir, 50 spirit stones," the middle-aged man replied. Zhang Liang casually tossed out 100 spirit stones, saying, "No need to be polite, the noodles were quite good." After leaving the tavern, Zhang Liang continued on his journey with his wives. After walking for a while, he had his wives enter the Hongming clock space. He divided the wild boar meat between the monkey and the Qilin beast. Zhang Liang was heading south this time. Yaoguang City is located slightly south of the central part of the East Continent, and if he continued south, he would enter the territory controlled by the Ingui immortal sect. The Dan League does not occupy territory, but controls Yaoguang City. Additionally, in all major cities of the East Continent in the cultivation world, there are branches of the Dan League. This time he set out to travel purely for his own reasons unrelated to the Dan League. He also did not plan to head towards the central area, just wandering around. On this day, while traveling, he encountered a group of about 20 people. Some were Qi refining stage cultivators, and some were foundation establishment stage cultivators led by a female cultivator at the early golden core stage. This female cultivator rode a beast at the dance stage leading these people. Behind her a cart was protected by two Foundation establishment cultivators standing beside it. Zhang Liang's divine sense detected an ambush ahead. Those people were hiding in the trees by the roadside with a burly man at the mid-golden core stage leading over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. Each held swords and blades seemingly preparing to kill. Out of goodwill, Zhang Liang warned, "Miss, there is an ambush ahead. Moreover, the enemy is stronger than you. You should retreat." The girl turned back and smiled. "Thank you for the warning. If there are bandits, well, just kill them. Anyway, we have no way to retreat. My father was ambushed and poisoned. We must find someone to treat him quickly. Miss, if you listen to me, do not lead your people forward. Otherwise, none of you will survive." Zhang Liang reminded again. The girl wiped away her tears. "What can I do? My father is in a critical condition. How can we reach Hansong City without breaking through? Miss, if you trust me, I have some knowledge of medicine. Perhaps I can save your father." Zhang Liang said. "Then I must trouble you, friend." The girl cupped her hands in salute to Zhang Liang. Then she ordered someone to bring the cart over and open the curtain to let Zhang Liang see. When Zhang Liang looked inside, he was indeed taken aback. Inside lay an old man looking to be in his 50s, his complexion ashen and lips purple. His shoulder was swollen high and black blood was oozing from the wound. Getting closer, a foul odor assaulted the senses. This is a highly toxic poison, a mix of snake venom, scorpion venom, centipede venom, bee venom, and spider venom. It is extremely difficult to resolve. Zhang Liang said awkwardly. "Big brother, do you have a way? As long as you save my father's life, I am willing to serve you and repay your kindness." The girl determined stomped her foot and said, "Even if I become a servant, I will willingly do so." "No need for that, let me give it a try," Zhang Liang said, then took out silver needles and pricked the tips of the patient's 10 fingers. He used his energy to push the patient's blood towards the fingers, and soon black blood flowed from the patient's fingertips. He continued until the blood turned red before stopping. He then took out a detoxification pill refined on Blue Star and made the patient swallow 2 pills in one go. Before long, the patient opened his eyes. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Where is this?" "Father, it was this friend who treated you. He even gave you pills to save your life." "Young man, thank you for saving my life," the old man said. It was clear that he was a late golden core cultivator. "Old man, no need to be polite. I did it casually. Oh, it's nothing to mention," Zhang Liang said with a smile. Zhang Liang then took out 3 more detoxification pills, placed them in a jade bottle, and handed it to the girl. "Your father still has residual toxins in his body. If not completely cleared, it would be very harmful. These 3 pills should be taken one every other day. Once finished, that will be enough." After explaining, Zhang Liang was about to leave. The old man said, "Young friend, please wait. You saved my life and gave me pills. I have not yet repaid you. Until now, I don't even know your name. I am Zhang Liang, a cultivator of the Dan League. I am a 6th grade alchemist. These pills are nothing to mention," Zhang Liang said with a smile. The old man was startled. Could it be that the invincible golden core cultivator Zhang Liang, who ranked first in the golden core stage during the tournament of the 8 major powers? Wasn't it said that during the war to annihilate the Divine Blade Immortal sect, he had already become a nascent soul cultivator? Could it be? He concealed his cultivation. Zhang Liang smiled and nodded. "Old man, whether golden core or nascent soul, it's all much the same." With that, he released his aura, revealing his nascent soul cultivation. "I am Yuan Shukuan, paying respects to Senior Zhang." The old man cupped his hands. Zhang Liang smiled wryly and shook his head. Old man, just call me young friend. None of this senior business." "All right, then I'll call you brother Zhang." The young woman laughed and said, "Your little sister Yuan Fangling greets you brother." "Good, that's better. No need for so many formalities. It's just golden core and nascent soul." Zhang Liang smiled. "Well, fellow Taoist Zhang, a few hundred li ahead lies Hamsong City. I have a small courtyard in the eastern district. You must come to my home as a guest," Yuan Shukuan said. The group continued forward. Yuan Shukuan was still not fully recovered and continued riding in the carriage. With Zhang Liang, the invincible golden core, now a nascent soul cultivator, Yuan Fangling feared nothing. Zhang Liang continued to suppress his cultivation to early golden core, then summoned his divine beast Qilin and rode atop it, an imposing sight. After traveling 100 li, indeed a roar was heard. "Halt! This road is blocked." From the woods beside the road burst forth 16 or 17 burly men. The leader, a mid-golden core cultivator with a leopard head and round eyes, brandished a large iron spear. Zhang Liang looked and laughed. Wasn't this Zhang Fei from the 3 kingdoms? Such an image, such a temperament. He thought, what a pity. This is not Dangyang Bridge, and I am not Chaomon. Zhang Liang summoned his Tutha Sanjin, a supreme-grade spirit weapon broadsword gleaming with golden light and resplendent radiance. Yuan Shukuan was utterly convinced. With this blade, who else could it be but Zhang Liang? The black-faced big man across from them roared again, "Hey boy, hand over your storage ring instead of waving that broadsword around." Zhang Liang was almost amused. "I call this waving. Hey black boy, My broadsword weighs 2,000 Jin. Are you sure you want to fight me? This? No. That broadsword isn't that heavy. Don't try to bluff me. An early golden core dares take this spear first. The black-faced man finished speaking, wasting no time. Gripping his spear, he thrust at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang casually lifted his broadsword upward. Clang. Whooshed. The black-faced man's 100+ Jin iron spear flew out of his grip, soaring dozens of Zhang, high disappearing to who knows where. The big man turned to flee. Zhang Liang struck him down with the flat of his blade, sending him crashing to the ground. Yuan Fangling ordered men to tie him up securely. A dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators, seeing their master captured, fell to their knees begging for mercy. Spare us, senior. Zhang Liang looked at Yuan Shuquan, seeking his opinion. Fellow Taoist Zhang, these men have plagued this region. They must not be forgiven. Yuan Shuquan said hastily. Zhang Liang thought the same. These men seemed pitiful now. But what about the people they had robbed? With a flick of his fingers, he crippled their cultivation one by one and seized their storage rings. Whether they lived or died from now on would be up to their own fate. As for the black-faced golden core cultivator, the chief culprit, he could not be forgiven. Zhang Liang cleaved him dead with a single strike, then ignited a fire, reducing him to ashes. In his storage ring were some resources, 100,000 spirit stones, and a few high-grade spirit artifacts. He casually tossed them to Yuan Shuquan. Old man, take these. I don't need them. With that matter settled, the dozen Foundation establishment cultivators were left wailing on the ground. They were ignored. If beasts devoured them, that was their fate. Zhang Liang, together with Yuan Shuquan and his daughter, led a dozen cultivators and continued their journey. 2 days later they arrived at Hamsong City. This city was under the control of the Yin Ghost Immortal sect, though not their main stronghold, merely a medium-sized city. In truth, not everyone in the Yin Ghost Immortal sect was a ghost cultivator. Only the branch of Patriarch Xiao Yichen had inherited ghost cultivation techniques from their master. Cultivation techniques are neither good nor evil. It is the human heart that distinguishes good from evil. If a person is determined to do evil, any technique will serve. Thus, being a ghost cultivator does not mean one is not a good person. This time the Yin Ghost Immortal sect suffered from being implicated by the Divine Blade Immortal sect, paying huge reparations and suffering great losses. They sent disciples out to gather resources for a swift recovery. Hamsong City was indeed a bustling, lively place. On the main street various businesses and streams of people flowed constantly. Yuan Shuquan and his daughter led the group to a restaurant. They ordered 2 tables of wine and dishes. Yuan Shuquan and his daughter frequently toasted Zhang Liang. Tired of expressions of gratitude, they began urging him to drink. The dishes at this restaurant were made from spirit beast meat. Though the prices were somewhat high, the taste was excellent. After drinking for a while, Yuan Shuquan hesitated. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I have a word. I wonder if I should speak. Zhang Liang smiled. Old man, please speak. We are friends. Is there anything you need my help with? It's like this, my wife and I have only this one daughter. She's already in her late 20s and not yet betrothed. Although she is a cultivator, I would be relieved if she could marry a suitable man. I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhang would be willing to accept my daughter. Yuan Shuquan finished looking at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang was taken aback. Yuan Fangling was indeed as beautiful as a flower, extraordinarily lovely. However, he already had 7 wives, taking another seemed inappropriate. He promptly said, Old man, I already have 7 wives. I'm afraid they might not agree. Yuan Shuquan heard that Zhang Liang had so many wives, and was half doubtful. As for Yuan Fangling, she had originally expected Zhang Liang to gladly accept the marriage proposal. This Zhang Liang was a renowned hero, handsome and elegant. Marrying such a perfect husband would have been satisfying. But she never expected he already had 7 wives. Alas, why is my fate so bitter? With this thought, her eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of weeping. Zhang Liang panicked at the sight of Yuan Fangling like this. He could not stand seeing women cry, especially beautiful ones. A sudden idea came to him. He stepped into the corridor, and with a thought released Lu Qianqian Shun